Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got a lot of Texans to talk about here this morning. I mean, Lance, so you're playing, hey, the NFC North, it's the best division in football.
Yeah, it is, unquestionably.
I mean, you already got your ass kicked by the Vikings. Luckily, you got Caleb Williams in the second week, and then the Packers just took care. Listen, that was dominating, and you had two drives that started at the 11-yard line because of Hewitt's interception and then the punt that they hit the leg of the Packer.
Uh-huh.
So you had two drives. You scored 10 points off two drives that started at the 11.
But you got the cover.
You did get the cover. Okay.
Miraculous. You outplayed other teams earlier this year. I noticed, by the way, that's the national talking point is that the Texans were involved in these close games. Honestly, the Bears game wasn't really close. The Colts game really didn't feel that close. There was late.
Well, there were one-score games.
Yeah, at the end of it. Well, okay, so this is a close game?
It actually was a close game. They had the lead with 3 seconds left.
I know, but they were outplayed.
Oh, totally.
And that's
outplayed.
what I'm saying. The score, like the Texans won by 2 or lost by 2.
Yeah, they should have lost by.
But
14.
it was actually, it actually should have been worse. Texans managed 177 yards of total offense. Was it 170? No, I'm sorry, 197. And the Packers get 277.
They had 86 and 142. It was 240. It was 220 something. 222.
For who?
86 passing yards on 142 rushing yards.
Huh. Because I'm looking here. It says total yards 197 in the box score.
Well, I don't know why, but maybe they don't count the sack yards off of that. Maybe that's it. But CJ threw for 86, and they ran for 142. The only guy who showed up yesterday was Mixon. He's the only guy that showed up yesterday.
Yeah. Well, they ran block pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, they ran block pretty well, and Mixon. This is one of the things I'm just going to get, since all we ever hear about is you guys, the Texans win, and all you do is complain. I tell you on Monday, and all you do is complain. Okay? Texans win the football game, and I want to come here and touch my pee-pee and be all excited about everything in the whole world. But all you do is, we don't complain. We talk about, this is going to get tricky when you play better teams if you don't tighten some stuff up. We mention it, and then yesterday when that kind of pops up, all of a sudden now you hey, here's the thing. Okay, they ran block well. Joe Mixon's got 3 games that he's played 3 games, hit 100 yards in all 3 games. CJ wasn't good. The offense wasn't good. The pass protection wasn't good. The run blocking was good. Joe Mixon was good. But the Houston Texans, all the stuff that we've talked about every Monday, John, the concerns like, they're not really getting after the quarterback enough at the defensive end spot. And I don't care. Don't tell me about Will Anderson's 3 sacks last week against a guy who shouldn't even be in the league. I don't care about that stuff. You pay these defensive ends to get after Jordan Love in the final drive, and they got nothing. The pass rush has nothing. The defensive tackles continue to do more consistently, frankly, off the edge, than I feel like the DNs do. But that's not even really a big deal. You're not protecting the quarterback well, and let's just be real about this. D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick, and I don't know how it played out. The head coach typically is the one who decides the level of aggression at the end of a game. I don't know what your thought was, but as it was taking place with 3 timeouts, John, 3 timeouts for the Texans. And then, I'm not Texans, the Green Bay Packers. 3 timeouts there. The Texans have the ball down at field goal range. If they run the ball 3 straight times, Green Bay's going to call 3 straight field goals, and you're still going to end up with 1:48 to kick a field goal and beat the Texans if you play for field goal. Now, worst case scenario, you got to come out of there with a field goal. I was okay with killing off some timeouts, but really, you win the game if you get a first down. The game is over.
That's why he threw on third
wins
down.
The game with the field goal.
That's why he threw on third down, though.
Yeah, and that's why he threw on third down. But the problem was the 2 runs right up the A-gaps at the end of that game were like Green Bay was coming downhill with run blitzes. You basically gave yourself no chance. You got a 3rd and 12. I think it was a 3rd and 12. And so, yeah, now you're throwing on 3rd and 12, and that's fine to throw, but I mean, you got to get a first down or it's irrelevant. You do one of two things.
So how would you prefer that they?
I think the way that you do
can't
this,
throw on 1st and 2nd down.
Here's what I do: jet sweep, handoff, something to get the ball wide, something that they're not looking for. I think maybe a quick a sideline pass, one of those quick little single blocker screens where you throw it to the slot receiver and let him, something that's safe that keeps the clock running, but gets you out in space somewhere away from the crowded box that was 8. You wanted to get outside of the tackle box if you could while keeping the game running. You could play action. Everyone's coming downhill. That's a perfect time for a play fake to a tight end or to a fullback. A tight end dressed up as a fullback.
Yeah, if he throws an incompletion or like against
I understand
Cincinnati,
if and guess what?
Right,
the Texans lost.
The
Texans lost.
If they could stop somebody, they win the football game.
But they get the first down, the game's over, John.
They get the first down, the game is
game is over.
Yeah, unless you don't waste any of their timeouts before then. I mean, you got to waste some of their timeouts. If you get a first
down, they get their timeouts wasted. They have to call one right there before you even run first down.
I didn't have a real problem with it. I hated the pass along the sideline to Tank. I hated that, it was just a wasted play, actually, if you want to know the truth. And Kaimi did his job, and the defense has got to step up. The defense has got to stop somebody. They had drives of 92, 71, 70, and then the game-winning drive there.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy to have that many long drives. You're lucky to be in the game. But what's even crazier, John, is Green Bay only had their total yardage, at least in the box score, is 277 yards.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, they had sacks too. They had over 300 yards, but they had the Texans had sacks too. Listen, I can understand that a lot more than I can understand this offensive line. You got injuries. You didn't have Kamari Lassiter. You didn't have Shair. You didn't have Toa. You just lost Mario Edwards. I get that you can't get that Green Bay, who's a good offense, got a lot of weapons. Josh Jacobs looked good. Jordan Love looks good. They have a lot of playmakers.
Romeo Doubs has played really well.
Doubs has played well. Listen, I understand that. What I don't get is how you can't pick up a simple tight end tackle stunt if you're an offensive line. How long have you been Shaq Mason? How long have you been doing this? Laramie Tunsil, he couldn't pick up just a simple TE stunt. Are you kidding me? They got CJ killed yesterday. They got him killed. And if Bobby Slowick, if you've got to keep a tight end in, if you've got to keep the running back in, you got to do whatever you can to give CJ a little bit of time. Even if you put 2 or 3 guys in the route, got to give that guy some time.
One thing that's not being talked about is some of it is CJ too on those corner blitz, and some of it is just you just tip your hat like Craig Biggio might
come on. You got wait a minute. Dalton Schultz is standing there, and he let the guy run right by him.
Schultz is a terrible blocker.
Well,
Schultz is a terrible run blocker and
get
a
him out of
terrible
there.
pass blocker.
Then get him out of there and put Stover in there and let him block.
Well, I'm just telling you, Schultz is. If you think you're going to get anything out of Schultz, you're sadly mistaken. He's been bad this whole time.
Did you see him? He just went.
He has no interest. Well. He has no interest. That dog is not in his heart. So that's he's a pass catching tight end is what he is. But they had the Xavier McKinney sack where he came off the edge, but he was lined up. He's aligned on the line. Well, CJ has got to be aware of that.
Is that the time that Titus Howard just fell down?
No, he's on the other side. He's on Tunsil's side. They overloaded.
Oh, yeah.
They overloaded that side, and
him.
CJ's got to be aware of that. Now, that may be the time you're thinking of that Dalton Schultz was there.
No. Xavier McKinney, he beat Laramie Tunsil around the end. It was a safety that came around that Dalton Schultz just looked to the right, and the guy runs right by him. I mean, that was a safety detective.
Well, okay, what I'm thinking of is when McKinney came off the edge and Laramie was blocking down. Laramie was not setting out to him. Laramie was blocking down.
He went inside, and then he goes, "Oh crap!" and he tries to catch him.
Well, yeah, he tried to help. You're probably thinking that he did the wrong thing, but I don't think he did the wrong thing. I think he's trying to help his quarterback.
While McKinney's standing out there by himself. Actually, Larry Tunsil realized he was wrong.
Okay, we got to look at it because I'm talking about an overload on that side. Because I was trying to find out who it was, and that's when I realized that's probably C.J. Stroud's. You got to account for the number. You got 3 numbered on that side against 2. You got to know that means that's C.J. Stroud. This is why it's a little. I'm saying this is just why it's a little dangerous for radio guys like us to talk about.
I know what's not dangerous. I know what's not dangerous to say. They sucked yesterday. The offensive line sucked yesterday.
Yeah,
that's not dangerous to say because
now,
they were terrible.
They did run blocks, and they did give you a chance. They gave you a chance to win because of the running game. Because C.J. Stroud hit 86 yards passing.
Yeah, because of them. He had 86 yards passing because the line sucked.
It was in part, yeah. Tank had no catches.
In
Tank Dale had no catches.
You go look at the number. Go look at the number of hurries for him. Hurries, sacks, pressures. It was ridiculous.
This is why I can't understand how the hell they were winning.
Yeah,
you had a chance to win the game.
You had the ball twice.
Sometimes you win games you don't deserve to win. 1 first down at the end of that game. 1 first down and you win the game. You got to have the balls to. You got to have the balls to come out there and go get that first down. And typically they operate like that. Typically they're not super passive. That one was pretty passive for Green Bay having 3 timeouts because killing off timeouts was no big deal. They were just going to use them all, and you weren't. If you didn't get a first down, they were still going to have a minute 48 to go get a field goal. That's not the hardest thing in the world against that secondary.
No. All right, we're just getting it started. If you guys got some thoughts, you're more than welcome. Hey, we're giving away. How about this? We are giving away 4 tickets a day for the Texas A&M University of Houston game at the Fertitta Center on Sunday. If you've never been to the Fertitta Center, you want to go to this game. It's an exhibition. It's the 2 teams. They met last year in the NCAA tournament. They met last year in the regular season. And, Wade Taylor is back. And so this is going to be good. And University of Houston is one of the top-ranked teams in the country. So this is going to happen on Sunday. We'll be giving away two pairs of tickets every day this week for that matchup on Sunday. It's just getting started. We got What Did You Learn This Weekend? A 1 sentence coming your way. We got all kinds of sound from the game. We'll hear from the offensive line and have some kind of explanation. We'll hear from CJ and D'Amico as well. So we got stuff to do here. We're just getting started. But right now I'm talking about Houston Powder Coaters. I'm talking about you and whatever metal that you have that you need to save. I got one place that you can save it, and that's Houston Powder Coaters. You'll love dealing with Robin. You will love dealing with everybody over at Houston Powder Coaters. They're awesome. They are just awesome. Free pickup, free delivery, everything about it cannot be better. You're looking for a great way to get that, whatever metal it is. And listen, I've talked about this before, is that if you want to save whatever metal it is, that furniture that you have, you want to save it because you definitely do not want to buy this metal because it's not as good. The metal from the past is much better, okay? It's thicker, it's harder, everything about it. So you want to save that if you can. Text Robin a picture of your patio furniture, and she will tell you whether or not you can save it or you got to buy new stuff. They're so good. 5-star customer service, great Google reviews, over 20 years in business. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I just watched another play where Laremy Tunsil blocks down, and maybe Rashawn Gary, who went out in the pass route, Ogunbowale. Maybe he was the one that was I don't know, whichever one. But CJ's under siege, and he's got to just throw the ball away because Rashawn Gary goes unblocked. How in the world are you setting up a pass block where Rashawn Gary, who's in a three-point stance on the edge, gets unblocked? How in the world, even if it's not physical, if it's mental, that's even worse. Okay? But listen, and if it is that you've got Ogunbowale blocking Rashawn Gary on the edge, that's stupid anyway. They've got to do something.
Well,
about
remember
it.
now,
It
CJ can change
terrible.
protections too. I'm just saying some of this is quarterback related. You have to know by the numbers where your responsibility is. You're responsible for a certain man on the line when they rush more than you block. And the second thing is, if you're not comfortable with the protection, change your protection, slide it to the numbers. And I don't know if CJ's changing protections or not. I mean, that has to be and I don't know that Bobby Slowick would even discuss that publicly and make CJ look bad if that were the case. Or maybe CJ, has done a good job with calling protections. I don't know, but a quarterback has the ability to change his protection up front to get himself
go
protected.
back and watch all the pressures, though, anyway.
Well, I'm about to. They got pressure.
There were so many stunts.
There were 14 pressures.
Simple stunts that they just screwed up. I mean, and listen, I don't know anything about I've been watching football forever. I played, whatever. I've never been an offensive line coach. I do know this. They sucked yesterday. So they've got to figure this out because you can't get that guy killed. And maybe sometimes he should have slid the protection. That's fine. But other times on a simple stunt, you got to do your job, guys. You have got to be able to pick that up. I mean, they look like this is the first time they've ever seen a stunt.
Yeah, I'm watching right now all of the pressures. Like the first one was they considered a pressure was just a rollout where he made a good. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna watch all this.
Yeah, you got to watch. Don't watch it on the air. Let's get some calls in here. 713-780-3776. Who'd you say was first, Del? Zach? Jack. What's up, Jack?
Yeah, hey, John Lance. So I think the O-line issues all stem from Tunsil. I mean, you look at this guy, he's always been selfish. He would rather give up a false start than have a sack on his resume. He had to be begged to work out and go to practice. And this guy's supposed to be the leader of the offensive line. You can't tell me that doesn't rub off on the other guys when they're supposed to be looking up to him. I mean, who's jumping the other guys' asses when they're not doing their job? That's not going to be Tunsil. And then I don't know if you saw Dave Portnoy online yesterday. He was calling out the offensive line too. In the fourth quarter, when Stroud ran for the first down, he got nailed by two guys, and then the other time he was going out of bounds, he got checked in the shoulder. You didn't see any of the offensive line guys come over and try and take care of CJ. So it sucks that Tunsil is supposed to be the leader of that offensive line as the captain because he's not doing his job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say this is 3 straight games. He hadn't had a false start penalty, so he's clearly, made an effort. And basically, I thought it was, and I called him selfish before and as you see, now you see why I said that. It's something that he was just saying, I don't care if I get penalties. I'm just going to get the jump out there on my pass rush. And if I get a penalty, I get a penalty. That's selfish. Because obviously the last 3 games, it's not been an issue for him. So I give him credit for fixing something that was broken for multiple years. But then on the other thing, I have less of a problem. I know the CJ plays talking about. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I mean, he ran into TD Slayton, to Darius Slayton, and I don't know. I didn't have a huge issue with that. I think that Tunsil thinking it's sweet to sit out all preseason and not do stuff and not practice all the time with the rest of the team, I do think that's an issue. And I've heard that it's rubbing off on one of his teammates for sure. I've heard that one of his teammates for sure has been influenced by that kind of stuff where why do we have to practice when he doesn't? I've heard that a wide receiver has an issue because Tunsil doesn't have to practice all the time, but we do. Like, so yes, to that point, it does make an issue, I think. But I think that, the stuff about protecting CJ and all, I don't know if I want to go there. I'm looking at John. I just saw, by the way, the play you were talking about where he blocks down and then dives back outside. Yeah, he screwed that up. That's just all on Tunsil. And that was Rashawn Gary coming off the edge. And Tunsil, just for some reason, he thought he was blocking the man in front of him. But when you see the slide protection by the rest of them, that's on Tunsil. And I'm going to go through all these, and I'm going to go find out what the hell's going on and what we need to do. We'll fix it here on the show. I guarantee we're going to get this thing fixed.
We'll fix it.
We're going to get it fixed.
Who's I don't know that it's all Tunsil's fault. I mean, I saw Shaq Mason suck.
It's never just one guy's fault on an offensive line.
All of them. Titus Howard is backing up and just falls down. Holy cow!
Yeah,
I mean,
that was bad.
Someone's leg got in his way. Like, I think a teammate's leg was there and he tripped over.
Are we sure? Because I looked at it multiple times. I didn't think he tripped on anybody.
I didn't either.
At first, I thought he had to have gotten stepped on, but I'm not sure. I'm going to look at it from the end zone angle. But by the way, speaking of, let's see, Tunsil. Let's just go to the call because I'm trying to remember what I was going to say there. You know who Pro Football Focus had rated as the worst game? They gave a grade of 29 to Kenyon Green. 29, and that's telling me, and he gave up 3 pressures, which means I'm probably going to see those twists like you talked about. I'll probably see the TE and the ET where he got beat on him is my guess, is that's where a lot of that's coming from, because he gave up 1 sack and 3 pressures. 1 sack and 3 hurries. So 4 pressures coming from guard is not ideal at all. That's where it should be a little bit easier. And that's not great.
C.J. Stroud completed 10 of his 21 passes for 86 yards in Week 7 against Packers, facing pressure on a career-high 48.3% of his dropbacks. He finished the game 3-9 for 40 yards and 4 sacks under pressure, adding one scramble for 6 yards.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, and TJ was the number 1 quarterback against pressure this year going into that game. Not anymore. Not anymore. Who's next, Del? Ira, what's going on, Ira?
Good morning, fellas. I'm glad to be on with the 18. Look, man, it's 2 things I took away from that game yesterday. One, with the offense coordinator, our guy, it seemed that he went away from what was effective. So as I look at the overall game, it looked like Green Bay came in and said, hey, we shutting down the passing game, right? But we did really well running the football. Mm-hmm. But early on, we had some great plays to the tight ends. And I was like, why do we go away from that, right? And then secondly, man, the NFC North is much better than I think a lot of people expect. You talking like right now, I think everybody has, have, great win percentage. I mean, we talking about, we didn't think Minnesota and
Detroit is the best. Detroit's the best team in football right now. I don't think it's the Chiefs. I think it's Detroit personally. I think Detroit is really, really tough.
Well, let's let the Ravens play tonight, and then we'll make our call on that one.
Well, I think Detroit's beating everybody.
I think it's between those two. Yeah, I mean the Chiefs are getting by.
But the North is really tough.
No, the North. And the Lions talented. Are the king of the North, right?
Yeah, they're the king of the North, and the Lions had a really good matchup against. It was a good back and forth with Minnesota. The Bears are, the Bears. I mean, the Bears they have a good record, and they're a better team now than they were when the Texans played them. But they still have some weaknesses. But once they started running the ball with Swift, DeAndre Swift, everything changed because now Swift, all the pressure took off. It took a lot of pressure off the quarterback, and then. honestly, Green Bay didn't play great yesterday. They turned the ball over. Love had some bad interceptions. Let me give a little shout out to Neville Hewitt, who I thought had a really good game.
Yeah,
I thought Neville Hewitt played well. This is Bullock's third interception. The rookie safety grabbed another interception. The Texans defense actually gave you a chance, despite the fact that they were missing all those starters. They actually gave you a chance to win that game on the road, and Green Bay gave you a chance too with just miscues, but you had a chance to steal a win on the road. You and I didn't think they were going to win. We thought they were going to get beat. It wasn't going to be a matchup. But when you get there, it doesn't turn into moral victory Monday. When you get there with a chance to win, you got to finish those on the road if you're going to be an AFC championship contender.
It was a lucky chance to win. Thanks to the ball going off of the leg on the punt.
Yeah.
Thanks to Petrie made a nice play and cut in front of the and then tipping the ball to Hewitt for the interception. But no, Hewitt had a really nice game. Tim Settle had himself a nice game.
Another sack for an interior rusher.
Yep. All right, breaking it here, 713-780-3776, 15 minutes away from what did you learn this weekend?
God almighty. I tell you what, John, this is crazy. The Texans clearly on tape have showed that they don't handle twists well. No. Because this is all Green Bay's doing because they said, all right, we're going to twist the piss out of them because they don't handle it well.
They're simple TE or ET.
Well, they did some stuff on the interior too, like two A-gap linebacker twisting. And here's the problem. The Texans, they just ride with the twister. They're not playing with any instincts at all.
None. All right, we got a break. You got to talk about Allstate Siding.
Well, let's talk about Allstate Siding. Listen, AllstateWindowsandSiding.com. That's the website. When you give them a call, you make sure that at the end of that call, you can say it at the beginning, you can say it at the end. I don't care when you say it, but you make sure you tell them you're an ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener, because the thing is, they are going to give you a big discount. They want to make sure and reward people who listen to our station. And that includes not just for the ability to grab new windows at a discounted rate, and windows that are made here in Texas for Texas weather, but also an opportunity for you to get siding jobs, complete siding jobs for big discounts. And there's never been a better time than right now to start changing out those windows, because the weather is much more mild. You can take that window out, install the new window, and you're in good shape. They don't have any glass breakage. The windows are properly cut, fit, and sealed so that you don't have the leakage that is killing your air conditioning efficiency. It gives you better noise protection, gives you better protection for your home, and it just looks so much better when you have these new double pane windows. It's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com. That's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com.
All right, I got to talk about my bookie right now. It's the way that you need to go if you want to play, win, and get paid. It's the way if you're looking for the best way to have some fun while you're watching the games. I mean, you could have bet your Texans yesterday and still won. As bad as they played, you still would have won. How about that? Catching points against the Green Bay Packers. Here's the deal is, I mean, you know what's going on. You love the game. You know the game. You are somebody who wants to make a little bit of money. Listen, do what you can afford, but put down whatever you put down. They're going to double your money at MyBookie for the money that you can play with. They're going to double it with the promo code Bet975. They've got every weekly risk-free boosts on Thursday. You can bet without a sweat. It doesn't matter if you lose because you don't have to pay, but if you win, you get the money. That's crazy. And MyBookie Plus, simple, climb through tiers of the loyalty rewards program. The more you play, the more you unlock even more promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I want to make sure that we continue to press this. Okay. You got to listen to this show on 97.9 and go to HD2. And if you don't know how to do it, ask somebody and then wait just a little bit because when you go to the HD2 station, it takes a couple of seconds, 5 seconds. My buddy was doing it. He's like, nothing's happened. Nothing happens. And he turns it off after 2 seconds and it comes up. So 97.9 and go to HD2. It is crackleless. Okay. There's not a crackle, nothing. It's a perfect signal. So please go to that and listen to the show there. Or like I was listening to you two on Friday, driving up to the tournament on the app. The app is also perfect. So we're going to give everybody on the app an opportunity as well. Put it through the Bluetooth through your speakers so you can listen that way, and it comes in just perfect that way as well. But we've got 2 tickets to give away. Want to know? Do you want to go to the game? We got tickets to give away all week long. We got 2 right now that we're giving away to the Texas A&M University of Houston game, the basketball game at Fertitta Center. These are 2 NCAA tournament teams. The University of Houston, obviously, got a new guy in here who's supposed to be really, really good. It's going to be another great team. Ken Palm has University of Houston as the number 1 team in the country. I trust Ken Palm more than I trust the AP poll. Ken Palm knows his basketball. So you got 2 tickets, 713-780-3776 at exactly 7:40. We will give those away to caller number 5. We will give those away to caller number 5 at exactly 7:40. And then we got what did you learn this week in 1 sentence coming up right after that. So we got a busy morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're talking about this, but let's delve into a little bit about what else happened. You were at the Texas game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Now talk about another offensive line. Talk about guys losing some money. Those bookend tackles lost some money on Saturday.
Especially the right tackle. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, Banks didn't help himself either.
Yeah, Banks didn't have a great game. It's funny we were looking, I didn't go back and I haven't gone back and watched the game tape yet, but the Joe Moore guys went back and we were all on a text string as the game was going on. And when they went back and looked at it, and this is Mike Golick and Jr. and Cole Kubelik and Jeff Schwartz, they kind of universally said, when we went back and watched the game tape, it wasn't quite as bad as we thought it was. They actually, there was actually some mistakes by running backs where they were, or from a protection standpoint, they didn't have running backs chipping and helping where they should have. You had quarterbacks hanging on to it a little bit. They actually thought it was terrible in game day. And then when they watched it on tape, they didn't think it was quite as bad as they were expecting. But the bottom line Carson Beck had 3 interceptions and no touchdowns, and they beat you 15 at home. Mm-hmm. 3 interceptions and Carson Beck was terrible. 3 interceptions, no touchdowns, and you get beat by 15 at home. And we'll talk about the officiating and all that, but let's not get past the part. Kirby Smart, this is exactly what I was worried about. Kirby Smart versus Quinn Ewers is a problem for Texas. It's just a problem. And I don't care. You can throw Arch in there if you want. Arch wasn't going to be ready for Georgia. Georgia was ramped up and ready to roll. And even with all those mistakes that they had, they still controlled that game for the most part.
Yeah, no, it was an ass whooping. That first half, holy crap. I mean, they made a little run in the second half but did he start a quarterback controversy? I don't know. Manny didn't look all that. Arch didn't look all that good.
I mean, Quinn came back.
He had no chance, though.
He had 2 total touchdowns. I mean, it looked better in the stats than it actually was.
Arch had no time either. I mean,
Nope.
I don't care if you'd have put Tom Brady back there. There was nobody.
Matter.
It wasn't going to matter. That offensive line was terrible. I mean, look at the difference when you can pressure a quarterback. Look at how different it looks. I mean, the Texans looked like one of the worst offenses in the league yesterday. Just terrible.
Yeah.
And it was all because of pressure, because they couldn't handle the pressure. It is just terrible. What other?
Well, I think let's go back. Let's finish up with that Texas thing. So you had a call that was a terrible call. It was a pass interference call on Texas on the interception that went the other way and almost got into the end zone for a touchdown. And the officials called pass interference on the defense. It's just, look, this is what you need to know about. Yes, if it's for pro football, it'd be a penalty. In college football, they let a tremendous amount of contact go at the top of the route. Tremendous. That's why Kirk Herbstreit was talking about the fact that, like, wow, I don't see a whole lot here at this. It's because it's never, ever, ever called. And that was really nothing. You can grab and hold guys at the top of the route and they won't call it. That was a nothing call. It shouldn't have been. So the officials got it wrong. And then if any of you, and my brother-in-law, for example, who's, huge Longhorn fan, my wife and I were talking about this. He couldn't believe they flipped the call. So they ended up flipping the call. As most of you know, the fans, Sark immediately lost his mind because it was a huge, you can't afford not to have a play like that go in your favor. You can't afford to have the officials miss that. And so what happened? Well, Sark was pissed. They kept showing it on the board. They kept showing it in the stadium. And one fan threw a beer can out there in the stadium. And, it's very copycat when you start dealing with students. It didn't take long for them to all start throwing stuff out there. And it was, I don't know how much they showed on TV. I don't think they showed a lot on TV. It rained down from just one section, rained down water bottles and stuff like that all over the field. You had people scrambling all over to go pick stuff up. Sark ran out to the student section and told them, hey, stop. During all this time, and there's a delay of, I don't know, probably about 6 minutes is the delay. And during this time, the officials no doubt saw the replays up there and realized, oh, my God, this is a really big game, and we got that wrong. So they conferred and said, oh, no, because it's not reviewable. You can't review you can't review an interception or a bad penalty call. You can't review that. And during the thing, they got together and said, well, we got together and we had a discussion and picked up the flag. They use that as an excuse to get the call right. The problem is it's not legal to do that. It's not inside the rules where you can just change a call because there's a delay and you look at and you look up at the board. That's not, you can't do that. And so in essence, Kirby Smart after the game said, this sets a terrible precedent because now all you have to do if you're fans is throw a fit and they'll stop it and the officials can look at the scoreboard and all that. And that's essentially what happened is the fit that the fans threw actually helped the Longhorns get the call because they would not have picked up the flag or called the flag. They called it the other way. They didn't call it they called it on the offense, didn't they? Didn't they say it was offensive or did they say it was a non-call? I don't know.
Non-call.
Okay, they said it was a non-call. So Texas got it. So justice was done, but the way you got there opened up a really bad precedent because you basically reviewed a call that was not reviewable because the fans threw a hissy fit. What happened then? I don't know. Have you seen, John? The University of Texas got fined $250,000 for the students' behavior. They caught a $250,000
University
fine.
of Texas. What does that mean? What does that mean for them?
Well,
it means nothing. If they storm the field, it's $250,000. If they throw water bottles and get a call overturned, that's the key to me. Is that now your poor behavior was rewarded because and throwing stuff on the field. I mean, what's going to happen in Tennessee? What's going to happen at Florida? What's going to happen all over now? If you can get a call overturned because you stopped the game and they can look at it and now all of a sudden make another and overturn a call. I mean, that's terrible.
I want to see somebody in the text is saying, I don't know. I don't know if this is accurate. I doubt this is accurate. The students receiving text this morning telling them they are banned for the year and next. I doubt that. I'd like to see if there's anything like now what they could do to scare. Here's how you scare students. Any students, we're going to make a review of videos, and any students from this day forward that we find, we've got video cameras. Anyone shown throwing something on the field will be revoked from they will be kicked out of the college or something like that. Banned from the games, kicked out of college. Watch how fast that would stop. And it's not like this has been a major issue. I've seen it happen before, but not a ton in college except those tortilla throwers in Texas Tech. But who doesn't love a good tortilla throwing? And it's easy to throw them. They're just like, Frisbees. But it was just a wild play. Like, I couldn't believe I was up in the press box and there was a scout there who I know from the Colts. He's like, are they reversing a non-reviewable play? I said, this is the first time I've ever seen this happen.
Yeah, it's
where
the
they're
first time I've ever
reversing
seen it.
a non-reviewable play because
it.
they watched it on the – there's no question they watched it up on the Jumbotron. They showed it. John, they must have showed it like 8 times.
Yeah, and that is
all it did is make the fans madder and madder.
Yeah.
And Sark, they almost gave Sark a heart attack by continuing to show it.
He went out there like he had his arms raised both sides. Hey, everybody, stop. You know what? And he did. Right on, baby. That's the old Sark. That ain't this Sark. All right, we got a break. We got. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Coming up next, right here, Dale. We gave away those tickets. All good. And so here we go. We got. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? And there must have been something that you learned from this weekend, and you got one sentence to tell it. But first, you got to talk about Maestro de Bell.
Maestro de Bell is the tequila for you to have on your shelf. Yeah, a lot of people have liquor shelves or liquor cabinets. And it's not like you just have one bourbon, right? You don't just have one. You may just have one vodka sometime or one gin. But when it comes to tequilas and bourbons, those are the two, and whiskeys. Those are the ones that you kind of have. You have to have multiple types, because there's a lot of different types of flavors. And with tequilas, a lot of people who have their own liquor cabinets, liquor shelves, are going to have multiple tequilas. I want Maestro de Bell to be one of those tequilas, and I want you to give them a chance because I know that once they get a foot in the door, it's a wrap. You're going to buy a bottle. You're going to love the bottle, how smooth it is. As a sipping tequila, you can use it in your cocktails if you like, but it's a standalone tequila that tastes amazing, and it's really just one trip to the liquor store away. You're going to see, you're going to get very reasonable prices for a top shelf tequila, and you're going to absolutely love it. Make sure that you check them out for yourself. Send a picture of yourself with the bottle or whatever the case may be. Let me know what you think of it. But I think you're going to find that this is going to be one of the new bottles right there in your liquor cabinet. It's Maestro de Bell.
All right. How about Saturday night? What are you doing? October 26th, this Saturday night, TD-ECU Stadium. It's homecoming, taking on Utah for homecoming. You don't want to miss on this special homecoming offer on Saturday night. 4 tickets and a parking pass for just $70. 4 tickets to the game and a parking pass for just $70. Grab this deal at uhcougars.com/home. That's uhcougars.com/home. Come early, be loud, stop by the Bud Light backyard tailgate early on, enjoy food and beverage and tailgate games at the Bud Light backyard tailgate area. Be loud, wear red, pack the stadium for homecoming, show Cougar pride, support the team. uhcougars.com/home, uhcougars.com/home.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Time for What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence. So 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number. You learned something this weekend. Maybe it was your wife that taught you something. Maybe it was your kids. Maybe it was your boss. Maybe it was football. I learned something about football this weekend. I learned that Indiana has scored more than 40 points in 6 games in a row, and that Tennessee has not given up more than 20 points all season long. That's what I learned this weekend, and that's pretty good. What did you learn this weekend? 713-780-3776. Lance, did you learn anything about your wife this weekend after the Texas game?
No, I was gone. Well, you know what? Actually, I learned that the 12-team playoffs actually help because it's not as – yeah, it was like, we still get in the playoffs. It really wasn't as big a deal.
You know what? Now, you know what? You got the Aggies, don't forget, still. And guess what?
I don't think they fear Aggies.
The Aggies, they got to go to Vandy this week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Aggies, you're going to the Kingslayers.
You don't think that the Aggies are going to be a tough game? With those 2 bookend defensive ends
it will
against
be.
this offensive line?
They could lose 2 and still get in, though. This is college football. You're fine. It's 12, 20 teams, whatever it is. Everyone gets in.
What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Is brought to you by Men's Game Day Men's Health. Game Day.
I learned Miami can score a lot of points. I learned their
they better because their defense sucks.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. They better score a lot of points.
Oh, we had the number 1 offense in all of college football.
That's really good. It's really good.
All right, Dell, start us.
Let's go with Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre, what did you learn?
Oh, Cowboys suck again.
Hey, Double Rod, fellas. I learned this weekend that referees can get bullied by little zesty Longhorn fans, and then on top of that, not get called for unsportsmanlike conduct, and I'm out.
Yep. Got that. They can get bullied by kids. By little long. Wait a minute. Did you see the kid with the hair at the Texas game?
Oh yeah, with the grandma hair,
the gigantic hair.
So was that a picture from sometimes I've taken pictures of my TV screen, and it does weird angles, and I'm wondering if that happened because that is crazy hair.
First time I saw it, I was like, oh my God, and then sure enough, it's all over the internet.
So while you were watching, you thought, okay.
Yeah, I thought, wow, that dude's head, that lettuce is something. Go ahead.
Ocho, what did you learn?
Yeah, I learned that this MF for Shohei Ohtani is 18 for his last 22 with runners in scoring position.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
18 of 22 with men in scoring position.
Oh, Ohtani is? Because he was like 3 for 18 or something.
Well, he was bad to start with when the bases were empty. and then he finally did something.
I don't know. Next call. You
But-
can pretty much say whatever you want on this show.
Ocho's
It's
generally
fine.
right on what he learns.
Yeah, he is.
He generally is.
Let's go with Pena. No, let's go with Wood. Woods, what
What
did
up,
you learn?
Wood?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Morning, Wood.
I learned that after seeing Isaiah Likely's mom on TV for multiple weeks, I definitely like some of her Astros number 16.
Who?
Isaiah Likely's mom.
Astros number 16.
Astros number 16. What does that mean to you guys?
Astro 16s. We said mom too.
Yeah. Do we know what that's in reference to?
I don't know what that's in reference.
But it's not the first time somebody has watched TV and enjoyed a mom.
No. Moms are enjoyable.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Steph Curry's mom really popped on the scene when she was,
Yeah.
Luka Doncic's mom.
Oh, does he
Yes.
have a good one?
Zach Wilson's
Mhm.
mom.
Yeah. Zach Wilson's mom had some attention. She'll be
Yeah.
more famous than him at the end of it.
Well, she may create good college quarterbacks. Well, Isaac Wilson's not even a good college quarterback. But
Xavier Worthy's got a good mom. too,
I
if
don't
remember
know
correctly.
what she looks like.
I just said he's
Del?
got a good mom. That's all.
Oh, raised a good child. Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Well, and Jay, did you see Jay Daniels' mom came out? Oh, he's fine. Don't worry about him.
Oh, I didn't know she
She's
ran on
already,
the
she's
field.
already given the go ahead for playing next week.
Good.
You know,
Yeah.
the way
He's trying to win Rookie of
the
the
way
Year.
Mariota played, which was a surprise. Well, except that the Panthers stink, so maybe not such a surprise. Let's go to Pena. Pena, what did you learn?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, so Edmund, Mookie Betts, and Shohei Ohtani won me some money this weekend. They helped me pay off my truck from Chastain 4, baby. Let's go.
Oh,
All right.
nice.
You learned it, but that was a sentence, I guess.
It was seemed like more, but we got the gist.
He
of it.
started
Yeah.
with a list and then a sentence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's move on to.
There was a colon in there somewhere.
I think
don't
there
know.
was a semicolon.
Maybe something like that.
A semicolon.
Yeah.
Possibly. Or
We'll give it to him.
yeah,
We'll give it to
sure.
him.
He mentioned Chastain Ford.
He did, so we're good.
Let's go with Peter. Peter, what did you learn?
Hey guys, I learned, and it may not have made a big difference, but I learned that D'Amico must have forgot he had 3 timeouts at the end of the game there.
All right, so I've heard this argument. All right, we'll do it on the other side. I don't know how he's supposed to use the timeouts to give them more time to get down the field.
Or give his team more time to get the ball
When?
back?
When?
I don't know.
They still had to get in field goal range. The other team did. It's not like they were.
You can't take them
Green
with
Bay
you,
wasn't.
Lance.
I know, but Green Bay wasn't killing off clock to get the last. They were panicking just to on that Dontavius.
They had 3 seconds left.
I know.
What were you
Yeah,
supposed
I
to
don't
say?
know when they wanted to call.
Can't take them with you.
Stop it! You're trying to piss us off, Del.
Yeah.
I know what you're
All
doing.
right, next, Del.
Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy, what did you learn?
Hey, I learned that not only is the Texans O-line is bad, but what's even worse is Kenyon Green is the worst graded inside O-line by Pro Football Focus.
Yeah. And listen, Lance.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he came in as a good pass blocker. It's
No.
worse now, apparently.
No, it's
even worse.
been a lot better this year, but that wasn't him. He did get beat on one of the rushes by it's a slap move and got beat inside. But the problem is the Texans just screwed up the way they're handling these twists, and obviously Green Bay did it so much because they've seen it on tape. This is obviously a tendency that the Green Bay said we're going to exploit this. I guarantee you with how much they did it.
Yep. Del?
Let's go to Grimace. Grimace, you had a rough one as the Dodgers clinch, and you'll see the Yankees. Grimace.
Hey guys, it's me, Grimace.
Hey, Grimace, you suck.
Hey, Grimace here. Hell of a season for the Mets. Hell of a season for me. I've been busy.
One sentence,
following
Grimace.
the Mets and going to the Mets
Grimace,
games
one
all
sentence.
One sentence. Goodbye.
Sorry, he didn't follow the rules.
The impression is bad, and you didn't even follow the rules.
Let me tell you something. We're not SEC officials that let stuff just run amok, okay? We follow the rules and follow the rules of engagement. There are
Grimace,
rules
one,
you follow.
what did you learn in one sentence?
Hey, guys,
Grimace?
it's me, Grimace. I've had a really busy.
You're not even learning.
This
You're
isn't a Christmas card, Grimace.
You're just running down the Mets season, Grimace.
Yeah.
So what did you learn?
You're terrible, Grimace. Bye.
Hamburger was always a better character.
Yep.
Let's go to Underrated Mess. What'd you learn?
Good morning, fellas. I learned that Cleveland Brown players are tone deaf, and fans deserve to boo whoever they want. And one person has a ring in Dak's house, and that's it.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot. Those are comments on different things.
It was pretty ugly. The chants going on while Deshaun is getting carted off.
Well, okay.
Was that?
No, that was fake.
That was AI. You deserve
that was
it,
AI,
right? That
yes.
wasn't real. You deserve it.
You're talking about You Deserve It, John?
Yeah.
So that was from wrestling. That's a wrestling match. It's something famous in wrestling.
Believe that it was that clear and that
No.
they picked it up that quickly.
No, everybody in the stadium chants You Deserve It. This is why we got to be careful with these video edits because it's from a wrestling match.
Okay.
It's a famous wrestling match.
I just saw it this morning and I was like, that's ugly.
But let's be clear about the Browns fans before we get to Tongue Dark Chris and close it out. You guys only hate him because he sucks, not because of all the other stuff.
Yeah. Some fans had a problem with it when he came in.
The people in that building that day, yesterday?
No.
Don't trust hose was an actual sign.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
That a kid was holding with his dad.
You're upset?
Come on now.
Because he stinks.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Final call. Let's get to Tongue Dark. Chris, what did you learn?
I learned that after being off for 2 weeks to help my wife out with a toddler and a newborn, that I missed going to work.
No. Yeah. You definitely, if you're with a toddler and a newborn,
that's why
you definitely miss work.
I'll be honest, for men, the idea of the 6 or 7 week, the paternity leave, it's like,
why would you want that? I went to work. Listen,
because you love your wife and child.
Frankie was born. I worked that afternoon.
I know.
I mean, she was born at noon. I was at work at 3. Okay, what are you doing?
You were at work at 3. Yeah, but you had. Where were you at that time? Here?
Channel 51.
Oh, okay, you were here.
Yeah.
Well, but you guys also rigged a whole baseball game to win a truck or something.
That's not what
you rigged a baseball game.
Channel 51 rig a thing so that somebody working there could win a truck.
Channel 51 did. The marketing guy rigged it so his mother-in-law won the truck giveaway.
That's the kind of foolishness going on at 51, Dell.
Well, that has nothing to do with me going to work after Frankie was born.
You just said
were you in on it?
Oh,
where were you January 6th? Were you here on January 6th?
I was.
Is that his Lufthansa heist?
Yes.
That truck.
Security. Sports reporter. You're looking at him. It's a joke.
You
go right in there.
I was at the Lufthansa
Did
heist.
you do the pregame show back then and the postgame show?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
But I
on
didn't
TV. Wow.
I did. I was doing it.
And then somebody's mom wins a truck. Woo.
Yeah.
There's some dot connecting that we need to do here.
And did she?
Moms can win trucks too.
Did she put on a
No, actually they can't.
Did she put on a fur and other ostentatious things, and you had to take care of her?
What are you doing?
What did I tell you?
I told you no big purchases.
No big purchase. Did you talk to the mom?
I told you no trucks. Give me that. Give me that.
All of a sudden, are you going to shut up?
Then all of a sudden, the guy's hanging in a meat cooler. The marketing guy's hanging in a meat cooler like Frankie Carbone.
I think he did time for it. He stole a truck. That's like $50,000.
Yeah, at that time, it was probably about
it was
26,
30,
probably.
whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
It's still theft.
It is theft. And I'm glad. You know what? It was kind of, wow, dude stole the truck. That was bad. Don't steal the truck. Buy a truck from Craig to Serve.
Yeah, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They got great deals right now on Chevy Silverados. I'll give you an example. What a great segue this is. You've got 0% financing, which is like stealing because you don't pay any finance rate. Well-qualified buyers right now are getting 0% finance rates on long-term purchases on the Chevy Silverado. So if you love trucks, you love the way a Chevy Silverado looks and feels on the inside, looks on the exterior, the amount of, your cargo carrying space that you have, you need to have a truck that is your second home. For people who love trucks, it's a second home for them. It's different. Truck people are different because they really appreciate what they have and they appreciate that truck. And the Chevy Silverado is one that has the powerful engine, the look and design and feel and the comfort on the interior. Everything you need is right there. It's right there. So why not take advantage today? Go to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com and check them out for yourself, or just head down to Angleton. It's a very easy process to get in, see all the vehicles they have. They'll get you taken care of, get you big, all the dealer incentives, a big trade-in value for the vehicle you have now, and get you in that new truck. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you to Game Day Men's Health for sponsoring our What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence? That's good stuff. We really appreciate it. Giving away tickets this Sunday to the U of H and Texas A&M basketball game, 4 o'clock at Fertitta Center. So we want you guys to be there. Anytix.com. Anytix.com is where you can buy the tickets if you don't win any this week. And by the way, a portion of the proceeds from the game are going to be donated to the Greater Houston Disaster Alliance Hurricane Barrel Recovery Fund. So those barrel survivors, man, they took a beating with that hurricane. So anyone affected by the storm is eligible to get stuff. Residents of as of October 2nd, the fund has raised close to $6 million to benefit residents of Fort Bend, Harris, Montgomery, and Waller. So if you were affected, you might be benefiting from this game at Toyota's at Fertitta Center. Fertitta Center, Sunday, 4 o'clock. Anytix, A-N-Y-Tix, anytix.com, or you can go to uhcougars.com. All right, so the Texans lose. That's a big story here. What else in the NFL that Jaden Daniels did get hurt on the first series. He didn't slide. He kind of fell, and he hurt a rib. Apparently, his mom says that he is going to be okay. A lot of favorite, man. I tell you what, the last 2 weeks, the bookies are taking a beating. Because the favorites are coming in.
I think the big stories, John, were the Lions beat the Minnesota Vikings in a showdown there. San Francisco now, Kansas City goes in. Once again, Pat Mahomes, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, throws for less than 200 yards. We are in a weird quarterback year. This is such a weird year. CJ Stroud throws for less than 100. Pat Mahomes is one of the favorites for the MVP. He has 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Even Troy Aikman is looking at that and saying, what are we doing with him as an MVP candidate? You can't win an MVP like this.
No.
I don't care. He did make some winning plays. I'm not saying he didn't, but come on now. We can't win an MVP like 6 and 8.
The Seahawks beat the Falcons at the Falcons, and Kirk Cousins led the game in passing with 232 yards. What is going on with the forward pass in the NFL? I mean, it's every game. Joe Burrow threw for 181, led that game. Anthony Richardson, 129 yards, and that was the most passing yards in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it is
it's
Jalen
weird.
Hurts, 114 yards for Jalen Hurts.
He had 114?
Matthew Stafford, 154. Mariota, 205. What happened to 400?
Mariota's the backup. Mariota got in as the backup and went for 2. What are you talking about? He lit it up.
Yeah, but
Mariota lit it up.
He played every one but the first series. I mean, he was in the whole game.
Oh, well, still 200 for Mariota.
Brock Purdy led the Chiefs versus the 49ers. The best passer, 212 yards.
And then that was junk, and that was at the end of the game. Brock Purdy was sitting there. The 49ers are sitting there under 200 yards forever. Like, it was Steve Spagnuolo beat them to a pulp.
I mean, what is going on?
I don't know. This is a crazy year at the forward pass. People are starting to basically just say, look, if you're going to play us a certain way, we're going to run the ball. The Texans decided to run the ball, and honestly, that's one of those games where they probably – Joe Mixon did have, 26 carries. It's not like they didn't run the ball. They ran the ball.
Well, we can't give Anthony Richardson the lead there. To be fair, the Dolphins had to play 2 quarterbacks, and they did outgame him by 20 yards. Huntley and Boyle combined for 149. So
okay.
The Huntley-Boyle combination.
So they combined for 149 after Huntley got hurt. So they did beat out Anthony Richardson yesterday.
Okay.
Well, actually, Dell just went with us with Huntley and Boyle.
It's only funny because it's still awful. It's just that they combined. One had 87, the other had 74. And they did take out Anthony Richardson, who went 10 for 24 for 129 yards.
So I'm in a pool where you pick every game, and I went opposite of what I would normally take. I had one. I think I had one win. I had one win yesterday. One.
Oh, so you would have done good.
So I would have done fantastic. I had 2. I was 2-9 yesterday. 2-9, dude. I'm thinking, but the books are taking, because I went opposite of all the, this is an obvious, the Commanders. No, I'm gonna go Panthers because I went Browns, I went Giants, I went Dolphins, I went I did Titans because there's no way the books are going to get hit 2 weeks in a row. Dude, they're getting destroyed right now.
Well, I would think, though, because the lines move pretty heavily on against the Steelers. So I would imagine they got some back there with Steelers winning, and also with because the line went all the way to San Francisco was 2 by game time. So I would imagine, some big money came in on San Francisco, and it probably helped them out, the 2 night games. But, man, you just bet against Deshaun Watson, I think you're in pretty good shape, but they got 1 win. Is Deshaun done? Deshaun's done for the year.
He's got to be done.
Right? An Achilles usually lasts for about a year. So next year he would be
usually.
Well, he'd be a pup. Longer. Next year he'd be a pup list. Worst case scenario, best case scenario, he's pup list for the first 6 weeks.
Is there any business ever been bought that was a worse buy than $230 million for Deshaun?
No.
So Jalen Phillips tore his ace.
Toys R Us.
His Achilles on Black Friday, and he was back for the first game of the season. Of course, he had an MCL issue or ACL issue, partial, so he's out for the year now. But it wasn't an Achilles related thing. So if we go by his timeline, Deshaun could very well be back.
Aaron Rodgers was back in less than a year.
Yeah, so he could be back by week 1. I'm not. Maybe the Browns don't want him.
But let me ask you something: if you're Deshaun and you love to travel. And because he does love to travel.
So he's not going to work
out.
And
he loves his money. And I don't think he probably loves playing football right now, period, and really doesn't love it in Cleveland. And it's mutual. Wouldn't it be best if he just goes to Egypt and Norway and
take your time,
Iceland? Yeah, look, your money's guaranteed. This is, by the way, trip. I know everyone would give him the bag. Everyone get the bag. You get the bag. They got the bag. Good, he gets a bag. Everyone's all get the bag until you realize this is why owners never want fully guaranteed deals in the NFL, because when you have these situations, especially with the number getting this high, look how bad you're screwed. They are absolutely pulverized. And what they're going to have to do is basically this year's a dead year. Next year will be a dead year for them. And then they can get rid of Deshaun Watson. But they're still going to take a big hit even after next year. I believe they still take a pretty significant hit on Deshaun Watson's contract. So
it's another no. They can't. Hey, let's get we got callers on the board. Let's get La Raza in here. La Raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
El Juanito G, el Lance Z, el Delvin, el C, Gentlemen, man, I know I got here too late. But what I learned over the weekend is that, man, Lance Zierlein is such a hater of this generation. But when it comes to the gym fit inspirational type, man, you can see that dude with angel wings behind his back.
Yeah. You weren't here for it, John.
So this is okay. So Dell acted. Now La Raza is being a bad actor here because he knows that he's backing the wrong person.
No, he's not.
Here's what happened, John. Dell came in and just
don't say I came in because I didn't bring it up on the air.
Well, I brought something up on the air. It was a discussion.
This is on you, not me.
And Dell was like, "I hate all these."
I didn't say I hate them.
I hate all these girls.
I never said I hate them.
I joined right after this, and I didn't know what you guys were talking about.
I didn't say I hate them.
But I do know that Abigail thinks you're a hater too. So I'm with.
That's
Abigail.
fine. That's fine. But I never said I hated them. I just said they're all the same.
They try to
there's no difference between one and the other.
They usually love the Lord, and then they get in their cars and they tell you that you're good enough and you're smart enough.
Like that?
You're good enough and smart enough.
And so Abigail played one of her videos. She played one of her videos, and she was like, "I just want you to know that you're seen and you're loved."
And was I wrong?
And no, you're not wrong.
All right, then.
But the hate that
what's the problem?
But you were going after young Abigail.
I wasn't going after.
Yeah,
her.
you were. And then
what was the thing about?
It's okay. Some
tell them the
gym inspirational or gym fit girls. They're kind of all the same in this regard. They're usually going to have tattoos. They're gonna love Jesus. and they're going to sit in their car and spin these inspirational messages that are one and the same. There's no difference between someone who says it on Monday and maybe the thing they'll say on Friday or their friend will say on Tuesday. It's all the same. And that's all I pointed out. And Lance tried to make it a giant issue. And then he tried to prod, as you say, young Abigail, to fight back.
I didn't have to prod. She was like,
it was fine.
Why
with
is
me.
he coming after me?
I didn't come after her. Once
Dell
again,
hates inspiration. You know that, John.
Once again, I didn't come after anyone. I said something off there. You brought it on there, and what is it a good show? If I go, no, I don't know what you're talking about, Lance. No, I answered what you wanted me to answer, and it's fine.
And then what La Raza's saying, because Dell brought this up, is that I had angel wings.
He was playing the white knight, definitely. He was coming in riding on his horse, saving the day.
I was just saying, why are you going after her? She's just trying to help young girls
I didn't go after
feel
her.
better about themselves or boys.
And I will tell you another thing. Some people are very upset. I can't believe he treated her this way.
That's right.
And if a guy talks to a girl like that, it must be because he likes her.
Yeah. Or he's a misogynist.
Or she's on this show, and if you want the smoke, you get the smoke. This is what this show's about.
Yeah,
I don't know if people listen. If you up for the smoke, you get the smoke. That's all it is.
That's true.
Why would I treat her?
But she wasn't up. She was just sitting there minding her business, punching the buttons.
I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, but when you had your chance,
I'm sorry we started this.
Yeah.
Let's get who's next.
Well, we don't have time for it. Thank you for that. Now we got to go to break.
What do we have to get a break to get the ratings right?
Yeah, we got to get a break right here because we got to talk about HRP. My peeps over at HRP. And now, all of a sudden, I'm talking about HRP instead of that garbage. So here we go. HRP, thank you for saving us once again. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. What's your business like? What's your business doing? Is it growing? Because HRP is going to help you grow your business, okay? HRP is going to, I'm telling you, they're consultants on businesses. And I had them see a buddy who has a business, and he's got about 30 employees. And they said, we can save him about $150,000 a year. That's $150,000 that'll go right into their pocket. How about that? With just 30 employees, $150,000 is a lot of money that you're saving every year. That goes to your bottom line as opposed to you doing your payroll or an admin company doing your payroll, whatever it is, whatever you're trying to do there. And then how much easier it is come tax time and how proficient they are and how knowledgeable they are when it comes to tax time and the Affordable Care Act. You don't know that stuff. They do. Payroll's not your business. It's their business. So go with HRP. Let them do it much better than you can. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 and 97.9 HD2. Go there, please. HD2. Hey, we've got, over the next couple of days, we got Kelvin Sampson and Buzz Williams joining us to talk about that game coming up on Sunday and the help for Beryl. Beryl was here in our area, and Beryl survivors really need the help. So get on out to the game. Go to anytickets.com and get your tickets for the Aggies and the Cougs. Lamont is here. Let's get him in here. Hey, Lamont, what's going on?
Hey, what's the deal, fellas? First of all, and I'm going to end this with something that's kind of important. The first thing, since when did the Texans and the Packers have beef like that? Like, it seemed like it was, I mean, I ain't whining about it or anything, but I was like, man, these two teams play every 4 years. But what's the problem? All that game, it seems like it was pretty aggressive. Don't know what was happening. Somebody that's going up under the radar that's not getting a lot of smoke right now is D'Amico Ryans for not challenging that lateral, and I think that was territory. The referee was like, whatever it was lateral, he should have challenged that or something. But here's the most important thing, man. Hey guys, with Achilles, is that something that you got to go through physical therapy with? You have to go through physical therapy and get massages and stuff?
I knew that was coming. Yes, you do. You typically are going to have a surgery, and then, yes, there is a physical therapy process that is going to happen, that is going to be monitored by the insurance companies with registered physical therapy. You don't DM them in Instagram to see if there's a physical therapist, Lamont. Okay, that's not how that works. And if he tries that, you need to tell the league. But okay, so I was in the car for part of it driving back. I will admit I had the game on. I was listening to the game, and then I taped the game. It may have been on my phone where I could see some of it. Anyway, what's the lateral? I don't even know the lateral thing.
So
what was that
was the play before the touchdown.
Which touchdown?
To Reed.
The Wicks touchdown.
The Wicks touchdown.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, same guy, same thing. Wicks and Reed, same guy. And along the left, so D'Amico, they hurry up and they run up to the line of scrimmage. Now, Jim Nantz on the call, he immediately said, oh, no, they're scrambling for the ball, but that's a forward pass. Now, they looked at it again, and Tony Romo goes, ooh, I don't know, dude. I'm not sure that that's a forward pass. And apparently D'Amico was ready, or he was looking to throw the flag. They run up to the line of scrimmage, no huddle, boom, throw the touchdown pass. I don't know. It looked like it was sideways. It looked like, at first I thought, no, that's a forward pass. But then when they showed the replay, I was like, oh, that's pretty close. So,
but was it irrefutable? Well, there's no reason not to challenge it then.
Yeah, it's the first half. You know, what's the difference, right? You lose one of your challenges, but you only lose one time out in the first half. That's fine. I don't know. Del, what did you think?
It was close.
It was close, I guess. Yeah, it was close.
I think it's close enough to take a look, and hopefully you get an angle that goes in your favor. It's exacerbated by D'Amico noticing his secondary wasn't ready for the play, and then you just get, I guess, what was supposed to be covered too, and the safety didn't get over, and you got an easy touchdown. So that exacerbated the moment. But, I mean, I think I'm taking a look. Yeah, losing the timeout, whatever. But I think it was close enough.
Yeah. It was funny because Love's feet were behind and he was backpedaling, but where the ball was released, it looked like it was sideways. But since his body was further back, it looked like a forward pass. So I don't know that he would have got it, but it sure would have slowed him down and they might not have scored on the very next play. Who's next? Julian? Hey, Julian, your 49ers suck.
Boy, looking good, Julian. Looking real good.
You're terrible.
Oh, it's all right, brother. We've been pretty good for a while now. It's inevitable, right? The NFL's built like this salary cap.
Damian Woody said the door's closed.
Forever.
Damian Woody said the door's closed. But
I admit, I told Dale we were going to have it was going to be a 2-score game. it just happened to be the other way around.
I thought you guys were going to
Now,
win. I really did. I thought it was a great spot for San Francisco.
Well, look, man.
Brock sucked.
It just Brock sucked that game. I haven't seen Brock like this since Baltimore. Everyone's gonna have a bad game every once in a while. I still don't think they need to throw the kid under the bus like a lot of people have. But I will say this about the NFL. I love it. I love to see these 186 passing yards, defensive games where the running back is going to determine the outcome. I'm sick of all these prima donna receivers getting 20 targets. Like, let's get back to ground and pound. Oh, receivers. Oh, hey, we'll get you on third down. Set your ass up. Y'all have a good day.
You like?
There's
another big receiver payday. Brandon Ayuk, completely.
Oh my God.
What a disaster that's been.
He's done.
He's been a disaster. These guys who sit out training camp.
Well, except Chase. Chase has been good.
Yeah, he has after the first two games.
Yeah, right.
Where they were both losses.
Right, and now they're 3-4, and he's in there. You know what? They're going to be
3-4 ain't great.
No, but they're going to be in the thick of it.
Yeah, but there's no reason to sit it out. He didn't have to. They could have been on the same page from week one.
No, but at least he's performing.
Yeah, but my point is that when you sit it out for no reason, it doesn't do you any good. The same thing happened with Brandon Ayuk. He even said, yeah, I probably didn't have to do all that stuff I was doing. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you helped. The money and the team are both going to come. This is what I don't understand why players don't realize all that money, the big contract, it's an inevitability. It's coming. It's going to be there. You don't have to make it either my team or my money. Both things are coming 100%. I mean, the money is coming 100%. You got to look out for the team element too, because that's what you're in the league for, because your money is coming if you're a wide receiver. Brandon Ayuk even said, I treated them kind of bad, but blah, blah, blah. Well, now is it a torn ACL? They don't know yet. I guess we'll find out today, but it does not look good. He could be done.
Debo's out. Jennings was out. Ayuk is out.
Samuel played like 3 snaps. He was sick and he had to stop. Like they had their 5th, 6th, and 7th receivers out. 4, 5, 6, 7.
And Rick, the guy who got shot in the preseason, was out there.
Yeah, they had to take a guy whose first game after getting shot in the chest. Like, what kind of offense is that? We got Brock. Brock looked like Iowa State Brock yesterday. Ugh. And by the way, have we seen anything like the quarterback position in terms of the ebbs and flows of a career? Do you remember when we all wrote Jared Goff off? Like, Jared Goff is the year he had a bad Super Bowl. The year after that, he was awful. The year after that, they got rid of, like, the Lions, like, we can't do this with Jared Goff anymore. He's gone. And then everything was, and I know this from doing draft stuff, who are the Lions? Like, when are the Lions going to draft quarterback? The Lions, they're not going to give Goff another contract, are they? They're not going to. Jared Goff should be the front runner potentially for MVP. If you look at wins and stats, both, he's going to be one of the front runners. He should be one of the top 3.
Did CJ take himself out this week? Did Mahomes take himself out this week?
CJ took himself out for now, but it's a fluid situation. He can get back in.
I mean, there's a lot of
but for right now, yes, he should not be in the top 5.
No, and if you had to vote right now,
I mean, I'm not voting for Pat Mahomes. I'm voting right now. It would be Goff. In terms of where they are, how they're playing, and all that, I think Lamar's been really good. I think Lamar's been really good. He would be in consideration for me. Lamar and Goff would be the 2. They'd be the 2 in consideration. Who else? Josh Allen.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would put the other 2 ahead of him.
Yeah, but Josh would be in consideration.
I like those. All right. When we come back, Ship Talk. Dell's got a lot of stuff, and I think maybe some WNBA might.
By the way, Josh Allen, still no interceptions. Josh Allen, no interceptions this year.
What kind of world are we living in?
And a quarterback rating of 108. Like, yeah, he absolutely deserves to be up there. No interceptions for Josh Allen. This is a crazy world. We got no interceptions for Josh Allen, and Pat Mahomes has 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. What are we doing with the football right now?
I don't want to live in that world. I just don't.
Well, you're here.
Time to talk about Chastain Ford. I want to live in that world. I love Chastang Ford. You'll love Chastang Ford. You'll love Chastang Ford because of the way that they do business and starting at the top. I love that. I love that. And it trickles down throughout the entire organization. We're going to give people, we want to make sure that everybody gets a great deal. We want to make sure that nobody is choking on their payments. We want to make sure that this is a great car buying experience, that people get the vehicle that they want, okay, at the price that they want, and not what we want to give them. Okay, no add-ons, no markups. That's never going to happen at Chastang Ford. That's kind of a big deal, people, because when you get quoted, oh well, yeah, this car is 21,000. By the time you sit down, it's now 28,000. What the hell happened? What the hell happened to that 21,000? Well, we had this add-on and that. We're going to put this on there. No, I don't want all that. I want the vehicle at the price that I need to have it at. And the first thing that they'll ask you is, where do your payments have to be? They got great deals on Broncos right now, F-150s as well, up to $12,000 off. There's no better time. It's just perfect. It's the best place to get it. Listen, we're getting towards the end of the year, and they got to get those cars off the lot, so they're going to make deals. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Make sure that you have Vanderford Air in your phone. I don't care if you don't need them right now. You're going to need an air conditioning company. If your air conditioner ever is not working at its time, and you know how it goes, you may think we turned a corner. It's going to be warmer today. It was close to around 90 yesterday, I think, 88, 89. That's not exactly not AC weather. Your AC was on yesterday. So your air conditioner is going to run into November. That's just going to be the case. Then we'll have some one-off 87-degree December day, because that's what you're going to need that air conditioner. And if it's not working properly, you're going to know it right away. You want to get that taken care of. Make sure that you have my friends over at Vanderford Air to come diagnose what's going on and fix it. They can also replace your air conditioner, and they will get it financed for you and get the right size air conditioner for your home. You don't want something too big, because that's not efficient and you're just paying too much for that air conditioning unit. But you also don't want something too small, because it will run forever and ever and ever, and you'll never quite get as cool as you need to be for your home. So Vanderford Air is the company for you when it's time to get your furnace checked up. Since we don't run it very often, that's always a good time to have Vanderford look at the complete system with an entire checkup, and that is going to get you really ready and settled for this winter. It's Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Time for Dell to bring us Ship Talk. Who did it? Who said stuff they shouldn't have said? And Dell is here for that. What do you say, Dell?
Well, we had a caller earlier, Lamont, asked why there was so much contention between the Packers and the Texans. Well, before the game, two guys who have a long history, Jair Alexander, Stephon Diggs, got into it. Well, Stephon Diggs versus the entire Packers team. He was the only one out there for the Texans as the Packers got after him. Just some words, maybe a point here or there, nothing too serious. Well, after the game, Stephon Diggs was asked about it, and he's here to let you know he's not looking to be mature.
I was walking to the locker room in the beginning of the game, and I heard somebody chirping. And I'm never the bigger person, so that's how I go and give a fuck about myself or with a million. So I'm never the bigger person. I ain't letting go. You know, obviously they picked it up or whatever, but I ain't with the football talk about it is what it is. You know, I can't all the time. But I ain't getting into all that. It's just I ain't letting it go.
As you heard him say, he ain't letting Ish go. And he's not looking to be the bigger person.
I'm not the bigger person. Hey, at least he knows. You know what?
Self-aware.
He knows himself. He's self-aware.
Yes.
Stephon Diggs not being the bigger person absolutely tracks.
And the Jair Alexander stuff went on throughout the game. He got after CJ, got after Tank Dell. That the man. That's what he does.
I know he does, but my goodness, dude. If I'm the Packers, I saw one of the guys. You know, after he was going after CJ. One of the assistant coaches just like discussed it. Okay, that's enough, Jair. That's enough. Honestly, let's just move on. Goodness gracious, you don't have to be an a-hole all the time.
Well, that's the way he plays, I guess. If you're going to be an all-pro Pro Bowler, I guess that's what he needs to have to get done. Let's move on to another corner, Greg Newsome, who was among several Browns who didn't like how the fans reacted after Deshaun Watson was hurt. Someone in our What Have You Learned segment mentioned the guys being tone deaf. Well, here's Greg Newsome taking issue with the fans and their cheering.
That was bullshit. I noticed it right away. I mean, no matter what you feel about a player, performance-wise or not, you don't boo a guy that's down, that can't get up by himself. So, yeah, that was bullshit. So any fan that said anything is bullshit. That's simple. You don't do that. Like I said, whether the guy's playing well or not, whether you're a fan favorite, whether you're anything, you don't boo a guy that's sitting down. So, yeah, that's bullshit.
Did they boo or cheer?
It was more of a cheer.
Even more of a cheer. So, Greg, they're cheering. That's even worse, though.
Cheering an injury.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett went on. He spoke after the game and didn't like what the fans did. He did say something. Deshaun was a model citizen in college and most of the pros. What do you mean most of the pros? Did Myles take into account?
Not all the pros.
Like from 2020 to 2022, Myles Garrett.
He was a model citizen in college, and
most of the pros. Myles,
most of the pros.
I can't give him all the pros. So
no,
Browns fans not happy. Neither, or they were happy, but the players were not. So let's move to what happened in Austin. We talked a lot about the calls or the call that didn't change the game because they got it right, but they went about it the wrong way. Well, here's Kirby Smart after the game talking to the
Holly Rowe.
No, it wasn't her. It was the other. They had two at the game.
Put Holly Rowe on.
No, it was someone else. I don't know who.
No, it wasn't Holly Rowe.
They tried to cheat us.
But he did say this. I don't remember her name. Maybe Katie something. I don't know her last name. But this is Kirby Smart after the game regarding people not believing in his team and the call.
Nobody gave us a chance. Your whole network doubted us. Nobody believed us. And then they tried to rob us with calls in this place. And these guys are so resilient. You know what I mean? We talked about intent. What was our intent when we walked on the field? Our intent was not to take pictures, not to do all the superstar stuff. Our intent, our intent was to eat.
Then he said it again. He goes, our intent was to eat.
Superstar stuff. I believe, Glenn Powell was there. Of course, Matthew McConaughey was there. So
Kevin Durant.
Well, they had Quavo on the sideline, though.
Quavo,
Georgia did.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, so a lot of Texas luminaries were there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, my family got all riled up because Kevin Durant was last week. He was at Colorado.
Yeah.
In the middle of Oklahoma, the Texas, Oklahoma. By the way, you're supposed to say Texas, Oklahoma. Texas goes first.
What if you're an Oklahoma fan?
Texas, you say Oklahoma, Texas. But do you even want to claim that right now, Oklahoma, how bad they are? He went to, when it's Texas, Oklahoma weekend, he went to Colorado game, and my family's like, what the hell is Kevin Durant doing? But he was there. He was there for the big game. He probably just said, look, I'm going to the Georgia game.
Well, he was there because Denver had a game the next day.
Okay.
Phoenix had a game the next day in Denver.
Yeah.
So
that
that's
makes sense. There we go. I'll have to explain it to everybody.
Yeah.
But I don't see that meant something. Kirby doesn't just say stuff that we're not here to take pictures, do that superstar stuff, Hollywood superstar, Hollywood Johnny Wood stuff that we're doing out there, taking pictures with Sugar Ray Leonard and all that. We're out here to eat. We're going to eat. We're not here to rub elbows with Goose Gossage. We're here to get first downs and sack people.
Eat. Want to eat?
There's another one that it's hard to find. It's when I knew I had the wrong side 100%. No, actually, I didn't have the wrong side.
Let Del finish. This
are you
segment.
done, Del?
No, there's one more.
No.
The other thing that happened regarding that clip is, of course, it was on ABC. SportsCenter grabbed it, but removed the part where Kirby said, your whole network doubted us. So they played a lot of what Kirby said, like, we got to eat. But they didn't say they didn't want that part of it in there, so they cut that out. SportsCenter's official account did that. But let's go on to what John referenced before we went to break. There was controversy in the WNBA. The finals, Game 5 was last night. The Liberty won their first title. You'll hear the Lynx coach mention that in like a backhanded compliment sort of way. Cheryl Reeve is the coach, and you also hear at the very end of this clip the response from the Liberty coach when she was told of Cheryl Reeve's comments about the Liberty win.
I know all the headlines will be Reeve cries foul. Bring it on, right? Bring it on, because this was stolen from us.
Ooh,
bring it on. This ain't that hard. Officiating it's not that hard. When someone is being held, be consistent. If you don't want to hold it one, then don't call it the other. Be consistent. Every team asks for that. Right? Sandy asked for that last game. So 3 of the games in the series, we're talking about the same damn thing. Right? So I tell these guys, for whatever reason, it didn't work out. Right? It just doesn't feel right. I mean, congratulations to the Liberty on their first championship. Been around, I don't know, how long has the league been around? 28 years? It took them 28 years. Congrats to them.
What?
We were that close to our 5th. Just didn't happen. Right? It's disappointing. It's incredibly disappointing.
Hey, Sandy, over here.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheryl came in earlier and said that she felt this championship had been stolen from them because of the officiating. I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on the reffing today.
I thought they were pretty fair. I mean, I'm after.
Is that they've got an Australian
They have an
coach?
Australian coach. Yeah,
That's
she said
the best.
You heard her. She said "good day" when the woman.
Oh, she said "good day."
Yeah, she said "good day."
I thought she said "hey."
No, over here.
Oh, I thought they were pretty fair.
And she also.
You don't want to know what I think about the other coach.
You can't.
I'll use the word I'm not supposed to use in this country.
Well, you couldn't tell because you couldn't see it, but when the reporter said that Cheryl thinks it was stolen from them, Sandy was like, whatever. You could hear it, but you couldn't tell. Yeah, in 28 years.
28 years it took them. Congratulations.
We were close to our 5th.
Yeah. How many does Minnesota have?
4.
They do.
Almost had 5.
Oh,
and
I missed all 4 of them.
Surprising.
I mean, they've been in the league, 28 years, their first one? Great. I mean, congratulations. This would have been our 5th if we hadn't been cheated. I mean, there's some beef there between those two teams.
I saw a headline this morning, the best WNBA finals ever. And then I saw somebody put out a tweet, man, the WNBA.
The video of
air ball.
It was the 2 straight minutes of unedited game.
Unedited.
And it's like, what is, I mean, this is
Game
terrible.
7s generally turn into that, like slog fest, and whether it be
Game
WNBA
5.
or NBA. Well, Game 5, they'll move the Game 7 next year. Game 5s, Game 7 generally do that. people are bringing this one up. The Cavs Warriors went the same way. We remember it fondly, at least some people do, for the block and the shot. But the last 4.5 minutes of that game was nasty. No one could make a shot. Just so happens the whole game was like that. Remember, that game was 93-89. That was the final of Game 7.
Lance.
I'm just
talking about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's an ally?
He's
Who
an
isn't?
ally. He's an ally. Oh yeah. Well, the NBA is just the same.
Game 7
This was pretty bad.
Game
This
7.
was pretty bad.
Even the Heat Spurs was 92-87. Game 7s are somewhere around those lines. Game 7s are generally slogs, particularly when the title's on the line. Just so happens this one was bad too. It happens.
Well, this was some layup air balls. This was really bad.
The second place rookie doesn't make layups. It's kind of, I guess, what the deal is.
If only Caitlin was in the game, it would have been so much better.
For who?
For everybody.
All
right.
She would have got bullied too.
Okay, there it is. Oh, so the 97.5 rankings are out. According to Nathan, my ranking no one asked for. Lance Z, number 1.
Overall?
Joel, 2, I'm 3. Dell, you're 4.
Out of how many? Like 8 or something like that?
Whose rankings are these?
I don't. Nathan's.
Oh yeah, he's good. I like him. He's smart.
Oh, you're number 1.
Yeah. Well, I mean, regardless of what he ranked me, he's known as one of the best people.
Yeah, you'll have your Georgia moment, just like Texas did.
Paul.
I came out here with aggression, looking to eat.
You want to eat? Let's eat.
That's what I was telling you. The before the TCU national championship game, on the sideline, right before the game, he said, "Coach, what are you expecting to see from your team today as they play for this national championship?" Aggression. Aggression. And as soon as he said that, I'm like, oh my God, TCU's about to get their asses kicked bad. And Kirby just was real aggression. And I've never forgotten. It's always stuck with me. And so as I'm watching the first half, I realized you have to just look at quarterback versus Kirby Smart. That's how you have to handicap big games like this. Because let's remember, Kirby's, my wife's like, this Georgia, this isn't you even said this isn't the same Georgia team. No, I don't think it's the same Georgia team. I don't look how bad Carson Beck was. No touchdowns, 3 interceptions. It's not the same Georgia team. But with that said, they still kicked the crap out of, well, they didn't, they extended the lead in the fourth quarter, but it was a comfortable win over Clemson, and that's their only loss. They came back from 28 down to take a lead and would have beaten Alabama in Alabama in one of the greatest comebacks in the history of college football, if not for a great play by Ryan Williams. Yep. And then they went into Texas, and with their quarterback throwing 3 interceptions, they won by 15. Like, this is still, let's slow down on this. Isn't Georgia. I know that they're not as good as usual. They're not as talented. The quarterback play hasn't been as good. But this Georgia team still got some moments now.
Oh, Texas is so good. Listen, Texas is so
Texas
good.
Is
all
good.
week.
I think Texas is good.
Texas is good.
I think Texas is good. I think Quinn Ewers and Arch Man. Well, I shouldn't just say Quinn Ewers. The offensive line was not good enough.
The offensive line was terrible.
They were not good enough for protection.
Just like the Texans game.
It was a lot like it.
You got to talk about Zadok. That's what we got to talk about.
Let's talk about Zadok. Let's talk about getting your wife for her anniversary, your anniversary, her birthday, a push gift, which is when you have a baby. I don't care what it is. Let's talk about getting a really great present for her. It could be a diamond pendant. It could be brand new earrings. It could be a watch, a really beautiful woman's watch. It could be a tennis bracelet. Now, you're spending a little more money if you're getting a tennis bracelet, but you may love her that much, and that may be something that you can afford to do for her and that she'll remember forever. I'm just telling you, no matter what your budget is, and no matter whether or not you have an idea of what it is that you want to get, the experts at Zadok are going to help you find exactly what it is that is going to be special for you and for her. Make sure that you stop by at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard and let them do their thing. It's Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Longhorn Keith's been waiting. He wants to talk about the game. What do you say, Longhorn Keith?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
I called you up before the season started, and I said that Quinn Ewers was the problem, and I'll keep saying this. And I know we talk a lot about offensive linemen and, like, the outcomes that they had on Saturday night, and Lance nailed it, right? It's anytime you're playing Kirby Smart, he's looking at the quarterback, and this is why I said what I said before the season started about Quinn Ewers. And, John, you played the position, and Lance, your father, coaches offensive linemen. If you just take an honest look at that game, tell me what could Banks have done differently at left tackle when your quarterback literally will not step up in the pocket?
God almighty, it was so bad. By the goal line, you mean the one by the goal line? You got to step up. I mean, what are you doing? And John, Banks did his job, took the guy down to the ground. Like, step up in the pocket, Quinn. This is basic quarterbacking 101.
Yeah. But you got to have a feel for it, too.
Yeah, that's right.
You got to have a feel. And he doesn't have a feel, no. Well, okay, so Longhorn Keith.
So what do you do then,
Arch?
Keith?
You want Arch?
I do. I want Arch for this reason. Not because he's a popular name, but if you pay attention to Arch and his quarterback play and his mechanics, you will immediately notice that he steps up and he's also a little bit more mobile than Quinn Ewers ever will be. And that gives you the opportunity to take some pressure off of your offensive line when you have – let's keep in mind, too, the reason why Georgia's defense and their defensive linemen were able to just haul off on our offensive linemen is because Quinn put us in the position to be when you have two turnovers to start the game as a defense, you think your offense should be able to at least score you 3 points. But that dude did nothing. So what does that do? 20-0? Yes, Georgia's gonna fire off on you. Yes, they're gonna run all kind of schemes because you literally have no choice but to throw the ball. Yes, the offensive line looks bad, but I'm not going to put this all on the offensive line, guys. I'm sorry.
Well,
and I
saw Arch go in
mistake.
there and he got killed too. He couldn't do a thing either with that offensive. I mean, the way that you're not playing Georgia every game. That said,
but they didn't have any quick
But you are going to play Georgia or Notre Dame or A&M. You're playing good teams especially when you get to the playoff.
They'll be good
teams. You know what? You gotta have a better. He's got
Texas is still one of the best teams. They've ran into a team that has been in this situation tons of times.
But Texas has not beaten
and
anyone.
Del, what did you say before the game?
I said Texas as a program was one of the top teams in the country. I wasn't going to use this Georgia game to.
But what about this year? You said they hadn't faced anybody.
This year, yeah. They hadn't faced anyone of consequence who would put any stress on them. I thought Carson Beck might offensively. He certainly did, but. The pressure points, whatever Texas's pressure points are, we don't know. We didn't know going in because there was no one capable of doing that. Because even with Oklahoma's defense, who was pretty good, their offense wasn't going to be good enough to make Texas get out of any kind of comfort zone. And we saw that once Georgia could scrape some points together and put some points up, those pressure points started to crack because maybe Texas didn't even know what their pressure points were because we hadn't seen them yet. Oklahoma and Michigan weren't capable of doing that. Now we saw a team who could. A team who's probably, I don't know if Georgia's the best team in the country, but they're at least top 4, top 5, and we saw how Texas reacted. It wasn't great.
Before Georgia, this was the nation's #1 team, and now Texas fans are calling in, freaking out, and want a quarterback change.
Well, they wanted that quarterback change as soon as Arch got on campus, to be fair.
Well, no, I don't know. I think they realized they got a better chance with Ewers. You can't put Arch in right now.
Well,
I mean, Arch looked even worse than Ewers did.
No, logically, you make sense. But as soon as Arch came on campus, it was when is he going to take over for Quinn? And they wanted Quinn to be good enough last year to leave, but he wasn't good enough, so he had to come back. But they've been waiting. They waited for that moment in that Georgia game. Since Arch got there, just turns out Arch wasn't ready for Georgia because no one on Texas was ready for Georgia on Saturday.
The only true thing Dell has ever said in his life. Dell would be good at weather forecasting, I bet. I don't know. Why does Twitch hate you?
I don't know.
It's just
Will you ask that question probably once a week? Why don't you
I do
ask
ask
them?
that question once a week. I've got 2 tickets right now to give away to the big game, U of H versus Texas A&M Sunday at Fertitta Center basketball game. 2 teams that met twice last year and had really, really good games. I mean, that first game, Wade Taylor came on in the second half. It was just a fantastic game, and it was 195 in the NCAA tournament last year, second round, that University of Houston won. So they're meeting again, and proceeds are going to Barrel. If you want to go to the game, anytix.com, anytix.com, and again, the proceeds go to Barrel. Some of the proceeds go to Barrel people who got waylaid by the hurricane. But we're giving away 2 tickets right now at 713-780-3776. Caller number 4 at exactly 9:05. At exactly 9:05, caller number 4 is going to win 2 tickets to that game on Sunday at Fertitta Center. All right, we got to take one here, and it's time for you to talk about Quick Assist.
Let's talk about selling those tickets. Man, you got tickets to a game that you really they don't have you purchase tickets with them. What they do is they take your tickets for for any game. I know there were some Longhorn fans who actually sold their tickets to for the Georgia game because it paid for their entire season tickets. And that's understandable. Maybe you got some for the Texans, maybe you got some for the Rockets. It doesn't matter. They do NBA, NFL, college football, NHL, Major League Baseball. If you got tickets to sell, you list them with, or you give them over to, you sign up with Quick Assist. You go to the, download the app, Quick ASYST. Then what you do is you upload them into their system, and then they will list them on 15 different ticket sites, the 15 primary ticket sites. So can you imagine the amount of eyes that you're getting on? You could do it yourself, but they're going to get about 14 to 15 times the eyes that you could get on your own tickets. And they dynamically price them to go up or down based on what the market's doing, so that they maximize your opportunity to sell the tickets, but sell them at the best price possible. This is a no-brainer. If you've got tickets to sell, do it with Quick Assist.
Wow. Boise scored 28, and Genty had 217. I mean, this dude is incredible. Just incredible. All right, do we agree with the college football rankings? Oregon 1, Georgia 2, Penn State 3, Ohio State 4, Texas 5, Miami 6.
Well, the Texas one, what's on their resume that says, other than what we thought of them, that says they should be ahead of any of the undefeated teams?
So they beat Michigan. They went to Michigan.
Michigan stinks.
Yeah, they're not great. They also beat Colorado State, UTSA, UL Monroe, Mississippi State, and Oklahoma. And that's really
how many of those teams have winning records?
Well, even if they do, they're
not good.
Schedule.
Yeah. So the teams who we thought would bolster their resume leading into this game have not lived up to preseason hype. So Texas, I think, is a top 5 team. Sure, talented. We understand all that. But if we're just going by merit, they're there because, well, I don't know why. I don't know what merit-based reason they have for being ahead of any of the undefeated teams. They're just Texas, and we think they're good, so we'll put them up there.
They should be ahead of BYU. They should be ahead of Indiana. They should be ahead of Iowa State, I guess. Iowa State's really struggled with Oklahoma State.
They struggled with UCF. UCF had a big lead in the second half. UCF can't throw a forward pass, but they can run. They ran all over Iowa State. I'm saying some of it.
No. BYU struggled with Oklahoma State.
Yeah, on Friday. They won that game late. Yeah, I'm saying a bit tongue-in-cheek, but Texas is where they are because what we think they're supposed to be. But there's nothing that says nothing merit-based that says they're a top 5 team, but we believe it, so we're going to throw them there.
Oregon won?
Yeah, I agree. They have the best win of the year. I mean, maybe give Alabama over Georgia, but Ohio State's really good. I would give Oregon that. And after their early season issues, where they were playing teams closer than we think they should have, they've been good. So no problem with Oregon being one.
All right, we got to go to the phone, Stel. Who's waiting on hold?
Well, Carol wants to talk Texas, Georgia as well. But
Carol, let's see.
We'll see what it's spelled with the K, so that might give you some clue.
Well, all right. Well, Carol is on the line. Hello, Carol.
Yeah, hello. I was calling to talk about Texas, the game between Texas and Georgia. And I want to say this.
Hello, Dr. Coxslaughter. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. I didn't want to get it. I didn't want to get any special treatment or anything like that. I believe in the rules. I like to follow the rules. So if I was going to be third or fourth in line, I would just follow the rules and do that. Because, see, I believe in following rules. I believe in closing the borders. I believe in being tough on crime, and I believe in following rules. I don't believe that we just flip and switch rules and laws around anytime we want to because people throw trash on the ground. See, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in littering either. I don't believe in none of that stuff. So, yeah, I was just going to sit here and wait my turn because I'm a law-abiding citizen. That's how come. But let me say this. Yes, as you may know, I am a fan of the SEC. I'm a fan of Alabama, but Georgia, they're us. They're us. Historically, they were with us, and they've been with us forever and ever. And Kirby Smart came over from Alabama, and he's good people. But I tell you what, I got to say this. I've never in my life seen, other than LSU, which we don't really count them because they're just scurrilous people, but I've never seen a behavior like I saw from the University of Texas fans. And let me say this here also. You ever watch TV on the Texas football? You ever seen TV where they show the fans? They don't look like SEC fans. You ever seen them? They got a lot of people in the crowd that don't look like they grew up watching a lot of football, if you know what I mean. Okay, so let me just say this. It means more here in the SEC. It means more. But we also keep our yard nice, okay? And y'all throwing stuff all over the ground, University of Texas people, throwing stuff on the ground like that and acting a fool. And then these SEC/Big 12 referees that come out there and they change their mind. They change the rules. How would you like it if somebody stole your vehicle and they said, well, that's against the law, we caught them, we're going to prosecute them. They say, you know what? We're going to let them go. We're going to let them go. We changed the law. Stealing cars is legal now. That's basically what they did.
Well, no,
you don't get to change the rules like that. Let me say this here also on Texas and Texas A&M. I warned y'all. I warned all of y'all Texas not to be pulling these shenanigans if y'all came to our conference. Here's the thing I figured out. Aggies, y'all nothing but this is just Mississippi. Aggies are Mississippi State. The same color. You both got a dog. Only one of them's a sissy dog. The other one's a tough dog. And Texas A&M got them cha-cha boys in the white shorts that try to tell people how to cheer and all that. They're real funny looking, and I feel like they're probably cha-cha sugar boys if you really want to know the truth. So, and also, just like in Mississippi, no one cares about Mississippi State. Guess what, Aggies? No one cares about you in your own state. And here's something else. Texas is basically Ole Miss. You got beautiful women. I put it on you there. That's pretty good right there. But on the other hand, you think better of yourself than everyone else does. You're not as good as you think. You keep going in there like you're hoity-toity, and then you get exposed, just like Lane Kiffin. You get exposed. Texas got exposed. Steve Sarkisian's just a Greek Lane Kiffin. That's all he is. Lane Kiffin with some stuffed Kalamata olives or whatever. That's all he is. And he got done up by Kirby. And Kirby got your Quinn kid also. How you going to be a quarterback in the SEC named Quinn? That's embarrassing. Georgia showed Texas exactly who they were. I thought it was funny. Y'all got put right in y'all's place. And guess what? If y'all get beat by Mississippi State Aggies, then it'll really be funny to me. But I can promise you, you're going to have your hands full with Vanderbilt. You're going to have your hands full with Vanderbilt. I know that for a fact because I watched my team get beat by Vanderbilt. And they got a Pavia at quarterback, and I never even heard of that. I'm so mad at y'all. I'm so mad
first
at y'all
of all,
messing up our state, messing up the SEC by throwing trash on the ground and getting rules changed directly in the game. Clayton was right. You tried to steal it from him.
First of all, Sarkisian is Armenian. That's not Greek. It's an Armenian name.
Oh, it's all the same thing. They all eat the same food.
And I was wondering when you was going to get to now. Vanderbilt is are they original SEC or they just adopted as well?
We keep
like
them in there to keep the grades up. But listen,
that's it.
At least they're in an SEC state, but they're not real SEC. We don't really claim them. Look, I want the boy out just like everyone else does. That guy's a joke. He came from the Pacific Northwest. I told you they couldn't play football. I told people forever. That's a bunch of sugarfoots over there. So, Tupelo football. Who plays flag football anymore? You don't do that. They bring that guy down here from Washington, and all of a sudden he figures out, we can't win at all here. This is too hard. Boy, this is too hard. Listen, we got to get through this year, get rid of him, and then get Kirby in here, or maybe bring Dan Lannon back home because he does have some Georgia blood in him at least. We got to get rid of the boy. You're right. That's a disaster.
Well, I never said anything about getting rid
You're
of
right
the
on that one. That's for sure.
I didn't say anything about that. But
and Brian Kelly in this conference, get that Yankee out of here. I've never seen somebody like Brian Kelly. Who doesn't belong in this conference. He doesn't belong one single bit. We got a Greek coach. We got Lane Kiffin, who's a fraudster, and we got this. We got guys running around like Brian Kelly, pretending to be like he's a Louisiana person. It's just a disgrace what we got right now.
And your Florida coach came from USL, Louisiana, Southwestern Louisiana, right?
I mean, coming from a small school, how embarrassing is that for y'all? And Vanderbilt's beating everybody. This is just I just don't understand what's going on right now.
Oklahoma and
They beat
Texas.
us. Vanderbilt beat us.
Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC. I was wondering when you were going to get round to it. That's just
out Oklahoma. You're terrible too. I don't even know who your coach is anymore. I think it's Venerable, whatever. And I'm just saying right now, Oklahoma, we don't need this. You're worse than Vanderbilt. We don't need you in our conference. You're worse than Mississippi State. We don't need Oklahoma in our conference. What is this that y'all brought to us, Big 12? You brought a bunch of cheating players, and then this Greek coach that you got just screams and yells until they change the rules. Kirby can scream and yell with them at the best of them.
He didn't change the rule for him. And Tennessee
I've
is
never been so
good.
mad about a 15-point win in my life.
And Tennessee is good, and they got a guy named Olaleye. I mean, come on.
I mean, so many vowels in this thing. He's just like a walking, talking wheel of fortune. Put a consonant in your name. Put a consonant in your name. Giving him $8 million on the NIL. And this is something else. Don't come to me, Georgia, for any more NIL. I mean, Alabama for any more NIL. I ain't giving no more NIL till I get a real Southern coach.
DeBoer, the great Midwest.
I hope Oklahoma's kicked it. We got to know there's word down here. I don't know if y'all heard it or not, but it's Smoothwater. I was there. We was talking this morning over some coffee and toast, and the talk is supposedly SEC is going to SEC conference talking about having an emergency meeting to maybe get rid of Oklahoma. So y'all may be a team without a cop because there ain't no rules no more. You can just put people in and kick them out anytime you want. That's a new rule. You just say, well, we got a new conference. Look at us. Oh, look, we just put 5 new teams in. Well, we can subtract 2. Transfer portal Oklahoma out.
Were you at Sweet River or whatever your country club is, or were you
Smoothwater?
Smoothwater, or were you with Norma Jean and Bucky?
I was at Smoothwater Country Club. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's where you have your coffee and talk about the SEC. Yeah, I guess that's right. No, that's
right.
Right.
I don't need to stay around women at this time. This is football season. I don't need women running around trying to talk to me in the middle of SEC football. Waste of time.
How is Bucky doing?
She's fine.
She good?
People don't even know who Bucky is.
She's your daughter.
She's your daughter. She was a great softball player.
Yeah,
she's fine. She's fine. She's
doing good.
How are the grandkids?
Roommates.
How are the grandkids?
She got well, Marietta, her kids are great. I got 3 grandchildren by Marietta, and they're all good. And one of them's going to be a really good quarterback. He's going to play at Alabama.
What about Bucky? She got
We're
kids
going to get
yet?
somebody who can throw from the pocket. I promise you this. My grandson's going to be able to throw from the pocket accurately. That's the first thing we're doing is we're bringing back accurate passing from the pocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Milroe, not so much. That's that.
Man, I'm just in the listen. If we ever need to find somebody who can run real fast in a straight line, I'll give Jalen a call.
But
we've had a whole lot of Jalen's at this school lately. We've had a lot of Jalen's playing quarterback. That's all I'm saying. And the Tua. Remember when we had Tua?
I remember. Yeah, Jalen hurt.
I mean,
now you got Jalen.
This shit's a different. I'm telling you, SEC's gotten real different.
Yeah, it was better when you had
Vanderbilt's
Greg.
winning. Got a bunch of Jalen's playing quarterback. Carson Beck had 3 interceptions. You got a Quinn because Texas is somehow in. We're portaling out Oklahoma out of the SEC. It's just, and the Aggies are nothing but Mississippi State. It's just another. We got 2 Mississippi States now. Great. Didn't even like one. Hello?
Carol's got a point. Yeah. The doctor's got a point. We need to go back to the days of Jake Coker and
Jake and
Greg
Greg
McElroy and AJ McCarron.
That's right.
Yeah.
2 tight end sets, getting downhill. Nick Saban coming back. There's talk Nick Saban could be coming back also. There's some talk. There's some scuttlebutt down here that Nick. I was having a honey bun and I heard the guy next to me say, "Well, talk that Nick may be coming back." And I was like, "What?" I perked up because it wasn't my table, but I'm on my business. I'm in the South. I'm on my own business, but I still was listening. And so it seems like the scuzzlebutt down here is Nick may be coming back. So I'm real happy on that one. Ooh, we get rid of a Kalen. How many Kalens can win a national championship? 0. A Nick? Absolutely. A Kirby? Absolutely. Kalen? Nope.
Just got to give him a chance. You remember when Nick lost to UL Monroe?
Yeah, he lost to Vanderbilt.
Well, Nick lost to UL Monroe. I mean, come on. You got to give Kalen a little break.
No,
right?
Not on the NIL. We wasn't having to pay as much back then with Nick.
Oh,
we
paid
weren't
a lot.
paying players as high as we are now. Now we got to pay players real high.
Now, the doctor's got a point. Jim wins the title. Harbaugh. You've got a Nick who wins the title. You've got an Ed who wins the title.
A Kirby.
Kirby. Kalen ain't winning titles.
No, he's never winning the title. That's something that's like one of my grandchildren's name would be a Kalen.
He's too old to be a Kalen. Who names your kids Kalen? West Coasters.
That's like is he a time traveler forward? That's the name of a 12-year-old or a 6-year-old named Kalen. How's he a head coach of an SEC team?
Are you right about
Quinn
that?
is a quarterback. Show me all the national championship Quinn quarterbacks. You never even had a chance. Texas.
Brady Quinn. He didn't win though.
Brady Quinn. That's funny. Notre Dame doesn't play football.
They're going to get in the playoff before Alabama does this year. That's for sure.
Notre Dame needs to get with the right Jesus. They got the wrong Jesus with them. Putting Jesus on a touchdown Jesus. That's sacrilegious. It's in the Bible. You ain't supposed to put a touchdown Jesus up. That's why y'all get smoked in the playoffs every year.
Because of touchdown Jesus?
You shall not worship no touchdown Jesus. It's in there. Philistines 4:16.
Thou shalt not put false images. You're right.
Philistines. Wasn't that just a group of people?
That's a people, not a.
How did y'all let Texas get in here? How did y'all put up with them all them years? All those fans think that Dookie don't stink. This is terrible. I never knew how bad they were. They're the worst. They think they're so good. And then you let them catch a number one rating. And boy, they just thought they was something else. They thought they was the catch me out. And look what happens now. How do y'all even deal with them down there? They're terrible. Entitled, what I like to say.
Well, we appreciate you being here, Dr. Cogslaughter. Thank you for
Never
calling
been
the
mad.
show.
Y'all straighten that out down there. I'm in Alabama. I don't have time to mess with all this. Get that straightened out down there.
We'll try to straighten it out.
I'm doing my part to get Kalen out. Y'all got to get that straight out there. Get a hold of that Greek coach you got and do something about it. Get Archer's kid in there. Get Arch in there. You got a man and plug him in. That's SEC blood. Plug him in.
You're right. He did.
What are y'all doing? Y'all don't know how to win no football games. Just disgraceful. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Cogslaughter. Thank you. Dr. Cogslaughter making an appearance here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He was on a roll. He pissed. Texas should not be anywhere near there. That was just.
Well, they did disgrace themselves in several ways on Saturday. Yeah.
They really did. Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. I enjoyed the game. You know why? Because I had a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's the world's most refreshing beer. Boy, I was enjoying all day. Well, we had the golf tournament. So Thursday was the practice round. You think we had some. Friday, we had 3 9-hole events. Then 2 more on Saturday. And then Saturday night, all the football. And then yesterday, at the airport, watching the Texans. What? So I had myself a big Coors Light weekend. I hope you did too. I'm doing my part. I'm keeping Texas chill. I love my Coors Lights. I hope you do too. If your buddies will love it. I'm telling you this. I want to say I'm serious now. We're at the golf tournament, and we go and we drive up to. They had tents. It couldn't have been better. But they had coolers filled. They had all these other beers in there. You know what was gone? Coors Light. You know why? Because everybody's grabbing Coors Lights. Try it. If you haven't tried it, if you're drinking that other light beer, whatever, drink Coors Light. And I'm going to tell you, that's what you're going to stick with. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 9:25 here on the show. We've got a quick segment here. 713-780-3776. We've kind of gotten away from Texans, so I want to get back on Texans for a second. I'm going to look at I'm going to look at game tape, specifically offensive line play for the most part. And if you're interested, just follow on Twitter. I'll send a Zoom out there, and you guys can join, and I'll share screen, and I'll talk, and you can follow along with me, and I'll take a look at some of the things that are going on there. I've already been watching some of it, and I got to tell you, a big part of it is I'm not absolving the offensive line play, but what I'm saying though is, yeah, they had trouble with a lot of twists, things like that. Man, Green Bay's defensive coordinator did a great job of creating some blitz packages that were absolutely, they showed you one look and then the rusher would void, like Rashawn Gary. There's one where it's the play that you're talking about with Dalton Schultz where he's like, what the hell? He's got Rashawn Gary over him. He takes a step forward and all of a sudden loops all the way into the A gap, and then a blitz is coming off the edge. So it basically freezes him because he's expecting he's going to have to help out on Rashawn Gary. Then Rashawn Gary disappears and the guy off the edge has nobody. Like, that's just great design. Really, really good design by Green Bay. They whipped Houston up front. Stroud didn't have a lot of time to throw, and yet you had a chance to win. And I want to get back to the point again. I do think that I was curious how they were going to handle the end of the game, because with 3 timeouts, I just thought, well, Green Bay, if you don't get a first down, Green Bay is calling 3 timeouts, and they're still going to have lots of time to go down the field and get a field goal. A first down would effectively end the game. Houston would kick a field goal and would win the game. So to me, you had 3 downs, and you're on the road. You have 3 downs to win a game. I just thought the first 2 calls were really, really conservative. I don't have a problem with running necessarily. I don't love running against 8-man fronts where everyone's coming downhill because they know what you're going to do. I think a play action would have been one of those. I think a play action would have worked easily for the Texans there. Something maybe coming out of the backfield, dragging a tight end across the formation underneath, one of those plays. I talked about it earlier, John, maybe a run play where you see Tank Dell or somebody go in motion and it's a jet sweep handoff where you get the ball outside of the tackle box where there was so much congestion. I think there were some things Bobby Slowick, and I'm not a Bobby Slowick hater. I think Bobby Slowick's a good offense coordinator. It'd be one thing if they had 2 timeouts and you were able to kill off 2 of them and then run one where the clock goes all the way down. But with 3 timeouts, all I could think of was, man, they're going to, if they don't get a first down, they're going to kick a field goal, take the lead, and now they've got a beat-up defense that is going to have to keep a team that, frankly, a Green Bay team that was having a better second half. I was like, man, I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold up and keep them from kicking that field goal. And they weren't. And they weren't. Did you think that was a catch at the end when they where the clock kept rolling off? Green Bay is like, what the hell's going on? They almost let that thing get down to 0. Did you think that was it Wicks or Daubs that brought it down to the ground?
I did not think it was a catch.
You didn't think you finished the catch?
After watching it in slow motion, it's like, maybe it's a catch, maybe not. But they almost let it go down too far. Yeah. We got D'Amico talking about the last 3 plays. We've been talking about it. So let's hear from the head coach about what they were trying to do on the Texans' last 3 plays, right before they kicked the field goal to take the lead.
We thought we had a completion there to Tank. He was open, just a little tight on the sideline. So I thought we had a good completion.
Good. More on that. One of the things I think on the play calling was it to run the clock out and then go for the field goal.
Yeah, our goal is always to go score. That's our goal. Like, they did a good job of stopping us, didn't get in. So, obviously we didn't pass the ball well all day, right? So it wasn't good all the way around. We ran the ball well. Thought Joe did a good job of running the ball. And, we needed to pass it. It was not good enough, starting with the protection. If we can't protect, and that's going to be difficult for the quarterback to make the plays.
It all comes down to that. There's no question. They couldn't throw the ball all day. It was awful. I felt bad for CJ. He had no chance. He and Joe Mixon were over on the sideline pleading with the guys, but they were lost. That offensive line coach, he better do something this week, boy, because if I'm a defensive coordinator, that's all I'm doing is running stunts. I'm faking blitzes. I'm coming up there with I'm putting a bunch of people in the box, and then I'm coming from different places, or I'm backing up. I'm backing off. I mean, that offensive line was lost yesterday, just lost. All right, hey, Damaris, Baby Back Ribs. They're the sponsor of this hour today. You haven't tried the Baby D's at Damaris Barbecue. You haven't lived. Trust me, get there and try those Baby Back Ribs. They're delicious. And, oh, by the way, every Saturday, all you can eat ribs at Damaris Barbecue. All right, 713-780-3776. We got just one segment left in News of the Weird. You've got John Daspit to talk about.
I do want to talk about John Daspit, personal injury lawyer John Daspit. He was at the game on Saturday. He's got 2 degrees at University of Texas. He's got his law degree from University of Houston. He went to high school here in Houston. He's still active in terms of in the NIL space for players and universities, as well as doing a lot of charitable stuff and charitable work with Selvin Young, who is a former Longhorn and a friend of his. And John Daspit gives back, but John Daspit also fights for you guys in your cases. And when you have a personal injury lawyer like John Daspit, they don't charge you up front. It's based on a contingency, based on, winning the case for you. You can ask them about that. Their number one thing is for people who have been badly injured, the first thing is you don't know where to turn. You don't know what to do. You may not have insurance. You say, God, I think I need an x-ray or a CAT scan or an MRI. Those are all things that need to be done if you're hurt. Go have them done. John Daspit will make sure you can call them up, and they'll make sure and send you and get it all taken care of. They'll make sure that all the money that you're losing for not being able to work, they're going to account for that. They're going to account for your pain and suffering, and they are going to get you a settlement that is right for the injuries that you suffered due to someone else's negligence. They fight for the injured. They fight for the innocent, and they want to make sure that you get taken care of by the insurance companies for someone else's negligence, whether it's at the workplace, on the roadway, offshore, wherever it may be. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm is the first phone call you should make. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
So I am a client now of Game Day Men's Health, and I keep saying it's just different. I've been getting testosterone treatment for a while now. I've been doing it for years, and it's great for you. If you have low testosterone, this is something you really need checked out. If you're sluggish, if you're sexually you're not as active as you used to be, you don't feel like it as much. All of these things help you have a hard time sleeping. If you're putting on weight, all of these things, you can change your life with testosterone replacement. But not only that, they've got peptides to help you lose weight, or if you want to bulk up, you can do that as well, or peptides that will increase the testosterone boost that you're getting. All kinds of great stuff that they're doing at Game Day Men's Health. I did for your initial visit. So you probably stay in there maybe 45 minutes to an hour because they talk to you about everything and all of your numbers, but you get your numbers right there. They have labs right there on site at every game day. Okay. That's important. But then you don't have to go back because they will send you your testosterone treatment. So you don't even have to go back. Now you have to go back and get checked up and get blood tests and all this stuff every 6 months, 3 months, whatever. But here's the deal. It's different. I love it. I'm using it, and I highly recommend GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's too long, but Jameis Winston pretty much gave a eulogy to Deshaun Watson. I mean, just loving that guy. Deshaun Watson possibly done for the year. It looks like he's done for the year.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it's going to be more. But Deshaun Watson, a great citizen, according to Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett said mostly.
Citizen.
He said mostly in the in the college football, he's a great citizen. He's great mostly in the NFL. He said mostly in the NFL. Hey, they have their teammates back. I get it. They like him. Deshaun is, Deshaun had his issues here.
He had his issues there.
It's been litigated. Yeah,
he's been terrible.
Right now, I got news for you. Highly paid quarterbacks that the team had to give up 3 first-round picks and multiple second-round picks to get you, and now you are a boat anchor from a contractual standpoint, and you are considered the 590th worst season up to this point out of 592 quarterback seasons over the last 20 years. Yeah. Their stuff, their anger and hatred to Deshaun. You may have some people using, hey, he's a predator. You're mad because he's not playing. There's a lot of people who are just mad that Deshaun is terrible. He is terrible at football. And I don't know what's happened. I started this discussion earlier, John. Jared Goff was down in the dumps after that Super Bowl loss. It was so bad. The worst Super Bowl I've ever seen against New England. And then it just kind of his career just started cratering, and all of a sudden he's back. And I mean, I love Jared Goff is a top 10 quarterback easily in the league right now. Carson Wentz was riding high, had MVP aspirations, and all of a sudden that guy's like borderline out of football. It happened just like that. Deshaun Watson, you and I talked about, is he a top 5 quarterback or maybe a top 3 quarterback? Deshaun Watson now isn't one of the top 30, probably 5 quarterbacks in the league. It is, and it used to be once you're a quarterback, you remember, John, it didn't really move a whole lot. Whatever level you were is the level you were, and you didn't rise and fall too much. You can look I don't care, Stan Humphrey, Steve Young, who the Texans have, Matt Schaub. It doesn't matter who you go to. The quarterbacks still had some variations in their play, not like this. Not like this, where you're going just crazy ups and downs with some of these quarterbacks.
Yeah, no, and mostly down. I don't know that I've seen, dude. We are supposed to be having the most talented wide receivers, the most talented left tackles, the most talented quarterbacks. and passing is like it's a chore right now in the NFL. I don't get it. What the hell is going on with the passing games? Maybe it's the proliferation of the dual threat, and there isn't a premium on accuracy anymore. But it used to be. I mean, it is. Maybe the defensive backs are getting better too, and the pass rushes are lit up. I'm gonna tell you, you can make a lot of money as a defensive end or outside linebacker, and maybe that's drawing a lot of attention and a lot of great athletes over there. And I don't know, is corner play better? Are better cornerbacks coming out every year?
So they're bigger now. So we've had a huge change in this. The 6 foot, 200-pound corner is back. It used to be 5'10", 5'11", now 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", and so. We've had bigger wide receiver. What's happening is these guys are really matching physically. They're matching not only the quickness, but also the physicality. And then it's the combination of running all the cover 2 stuff is just taking away the big plays. Yeah. I mean, it's really had a huge impact. But to me, just run the ball well and you can beat it. The Houston Texans threw for 86 yards, but they ran the ball well. But Joe Mixon, I got to tell you, man, this guy looks unbelievable. Joe Mixon has been, and I like Dameon Pierce too, John. I think Dameon Pierce it's been nice to see Dameon Pierce come back, and this is probably what he always should have been, a complimentary back with a little bit of physicality to him. And he had that good kickoff return. Like, Damien's done a nice job. And meanwhile, the guy I thought was going to take his job, Cam Akers, he's back with the Vikings. They ended up getting rid of him.
Yep.
What happened with Danielle? By the way, did you really notice Danielle Hunter much yesterday?
He had a sack.
He did?
Yeah, he had a sack.
I thought Will and Tim Settle had the only sacks.
No, they had 3.
They had 3? Okay.
They had 3.
All right, well, that's good.
Yeah, no, he had a sack. I mean, and so, he's going to get $1 bajillion if he can do that every game. But you're right. He was, other than that, now he made a couple of tackles. He was much more noticeable than he had been in the previous weeks, that's for sure. Hey, before we get to News of the Weird, man, what a sad story in Edo last night. The helicopter crash.
Oh, by East River 9, right? Over there? What's that story?
Well, a helicopter hit at some kind of a radio tower, and it crashed in Edo, and there were multiple deaths, including a child.
Oh, my gosh.
That was, I saw the fire last night. It was really a serious situation in Edo last night. So that is just so sad that helicopters, man, you gotta they're just, I've never been in one. I've never been in a helicopter, but the stories and now after Kobe and now this, and goodness gracious, got to stay away. You got to be really, really attentive if you're going to be a helicopter pilot. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's on the front page of the Cron. They got a picture of the huge fire there. Holy
there was a huge fire. Yeah, that was just so sad, man. And especially since some child died I don't know if they were on the helicopter or on the ground. I don't know which it was, but thoughts and prayers, man. That Edo, thoughts and prayers to you and that event last night. All right, News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But you got to talk a little Underdog.
Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. It's so easy to join and to play. I mean, it's so easy. You just go to the website, underdogfantasy.com, or take your phone that's in your hand anyway, and just go to the App Store and download Underdog Fantasy. I'll tell you what, the amount of the growth in their cash pick'em game has been unbelievable. The profit boosters they've added in, 10%, 20%, 31% are the 3 that I always see. They've got the streak where they've got touchdown scorers. You swipe left or swipe right for the guy that you think is going to score the touchdown. It's a chance for you to win multipliers of the money that you play. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and it's real money we're talking about. But this is a chance for you to sign up right now. Download the app. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. They're going to give you a free cash pick'em winner on your very first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Play along with the games that you are watching. It makes it more fun, more exciting. And how would you like to get paid for the work you're already doing by watching these games and analyzing and being an armchair quarterback? It can actually pay off for you, but you must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, time to talk about my man Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. I've known Jim now for 25 years. I don't know. He's been doing this for 35, 36 years now. He's one of the leaders of the industry and has been for a long, long time. He's always prided himself on having the best product, the double pane, double strength windows. I used to talk about him before, and now, I mean, nothing has changed. He's got the aluminum windows, the vinyl windows. He's got hurricane windows, wood-clad windows. What I do know that when you're getting a Gulf Coast window or door, and he's got the French doors, the sliding patio door, storm door, your front door. I'm looking at one on the website right now that is just beautiful. Front door and the windows. You're getting beauty, safety, privacy, and you're adding value to your home. So if you're replacing your windows, I think there's only one place to go. If you're building a home, make sure that you get Gulf Coast windows in there. They'll stand behind it. You got warranties. They're just the best window in the building, in the market. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com. All right, you know what's real weird? Lance, have you seen Whit Weeks? Do you know
that dude is a baller. He is mean and fast and aggressive.
So he's a white linebacker for LSU, number 40, and dude is all over the place.
Everywhere.
In the last few weeks, I've been going, man, this kid, holy crap. Well, I saw him with his helmet off for the first time. He's got cornrows.
Does he? I'm not super surprised, if I'm being honest.
He had a wave cap on and cornrows.
He had a wave cap on?
I don't know if it was a game, but in the locker room or there in the gym or something. And he took the wave cap off and revealed the cornrows.
So
well, he gets a pass from his whole team. Here's why.
Because he's a great football player.
And what's his nickname?
The Honky Badger.
Such a great nickname.
It is a great nickname.
Such a great nickname.
The honky. I love that. The honky badger. A couple of stories here. Qatar. A ruler says his nation will vote on abandoning legislative elections after just one poll. So if you lead after one poll, the race is over in Qatar.
Oh yeah. If you're the right person who can make those calls.
If you're the right person leading, right?
Yeah.
Right. We don't have to go out and vote. We're just going to poll. And guess where we're polling? Here's our polling area. Okay. An airport in China is now limiting the time limit on hugs. Max hug time is 3 minutes.
Okay, wait, what now?
So in max hug time now in a Chinese airport. No, excuse me. Okay, it's in Dunedin in New Zealand. Apparently, for fond farewells, please use the car park. We are limiting hugs at the airport to 3 minutes. Do you feel like hugs should be even that? I feel like
that's a pretty liberal amount of time for a
hug.
hug.
It's plenty.
Yeah, right? I mean, if you're going away and never going to see your a boyfriend or girlfriend or a husband or wife, or they're going away for a year or 2 years working offshore, and what's the most 90 seconds at the most? Even that's way too long. Dell thinks 2 seconds is too long. I would say 45 seconds is the max you need.
That's all.
And don't
45 seconds.
You're clogging
that's a
up.
long hug.
You're clogging.
All of a sudden,
yeah.
I think you're way too close. I mean, I just think like stuff can happen. You can get some feelings going on. That's a long.
What
hug.
kind of feelings are going to go on?
I don't know, but just it's awkward. It's just too
some
awkward.
Feelings are going to go on if you hug too long. What kind of hugging are you doing?
I don't know, but you know what? I don't need that at my airport.
Yeah.
Apparently, Montgomery County. Congratulations, Montgomery County. You may do something weird. Apparently, in their library, they labeled Native American history books in the fiction section. That
in the fiction section,
that should probably be nonfiction. Montgomery County. I mean, it's called The Colonization and the Wampanoag Story by Native American historian Linda Combs, and they put it in the fiction section.
Yeah, supposedly allegedly the Native Americans had land, quote unquote, stolen. If you believe the myth.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't believing
supposedly. What county is that?
That's Montgomery, which is not far. Yeah. It's not far.
It's not far. No.
It's not far. It's right
a drive. It's
right next
It's
door.
a very moderate drive, yeah.
A boss in it's some other country. He laid off a member of his staff because she came back from maternity leave pregnant again. Do you feel like you should wait until after you're done with maternity leave to get pregnant again?
Probably.
Or should we not legislate that?
Well,
are you telling a woman what to do with her
body? But wait, why did she? But she got laid off because the feeling was. I mean, she's still going to be able to work for a while.
Yeah,
maybe she was hugging at the airport too long.
Maybe those 3 minute
where
hugs
babies come from.
Hey, if you get 3 minutes, you never know.
Yeah.
So she can come back to work. She just will have to go back on maternity leave in about 7-8 months. So why can't she just work?
She can.
Yeah, but then she's got to take maternity leave again. Listen, Wendy said this all the time. She's like, man, I got to tell you. Well, Disney gives you 4 months off when you have a baby, or 5 months off, whatever. She's like, man, we get girls that just come here to get pregnant 3 times.
Should
and then
we
they quit.
be telling this story?
Yeah. Well, that was at Channel 13. Yeah. Oh yeah, it happened all the time. It
Okay.
happened all the time. Yeah.
I
She
don't
told me
know.
I let John tell it.
I just
That's
don't
his
know
business.
if Wendy wanted him to tell that story.
Well,
She's not here. Like, she can't tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way,
no,
people think you're in a museum today, John, because you've got all this artwork on there, and they think you're at a somewhere museum.
No, it's not a museum. It's my basement. It's the basement of our house here. It doesn't even look like a museum. It's got a pool table. What museum has a pool table? 13 children, cheerleaders at Evans Middle School in Lubbock, Texas, suffering from first and second degree burns on their hands after they said their cheer coach made them perform bear crawls and crab walks on the outdoor track as punishment. First and second degree burns. Do you feel like those cheerleaders should cheer better?
Yeah, I mean, well, have you ever heard of tough love? Are you coachable? I mean, it seems like a lot, but at the same time, are they getting better though?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they won't be able to cheer nearly as well with hands that have first and second degree burns. I don't know. You're not going to be able to catch who's ever on the top of the pyramid. Watch out. Okay.
Well, are they like athletic cheerleaders, or do they just go team? Do they get thrown up in the air? Do they just do the hey? Go
team.
Wolverines. What do they do? They're not going to Orlando for a competition, are they?
We don't know. You don't know.
Well, they went across the city.
That's why I'm asking questions.
They went across the city to the urban school, and they saw, what's her name?
What?
Gabrielle Union putting it down, and they realized, oh my gosh, we've got so much. We better get so much better if we want to win the cheer competition.
I thought they found
Tori, what are you doing?
No, I thought they found out that their cheer captain stole routine.
All of it. Yeah, basically, Big Red stole the whole routine from
Big Red.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Is that a movie?
Yes, he's up.
I'll never forget. It was called
Bring It On.
Bring It On, and Sean McClane back in 2000s when it came out. If you haven't seen the movie Bring It On, definitely worth watching. If you like watching cheerleaders, I'll give it a twirl. We'll see what the Jumanji girl has to say about this. What was her name? Kirsten Dunst.
Kirsten Dunst.
Kirsten Dunst. Not a big fan.
What? What's your issue? She's with Jesse Plemons now.
She's married to Jesse Plemons.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
It's a face you'd recognize.
Yeah, Jesse Plemons is in everything. You know him. He was in Breaking Bad. He was in Friday Night Lights. He's got the blonde hair. He gained a bunch of weight, then he lost a bunch of weight.
Is he one of the stoners in Breaking Bad?
He's one of the.
No,
he's dangerous as hell. Somebody, he's not a stoner.
Killed somebody. I think. Yeah.
He threatened to kill the little kid, right?
Jesse Plemons. Yeah, Jesse Plemons was not a. He's been on Black Mirror. Like Jesse Plemons. If you saw him, John, you go, "Oh, him." He was nominated for an Oscar movie a while back.
He was in the dog movie.
Yeah. The kind of the Western movie or whatever.
Yeah, the Western movie. Yeah.
With Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah, they're married, and they were in that movie together.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Also, he
got married there.
Wasn't he in Fargo too?
Yes, he was in. The TV Fargo. Yeah,
she's a great actress. I thought she loved Spider-Man, but she didn't. Apparently not. Nope. Apparently not. Anyway, we are done. Dell V2 is next right here, along with Mapes, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The show's now called Mapes in the Morning.
Is it?
Is the new? It's called Mapes in the Morning. Yep.
All right.
Featuring Dell, and Dell's at the very end, like you know, sometimes you put feature,
like when Anthony Hopkins makes like a 10-minute appearance in a movie.
Yeah,
featuring Anthony Hopkins. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, but in small letters, you don't even capitalize the D. So
what a great lead-in for me. Cool. Appreciate you
Dell
both.
Show.
Thank you
for the Dell Olaleye Show.
Such good people. Thank you.
All right, time to talk about.
You could play quarterback in the SEC.
You want to talk about? Yeah, he is. He got too many vowels.
John's like.
I want to
wait.
Oh, we're not.
Is Sean Mapes going to be okay today on the show?
Well,
I would stick around to find out how Longhorn Sean deals with today.
I don't know if we're going to get into Sean's feelings in the first segment, but we'll talk.
Well, why not?
Well, because they're, maybe the show should be about the Texans. I don't know.
Oh no!
Look, he's got a bottle in his hands. He's getting ready to throw it.
Change my mind on everything.
Well, Sean's a Rice guy now. He don't even care about Texas anymore.
Well,
He's
that's
been a
his
national
virtual
champion.
life,
Wore-
but his real
you
life.
weren't here when he wore his cosplay Longhorn stuff up to the
He had a
station.
Bevo headset, headrest. What would you call it?
It's a headgear.
A headgear
with horns coming out of it.
Yeah, and he wore it on Friday.
He wore it on Friday.
Oh, ooh, Sean.
He normally
wow.
wears it after big wins, so
Yeah, you should wait. Wait till they win, Sean, before you bring that up. You know who's a winner? Hogue Landscape Services. Great guys. And they do a lot of public service as well. They really love the community. They give back to the community. They will service anywhere in the area here. If you're looking for, it's not only landscape services, because they'll come and cut your lawn. They'll take care of your trees. They'll make sure that they'll plant flowers. They'll do all of that. But if you want somebody that's going to design, they design. If you want somebody that's going to design your front and backyard with, I'm telling you, the latest in technology, from pickleball courts to basketball courts to tennis courts to putting greens to fire pits, televisions, and a great living area. I'm telling you, these guys are the guys to call. Their expertise in Houston in reflecting unique style and needs. When you go to the website and you see what they do in these backyards, you're like, what? It's incredible. You're looking for the best way to make your backyard something special. Hogue, HOGUELS, Landscape Services, HogueLS.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Let's get it.
I buy what I want to buy. We supply who buy. Walk in your trap and take over your drop. Walk in your trap and take over your drop. Walk in your trap and take over your drop. Walk in your trap and take over your drop. Grams, trap, hams, trap, bags, trap, pass, trap. Walk in your trap and take over your drop.
I was planning on making this Take Over Your Trap Monday because I thought the Texans could go into Green Bay and win. In fact, it's the song they played when they beat the Colts. Joe Mixon was the star of that video, that Instagram Live video. It's a song everyone plays. The Georgia Bulldogs played it. We'll get to what happened in Austin. But I suspected possibly, particularly the way the game started, that we might see some of that from the Texans locker room when you think about what happened before the game with Jair Alexander. Well, to be fair, the entire Packers team and Stephon Diggs. And then they got off to a good start. The Neville Hewitt pick. I'm thinking, okay, the Texans have a shot to win a big game on the road. Instead, that song they played after beating the Colts looks a little funny in the NFC North light. The two times they've gone on the road to play NFC North contenders, they've either been embarrassed completely as a team or their offensive line was embarrassed. Now that song sounds a little funny. In fact, it may sound like this.
Teammate used to say, walk into your trap, take over your trap.
That's Kirk Cousins. Until they go win a game on the road of consequence, anytime the Texans talk about anything, I'm going to think about the tone in the tone of Kirk Cousins, which, by the way, Kirk Cousins got beat yesterday by the Seahawks. Seahawks lead the NFC West now comfortably with the 49ers losing in. But the Texans, that song is great when you can beat let's just say, a mediocre team in the Colts. But when you're playing the best in a division that's clearly the best in football, all your flaws come to the surface. Pressure points start to get pushed. Points of emphasis that you didn't have to worry about because teams are incapable of putting pressure on them. Obviously, the Green Bay Packers have and saw that the Texans still can't handle stunts. We talked about this starting in week 1, how pressure that came in on C.J. Stroud wasn't simply guys getting beat because they weren't capable one-on-one. It was the games being played that the Texans offensive line couldn't handle. We're going to talk about Slowick. We're going to talk about D'Amico's decision down the stretch when they had to decide how aggressive they wanted to be. But learn the name. It's a name I said I didn't want to learn, but I know it. Straussser. That's Strausser. That's Chris Strausser. John this morning said, man, the old line coach has to get it together. That's because no one knows that guy's name, because he's never a point of contention. We always talk about, not even Matt Burke, he's not even a play caller. Well, we talk about D'Amico. We talk about Bobby Slook. Of course, we talk about the star players. But if we're talking about the biggest issue with this team, particularly one who had a defense that played well enough to win in Green Bay, it's your offensive line. And the guy coordinating all that is Chris Strausser. We had a caller this morning blame Laramie Tunsil for all the issues, and sure, he has his problems along with the rest of the offensive line. And you know why? Because we don't know who Strausser is. You can blame a hitting coach in baseball. You can blame a pitching coach. But how many times do you point to the O-line coach and go, he's not getting it done? And if this team wasn't talented at those positions, you could be like, okay, what is Strausser going to do? Nick Caserio has to bolster that line. You can't fix the team in one offseason, all the things you say when you try to shoot someone some bail. But the investment, the draft picks are all there. So why can't this team handle something that's been plaguing them since week 1? I don't know what the theories are, or more to say what theories actually have any basis and have any evidence behind them. But you can point to at least one individual and go, what are you doing, Strouser? Why is this continuing? Why is your quarterback having, let's just say it, his worst game as a pro? You throw for under 100 yards, and because of the sack total, you're under 60 yards as a passing offense. I don't think I've ever seen CJ take off his helmet and toss it. Now, it was a light toss. He didn't swing the thing. But, it takes it off, two-hand tosses it off his head. That's the frustration level. He's calling out his guys on the field, on the sideline. He's not berating them or trashing them in a post game, but he's talking to them. Get it together. The pressure was, in some cases, immediate. In some cases, it killed drives. And in all cases, it led to an awful passing performance. Now, the running game, credit to Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is still what he was in week 1 and last week. When he's healthy, Joe Mixon is an explosive back for this team, something we did not see in Cincinnati. One of the reasons the Bengals were happy to see him go, well, maybe not happy to see him go, but we're fine with seeing him go. The fans didn't seem to care that much. The explosive plays had taken a downturn. That has changed here as a Houston Texan, but in a league where passing is down, CJ Stroud throwing for under 100 yards, that's a little far. You can accept, hey, that's my phone. Hey, he goes for 150. Okay, that happens. But under 90 yards passing, as far as his passing total, and then when you throw in the sacks in the 50s, you got a problem. Now, it's a problem that should continue to be exploited. If I'm a DC, I'm looking at this team and going, they can't pick up a stunt. I'm going to make them prove they can pick up a stunt before I do anything else. Now, Jeff Hafley, it's funny because Jeff Hafley was a guy who people were questioning coming in. Oh, the BC coach decided to come take this job. Why? And he wasn't good in week 1 against the Eagles. The Eagles, who were a team last year who could not handle the blitz, particularly big blitzes like 6 and 7 man pressures. He didn't do much of that. And people were questioning, what were you thinking? Well, he may not have looked at the Eagles film from last year, but he looked at the Texans film. Get him with the stunts, get him with the games, and they have no answers for it. So while the team didn't completely embarrass themselves, it was a 1-score game, which you had a chance to win if the Packers don't go down there and kick a game-winning field goal with a guy they pulled off the street in the middle of the week. I was like, hey, that's McManus. Wasn't he the guy who got accused of that thing? Didn't get charged with anything, but he did lose his job, and he's back.
Hero.
Well,
hero for the Packers.
Look, we can get into that because how fans react depending on how well you play always will make them forget what you might have been accused of off the field. We saw that happen in Cleveland, where the fans didn't boo Deshaun because they think he's an awful person. They booed him because he stunk. And they were tired of seeing him. And they knew there was no way he was going to come off that field until something like that happened. And it's been confirmed. Not that we didn't already know. You see that ripple in his calf. I think we all know what it was. But it's been confirmed just now that he has a torn Achilles and he's out for the year. So there it is. The morality stuff you can get into if you want. I mean, that's all been discussed before. Whatever. But he's done for the year. But McManus, back. Kicking game-winning field goals. And the Packers, after watching that rookie kicker, cost them games, cost them points, caused anxiety from the coaching staff to the fans. Like, yes, a veteran. I don't care what he's accused of. Just make the kick. And he made it, and the Texans go down. I don't know if the offensive line right now is a fatal flaw. I've talked about what could be fatal flaws for this team to keep them from achieving their goals. But on a day when you're down defensively, you're missing 2 linebackers, well, 3 actually, but 2 that we've seen all year, and then a corner who's down, a safety who's down. The defense wasn't an issue until the last drive. You would like them to get a stop, but at this point, with NFL teams, you almost just assume if the quarterback has any merit or any pelts on the wall, you just assume the quarterback's going to go down and drive the field. I don't know why that happens.
Yeah.
I wish we know what we should, of all the things, like people want the refs to be held accountable. We should get because we'll get to what happened with the Texas game, but we should actually have defensive coordinators explain what the hell happens to them at the end of the games. Like, it's not even prevent defense anymore. It used to be, prevent defense prevents you from winning. It's not even that anymore. They don't do that anymore. It's just when it matters, guys go down the field on you.
I think,
what's that about?
I think there should also be an investigation on offensive coordinators. Wait, you couldn't score for a quarter and a half? Now all of a sudden,
you make a point there.
You found all the good plays?
Yeah, the Texans had found a way to quiet the Packers for a good bit, but all of a sudden Matt LaFleur had to play his dialed up. What you waiting for?
Yeah,
why'd you do that in the middle of the fourth quarter? What's this about?
There's combined like 13 points in the second half. Like the over looked
and
like it was super
them,
hitting in the first half, and then just like the brakes got slammed on the offense, and then there's back-to-back field goal drives.
Yeah, when
they need it,
gotta have it drives and both come up with them.
A team with 86 yards passing,
yeah,
drive the ball down the field.
What is that?
Now there's a lot of Mixon.
Mixon got the job done. Yeah. Credit to him. Credit to the offensive line for the run blocking. Of course, the highlights are you got your quarterback beat up, and he threw for under 100 yards. So as much as you can take solace in the fact that you can run the football, doesn't matter when you lose.
And we established it. That's what matters most.
That's right. When people see the Texans, they know they're going to be able to run the ball. Now, can they pick up games and stunts? Probably not.
What are those? No, that's illegal. You can't do that.
It's
like be tricking us.
It's like the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
It's like those All-Star games in high school and college where they go, hey, the All-American game in high school is like, well, they can't run stunts, just a straight, and you can only do 4 down linemen. It's Chris Strouser. That's not a rule in the NFL. Pick it up.
This is dishonorable. Dishonorable football is what they're playing.
Sorry, you're allowed to do any of those things. Sorry, we're allowed to fool you.
No.
And if you don't pick it up, we can hit your quarterback and wreck an offense for the day. And that's what the Packers did. Get ready for it. Why would anyone do anything else?
It's honestly incredible because it's something that I think we talked about. I mean, we talked about the last time they lost against the Vikings, and then I guess teams just didn't do it or didn't do it enough. I mean,
this happened against the Colts, by the way.
It happen, and it happened against the Bears too.
Yeah.
But it just hasn't kind of reared its ugly head, or at least it didn't feel like it. I get why the Patriots can't really do that.
They're not capable. They're a bad football team.
Like
but for anyone competent, why didn't the Bills do this
Sean
more?
McDermott, wake up!
Yeah.
What are you doing? I don't know. I don't know how this is like this problem persists. Like I don't understand how, like we've said, it's been like 5 of the 7 games that this has been a problem.
And no answers. So, and health, Juice Scruggs has missed time, but he's back. So for the last several games, health hasn't been a problem, and yet the problem as far as picking up the games and stunts remain. Until that gets fixed, I don't know how you can have any confidence in this offense being consistent. We'll get into some of the numbers regarding first down runs. That was back, but in this case, I can't blame Bobby Slowick. You can't protect. You can't throw the football. What else would you have him do? So we'll talk about that when we come back. Obviously, there's a big weekend in college football to get to. We got tone-deaf Browns players and Browns fans, namely LeBron. You know what? Sometimes just stay out of stuff. At some point, you're like, do I need to comment on this? Nah, I don't need to comment on this.
Hey, your Yankees are in the World Series.
And your Brown. Look, I understand as an athlete being bothered by it, by a fan base cheering what clearly was a debilitating injury, but sometimes you don't always have to comment on things. You don't. Sometimes you just take a step back and go, wow, that sucks. I hope they don't do that to me, but I'm glad I'm not him, but not LeBron. He had to say some stuff. And his teammates like Newsom and Garrett, okay, understood. But is there any surprise that the Browns fans did that, considering what they thought that guy was bringing to the table and what he actually did bring? You're one of the worst teams in football. And if you look at that roster man for man, you got Nick Chubb back yesterday. You would say that roster should at least be in playoff contention with even competent quarterback play. And we'll see what Jameis provides as he got in the game yesterday. Okay, Julian, I see you. You want to talk about, quote unquote, the show. So see what that's about. But also, there are 2 Monday night games tonight. If you want to take advantage of that, go to mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the website you go to when you want to wager on the NFL, college football, international soccer. Got the World Series coming up, NHL, NBA. NBA season starts on Tuesday. So All of that's available for you at MyBookie. Just use promo code BET975. You use that promo code, and they'll match up to $1,000 on that deposit. Sign up if you're new, you don't know very much, you just want to test it out. Just put in 100. Now you got 200 to spend. Why not take advantage of that? And of course, they have their MyBookie Plus program, which is a tiered rewards program where the more you spend or at least bet, the more you have chances to win great prizes courtesy of MyBookie. So whether you love sports betting, maybe you were wrong on the early bet, but you think you got a play in the game, go to the live betting option. That's all there for you. You also have the casino option as well. You can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Julian's called in. I think he called in this morning. I don't remember. But if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. You know the rules of engagement. Texan focus, but we'll take a call about anything on a Monday here, as there's plenty to get to in the NFL. There's some I didn't know the WNBA coaches were as petty as the players. There's some sound we might play from the losing coach as the Liberty win their first title in franchise history. But Julian wants to talk about the show, I guess. What's up, Julian?
Hey, how you doing, Jonah? So first off, obviously, my guy took a beating, and I was partially right about one thing. I said I was scared about Christian Watson's feet, y'all. Citadel, have you seen that on Prime?
Oh, a show, not the show. Yeah, I didn't like it very much. I did start the Italian spinoff, I guess, which I think is more interesting, but it's okay. The first one with Rob Stark and the woman who married one of the Jonas brothers, it's fine. I didn't like it that much. I didn't even get through the first season.
So I'm watching the second one right now with my fiance, and the haircut throws me off. Every time I'm watching the show, I'm just looking at the haircut thinking, when are they going to even this haircut? When are they going to do something better? And also, I'm a closed captioning guy. I love subtitles. But it's in Italian, so when you're watching in English, the lips don't match it, and it makes it hard to follow the show. And it's okay, man, but I feel like we're watching From as well, and even From, it's losing its grip on me, man. It's starting to be meh.
Yeah, I don't watch English dubs. I will watch it because I'm not a heathen. I will watch it in its original language, so I don't have that issue. But I get it. Some people don't like to read subtitles. I understand. I'm not even joking about that. Sean Mapes, our very own Sean Mapes, doesn't particularly enjoy subtitles. But as far as From, I'm kind of there with you. I need something to happen. It's like the same stuff. I need a push in the story. Yes, the things are scary that come out at night, and now they're doing the psychological warfare thing. But let's pick it up. Let's move this along. Got the girl who's eating like rotted vegetables because the only thing she can keep down, and the baby might be evil. There's a lot of things going on that aren't pushing the story forward. I need some movement, but I'm there with you. We'll see how that thing is. Thank you, Julian, for calling in about shows. You can we generally do a TV movie segment on Fridays, but you can call in about anything you want. I watched The Penguin last night, enjoyed it. I don't know if it was as good as episodes 3 and 4, but I mean, Oz and Sophia were still at it yesterday. They didn't have a scene together, but they put in some work yesterday. If you haven't seen The Penguin and you're trying to stay up on it, I'm not going to give anything else away. You can go watch that when you can on Max. Okay, he mentioned Christian Watson. I can't really put anything on the defense outside of the Wicks play down the sideline when D'Amico didn't challenge the potential lateral that was immediately recovered by the Texans. He was seen yelling, I guess, at Caden Bullock, who had a nice pick earlier in the game. I guess he was yelling at Caden Bullock to not get over or to get over, but he didn't. And I think that was cover 2. So you didn't get a hand on the receiver, and Wicks goes down there, scores a relatively easy touchdown, a play after you could have probably had a turnover. It was going to be up for debate. Sure would have been one of those things where the booth was, I don't know, is that indisputable evidence? It would have been one of those things, but it was worth it, I think.
Even just using that as a timeout
would have helped you because you wouldn't have been.
Yeah, you would have been lined up.
Yeah, because the Packers were rushing to get that playoff.
Yeah.
And it turned into a touchdown down the sideline. So that was unfortunate. I don't really push against D'Amico's decision making late. I get why you have concern, but if you can't trust your offensive line to protect, asking your team to be aggressive is tough. Like, if you don't know if you can get a drop back off, now CJ likely wouldn't have taken a sack large enough to push you out of field goal range, but a hit, a strip sack, any of those things could have occurred. So while the Texans didn't go for the jugular, I don't think their offensive line put them in a position where they could truly believe that they could get a couple successful plays off without that risk. Now, the one throw they did make wasn't caught, or at least it was out of bounds. Tank had a tough day, dropped the touchdown pass early. And I think that was another drive that was extended by a penalty, much like last week against the Patriots, where the Texans were going to get off the field and have to kick a field goal. Instead, a penalty occurred, I believe. And this time Tank couldn't come through. So maybe that was a sign of things to come. But credit to Neville Hewitt for his play. And also, Neville Hewitt, you get away with one suplex a year. You only get away with one, and only on special teams. When you are starting linebacker, you can't suplex the wide receiver. Hey.
They notice. They notice when you do that.
They let you get away with it once, and Neville's like, hey, I got away with it last week. Let's see this time. No, a big 15-yard penalty. Would have been 3rd and long, I think, if he hadn't committed that penalty. And then it jump-started a Packers drive. So, Kalen Bullock, nice job by you. Despite what we think is a blown coverage, he keeps making plays for that Texan secondary. So they seem to have a couple hits in the secondary. Hopefully Kamari Lassiter is back in a couple weeks. It feels like when the diagnosis is a broken scapula or fractured scapula, whatever the exact term is, there's a guy who's going to be missing some time. We'll see. We'll see if he can come back on Sunday.
Hopefully, at least some of these guys can come back.
Yeah, you get Aziz back, Toto back, and Edwards is gone for however long, for three more games. So we just wait on that. But
we know exactly how long he'll be.
Exactly. It was my thing with Ian Rappaport, where he was like, Nico Collins will be back sooner rather than later. No, he'll be out. He'll be out for 4. That's clear. And then we'll figure out what it is after that. We saw Danico Autry out there, so you got him back in the fold. It's hard for me to blame the defense outside the last drive. But like I said, that happens to every team for some reason. How many teams get stops?
Especially a team, and they didn't even end up using the timeout. No. But with what was it, minute 30?
Yeah, plenty of time.
Minute 30 and a timeout, and a, like you said, halfway decent quarterback. Like you only need a field goal.
It feels like the only hope at that point is to hold to a 50-plus yarder and hope he misses it, because they're going to get this guy in field goal range.
Or bad decision, interception, or a tip or something.
Strip sack, but just simply getting 4 plays and out.
You're not going to just stop them.
No.
You're going to have to either get a turnover or, like you said, hope their kicker misses.
Yeah, so that happened. Let's get to Irv here. He's got some shows he wants to talk about and the NFL. What's up, Irv?
Hey, what up, Doug? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Hey, what's up, Doug? Hey, bit of I used to try to call you on Friday about these things, but you never really get to the line because I know you got Michael Carroll on. I want to talk to you about so the 2 shows that usually are on my list right now is the Penguin and Agatha. I know that those are kind of like, what you think so far of Agatha and what you think about the Penguin so far? I know that you just probably watched the last episode. I haven't watched it yet, but what you think so far, not introducing any of the superheroes or anything like that. But also, too, I'm going to go on a rant right now. What's the fascination, because I also want to talk NFL, what's the fascination with the Jets and Aaron Rodgers? Why do they want him to be like this team that everybody wants to cheer for? I don't understand this, because Aaron Rodgers was a former MVP and a former Super Bowl champ. That dude's so overrated, bro. Like, I feel like their failure is Aaron Rodgers. You know, they say they wanted now that Devontae Adams is there. Oh, what are the chances for them making the playoffs now? You saw how bad I don't know if you saw the game yesterday, but they were terrible. They weren't connecting right. And then, didn't he have a hamstring injury?
Yeah, he had a hamstring injury until he got traded, and then he was more than fine. Yeah, the deal was he just didn't want to play for the Raiders.
Now he's fully practicing, and he's on the field, and he's catching. Like, He's over there like what was that one interception that one dude that rookie safety who did? He caught up to him so fast before he made that touchdown. You telling me that dude did not recover from a hamstring that long?
He may have twinged it, but he was not so hurt that he couldn't have played the last couple games for the Raiders. It was all a ploy and it worked to get out of there. And now he left the 2-5 team, and now he's with another 2-5 team. He got beat by the Steelers twice in a week or so. So the Aaron Rodgers thing.
So hold on,
go ahead.
So here's what I'm gonna tell you. What does it say about either this? Either is it that Aaron Rodgers is that bad, or does Mike Tomlin know something that we don't know about his quarterbacks? Because he won with Justin Fields, but yesterday, look how Russell Wilson played.
I would say Aaron Rodgers is a above average quarterback who wants to operate like he's still an elite talent. The system he doesn't want a system that's going to give him, at least from what it appears, he doesn't want a system that's going to give him some layups. He's a guy who wants to run everything, call the protections. It feels like do everything in the line of scrimmage when he can. I don't think he's looking for, as a quarterback might call it, training wheels to help him, and he probably needs it. He has two receivers that you would think are at least good. Garrett Wilson had a ball bounce off his chest and then turn into a pick that changed that entire game around. I think he's a guy who thinks he can operate above what he actually can, and it's hurting him. The Jets are a mess. To your point, they handed the thing over to Aaron Rodgers, and it's been a disaster. Now, the injury, you can't account for that last year, but it's not a good process. Like, some things work out when you have a bad process, but turning your franchise over to Aaron Rodgers because you're desperate, well, we've seen what's happened. Your coach got fired. Joe Douglas makes a trade for Devontae Adams. You're 2-5. He's probably going to get fired, and then Woody Johnson will talk about how talented the team is and then hire a couple guys in their place. So never do what the Jets do. Don't give your franchise to a 48-year-old quarterback. It won't work out. Anyone could have told you that. As far as your shows, Agatha all along is fine. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I'm not into, let's say, light superhero stuff. I like a more darker tone. So it's well done. It's just not my bag. Penguin I'm in on. I'm not going to give away what happened in last night's episode, but I'm down with that. The fact that it's more mob show than actual comic booky, I think is good because, frankly, I guess if Batman was in it, maybe that would attract more people, but I don't need Batman in this story. I mean, I wouldn't mind a reference like what's Batman doing, but I don't need him to be fighting on these terms. Like, I don't need to see him interfering with this operation between the Maronis and the Falcons. So I'm good. I tune in every week to watch it. It's one of the better things on TV right now. So I got no complaints. And Agatha, I watch as like background noise. But that's about it.
Here's my last thing I want to say, and then I'll end it with this. I think the Texans are not meshing together. I think they're separated, and then like Stephon Diggs going against the Green Bay Packers. I know he has history being with the Vikings, but I also feel like, when CJ was going up against the other team, where's the rest of the team, man? I have no unity here, and that's why I think the Texans are not going to be doing well further down. So, I hang up and listen.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll get to that coming back. Stephon Diggs spoke on his interactions with the entire Packers team. That happened before the game. I don't know why he was isolated out there. I guess all the other players had run in, and he just decided to hang out because he saw someone chirping or heard someone chirping, but there was not another Texan player in the vicinity. So it felt like he was looking for a conversation. So maybe that's why the chirping started. I don't know the timeline about why he was out there and all the other players were gone. There was like a couple Texans personnel people out there who kind of pushed him out of the way to stop this from getting out of control, because it was 1 against like 47. I don't know if Jordan Love would have gotten involved, but let's remove the two quarterbacks and Willis and Love and the specialists, the snapper, the holder, and the kicker, which probably the holder's probably the punter. So you're probably looking at, if you remove those 42 guys or so out there who could have beat his ass if they wanted to, because there was no Texan player out there to defend him.
That's not counting like a wide receiver coach or
you never know if those guys
quality assurance.
But as far as players who would have actually gotten involved, you're probably looking at about 42 against 1 or so. Not great odds for Stephon Diggs, but ain't nobody gonna fight. It's just some chirping. So we'll hear from Stephon Diggs when we come back. He talked about what happened, or at least his mindset about it. So we'll get to that in a little bit. Not a great day for the Texans wide receivers all around. If we're going to say anything from the beginning of that back and forth to the end, Jair Alexander wins by TKO. He didn't punch anyone, but that Packers secondary, thanks to the Packers defensive front, Jeff Hafley, their DC, and Chris Strouser, and his inability to teach a Texans offensive line to pick up a stunt, that was a win for the Packers D. And Jair Alexander can talk as much as he wants to Stephon Diggs. I don't know when they'll see each other next. Hell, Stephon Diggs may be a Lion next year. Who knows? He's only under contract for the year. We'll see how that plays out. So we'll hear from him when we come back, and we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. I don't take issue so much with how he handled the late game situation, but this was a classic non-answer when asked about it. So we'll get to that when we come back. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. The man behind Aqueduct Plumbing Company is Billy Brown. He's local. He understands what the local customer wants, and he's there to serve you. He's based in the Clear Lake area, but Aqueduct Plumbing serves all Houston. So if you have an issue, whether it be a leak, maybe it's something bigger than that. Look, leaks can be bad. Frankly, they're just annoying. But if you don't know how to fix it, there's a company for you. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com is a website. If you go to that website, you can check out a couple things. Beyond leaks, they do almost anything you can ask for from a plumbing company. Whether you have a water heater issue, maybe you have a tankless water heater that you don't know a lot about, but you need some maintenance on it, they can take care of that as well. All their services are listed on the site, from repipes, which can be big jobs. You don't want bad pipes. Bad pipes lead to bad water. What's bad water? Stinky. It's dirty. You don't want that coming out of your shower when you're trying to take a shower, obviously. You don't want it when you're trying to wash dishes. You expect clean water. Turn on the faucet, clean water should come out. Aqueduct Plumbing Company will make sure that happens. If you want to call them for that free price quote, you can call them at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Okay. Sean and I were discussing fan bases and their delusion, but maybe we save that for a different time. Let's get to some more Texans sound, or at least some Texans sound. We haven't gotten to any. I mentioned this before we went to break. Stephon Diggs got into a back and forth with the entire Packers roster. You say, what do you mean? Just look at the clips. It was him versus everyone, him versus Green Bay. It looked like as he was walking off the field, I imagine it started first with the DBs, and then any Packer who got any sense that Stephon Diggs was in the area started to swarm. No punches were thrown. I think maybe a shove or so, maybe. But I won't even say cooler heads prevailed. Just some people got in the way to stop this from becoming something where Stephon Diggs is going to have to fight off 20 Packers. But after the game, Stephon Diggs was asked about what happened, and this is what he said.
I was walking to the locker room in the beginning of the game, and I heard somebody chirping. And I'm never the bigger person, so that's how I go and give a fuck about myself or with a million. So I'm never the bigger person. I ain't letting shit go. You know, obviously they picked it up or whatever, but I ain't with the football talk about it. It is what it is. You know, I can't all the time. But I ain't getting into all that. It's just I ain't letting shit go.
Who said 10 toes down? If you didn't catch that, there is a random reporter who said 10 toes down, right? Now, I don't know how many local reporters made it to the game. It could have been a Green Bay reporter who was there. I don't like it. That's fine. I'm not bothered that much by it, but 10 toes down, right?
All right. Keep that same energy next time you see Aaron Wilson.
You think that was Aaron Wilson?
I don't know. I saw he was at the game.
Yeah, I saw him. He did a stand-up on the field.
And he's the funniest of them, too.
He might have. That might have been him. I don't know, because the clips, DJ Bieneme was there, but that wasn't him. I don't know if Chancellor Johnson was at the game, but he has the same clip on his Twitter. But 10 toes down, am I right? Cut it out. Just ask the questions.
It is what it is. 10 toes down,
right? That could be Aaron Wilson.
10 toes down, right?
You should just text DJ and say, who said that?
We'll ask him on Tuesday when he's in studio.
Ask DJ tomorrow. He's in tomorrow?
Yeah.
Ask
with,
him
Gallant George.
Ask him tomorrow. Yeah, with Gallant George. Ask him tomorrow who said 10 toes down. Was it a local guy, a Green Bay guy, national reporter? Was Kevin Seifert there? And he said 10 toes down. What? Who decided? Who decided they were going to get that in? Why not? That's because you stand on business, right?
10 toes down, right?
Come on. I gotta get an answer now.
10 toes down, right?
And Steph was like, oh yeah,
sure,
I guess. I'm not gonna leave you hanging. But sure. Yeah. You're a nerd. What are you talking about? Okay. Hopefully DJ can recall who said that, because I gotta know.
I do like the phrase "I'm never the bigger person."
I do. It's a self-awareness that I respect.
Yeah, like when after the Bills game, he said, "I'm an emotional person." He also said that, where he's like, "I'm emotional."
Yeah, it's fine. It's respectable to understand who you are. Nothing came out of it. Now, not that I blame him at all, but a better performance from that wide receiver core would have been great.
Just came out of it.
True, but surely, it didn't go the way he wanted it to. But understanding who you are is important. I'm never the bigger person. I'm trying to think if that model fits me. I don't know if I'm the bigger person, but I match energy. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to be someone who is petty. But if you're petty, I'll match your petty. That's all. So I guess I'm never the bigger person either. But I will match what you're putting out there. Okay, Stephon Diggs didn't have a great game. Nobody on that Texans office did beyond Joe Mixon.
He did have over a quarter of the receiving yards.
How many yards did he have?
23.
Mm-hmm.
23 of 87 or 83.
And of course, because of sacks, it's even worse as
50,
far as
55
total
team passing.
team passing yards were under 60 yards.
Because 4 sacks for 31.
That's rough. That's a rough outing. And they're still in the game thanks to turnovers.
That is crazy. That's the craziest thing about the NFL is that your quarterback can be 10 for 21 for 86 yards. And it's like the other team needed a last-second field goal to beat you.
Because their quarterback turned the ball over. You had the punt that hit the Packers blocker or gunner, I think, on the leg, and that resulted in Texans points. So the Packers did the Texans plenty of favors. I mean, I'm not going to say favor at the interception, at least particularly, well, both actually.
The Bullock one was an earned interception.
Yes, it was the pocket was pushed and Love overthrew it on the over route or maybe the crossing route, and Bullock made a great play. And then even Jalen Petrie broke on the ball, distracted the receiver, and Neville Hewitt made the play. So I won't say they were given, but both throws were either bad decisions or poor execution. And we'll take that from Jordan Love. But when it mattered, he found a way, and the Packers are 4-2. No, 5-2. 5-2. They're 5-2. The Lions are 6-1. The Vikings are 5-1, and the Bears did not play yesterday. So a division with the different levels of quarterback. Like Jordan Love's young, trying to establish himself. You got a rookie in Caleb Williams. Jared Goff is now getting MVP hypes. I saw that. And then you have
from the people that brought you Matt Ryan's MVP in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
We bring you Jared Goff, NFL MVP.
And of course, you've got Sam Darnold, who didn't play poorly yesterday, and the Vikings got off to a good start. It was look at that, Jared Goff being shut down by Brian Flores again, and then Jared Goff proceeded to go like 22 out of 25 or something like that. Ate that defense up, made play after play. Good day all around for that Lions team. Nice fight back for them in a hostile environment. We saw how the Texans handled Minnesota. Minnesota got up early, and the Texans had no answer. The Lions go down and fight their way back and win that game. There are levels to this thing, and right now the Texans, no matter what we think they're capable of, are a step, maybe step and a half behind what we think are the best teams. Because Green Bay gave you what? Their C game on offense when you include the turnovers. Maybe even less than that.
Although the turnovers of Jordan Love is kind of that is the game.
It is his thing. He will put the ball in harm's way. He's not the most fundamentally sound when he's throwing the football. Likes to make off-platform throws, trust that arm, and we saw he trusted it, and the ball floated, and Bullock made a great play. So, but we look at where the Texans are and where we want them to be. They're not the Chiefs, despite Patrick Mahomes throwing a couple more picks. They're not the Ravens, clearly. The Ravens play tonight against the Bucks. Good Monday night matchup. The other one's Cardinals-Chargers. The stepchild.
Undercard.
But it starts later, I think.
Yeah. Nightcap.
So it'll be on longer than the other one.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
I mean, it's the NFL's Pac-12 After Dark. Mountain West.
Yeah, the Chargers and Cardinals wish they were Pac-12 After Dark. It's more like, hey, what game's going on in Hawaii right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's
San Diego State?
Fresno State went out to Hawaii. Let's check it out.
They kicked off at 11 Central Time. Okay.
I got nothing else to do. Let's watch this. So we got those two games on, and those two games will decide beat the warehouse guy today. Justin enters Monday Night Football with, actually a 1-game deficit. It wasn't a great week for either of those guys. I think he's playing Jeremy, not Brandon, another Jeremy, a listener. Jeremy won 2 games. Justin has won 1. So Justin needs to win, and he needs a loss. Justin has the Bucks plus 3.5 against the Ravens, and Jeremy, the listener, has the Cardinals against the Chargers. They're both underdogs, I believe.
I was hoping it was coming down to a double banger.
No, the double banger was won by the listener. He had 49ers. No, he had Chiefs. Justin had the 49ers. Did not go well for Justin. So we'll see if he's giving out tickets to a Rockets game. I think it's a Rockets game against the Knicks or something. So it's a pretty good game. It's a good team that's coming to town in the early season schedule for the Rockets. And Justin is on the line or on the hook to give out tickets and a limo ride there and back. Just a promo for the next time we do it, which should be Friday. I think everyone's going to be in on Friday. So we can do that there as well. Okay, we're done with hour one here. We'll get into some college football. We didn't talk anything about it other than passing reference to what happened in Austin. Sean is not in Longhorn paraphernalia, not because he's a coward, just because he wore it on Friday. We'll get Sean's thoughts. He didn't go to the game, but if he did, how many water bottles will he have thrown? Would he have thrown? Hey, tantruming works. You guys are parents, you know. Some points you just give in. The rest are like, okay, Taylor, enough. You can get, what do kids eat now? Do they still eat pudding? Probably not. Yo, what do kids eat? I'm trying to remember when I was a kid what I tantrum for. I'm trying to think what kids would.
I'm sure Oreos are still hot.
Yeah. Yeah, you get the full size, you get the king size Snicker on Halloween. Just leave me alone. I want to sleep. So that's what the Texas students did, and it worked. Didn't help them win the game, though. We'll talk about what it says about the team, if anything, about the program, as the Longhorns go down to Big Bad Georgia in Austin with Glenn Powell and Matthew McConaughey watching. Kevin Durant was there. You guys dropped the game in front of all your stars. What's that about?
Joe Rogan.
Well,
Drew Brees.
Ted Cruz was there. Should have known. Well, we talked about it last week.
He's used to it.
Yeah. But we should have known when that became a potential obstacle for Texas. We should have just, if I bet it all on Georgia. We'll get to that in the second hour. We will be back. Welcome to hour 2. And our big mystery from hour 1 was who said 10 toes down in the middle of Stephon Diggs and the Diggs comments on his interactions with the Packers before the game. If you missed it, here is Diggs talking about going out there and nearly getting into a fight with the Packers and saying he is never the bigger person. And you'll hear a reporter chime in, and we may have an answer to who that reporter was.
I ain't with the football talk about it. Is what it is. You know,
10 toes down, right?
10 toes down, right? According to KJ, my good friend, and a guy who is around those reporters, whether he's out at the Texans or other events in the city, he thinks that's Aaron Wilson. And it makes some sense. Is a random Green Bay reporter going to say that? Is a national guy who has no rapport with Stephon Diggs going to say that? Aaron Wilson is the clubhouse leader for that.
It is what it is. You know,
10 toes down, right?
Mm-hmm. We'll find out, Sean. If you ask only one question of DJ Bieneme tomorrow, make sure you get that one in because he had that clip on his Twitter, so he was around for it.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know. I need to know.
We'll see if DJ is 10 toes down.
Right? Tell. You were there. Let us know. Who said that? Okay. What happened in Austin? A Georgia beatdown. Sean, at what point did you think, oh, this isn't going to go the way I want it to go? Because early in the game, things don't go your way. You're like, whatever. But you guys are forcing turnovers. Carson Beck was awful. So if in a battle of terrible quarterback play, you think, oh, we're at home. We'll find a way at some point. When did you go, oh, okay?
Probably the second. Probably the second Quinn Ewers interception. That's when I was like, oh. Oh, no.
And you thought he got the first one out of the way like he did against Oklahoma. We'll figure this out.
And then the fumble, it's like, hey, listen, that's going to happen when you get rocked blindside like that. Probably not good that he's getting rocked blindside on probably, I don't know, 2/3 of his dropbacks. But yeah, that the second one, that's when it also went from the murmur of, should they maybe go to Arch here? To like, yeah, I've seen enough. let's at least mix things up. Go to Arch. Quinn hasn't played so well. So yeah, that's about and that's probably, I'm trying to do the math. I think that's the play that set up 20-0. Might have been 17-0.
Yeah, they would coming back from breaks, they would go to the studio crew.
Yeah,
and
they went to like them as Booger McFarland or whoever was going like,
Booger
I think you go to Arch
and Dan Orlovsky.
Like, well, he's putting on his helmet and running on the field.
I don't know if Booger was so all in, but Orlovsky was like, yeah, it's time to go. It's time to go to Arch. And as he was saying that, Arch was walking onto the field.
Yeah,
because it looked like Arch had his helmet on. Like, oh, okay, is he going in, or is he just wants his helmet on and hit a play call? And Quinn Ewers had his helmet off, but I thought he was going to put his helmet on and walk into the huddle. And then, nope, not the case. Quinn Ewers was benched for, half a quarter or so.
2 drives.
2 drives, something like that. And then coming out of the half, he was back as a starter. Arch played, had a nice run. Then he got a strip sack because the Texas offensive line was the only offensive line worse than the Texans offensive line as far as teams we were paying attention to over the course of about 15 to 18 hours.
Yeah. Although Texas did win the second half
15-7.
Yeah. So that switcheroo worked out.
Yeah, they won the third quarter 15-0. So they were in the ball game, but Georgia answered 30-15 the final.
Yeah, Georgia really had the one drive in the after the back-to-back touchdown drives for Texas where they actually drove the ball down and scored.
Mm-hmm.
I think all their other points came off of short fields because, again, Quinn Ewers could not stop giving them the ball. And Arch Manning had a fumble as well.
Yeah, well,
don't feel left out, Arch.
Yeah, Texas got back into the game 23-15 after the pass interference that wasn't a pass interference that the referees called a pass interference until the Texas fans said, wait a minute, that's not a pass interference. Let's make our displeasure known by not just booing, but throwing water bottle after water bottle after water bottle. They eventually reversed the call for reasons you can figure out. I don't care so much about the speculation so much. I actually do not care that they reversed it. I don't care that the students may have pushed them to reverse it because they had all the time in the world to watch the replay.
Yeah.
If that was the case, frankly, the call was wrong initially. Get it right. I don't care how you got there. People are hung up on it. It's not what I'm hung up on, because you know what would have happened if they hadn't reversed it? The entire ball game we would have discussed that non-pass interference call that took away a chance for Texas to get back in the game. So
I would go full Saints fans in 2019.
Yeah,
where it's just like we were robbed. You don't know how that game was. The momentum was shifting, and you don't know how. You don't know.
Frankly,
they did change the call.
Yes, frankly, the referees taking the heat is a better outcome than Texas fan complaining about how that call could have changed the outcome of the game.
Yeah.
So
You're welcome.
I will.
The listeners out there, you're getting a much more listenable radio product,
and not just Sean, who's actually normal. I'm talking about people who are in your lives who wouldn't shut up about that call if it didn't go Texas's way. Do you want Texas fans, after what could have been, I guess, a 30-8 ass kicking, to talk about why that game would have changed if they would have simply gotten that call? No. It's better off that the referees did what they did. Texas scored their touchdown 2 plays later, and they got beat 30-15. It's better for anyone who's not a Texas fan who has Texas people in their life. You got the call. You got beat. We don't have to talk about this anymore unless you just like getting into the conversations about referees, which I don't care that much about.
I like that it's on record that you think I'm one of the good ones.
I didn't say I said you're normal. I didn't say you're good. I said you're normal.
One of the normal ones.
Yeah, one of the normal ones. Sean is a Texas. I wouldn't even call him a honk. He leans into the bed a little bit. Like he'll wear the headgear, but it's whatever. Sean is normal. He's got an Arch Manning personalized jersey. He's still normal compared to the rest of you. He's got all those things that I know about him, like offhand. I don't know how deep his Texas fandom goes, other than he's got a group chat with people and they will talk about random Texas things like
not
punters.
The normal ones.
Yeah, I assume they're not normal. You got a guy who hates on the punter.
Oh my God, the punting difference was very stark in this game. If you want to go back and watch.
Yeah, that was not great. It's not great.
Or maybe just look at the stats.
Yeah, I don't have to watch. I watched the game. I don't have to go back and watch. I can just look at the stats to confirm what I saw. But of all the things that you can say about Sean's Texas fandom, you can't say he's out of control. He gets it. And you know what? They lost. And you know what? They still got every chance in the world to win a national title, which I say is a benefit of the 12-team playoff, because these games can just be taken as one-offs. Hey, look, 2 teams who have championship aspirations played, 1 won, 1 loss. You know what it doesn't do? Ruin our year. We can keep it moving, and as long as Texas is as good as what people say they are, they got a shot to go win a national title. That offensive line, I talked about pressure points for the Texans. Georgia found the pressure point for Texas that we didn't know existed. We assume that offensive line has a couple first rounders at tackle. The guards, the interior, overall good. Got the very experienced center. We just assumed Texas, great offensive line. And they very well may be, but they saw a front that just had a game.
Who else has a couple first-round picks?
Georgia.
Yeah.
Despite what we think of some of the talent fall off, they still got dudes, and Mikael Williams was back, and he showed out. They were awesome on Saturday night. Doesn't mean Texas is awful. Just means maybe that the crowning of the best program in the country stuff, maybe we back off. Hey, I was one of the people talking about how this game could stamp them as they're already a playoff contender. They're already a very good program, maybe a top 5 program. Maybe this would have made them the best program currently in the sport. You know what? That won't be determined until at the end of the year. And frankly, depending on the wins, it might be something that takes 2 to 3 years to confirm. Like if Georgia wins another national title, we can just give them best program in the country. But if Texas wins one, they're one of the best programs. But you win 2 in a row or 2 out of 3. Then we start talking about best programs. But they're right up there. They're if they have peers, they're not many when it comes to Texas and where they stand. They just took a beating, and it happens. What else happened? Alabama and Tennessee.
Talk about once great programs.
Tennessee had one
both,
great year.
Both of them. But I was mostly talking about Alabama.
Jalen Milroe had the worst game I've ever seen him play, other than the game where he got benched. Did he get benched before the USF game last year?
Yeah, he didn't play in the
He didn't play in that game. Just all the other.
It was the Texas game.
All the other Alabama quarterbacks are terrible. So I think this was his worst game I've ever seen him play. It was a game where neither quarterback played very well, particularly Nico Iamaleava in the first half. Tennessee guys are running open. He's missing throws, and it costs his team a chance to put up a lot of points early. Alabama still has issues covering guys. I think you look at Alabama and their DBs; those guys can't run in a way where you want them running with SEC wide receivers. They're not fast, like relatively speaking, they're fast. But when we put them against SEC caliber speed, they're not. They get run by, and that's a problem. You have to do things differently when guys can just run by you. And Tennessee consistently got by those guys. They just couldn't make the plays. There was a big drop, and Nico obviously made a couple poor throws. He had a bad pick as well, but Tennessee got the ground game going. The one thing Tennessee can do, they can run the football. Sampson's a good back, and their defense has been really good this year. As much as they beat up on Lambs early in the year, their defense and the way they play has continued beyond Lambs and into the SEC part of the schedule. They can get stops, and they got enough stops to keep themselves in the game until they finally got it going offensively. So that's 3 straight weeks where Tennessee has been shut out in the first half. They were not able to overcome it against Arkansas, who lost to LSU. LSU hanging around, lose to USC, now turning into a bad loss with USC losing another game. But LSU right there with you. And you know what happens Saturday? You can hear it right here on ESPN 97.5. Undefeated in conference LSU versus undefeated in conference Texas A&M. A&M beats Mississippi State over the weekend. Connor Wegman played again. Unlike what Carol Kitten-Cogslaughter said, where he compared the state of Texas to the state of Mississippi. He said Texas is the Ole Miss of Texas, and A&M is the Mississippi State of Texas. Well, I saw A&M in Mississippi State. A&M's a little better. I'm being sarcastic. They're much better. Although Mississippi State has pushed people. That's 3 straight weeks. They've given people games.
They both wear maroon.
That was pretty much all the good doctor had to lean on. They both wear maroon. Yeah. There's much more investment in A&M than there is in Mississippi State. And yes, A&M is the second program in the state, but they don't spend like it. I just know what the history is, and they're invested, but the success has gone Texas's way more often than not. So a big weekend in college football. We'll do our misery index tomorrow, but just wanted to get into it a little bit because we had not talked about it a lot. Anything for you, Sean, beyond Texas, Georgia that you took a look at?
I mean, the Alabama Tennessee game was the other kind of, because it was the lead-in kind of thing.
Yeah, it was a triple header on ABC of Miami beating Louisville. That was
the other thing. I was trying to think. I was like, there was a good early slate game.
Yeah, there was
good.
In our group chat, not Sean and I, but the Glory Boys, as we call it, the morning show group chat, adding Raheel to the mix as well. There was a discussion about the prospects of the quarterbacks who played in that triple header on ABC. Cam Ward, obviously outstanding.
Tyler Shuck.
Put him there, I guess. I'm not sure where his draft status is.
XFL, got it.
Okay, UFL now. I guess. But actually Jalen Monroe, Nico's not draft eligible, but he's a guy people are going to pay attention to after 2025. He didn't have a great day. And then Carson Beck and Quinn Ewers. So now Shador was playing as well. He played well, but he wasn't on ABC. If we're talking about draft prospects, Cam Moore was like, yes. Anybody backing Cam Moore was like, yes, give me that.
Cam and Shador.
Yeah. Watch those other guys play. Like, okay, you think those guys are better than us?
Like, I can't even think of another quarterback that's like should be up there with them.
No, the guys who are mentioned all played in either the triple header or Shador on a different channel, and the guys that followed Cam Ward did not show themselves very well. So if we're just going now, obviously it's not a one-game sample, but if we're just making comps, and obviously the opponents are different, but one guy continues to be a star, and the other guys are putting up these.
One guy got sat.
One guy got benched. Yeah. And if Carson Beck was trailing, he would have got benched. Like Quinn Ewers only got benched because, he has Arch behind him. I don't know who. I think Georgia's quarterback. I don't know if it's Rashada or
it's Rashada.
Oh, he's a backup. There's another guy who they recruited. Obviously, is it Stockton? Is he still there?
I don't know.
But I guess if Rashada's the backup. But the only reason Carson Beck stayed in that game is because Quinn Ewers was. I wouldn't even say he was worse. It's just that Georgia scored.
Yeah. It was just the difference of. I mean, not even the difference in turnovers. He threw 3 picks.
Yeah.
They both turned the ball over 3 times.
I can't even say Quinn Ewers was worse. It's just that Georgia's
their offense was a little bit better.
Yeah, early. So
ETN was better.
Yeah,
the best ETN brother.
Not in college. Travis was a dude. Now, what Travis is in the NFL?
Current right now.
Yeah,
if I had to win a football game today.
Well, one is hurt, so sure, I would take Trevor too. Travis did not play in the early game yesterday as the Patriots go down to the Jags. I can't see that name, but we'll get to you. Looks like you want to talk Bulldogs. That could be Mississippi State. That could be Georgia. That's Blake. We'll talk about that when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? You can. 713-780-3776.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Blake here. He wants to talk Bulldogs. I assume that's Georgia. What's up, Blake?
Hey, gentlemen. Mr. Olaleye, congratulations. Your Hurricanes are still crushing it. Condolences to the other Texas team that didn't quite win. But, hey, how about them Bulldogs? We almost beat A&M.
Oh, okay. Oh, Blake's a Mississippi State fan. I forgot. Yeah, you guys have been – I don't know if you're into moral victories early in Jeff Lebby's tenure, but you guys are fighting. You're giving teams scares week after week. Well, not Texas, but the other two, Georgia and A&M. I like Van Buren. He's shown me more than I would have thought early in his career. So, yeah, I would say you want to win one of these at some point, but you see progress. And, well, Jeff Lebby is no longer the OU OC, and we see what happens there. Seth Luttrell got fired. So maybe just a little time. So let me ask you this, because I was joking because we had Dr. Cogslaughter on earlier. What are the expectations for Mississippi State overall? Not this year, but let's say 3 years from now. Do you think Dan Mullen level success is reasonable?
You know, in all honesty, like all kidding aside, yeah, I think we can get back to Dan Mullen's success. I mean, there was a time when you had Ole Miss and Mississippi State were ranked 1 and 2 in the country, the golden age of Mississippi, if you will. I think we can get back to that. The problem is we just can't compete when it comes to NIL and any of that stuff. That's not what the donors are there for. In all honesty, it's more of an engineering school, and they focus more on that. But baseball is really our main sport.
Sure.
And probably a little bit into the basketball arena as well. But yeah, it's just the football doesn't get the focus. It doesn't get the donors. The big donors really are donating to the other sport. And so that's kind of the main thing that's holding us back.
Gotcha. That's tough. Yeah. Money obviously drives everything. I appreciate the insight. I grew up always rooting for Miss State versus Ole Miss. I liked James Johnson, the running back then? I loved their uniforms at one point. So I hopefully at some point they do get to that Dan Mullen level. I was looking up his numbers, and obviously the big year, as you mentioned, was the year they were a top BCS school. They wound up in the Orange Bowl and lost that one under Dak. So, yeah.
I did have two more quick things.
Go ahead.
All right. So first, Dan Mullen, I thought actually did a pretty good job commentating. I actually give him his props for that. But the second thing is I did catch up on Penguin, and you're right. The episode 4 hit. That one was like, okay, now I'm ready for the next one. But anyway, I'll hang up and listen. Y'all have a great day.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for calling in, Blake. Call in anytime. Yeah, Penguin, it's there. I'm there with that. That I don't know where it's going to stand as far as awards, but it feels like it's picking up steam, and it's in that prime slot, the HBO Prestige slot of Sunday night. So I think it'll certainly have some interest and some chances there. You got Colin Farrell, which is a name that's going to draw people to give it a look. And obviously, Christine Milioti, who is doing a great job as Sophia Falcone. Is it Kristen? I think it's Kristen Milioti. I said Christine. Lazy J wants to talk soccer. What's up, Lazy J?
Yeah, what's going on, my brother? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I want to talk some soccer, man, but I was trying to get in and call what you learned this weekend. I listened to the Button podcast this weekend. Did you know that Michael Jackson put his hands on Tupac? You know, no light skin putting in that work. What you think about that?
Well, he wasn't light skinned originally, so that's where it came from.
Well, you know, okay, we can all say that.
Okay.
But I want to get in and talk
No,
about
I can't.
soccer,
You
man. I went to the Dynamo. I went to the Dynamo game this weekend, man. That stadium was electric. I think the only downfall was the parking. It was horrible, man. I got there at least 45 minutes before the game started. It was just parking was just ridiculous. But I just want to get your thoughts on that. I'm going back to the soccer game on Sunday. Well, when they start with Seattle, about 2 weeks. How far do you think they're going to get, man? They looked electric. Like I say, man, that penalty in the final time, that was a penalty. But man, for them to come down there and score, I know a lot of people were talking about that. it was more than the 7 minutes that it was supposed to be. But man, they looked amazing. Just want to get your thoughts on how far you think they'll go.
Appreciate it. The Dynamo, I mean, I'm going to speak from a place of ignorance, and by that, I'm just going to tell you to listen to Glenn Davis. I can't speak to how far they're going to go. I would be dishonest if I told you what I think their chances are. I do know what you're talking about. They were playing the Galaxy. The Galaxy had a chance to have the top seed in the Western Conference. The Dynamo gave up a late goal and a penalty, but 11 minutes into stoppage time, they scored to secure the fifth spot in the West. So as you heard Lazy J say, they're going to play the Sounders. Ben Olsen's doing a good job there. They won a trophy in recent memory. I think it was even last year they won a trophy. I think they took out Inter Miami in Miami, I believe, for that trophy. So Ben Olsen's doing a pretty good job there. They have Seattle coming in. At least that'll be the playoff matchup. But Glenn Davis, when Soccer Matters, what day is that again? Is that Thursdays? Joe,
it always moves around. Joe just walked out.
I know. I'm trying to see if you can hear me. Soccer Matters is the show you should be listening to if you want to know.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 6.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 6. So if you are looking for a Dynamo preview of the playoffs, listen to Soccer Matters Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 6 here on ESPN 97.5. Speaking of programming, you know where you can hear us clearly on 97.9 HD2. So if you have an HD radio and you are driving around the city, and I know if you're on the east side, 92.5 probably comes in a little better. And if you're actually 97.5 comes in a little better. If you're on the west side, 92.5 may come in a little bit better. But if you don't want to treat radio like a regional broadcast, just go to 97.9. If you have the HD2 channel, wait a couple bits. It takes a little bit. It's not going to click on immediately, but when it does, you got crystal clear, no crackling, no issues. You can listen to us driving around the city of Houston. You can do that, and you can hear Soccer Matters at 6, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Okay. Lazy J brought up a local team. Let's give you a chance to watch another local team play this Saturday. The Cougs host Isaac Wilson, which is Zach Wilson's brother. Sorry, it's the only frame of reference I can give you because Sean's doppelganger isn't available. Don't call in now. I haven't even given you the number yet. Relax, everybody. We can X that person out. No jumping ahead. I gotta get through the read. Part of the deal. But Zach Wilson's younger brother's in town because Sean's doppelganger is now out for the year. Cam Rising, but you do bring the Utah Utes into town to face your Cougs. The Cougs coming off a tough one against Kansas, but they're in town at home trying to get another win. It'll be this Saturday, October 26th at 6 p.m. at TDECU. It is homecoming. Should be a good crowd out there. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red as we want to pack the stadium for homecoming. Let's show our Cougar pride and support the team. We're giving away a pair of tickets to caller 5 right now. 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs versus Kyle Whittingham and the Utah Utes in town. Caller 5, 713-780-3776. Okay, we'll come back with some sound from D'Amico Ryans. We haven't gotten to that. He talked about why they did what they did late in that game as opposed to being more aggressive like some of you want it. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We have our giveaway. Thanks to Hannah for taking care of that, our intern. So, Texans go down. They drop a close one to the Packers. Offensive line did not play well. Understatement. Led to, I would say, CJ's worst game as a Texan. He didn't turn the ball over, and it's hard to, I guess, maybe worst game statistically. I don't know if you can put it all on him considering the pressure he was under. It was just ugly. The Packers found a breaking point for the Texans offensive line, and they kept exploiting it. And I would expect that will continue to go on until the Texans prove they can fix it. And you can point to Slowick, you can point to Tunsil or Newton, or Howard, or the guys in the interior. But remember the name, Strouser. That's your O-line coach. When you start thinking about why things are going poorly and how come they can't fix things, look exactly at him. That's who you should be looking at until things improve. Okay. D'Amico Ryans was asked about why they were, at least in some people's eyes, too conservative on that final series of plays that led to a field goal. And eventually the Packers came down and kicked their own field goal to win. Here's D'Amico Ryans on their strategy on that final set of downs.
We thought we had a completion there to Tank. He was open, just a little tight on the sideline. So I thought we had a good completion.
Good. More on that. The thing on the play calling was it to run the clock out and then go for the field goal?
Yeah, our goal is always to go score. That's our goal. Like, they did a good job of stopping us, didn't get in. So, obviously we didn't pass the ball well all day, right? So it wasn't good all the way around. We ran the ball well. Thought Joe did a good job of running the ball. And, we needed to pass it. It was not good enough, starting with the protection. If we can't protect, and that's going to be difficult for the quarterback to make the plays.
He didn't specifically say we only passed on third down because we were concerned about our protection, but there it is. It's going to be difficult for a quarterback to make plays if you can't protect. So if you're asking or thinking, how come if they're going to throw the ball on third down and not waste that final Packers timeout, why aren't you trying to throw it on first? What, maybe to surprise the Packers? That offensive line can't be trusted. You can't trust them. You don't know what's going to happen. You're in a prime position to at least take the lead and put yourself in a position to win the game. Who's to say you don't blow another assignment and CJ gets killed? A blindside hit, fumble, game over. So these are the things coaches have to take into account. I know Slowick's going to catch a lot of it. He's the OC. He's been the lightning rod throughout the year. But what can you expect if those guys up front can't be trusted? At least yesterday. That can change depending on how they play in their next game. But if they can't be trusted, I don't know what I would want my OC to do, particularly when you had ran the ball well for the most part yesterday. And here are some of the numbers. The Texans had 10 first and 10s across their final 3 drives, including 1 negated by penalty. Bobby Slowick called a run 9 out of 10 times. They were losing by 3 for most of the second half. This is now the editorializing by someone, Ryan Heath. They netted just 1 field goal from those drives, ultimately losing by 2. Now, that sounds like someone criticizing the play calls. I am firmly, and as Aaron Wilson allegedly might say, 10 toes down. I'm firmly 10 toes down with this. You don't throw the ball more often if your quarterback is running for his life when you do try. So run the ball, play the odds that way, because it felt you're more likely to break off an explosive run than get enough time to hit a guy down the field. Hell, hit a guy 7 yards down the field. That's how poor the pass protection was. And at some point, you cut your losses, you try to mitigate disaster, and you see how it goes. And you know what? For all the conservative stuff you want to get into, they had a 1-point lead under 2 minutes ago, and their defense couldn't hold them. Not that I expected them to. That's just how the NFL is. But I am not getting on Slowick here. I'm not saying my stance is common, but I watched the game and I thought to myself, the quarterback's trending for 100 yards passing. Maybe today isn't the time to try to prove something by airing it out. And he sat on the ball, at least tried to run it, and it almost worked. If only someone would have made a play on defense, which they had made quite a bit throughout the game until that final drive.
He is right, though, that like running it on first and second down, or was that after the 2 minute?
I think so.
Maybe one was before, one was after. But I mean, that is the best way that they're moving the ball all day was by running the ball. Like that's where normally it does feel like when you run the ball, once you get into field goal range, it seems like you're settling for it. I mean, Joe Mixon had more yards per rush than Stroud had yards per pass. Definitely yards per drop back because they're getting sacked all the time. So it's a situation where it's like, no, just run the ball because that's how you're moving it the best.
Yeah, you are far more likely as I said, for a disaster to happen just because your offensive line had played so poorly throwing it than you would have been trying to run it. And of course, you try to throw the ball on third down. Doesn't work out. You had a chance to complete that ball. You didn't.
She's also like 5 yards short of the sticks. I don't know what D'Amico was talking about being like, I thought it was a good catch, or it was an opportunity for a good catch. I'm like,
okay, fine.
He could have caught it. It would have been slightly closer for Kaimi, who could bang it from
maybe you landed
60.
you landed in bounds and you forced a timeout or something. But whatever. Look, when coaches get up there immediately after the game, they're just trying to get out of answering questions. I don't mind it. You're not looking to be too in depth in your conversation. That's why when someone gives you something like great, like Cheryl Reeves yesterday, the Lynx coach, perfect. When she got after the officiating and threw not even a subtle backhanded compliment at the Liberty, I'm here for it. But for the most part, you're getting what D'Amico says. Maybe you get some stuff out of Prime when he wants to trash his own son for playing poorly, mostly Shiloh. But for the most part, these guys are just, hey, get me out of here. This game sucked. I really wanted to win. I'll answer your questions as politely as I can. But you're not getting anything from me. And that's what the reporters got yesterday from D'Amico. We'll see what he says today in his Monday after presser. If after looking at the film, he has some answers about why they can't protect their quarterback when a team tries to run a stunt or a game. The biggest problem for the Texans right now, besides injuries, is their offensive line's inability to protect their quarterback, at least against teams who are any good. The NFC North has, at least on the road, has made the Texans offense look very bad. And it's not like they lit up the Bears either. They were fortunate the Bears' offensive line was in worse shape than the Texans' offensive line currently is. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we are out of here. We might play that sound from Coach Reeve of the Lynx. I don't remember the last time I heard a coach, particularly on the professional level, say a title was stolen from them. But we'll hear that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the Cheryl Reeve quote here, or her sound here. We talked about it going into the game. Well, we talked about this last week, how Jordan Love hadn't dealt well with pressure. He had been a guy who had served up picks when teams got heat on him. Well, this is what happened for the Texans yesterday. The Packers were able to generate a pressure rate of 48. This is courtesy of John Crumpler. I think he's of Texans Wire. We're able to generate a pressure rate of 48.3 while blitzing on only 17.2 of passing down. So what that means is the Packers front four was able to get after CJ without having to need extra help. So pressure, while you can cover with 7, recipe for what you saw out of that Texans passing game yesterday. The numbers just confirm what your eyes told you. It was a rough one. Okay, so we had Game 5 of the WNBA Finals yesterday, the 5th and deciding game, which the Liberty won. Credit to the Liberty for winning a title. Cheryl Reeve gives them credit. She's the coach of the Lynx in a backhanded way. But first, she went after the officiating. If you don't know what happened, late in the game, Lynx up to Liberty with the ball. Their star player, Brianna Stewart, could have been called for a travel. Probably should have been called for a travel. Instead, she traveled her way into a foul, at least drawing a foul, that led to her making 2 free throws to tie the game. The Lynx went cold in the overtime. Liberty win. They win a title. Well, normally when that happens, okay, you want to congratulate the other team, love up on your team, say, hey, we had a great year, so on and so forth. Well, Cheryl Reeve had other things to say. She started off her presser with this.
I know all the headlines will be Reeve cries foul. Bring it on.
Headline writer.
Right? Bring it on. Because this was stolen from us. Bring it on. This ain't that hard. Officiating it's not that hard. When someone is being held, be consistent. If you don't want to hold it one end, don't call it the other. Be consistent. Every team asks for that, right? Sandy asked for that last game. So 3 of the games in the series, we're talking about the same damn thing, right? So I tell these guys, for whatever reason, it didn't work out, right? It just doesn't feel right. I mean, congratulations to the Liberty on their first championship. Been around, I don't know, how long has the league been around? 28 years? It took them 28 years. Congrats to them. We were that close to our 5th. Just didn't happen, right? It's disappointing. It's incredibly disappointing.
Hey, Sandy, over here.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheryl came in earlier and said that she felt this championship had been stolen from them because of the officiating. I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on the reffing today.
I thought they were pretty fair. I mean,
Sandy is the head coach of the New York Liberty, and you can't see it, but that sound you heard was her reacting to the thought that the championship was stolen. For all the getting after the officiating, I do love, hey, look at them. They won a little title. They're first in 28 years. It's like when Astro fans talk to Ranger fans. Oh, look at you. You got one. You guys have been terrible for all our adult lives. Look at you. You got one. Congratulations. That was Cheryl Reeve yesterday after the Liberty won a title. I love the fact that we have this in a sport that, for the most part, until this year, a lot of people didn't pay attention to. I think the WNBA has more personalities than the NBA has, as far as people willing to pop off at pressers. A lot of it is milk toast in the NBA. You'll get a couple guys like Anthony Edwards will say something, but bring it. If we're going to have, after the biggest event of the year, the coach of the opposing team say, hey, look, they got one, but it was stolen. Took them 28 years. Shout out to Cheryl Reeve. We'll see how that rivalry goes going forward, but the Liberty win, the Lynx lose, and that's that. Okay, some things to get to before we wrap it up. I mentioned earlier that Deshaun Watson's out for the year with the Achilles. That is confirmed. Jane Daniels is going to go in for more tests. If you missed yesterday, he had a injury that knocked him out after the first series. If you didn't know, because you didn't see the Derrick Henry Mariota clip that went viral of those two meeting up after the Ravens played the Commanders, Marcus Mariota is the backup quarterback for the Commanders. He had a great day. Man, the Panthers, they just stink on defense. Mariota broke 200 yards, which is an upset. And that was a dominating performance by the Commanders, who continue to lead the NFC East. Anything else out there? Russell Wilson got his first start. They beat the Jets. Aaron Rodgers is sort of blaming the media, he was asked about what he would tell his teammates. He said, stop listening to the media. Okay. We're the problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right, sure. I mean, you're 2-5, but the media is the issue.
Is it the media that he does a weekly
No,
spot
that's
on
okay
for
media.
like 45 minutes?
No.
Oh, okay.
Dealing with Pat is cool.
Okay. Listen to Pat McAfee.
Yeah, listen to me on Pat McAfee, but anyone else, problems. Okay. Don't listen to them.
Jake Asman show? No, don't listen to it.
Well, it depends on what Jake's saying. Is Jake defending Aaron? Then I think he would say, listen to him.
I don't know. I feel like Jake's a fair guy. So it probably, you know what? Aaron probably wouldn't love it because
he's too fair.
Because he's fair.
He's not biased.
I think you will criticize him sometimes. Unlike Pat McAfee, who will just clap
and laugh.
Half the show is just them clapping.
If you get a clap out of AJ Hawk, I think you win. That's a win.
Yeah, no, AJ Hawk just stares into his camera. Unmoving.
It's not a bad gig to be McAfee's friend and don't have to leave your house to do it.
It is funny. The only days he has to leave his house is when McAfee goes for game day and does the Friday show from the game day location.
Yeah.
So then AJ Hawk has to go to Indy so they can still be in two different locations.
So he doesn't even go to the game day location.
Exactly.
Why not just fly? Why not just go hang out in Austin this weekend?
I guess he just wants to. He doesn't want to. He just wants to pop in, pop out.
So he'd rather hang out in Indy.
Yeah, and I'm guessing wherever he lives is closer to Indy than.
Yeah, he's from Ohio. I'm not sure where he lives now, but who knows?
It's closer than wherever. Maybe he lives in Wisconsin.
So if there's a game day at Ohio State, is he going to fly to Indy?
I don't know.
As opposed to going to the game?
If Ohio State played, anybody would know. But unfortunately, they ain't played nobody.
Don't they play Penn State? Is that a home game
I think
for
that's
Penn
on
State?
the road.
Oh.
So is Oregon. Oregon was that in Oregon.
Well, I know that. AJ was never going to Oregon.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't doing that.
I'm just saying that the one team they have played and lost to.
All right, Texas fan, reel it in a little bit. Understood. The one team you played and lost to.
It wasn't home.
Yeah.
But I mean, I told
by
you
two scores.
I told you during one of the breaks that at least our quarterback knows what time it is. And he knows he has very little of it every time he drops back.
That's true.
I told you during the break that this was the new attendance record for DKR.
By two people. It was announced by two people that they broke their previous one.
It was by two people. The previous one was 2022 against Alabama. I think the one before that was a TCU game also in 2022.
And
it was the one they lost like 17-10.
They've lost all three of their top attended games.
And they haven't cracked 20 points.
Lights too bright for Texas offense?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see.
Too many people there.
Hey.
Not enough space. Come on.
We need room to operate.
Come on. Give me some room. Give me some room.
It's a little loud in there.
Mo Bamba, get out of the way.
Tone it down. We're trying to operate. Offense at work here. Quiet. All right. Texas goes down. They're still in the national title race. So no big worries. Just disappointing on Saturday. We're done. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. There won't be any Shred 'em Shroud, unfortunately, this week. But we might get to John Gruden at some point. He'll probably do something. But since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I call on the veteran. Just came here on Wednesday. He's got this to win it. Low snap. The kick. It is good.
They got done in by a bad guy who's a kicker. Insult added to injury. Texans lose 24-22 to the Green Bay Packers yesterday. They fall to 5-2. And now that we're about 21 hours removed from it, I still feel the same way. I look at this game and I see a coaching staff that got pantsed. And I feel like I've seen that happen a couple of times with DeMeco Ryans, with Bobby Slowick and company. Matt LaFleur, Jeff Havley, the Packers defensive coordinator, they stuffed the Texans into a locker in a game that, yes, was decided at the very end, but I'm not feeling great about this coaching staff. Hello, it's Gallant George on Monday, October 21st, 2024. Joe, I am pretty frustrated with this one because it was right there despite many mistakes that the Texans made, and yet I feel like their own game management and something that just has not improved at all this year, the offensive line, did him in.
Yeah, I think when you look at the history of the Texans now through DeMeco Ryans, whether it's John Harbaugh, Kevin O'Connell, obviously this weekend with Matt LaFleur, like when they're playing in an A-plus coaching staff, most of the time
Harbaugh's not A+, but I agree.
Oh, really?
No, he's not. No.
Okay.
He gets Belichick used to pants him all the time because
That's true.
Harbaugh didn't know the rules. Then he would complain after the fact. Get changed rules. Sorry, that's a rant. Side rant.
Okay. It's okay. But yeah, when they play a good coaching staff, it does not go well. The offensive line, my God, I'm not a huge PFF guy myself, but sometimes there is valuable stuff in what they put out, and they have Kenyon Green ranked as the lowest rated interior offensive lineman in the NFL this year. I mean, it is watching the game later last night after I got back, just the amount of times where the Packers defensive linemen or whether it was McKinney on the blitz that happened in the first quarter are coming in through free. It's just like they had no plan in this game. And I think pants is a very fair way to put how this coaching staff got treated.
Couple of game management decisions were suspect. I don't know why DeMeco Ryans didn't call a timeout when he's jumping up and down on the sidelines right before the Packers throw a touchdown down the left sideline. I don't know what they were thinking with those two brutal 2-point conversion attempts after taking a 19-14 lead in the first half. And at the end, weird game management allows the Packers to have plenty of time down the stretch because the Texans couldn't figure out what they wanted to do. It's 1st and 10. You're knocking on the goal line, essentially. You're not quite there. It's not a goal-to-go situation, but you run the ball twice for a loss of 5, and then you call a play to the sidelines that was not anywhere close to the first down. At that point, run the ball. Run off more clock. Make the Packers call another timeout. And if those decisions are done differently, the Texans win yesterday.
That's why this is a weird one because it's obviously it's very different than the Minnesota game in which you lost to a very good football team and just got dominated. You should have won this game. Like your quarterback threw for less than 100 yards, and you should have won this football game. But the clock management stuff, the 2-point conversion stuff for Bobby Slowick, he's terrible at it. He is terrible at calling anything. It doesn't matter what he does. Mixon just got smacked on that second one. The team has no chance in those close yardage situations. And I don't know how they haven't figured out an adjustment yet, how they haven't figured out what works for them in a goal to go situation. I mean, the fact that you have, in your first 4 possessions, you start the ball on 2 of them on the other side of the 50, 2 of them, on the 40+ yard line. One of them was on the 45. They could have run away with this game, but they just were completely inept on offense. And I don't know. I expected just things to get so much better this year with the offense when the offense was good last year for the most part, but there were just games when things would stall out and they would struggle like we saw in the playoffs versus Baltimore. You would think that a lot of it would get better, and it just seems like they cannot figure out what's wrong with the offense and how to identify it and change it. And that's why I'm with you. Like, this is a very frustrating game in the fact that you looked like you could have been easily a better football team than Green Bay yesterday. You could have been, but you just didn't execute a lot of the simple stuff. The clock management at the end, it's baffling, like you said.
They turned the football over 3 times. The Packers did some really dumb stuff on special teams. 2 Jordan Love interceptions, could have been more. The defense did what it needed to despite a lot of injuries. They didn't give up big plays, but your passing game completely inept. I mean, deep steel blue pill, please give the offense one. They need a lot of blood pumped into that thing. It is brutal to watch. And, going back to those 2-point conversion play attempts that you talk about, Joe, you're right. Short yardage situation, you would think that, okay, you can turn the ball around and hand the ball off to Joe Mixon. But the play before that, they run this play. 2 guys were going out for a route, and they're both double covered. Like, what are you doing? So, ultimately, with Bobby Slowick, a lot of people are punching him today, and I don't blame him because we've been talking about Bobby Slowick either being too cutesy or not being able to get basic things accomplished for a while now. D'Amico Ryans, though, is a part of this too. The offensive line is really where I get pissed because you're paying $188 million for this thing. That's what the total salaries are for all 5 of your starters if you combine them up. Laramie Tunsil, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard. That's $188 million in total contracts. And yet they are completely unable to pick up anything complicated at the line of scrimmage. And I'm sure that part of that's on CJ Stroud and part of that's on Bobby Slowick. But any blitz, how many times do we see guys just coming right up the middle or right off the edge? No one picks them up. How often do we see misdirection and movement, stunts, if you will, by the defensive line that does not get picked up? I see this happening every single week. And I heard this comment from D'Amico Ryans after the game, and it triggered me a little bit. This is D'Amico Ryans talking about what this game taught the Houston Texans, what every game teaches the Houston Texans.
Every time we step out, it's opportunity to learn, opportunity to grow, right? We had opportunities here to finish this game. We had our hands on 2 balls there at the end, like ball was tipped up. We come down and make a play there. It's a completely different feeling right now. But you go back, you learn from it. We see the mistakes, win or loss. We always learn from it.
No, you don't. Where's the growth? Where's the learning? We're seeing the same stuff over and over again, and specifically it's with the offensive line. The offensive line is a massive problem right now. And look, I'm just a simpleton when it comes to watching film after the fact, but everyone seems to be in agreement that just slight misdirection and slight trickery by a defensive line is something they just can't pick up. So learn from it. You're not learning from that. You're not learning how to be better offensively. Bobby Slowick's not getting better. I don't see the improvement. And this is why, for a lot of the people, I see the Twitch is doing a victory lap right now because they haven't bought into the Texans. And they get to today because the growth that we have expected to see from this team, Joe, which we were talking about just a moment ago, it's not coming. They are 5-2. Season's not over. And they're still in actually really good shape. But a loss like yesterday is frustrating because I don't see this growth. You're supposed to be getting better from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. We're a third of the year plus through the season. And where are they improving? I guess they're getting called for less penalties. That's probably it, though. Nico Collins' departure should not be this much of a problem for the offense to overcome when you added Stephon Diggs this offseason and you have Tank Dell, who, by the way, he sucked yesterday. Dropping a touchdown pass, that's right to you. It's right effing to you. Catch the effing ball. What are you doing?
Tank is I think he's the biggest disappointment on the team.
Yes. I mean, whoa.
This feels like Dameon Pierce all over again. We're like rookie year Dameon Pierce. We were so excited about what he was, and then it's been nothing since. Tank Dell, it's not just that like he had 0 catches yesterday. Like he dropped a touchdown pass.
Yes.
He could have probably caught that pass at the end of the game too. Not that it was a good play call,
right,
but he could have caught it. I mean, the offensive line, because they gave up 11 sacks last year in the first 2 games. We gave them a pass because of all the injuries. But when you watch, it's hard to tell with the video. I don't know if Dalton Schultz tripped Titus Howard, but like with that first possession where Titus Howard falls on his ass. It's embarrassing. You got the one just a couple plays later where Xavier McKinney comes in and smacks the hell out of CJ Stroud because all the defensive linemen went to the right and Dalton Schultz had no idea that there was a nickel corner going to come right by him. They have no idea what they're doing. So whether it's Bobby Slowick or CJ Stroud or Juice Scruggs, because I don't know who's the person identifying what's happening on the defense. Sometimes it's the center. Sometimes it's the quarterback. One of those two guys is the problem. And if it's Scruggs, replace him. If it's Stroud, bigger problem, but I don't know which one is the one calling out the protection because they have no idea what's happening in front of them. And you're right. Improvement. What improvement?
Where's the improvement?
There's no improvement.
Right.
They're going backwards.
I don't know if they're going backwards, but Joe, I definitely feel like they're on the same level. You know, like,
yes, at worst they're on the same.
Because that's what's
At
frustrating.
best.
Every single game has been the same. Every single game has been the same thus far. And okay, now you have a 3-game sample size against good teams. You played the Bills. What happened in the second half of that game? You played the Vikings. Well, what happened at all in that game? And this game as well. Second half is where you seem to be coming out sluggish. That is directly a reflection of the head coach. That is directly a reflection of this coaching staff. And I'm not saying you need to make halftime adjustments, but it does feel like the other teams know what to do right out of the shoot. Second half, Packers came right back down and marched on the field, take the lead. And from that point on, you're like, oh, damn, okay, well, the Texans are going to have to figure something out. And with how difficult it was for them to throw the football, it basically the offense became, all right, Joe Mixon, figure it out. That's high school. That is high school stuff. That's in Friday Night Lights, the movie, where they're giving the ball to Booby Miles every single play. All right, Booby, figure it out. Well, once that guy goes down or once it doesn't work, what's going to happen? So a lot of frustration here. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Joe's on Twitter at Joe George Radio. Sean Mapes behind the glass at Sean A. Mapes. I'm at Gallant Says. It's Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Here he is, way down the field. Look out, he's picked. Picked at the 45 by Kalen Bullock, the rookie from USC, who already has his third interception of his rookie season.
The Packers made a lot of mistakes yesterday. So in response to a texter who said, should y'all have won this game? If the Packers lose, you could say they should have won this game. I felt like the Packers made more mistakes on the field than the Texans did. And I mean, just take a look at the turnover battle. Pretty one-sided. The problem is that the game management by the Houston Texans, as brought up on our YouTube by BVB09, with how bad the offense was yesterday, they were still in position to win. Our coaching staff blew it, plain and simple. That's where I'm at today.
I do agree that the coaching staff was awful, but at the same time, when Neville Hewitt has a massive interception, Kalen Bullock has the interception, you get the punt muff thing that happened, and you get very minimal points out of it. Some of it's on the players too, and the coaching was the coaching's bad, but I mean, for CJ to have less than 100 passing yards in this game is astonishing. Like I didn't think that he had that in his bag.
Is that on him?
It's a little bit of everything, right? Some of it's coaching. I know I saw like on 80% of his dropbacks, he had pressured. So like
I don't know if it was 80. I know it was over 50.
At one point it was like 12 of 13. I guess that was like mid game because I was like mid watching I tried to watch on my flight. Disaster.
Yeah,
had to watch it when I went home.
That's not fun.
It wasn't, the Wi-Fi just wasn't good enough. I got through like the first 5 minutes of the game and then it just
craps out.
I think I also killed it for the whole flight because then it went out for everyone for a while.
Oh man,
I might have been that guy. But it was just some of it's definitely on CJ. I would say proportionally, it's a much smaller percentage of the pie is on CJ. But the expectations and the standards we hold him to, you would think that he would find a way to overcome a little bit. Like when you talk about Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, some of these other quarterbacks, we saw yesterday in the Chiefs 49ers game, like we saw Patrick Mahomes have a pretty bad day and find a way to overcome, his struggles. So some of it definitely goes on CJ, but that's where it goes back to what D'Amico said, the audio we played in the first segment, like improvement. What improvement?
Yeah.
I don't see any of it. They just look like the same team from week one.
Right. And that's a problem. Now, still a lot of season left, and you want to play your best football in December and January going into the playoffs, but it's been really hard. And to bring it back to CJ Stroud, who might have had a touchdown pass if Tank Dell could hold on to it. This is Stroud when asked about getting Tank Dell more involved in the offense.
I think it's very important. We got to find a way to try to get him to rock, and early and often, and then, go from there. So I think, that's got to be a focus for us. Not only just him, but, just the whole offense. Just getting the offense clicking early, So, that's really my job, and my job to give the ball out on time and to where it's supposed to go. So, yeah, that definitely got to be fixed.
Slowick, though, has got to be making this happen. If they want to get Dell the ball more, he's got to find ways to do it. And it can't just be short yardage stuff. I mean, Stephon Diggs had 5 catches for what?
23 yards.
And 17 of them came on 1 catch.
Yeah.
So he had 4 catches for 6 yards, the rest of it. And it felt like these were designed 1-yard plays. And I'm sure there was a lot of the same for Dell. And okay, there was not a lot of time for CJ Stroud back there. So I don't know if he would have had the time to have a play develop, especially given that this offensive line has no idea what it's doing when it goes up against any sort of misdirection, delayed blitzes. But hey, I kind of wanted Stroud to throw Dell under the bus here. The ball was right in his hands. I get they're boys, but it was right in his hands. And, Mike Williams getting called out by Aaron Rodgers, maybe not the best show of leadership, but if I were a Jets fan, I probably would have felt the same way as Aaron Rodgers in that moment. And Dell should have had that. And if Dell catches that, this game could have gone in a totally different way. I feel like the offense still would have struggled to throw the football, but after a turnover to open up the game, what was it? Second play of the game? First play of the game?
Second play.
Where Hewitt gets that interception. You get a touchdown right there. I mean, Love might start pressing, and you might see more takeaways the rest of the game. Instead, blown opportunity, and it's partly on Stroud, it's partly on the offensive line, and it's a lot on the coaching yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the raw box numbers, it's startling to see only one receiver with more than 3 catches, more than 2 catches. Joe Mixon had 2 catches on the day. No one else had more than 2 besides Stephon Diggs. And some of it goes back to the offensive line. Is that not just the fact that they can't block, the fact that you're trying to have to use your tight ends to block, which they're also incapable of, because your one big chunk play was in the first quarter with Dalton Schultz, that 28-yard reception.
Yeah.
Well, then he's having to block the rest of the game. So, like, they're trying to adjust a little bit. Like, the coaches are trying to say that Stover and Schultz are going to have to block to help CJ out to give him more time. But even that's not working. I mean, one of the plays that stood out with me is, and you can't even see what's going on downfield, but there was a play action play where CJ had so much time and he said nowhere to go with the ball because they had to keep so many guys in the block that no one was open downfield. So, like, they're not getting open. The play calling's bad. It's really, it's kind of startling to me, Paul, like how bad this offense is at times. I mean, the second half struggles are, the other team counters to whatever the Texans are doing well in the first half, and Bobby Slowick and CJ in this offense, they have no prayer on how to respond. This has been a problem since week 1.
2 comments from Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey on the Twitch. Looks like all that yapping Stroud did in the offseason and podcast appearances is coming back to bite him. I suppose. Another comment, I guess this is just how they are without Nico Collins. Is that a fair assessment?
I say no. It shouldn't be this bad without Nico. You should expect the offense to take a step back. Last I checked, he's finally now not the leading wide receiver in receiving yards. He was still last week. It shouldn't be this bad. He's still number 3 in the NFL. DK Metcalf's only a yard ahead of him in receiving yards. So, yes, it's going to be worse without Nico, but it shouldn't be this bad without Nico.
Does Nico Collins play right tackle? Does Nico Collins play left guard? Is Nico Collins picking up stunts when he's in? That was the problem for the Texans. They got their ass whipped on every passing down. They got their ass absolutely kicked up and down the field. I don't think Nico Collins would have, like you said, Joe, helped, but what would that have been? 3 catches for 39 yards?
Like, they probably win the game if Nico's out there. They only lost by 2 points. Like, I feel comfortable in being confident saying they would have won this game with Nico Collins, but they should have won it without Nico Collins.
Maybe that tank drop would have been instead Nico Collins touchdown.
Yeah,
in the first quarter.
But it blows my mind how inept it is. Titus is the guy on the offense, right tackle. I swear the offensive line's just better without him. I thought last year, as soon as he got hurt and George Fant went to right tackle, it looked better. I thought it looked better last week with Blake Fisher out there, or 2 weeks ago, whatever that was. Not that saying it's all Titus Howard's fault, but if Kenyon Green's this bad, maybe he has to go back to left guard. Like maybe they have to do that again.
Yeah, I thought about that last night doing the live stream, and then I thought to myself, well, that's gonna not be much better because
it's not.
Yeah, he's not good at guard. It's really frustrating how much you're investing into that offensive line. Junior Broncos comments, how is this not on Stroud? If he's as good as everyone says, he should will them to win in that game. River to the Sea says Stroud was not good this game.
Hey, he walked off the field with the team winning.
That is true.
That's the Tony Romo defense for 10 years was, hey, he walked off the field. Matthew Stafford in Detroit, he walked off the field with the team winning.
I'm not blaming this on the defense. The defense did all it was supposed to do in this.
Was awesome.
Yeah,
all things considered, the defense was insane.
Part of this is on Stroud, and I hate to Bobo for the quarterbacks, but also, what was he supposed to do? I don't know what he was supposed to do out there. And this has been, if you've been watching the games this year, it just feels like he is constantly having to leave the pocket and do impressive things on the run. And he's capable of doing it. But in this game, where I think with the way that the Packers were sending the rush, it was, I think, a little bit less clear where he could escape to because of the many directions they were coming from. They were running around the offensive line. So that was a great job by the Packers defense there. He has to get better as the game goes on. But this, with the way that everything went, with Dell not being involved, with Diggs having 4 catches for 6 yards in addition to the 17-yard catch. I can't look at anything but who's drawing these plays up, Bobby Slowick, and who's blocking for him, because everything has an added degree of difficulty now for Stroud. And against a team like the Packers, who just got a guy who was a head coach in college football to come and be a defensive coordinator for this year, who's probably going to be getting some head coaching calls after what he has done to this point. I feel like there are legitimate excuses for CJ Stroud in this one. He's definitely still a part of it, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, CJ Stroud's been having to play Superman for most of the season. They've been in 3rd and 7 plus, I think, more than any team in the NFL, and he's constantly been coming through for you week after week after week. And the Minnesota game was a disaster, and then this game was worse for CJ. And if you have to ask your quarterback to be a Superman every single Sunday, eventually he's going to have a bad week. So, like, it's not all on CJ. It's definitely part of it on CJ, but he's been excellent still for the most part this year. He wasn't good enough in this game, but I'm with you, Paul, at the same time. I don't really know what else he could have done because everything around him is a disaster, or it was yesterday at least.
He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glasses. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to weigh in on the Texans' disappointing loss to the Packers yesterday in Green Bay, 24-22. You can at that phone number. You can tweet us at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes behind the glass, or on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. That's on the table. And that was a welcome to the SEC moment for Texas on Saturday. Oh boy, stick around.
Let's talk about O Athletic, oathletic.com, O Athletic on Instagram. Look, after going on vacation for a couple days, I need to get back to the gym tomorrow morning. I'm looking forward to hanging out with my guy Cam, my personal trainer. You can sign up for 1 to 5 times a week, whatever you want to do to work around your schedule. They offer over 100 classes per week. Those don't cost extra, just it comes with the membership. You can sign up, go whenever you want. So whether it's the weightlifting, agility training, or you want to dip your toes into Brazilian jiu-jitsu and boxing, you can do all of that at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com and O Athletic on Instagram.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Challenge it in time. They go long. They go long. They get the completion near the 1-yard line. Touchdown. Dontavian Wicks.
Call a timeout, D'Amico. You're jumping up and down on the sidelines. Throw the red challenge flag for the play before, or call a timeout there. Another game management decision yesterday by the Texans coaching staff that cost them in a game that they could have won, because Green Bay certainly gave them plenty of opportunities to win that one. It's Gallant and George. He is Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. Saturday night, I was stunned. I think we all were stunned. We all took Texas to convincingly beat Georgia, and Georgia rudely welcomed the Texas Longhorns to the SEC with a 30-15 thumping. That final score not indicative at all with what that game was, especially in the first half. I don't remember at what point in the game they showed the graphic of how bad things were for the Texas offense. I think it was before they put in Arch Manning for a couple of series. But there was a moment where they only had 38 total yards. And just given who Texas thinks they are, number one team in the country, everyone said, not just the number one team, the de facto number one team, to look as completely impotent on offense. You thought the Texans passing game was bad? Texas against Georgia, good God. I can see why they pulled Quinn Ewers for Arch Manning for at least a little bit of time, Joe.
Yeah, that was a tough watch. UT just they looked overwhelmed in this game, and Georgia's been, I mean, they've had their moments this season where like, their defense hasn't looked like it was the last couple years, right? Like they're still very good. They have a ton of talent. I'm sure they have a ton of NFL guys. They'll get arrested on the way, but like they're pretty good. But man, I feel like I just have to defer now. I need to know, Sean, how we feeling?
Great. No, I actually.
We were texting each other in the midst of this game.
Yeah.
And I came along to the same opinion as Joe. Joe had said, bench Quinn for Arch.
Yep.
And Sean, your reaction to that was very funny.
Oh, I said, let's like take it to halftime and then reassess from there. And then that was during the commercial break, I think, as Texas's offense was about to come on the field. And then like 2 plays later, he throws a pick. I'm like, actually, you know what? Just pull him. And I honestly kind of think that, I mean, Sark got crushed for this, but I actually think he handled it very well. The Ewers Manning thing of like in the halftime walk off the field interview, he was like, I just need to get Quinn out of the game. He was like, I just need to have him out of the game to settle him down. And it kind of did work. They were much better in the like they could actually move the ball in the second half.
Amazingly, both Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning were better than Carson Beck, who was atrocious in this game. He's the only reason that Texas was able to hang around as long as they did in the second half.
That's why it's like it's such a interesting game to think about, because like the defense I think played like actually very well.
Yeah.
Because all of the other than the last Georgia touchdown, which would like ultimately probably won them the game. Which is fun to say in a game they won by 2 scores and they're up 20-0. But the last up until that last drive, all their scoring drives, all Georgia scoring drives were less than like 40 yards. And so it's like they just kept getting short fields because Quinn could not hold on to the ball. And Arch did have one fumble. But yeah, it was a tough spot. Again, the defense played well. It's just when you get, I mean, like the Texans, when you get your ass kicked up front, you literally cannot move the ball up front. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a sky is falling moment, I would imagine, for Longhorns.
But it is a cold shower of reality.
Yes.
I mean, they thought they were going to waltz into the SEC and kick people around it. And honestly, the team probably needed this.
Yeah. And it is a situation, like you said, if they do need this, it's like this is the game to get baptized, is to lose to the team that like literally doesn't lose unless it's to Alabama. Since I think since 2020, their only losses are to Alabama, and it's like one a year.
Is there a quarterback controversy? I know that.
I think next time yours stinks. It is.
Okay. After the game, Steve Sarkisian was asked about the decision to pull Ewers for Arch Manning temporarily before putting Ewers back in for the second half. Here's what he had to say.
My feeling was in the game was I felt Quinn was a little uneasy, and I just felt like giving him a chance to kind of step back, regroup, and I didn't know if we'd get a series or two with Arch, depending on how much time was on remaining in the half on the clock. So we just told Quinn, we said, hey, we're going to go with Arch here, give you a chance to get into the locker room, let's regroup, and then come back out in the second half. And so that's what we did. And I felt like it was effective. I thought Quinn came out and played a much better second half and played well in the third quarter. Quinn's our starting quarterback. I appreciate the fact that we're fortunate enough to have a backup like Arch that can come into the game and provide a spark in some sense. But at the end of the day, Quinn's our starter, and like I said, but I think we've got to do a better job around him. I think he would tell you he can play better, but we've got to coach better. Everybody's got to be better for our offensive football team to perform better.
Who has more room for excuse after what you saw this weekend, Quinn Ewers or CJ Stroud?
Well, I don't believe in Quinn Ewers. So.
I know you don't.
He threw for over twice as many yards as
almost 3 times as many yards.
CJ didn't break 90. So
yeah.
I don't love the fact that a coach has to be like, hey man, like you got to chill out. So I'm going to take you out of the game. Like that's not something you hear a coach say. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever heard a coach say that. Like he's too amped up basically. And he's too overwhelmed to handle being in a football game right now.
Yeah, he
needs to go to timeout and collect his thoughts, and then he can come back into the grade. Like come back into the game. Like that's something I would do with my 3-year-old. Like, hey man, playtime's over for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Take a breather and then come back.
Yeah. Or yeah, you will see it like sometimes in like the NBA, or actually it's more in like college basketball, which makes sense as college football. But where a guy just needs to like sit for a while just to like chill, or not even chill, just like catch your breath a little bit. Cause again, it is pretty inexcusable for a third-year starter to need that. However, I did watch that game, and there was a Georgia pass rusher in his face after half a second after every single snap.
Who needs to chill more? Quinn Ewers when things like that go down?
Quinn Ewers.
Or Texas football fans who interrupted the game with a barrage of bottles and cans after a play that was a terrible call that ultimately the referees caved in and changed the call in Texas's favor.
Definitely Longhorn fans need to chill a little bit.
I mean,
it worked though.
Yeah, it worked.
Did work.
It worked.
They got a turnover and a touchdown.
They enabled them. The referees enabled these barbarians.
Did Sark have to do the Greg Popovich get on the microphone?
He didn't get on the microphone.
But he did walk onto the field.
He had to give the universal sign for please stop.
I think that's my favorite thing that happens, whether it's college or pro, is when a coach has to like grab the mic and go, hey guys, stop.
That happened to like the Cal coach a couple weeks ago, where he was like, please stop throwing stuff on the field.
He did the closest thing that he could.
Yeah, he ran out, like it was on the other side of the field, and he ran all the way out there.
The field is closer. The stands are closer to the field than it used to be at DKR now, right? The track is gone, so they've moved the stands. Okay, so it wasn't like people were just absolutely launching it. Because for a moment, I thought to myself, damn, these people have really good arms throwing these bottles and cans out there.
Get one of these guys under.
We're in Texas. Like, there's probably a lot of high school quarterbacks out there.
Baseball players.
It was a rough night for Texas fans. This is Sark talking about that moment after the game.
I was literally just asking the official what he saw to warrant DPI. And then at that moment, the trash came on the field, and I understand frustration. We all were frustrated in the moment, but I don't think all of us Longhorn Nation. I know we can be better than that.
Be careful, Sark. They might start throwing them at you next.
No. I thought he did a very good job of handling that situation, all things considered.
I did too.
The best bit of coaching you did.
That's true.
I mean, talk about getting pants. I actually don't really have a problem with the throwing the trash. On
You
the field.
don't?
Oh,
You
really?
are scum. You
Homer.
are scum.
If this was the Aggies, you would be burying them right now.
I agree.
This is the time where the 12th man actually makes a difference. I don't know.
Is this a win in the win column? So Texas
Man.
has a program, got fined $250,000, and I guess they have video evidence to remove tickets from the people that they saw throwing it.
Yeah, they have
Multiple people have gotten emails saying your ticket has been revoked. I mean, at least they didn't get a charge of any sort, like a misdemeanor.
But like, if you're a student, and I think it's safe to say it was mostly students doing this.
I hope it was all students and not grown ass men doing this.
I don't know, Jim.
I'm not going to say 100% students, but they have apparently some sort of enemy of the state technology to where they can see who threw the trash.
The deep
on
state. The deep state.
Would
at
you rather
UT.
lose your tickets or have to go to jail for like 2 days and then get your tickets?
I
think
2
I'd-
days
for this
Lose
football
my
season.
tickets.
No, well, can we talk it down to spend a night in jail? Because I think that's about how much you'd actually-
Okay.
2
A
days
night
sounds
in jail, but you get to keep your tickets, or you just lose your tickets.
So for this, if I was a student today, night in jail. When I was a student in 2015 and I saw someone throw a half full beer can on the field.
You saw someone throw it, or was it you, seeing
I
as
saw
you're
someone.
enabling that behavior?
I
Okay.
saw some.
Okay, sure.
You congratulated
I
him,
see a
though.
twinkle in your eye.
It was
You're like, great throw.
it was warranted too. It was very warranted.
It was warranted. Look at this guy. You're like a Browns fan.
It was very warranted. Hey, Paul, you don't get it. This is SEC football, all right? We care. It
No,
just means more.
I do
Ever
get
hear
it.
about
You-
that?
Hey,
Texas fans had a rough night, and I want to share this story with you. I'm stunned that it happened. So I went to Boulevard Park on 19th. I had a few to drink, watching the Texas and Georgia game. And at one point, one of my friends decides to take a video of like the three of us. We're just sitting around, and apparently, I don't remember doing this. Apparently, I horns down. Apparently, I horns down.
Oh,
No, this isn't the worst of it. So, like a couple of hours later, I get a text on a group chat with my two best friends who are both Texas fans. They start yelling, like just and to the point where I actually felt horrible. I felt like I had punted one of their dogs. The whole rest of the night for me ruined because they were so mad at me, and I apologized too. And the worst is, I wake up today feeling like a total pussy because I apologized to them.
you
I can't believe I apologized to them. I knew this was going to be great for the radio in a couple of days, but in the moment, I felt so awful. I felt like I hurt them, and I don't even remember doing the horns down. But based off the video evidence, there's a hand that comes in at the end and is doing a horns down. And I guess it was me. Honestly, I don't know. I do not recall, but I took the L, and I kept on saying, I'm sorry. And then they would just like say, F you. And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
When were you being berated in relation to the football game?
It was like 2 hours later.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is like
Everyone had a few.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Everyone had
that,
a
and
few.
your cat. That's a little lashing out.
It was a little. It was a lot.
Well, some of it was warranted.
This is a rough weekend for UT. I honestly, I want to make this right, so I have no comment on the matter. I have no comment. No comment on the matter.
I mean, well, you should just text them now and say, "How do I get back in your good graces?"
No. I'm not. Honestly,
maybe a live version of the fight song.
There's a part of me that wants to let this just. I want to see how long this lasts. Like, what if I never talk to my best friends again because of this?
I think
it would be a hilarious bit. I'll be miserable and sad.
Great bit.
And hanging with my cat all night, but I'm committed to the bit. You know me. I'm about this life.
I think Diego Pavia this weekend, quarterback for Vandy, takes his team down, scores a touchdown, horns down video.
Oh, Diego
Double
Pavia.
No.
Double
I'm not.
down.
I will never do it again.
Double down.
Now I understand how horns down can hurt people. And honestly, I'm on Sean's side now. Horns down should be penalized.
Yeah.
And honestly, I should have gone to jail on Saturday night for that. I
Yeah, you
should've-
and those fans.
I should have gone to
They
jail.
should have had the cameras. They
Mhm.
should have had the DKR cameras come pull you away.
Some people are saying buy a Georgia shirt. I can't in good conscience do that as a Florida fan. I can't do that. Can't co-sign that. But there
Florida,
you go, guys.
last team to beat, last non-Alabama team to beat
Georgia? Really?
in 2020.
God
They do play on the 9th, so Florida and Texas.
I know. It's gonna be.
Guess
a
you're
tough
wearing
one.
a Florida shirt. To see
I'm
friends
definitely
that
wearing a
day.
Florida shirt
Yeah, I
this
was gonna
time.
say,
I'm not.
You
I'm
should
not
definitely wait
pandering.
until after that game to extend the olive branch.
Yeah,
or to have them extend the olive
that
branch.
would be the most dickish thing possible.
Carry
Right?
the rivalry.
Florida's
all the
not
way
going to
over.
win. They have no chance. So let's not even.
DJ Lagway look good.
Give me Arch.
It's Gallant and George. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I mean, it look like I'm worried. Like, I'm not worried at all, man. I mean, we got, like I said, we got a damn good football team. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, we are our worst enemy. And I think that we just got to go out there, respond. We're going to go out there, learn from the tape tomorrow, and obviously just store it away. We're going to learn from it, and we just got to respond. And I think that we're going to respond in a hell of a way next week. So, obviously, it sucks that we lost. We had opportunity and just came up short, man. Just came up short. That's all that happened.
Mixon was great yesterday. He's been really good for the Texans this year. What are we talking about on the year? 405 yards or something like that. I mean, he has been a huge difference maker for this team. And yesterday, he's the only guy that can walk off that field with his head held high. There he is talking about the Texans going forward. They are 5-2. The loss makes you feel, though, like they're not 5-2. Do you share, Joe Mixon's positivity going forward?
Yeah, because they play a team that's capital A ass next week.
Capital A ass.
Like the Colts are not a good football team.
4-3.
They're 6-point favorites for a reason.
They're 6-point favorites.
Yeah, it's opened at least. I don't know if it's moved, but they open at 6-point favorites.
Okay, but I mean,
it's 6.5 now.
Do we believe the Texans cover? They did cover yesterday.
Hey, they're on a 3-week cover streak. So
that is true.
I'm gonna say yes right now.
6-point cover? I don't know. I mean. Look, Anthony Richardson had another one of those weird stat lines where he ends up 10-24, I think, at the end of the game. But I don't share Mixon's enthusiasm because I'm still trying to hold them to a higher standard. They are 1-2 in games against teams that are on the same level as them, in that almost at the top but not quite tier of football teams. And they're not learning from their mistakes. That is a reflection of the head coach, and the offensive coordinator seems completely lost in terms of trying to create an offense that's sustainable. And on top of that, you have an offensive line that doesn't seem to know what they're supposed to do either.
Well, and he said also something that we've heard feels like a million times this season. We're our own worst enemy. D'Amico said it. Bobby said it. CJ said it. Now Joe Mixon's saying it. Well, at some point, like, stop being your own worst enemy. First, it was the penalties, and now it's just poor play. So they got the penalties fixed. Congratulations. Like, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them in the ass soon. But like they've been their own worst enemy the whole season. That's what they keep telling us. They keep trying to tell us that they're a better football team than they have looked, and the problems that they're causing themselves. Will at some point stop, please?
Yeah, we're getting dangerously close to we're our worst enemies, or the Texans beat the Texans becoming the back of the baseball card for this football team.
Yeah,
where it's the phrase that's like, "Hey, we know. Stop saying it. Stop saying, well, if we just get out of our own way." It's like, yeah, but it's now been 6 games or 6 weeks of this. Like 7 weeks. Sorry. Can you start getting out of your own way? Please? Just to mix it up one time.
Yeah, just 1 week where you don't get in your own way.
Just one game where
one week
these guys.
Yeah, 1 week before you put the safety on before you shoot yourself in the foot.
There were no penalties. Well, check that. There were less penalties.
Yes.
There were penalties weren't the biggest issue
They
with
weren't.
the Texans offense.
That's growth. That's learning from your mistakes. What is really funny, on one of the sacks, the 4th sack of CJ Stroud, Laramie Tunsil false started. They didn't call it. They didn't call it. So it didn't even help.
Yeah.
And on one of them, Titus Howard couldn't hold the Packers defender because he just fell down. Can't hold him if you just fall down.
I still don't know if like he got Schultz's foot or something. But
I was trying to look on the replay. It looked like he just kind of lost his footing. I don't know.
Fell down.
He just like slipped on the G logo like in the middle of the field.
Supposedly, that field is one where footing is a problem. It wasn't in this game, but random thing I learned before this week's game.
Titus Howard.
I was watching Inside the NFL, and Bill Belichick said, you got to make sure you wear long spikes for games at Lambeau Field.
All right.
Typically, guys fall like when they're running forward, though, not backwards like
It
that.
is rare you see a lineman fall down like going into a pass.
Yeah, like I know CJ like week 1, like he slipped on the middle of the field and completed the pass. Great play. Like we don't typically see offensive linemen just like the wall came tumbling down.
Yeah, timber.
The next 2 games for the Texans are, again, back in this realm of they're not going to impress anybody with what they do in them. And it's interesting because the Colts are a 4-3 team. If the Colts win, you're both going to be 5-3, and you'll have split the season series. But it's the Colts at home, and then after the Colts, you've got a short week before the Thursday game against the New York Jets, who look like an effing disaster.
If firing the coach has worked out great for them.
They lost to Russell Wilson last night. And it's funny, all this PR that they've been doing, trading for Devontae Adams. I guess Hassan Reddick is going to be back now too. All of the things that they're doing, people still aren't buying it. And Aaron Rodgers is saying, oh, well, I stay positive by not paying attention to the media. Okay, so do you not pay attention to your fan base? The entire city of New York that's aware of your existence.
I mean, like right now, like the biggest thing going for him on Twitter is that as his team's losing, he's digging for gold and eating it on the sideline.
Oh, he's doing a little booger
Yeah.
searching.
Can't do that on the sidelines, Aaron. Like you got.
Why not? What's wrong with picking your nose? Sometimes you got to.
I mean, but you can't eat it.
Is he actually eating it?
It kind of looked like he ate it.
He
It
goes
kind of
from-
looked like it, or he did.
He goes from nose to mouth.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have.
Yeah.
I don't think we have indisputable video evidence.
Yeah.
So the call on the field might have to stand, but
Yeah, if I called it a nose pick and eat, and then you threw the challenge flag, I think I would still win.
Okay.
I think you would lose the challenge.
I used to have such bad allergies during football season that in the middle of the games, the entire game, after every single play, I would blow my nose on my jersey. And my jersey was disgusting by the end of every single game. It was bad, man. October, that's where the pollen really kicks up in Florida. And I didn't have the allergy pill that I take now that has somehow resolved all of my issues. I don't know how it's done it. It's just a routine Amazon pill. You can get 300 of them for like $15. I have no idea how this, knock on wood, has stopped me from having the allergy issues that used to make me cough all show long and stuff like that. But yeah, and I'm not blowing my nose on my shirt these days. Just wanted to let you guys know that. Huh?
What color jerseys did you guys wear?
White and green. So the green one's blended.
Yeah,
in.
green.
Perfect.
Good
Yeah.
Green Day.
Yeah.
White
Blended in.
stuff.
The white was tough. The yellow was
like
tough
grass
too.
stains.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. All right, it's Gallant and George. Texans lost to the Packers yesterday, 24-22. If you want to weigh in on that game, you can also weigh in on Texas, their disappointing loss against Georgia. Up next, the reason I'm so frustrated with the game management by the Texans yesterday is because of the way that Texans players talked about one brutal sequence afterwards. It's Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul Sean behind the glass. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. The Texans actually did cover. How about that? But you can bet on so many things at MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. They're going to double your initial deposit. You get to play with that right away to bet on live sports, to play blackjack. You can even bet on the presidential election. We got a pretty good Monday Night Football game tonight. It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the Baltimore Ravens. Currently, Baltimore 3.5-point favorites on the road playing in Tampa. This is one of those nights, too, where we have two Monday Night Football games, which is getting a little bit old. And I think this is the one that's only available on ESPN Plus. Thank God, because I don't have any plans to watch this one. But the Chargers and Cardinals at 9 o'clock. Chargers 1-point favorites. The Cardinals are an enigma. It's kind of difficult to figure them out this year. But if I'm betting on these two games, I'm betting on the Chargers to just win. I feel like the Cardinals, with how much they quit last week, I feel like they're an easy pick, and they got their doors blown off by the Packers. It is MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
for the lead from 35. Fairbairn delivers the goods.
That possession right there is where the Texans gave the Packers just a little bit more life so that they were able to kick that game-winning walk-off field goal to take them down 24-22 yesterday at Lambeau Field. And what's frustrating about that sequence that led up to that Fairbairn field goal is that it felt like the Texans didn't really have a plan. And as they had a couple of bad plays on first and second down, they changed their plan, but they did it in a faulty manner. First two plays of the series, inside the red zone, they lose 2 yards, they lose 3 yards, handing the football off to Joe Mixon. So then on third down, they run a play where a wide receiver is going towards the sideline, short of the sticks. No win scenario. If the ball is caught, he's going out of bounds, clock stops. If the ball is incomplete, clock stops. Packers had another timeout to burn. And had they, after being in a 3rd and 15 situation, just run up the middle and committed to the plan, guess what might have happened? The Packers might have had to call that timeout. They might not have had enough time to kick the field goal at the very end. And it starts with them doing what they did in that series. And I get why they ran the ball. Mixon was the only guy doing anything for them on offense. It was really hard for them to throw. But I think they went into that situation thinking Mixon would be able to get them to score. And then all of a sudden they said, all right, well, we're still going to go for the touchdown. But it was a horrible play call to get there. And that sequence right there, Joe, is I really feel like where the Texans officially lost yesterday's game.
Yeah, they should have done. I think you go all in one or the other. You either run it 3 plays or you throw it 3 plays. I think back to the Josh Allen drive a couple weeks ago, where they threw it 3 times against the Texans. It did not work. It gave the Texans the ball back, and the Texans got the win. Like if you're gonna run it, just run it every time. Make them use all their timeouts. If you're gonna throw it, you might as well throw it every single time and just say screw it. We have a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, just go for the touchdown. So either because to me, the worst thing a coach can be is wishy-washy. It is to not stick to what you know and to be going back and forth on what your decision-making should be, no matter the success or the failures you've had in the game. If your plan on a given week would be to give CJ the ball 3 times to throw it, that should be your plan. If your plan would be to run it, then run it 3 times. And that's where I'm with you. It just seems like they have a poor plan. Or if they have one that's their plan, then it just sucks.
When it was 2nd and long, you throw the ball there. Or you've just committed, hey, all right, we're going to just try to continue to run the clock. We're going to hand it off again on 2nd. We're going to hand it off on 3rd again, just like you said. Here's DeMeco Ryans when asked about said plan in that last possession where the Texans did momentarily take a late lead.
Yeah, our goal is always to go score. That's our goal. Like, they did a good job of stopping us, didn't get in. So, obviously we didn't pass the ball well all day, right? So it wasn't good all the way around. We ran the ball well. Thought Joe did a good job of running the ball. And, we needed to pass it. It was not good enough, starting with the protection. We can't protect, and that's going to be difficult for the quarterback to make the plays.
It goes from talking about the end of game sequence to just talking about the game as a whole. And okay, I can understand why they gave the ball to Mixon on 1st and 2nd down, but it's 3rd and long. What was that call?
Just bad decision.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe there was something else there that they were looking for, but it feel like that was the plan, to throw it short of the sticks to the sidelines. Like, that's, like you said, it's everything that could go wrong. You don't get the 1st down. He potentially catches it and then just falls out of bounds, so they don't have to use their timeout anyways. Like, or it's just incomplete like it was in July. Like, what do you accomplish with that? Like,
I don't know.
It was nice to hear him acknowledge the lack of pass protection, I guess. Like that's some accountability instead of just the rah stuff that we get all the time from DeMeco.
But he said it every single week. And I mean, he said it at halftime. The offensive line has to be more physical. And guess where they weren't physical? When CJ Stroud's getting shoulder checked by a guy while running out of bounds on the sideline.
And I find that fascinating to say, like, your offensive line needs to be more physical. Well,
paid $188 million. They're huge guys. And if I'm paid $188 million, guess what I want to do? Because it's a perk of my job. hurt people.
And like, you're not physical when you're running the ball for 115 yards and 2 touchdowns. So you're only not physical when you're in pass protection. Like I find that comment just interesting, that like a team can be so effective running the ball and they're clearly very physical, but then you're going to blame physicality when you're pass blocking. Like
Interesting. I didn't take that from him saying that there. It does make sense, I guess. I thought more so, though, that most of the Texans' success on the ground was because Joe Mixon was really good yesterday.
That's fair. That's fair, because he's been awesome.
It was better run protection than it was last week, but it still
And
left some to
normally,
be desired.
normally when a team gets in the red zone in a situation like the Texans were in and then starts running the ball, normally I'm like, oh my God, guys, you please try to score a touchdown. With this situation, I actually think that handing the ball off was the Texans' best chance to try to score a touchdown.
I agree.
Like what you said, Joe Mixon was the best offensive player, definitely on the Texans, maybe on the field when you take into account all the mishaps that Jordan Love had. Maybe Josh Jacobs is it was 2 running backs are the best players on the field, but that was their best chance to try to win, was to hand it off. Now on 3rd down, I don't know why you went away with it. I get it was 3rd and long at that point, so maybe it changes the math a little bit. But at that point, you should just switch into make them use their last timeout mode.
More on the Texans' plan, he said in quotation marks, at the end, leading up to that Kaimi Fairbairn go-ahead field goal. C.J. Stroud was asked about their approach. I thought he gave a very interesting answer.
I just try to execute every play that I can, that I get called. I really don't know the philosophy right then and there. I'm, trying to talk to D'Amico, but I really can't get over there. But, what it seemed like we were trying to just run out the clock and then, try to kick a field goal before, we ended up, having to throw the ball on 3rd down and, then give them the ball back with a minute and like 40 left. So, I think that it was a good plan. Just got to execute better.
My favorite part about that is everything he says before the very end. I thought it was a good plan. Just got to execute better. Sounds like somebody who doesn't know what the plan was.
Yeah, he said he couldn't get over there to talk to D'Amico, which is wrong because they just came out of the 2-minute warning. So to CJ, they left the 2-minute warning not knowing what the plan was, because the first run that was for negative yardage was literally out of the 2-minute warning. So I'm very confused by that, to be honest.
The first run, I can understand how a plan's maybe not in place firmly as far as what you're going to do. But the 2nd down, they should have had a very good idea of what they were going to do. If we're going to run the ball again and we don't get a lot of yardage, okay, we're going to run it again on 3rd down. But listening to Stroud there, where he begins that by saying, like, hey, I just do what I'm told. And then saying a bunch of different things that make it sound like everything was a little bit discombobulated. And then wrapping it up with saying, I think it's a good plan. It's a nice, politically correct, political bow to put on all of that. But it's clear he didn't think there was a plan. And here's Stephon Diggs after the game talking about this plan, he again said in quotation marks.
For me, I hate to give you the cliche, but I don't call the plays. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, we went in with the mindset trying to score, I guess. We ran the ball, tried to run the ball efficiently, didn't get too much, and then we kicked the field goal. So for me, I don't call the plays. I don't know what we're thinking as a whole, but I just know, I'll be trying to do my job.
I'll be trying to do my job. Mentioned that he doesn't call the plays twice. Said we were trying to score. I guess.
That's the part where
those are 2 big words.
Yeah,
I guess.
Again, didn't know the plan. I guess I'm just confused.
They didn't have one. And that's partly on D'Amico Ryans and that's partly on Bobby Slowick. They should have had a plan. These are the kind of situations that you're going to have to be better in going forward if you want to beat teams that are like this, especially if those teams are well coached. And yeah, the Packers shot themselves in the foot a lot in this game. But I look at Matt LaFleur as a better coach than D'Amico Ryans, and I definitely look at Jeff Havley, the Packers defensive coordinator, as a better coordinator than Bobby Slowick is.
Yeah, I mean, and this is why they're not a great football team. It's because they don't have a plan to execute in these moments. Because I'm with you. You've got, I mean, we are now in agreement that a guy who just left Boston College to be the Packers defensive coordinator is a better coordinator than Bobby Slowick. who was supposedly the second hottest coaching court candidate this last offseason.
Hot how?
Hireable.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't put him in like the Sean McVay category. You know,
Well, Sean McVay's short. He's not
Cliff
hot.
Kingsbury category.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I'm sorry, I'm not offended by short kings and their attractiveness.
Listen, I'm just saying I'm just saying what women want.
I know.
Women want an 8-foot tall ogre who's ugly as hell. They'll still be hot to him.
That's true.
If he's been hit in the face by a shovel, the better.
But yeah, he just God, I mean, I don't know how it's this bad. Like, how do you not have a better plan than this? How do you have your two best players on offense besides Joe Mixon saying that they don't know what the plan is?
This also, like,
they're being really nice is what they're doing. They're being really nice to Bobby Slowick by not saying his plan sucked. That's what they're doing.
And I don't think they would ever do that, but this does feel like an indictment by them publicly on Bobby.
Yes. I think, I mean, this situation wasn't like rocket science. Like that's the other thing. This wasn't like, oh my God, what kind of situation do we find ourselves? It was, I don't know. It was pretty cut and dry. I think you were in field goal range. Do you want to throw, try to score a touchdown, or run? And honestly, give yourself just as good a chance to score a touchdown with how you've been throwing the ball, and also make them use their timeouts. Like, is there a third option? That I guess what they ended up doing is the third option was to run for 2 downs and then throw an out route 5 yards of short of the sticks to someone. I guess that was this third plan. But to me, maybe this is me reading into it. Maybe this is my own thoughts on the plan. I think they knew what the plan was. They just think it sucks, and they can't get up there and say the plan sucked.
There was another question, and I wasn't able to get the audio to sound good enough where you could hear the question, but some reporter asked CJ Stroud a very long and convoluted question about whether or not he has the ability to audible at the line of scrimmage. Stroud's answer, no. And it was a little awkward, just the no at the very end of that.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Hold up. CJ doesn't have the ability to call audibles?
That's what some people were taking it as. Let me read the actual transcript because the fine folks who do media relations in Green Bay actually did transcribe it. Here is where's the question? Where is it? On if he had the option to throw more before the third down throw on the last drive. Again, it's a much longer question than that. His answer, no. Just one word.
So I guess probably like he can audible stuff during the game, I would assume. But I guess in that moment it was just like,
you'd be surprised. A lot of these guys don't have the ability to audible in the way that you would think that a Brady, Aaron Rodgers, a Peyton Manning have.
Especially like the Shanahan tree guy. Because I remember that was the thing when LaFleur came to Green Bay, and that was the thing with Rodgers.
He was
like,
pissed about that.
Yeah. LaFleur was just like, just run the play that I called.
Right.
Yeah. Well, let's maybe not do that then. Let me let CJ call the shots there, Bobby.
I think flexibility should be allowed. I don't think it should be universal. Hey, just run what's called, especially considering no one in this city right now, fair or unfair, has faith in Bobby Slowick.
Definitely fair.
Does anyone like Bobby Slowick as offensive coordinator? And again, I'm going to even give a little benefit of the doubt. I don't know what he's doing. I truly don't. But I don't think there's anybody out there that likes Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator right now, living here in Houston, Texas. Unless they are a Titans fan that doesn't actually like the Texans.
The Cowboys fan.
Something like that, right.
Yeah, I think he's like pretty average.
I would say
I don't think he's a disaster, but he's not good.
If we're talking about Q rating for Houston Texans players right now and coaches,
huge negative.
Who is lower, Laramie Tunsil or Bobby Slowick?
Slowick.
Tunsil's on the way back.
Because people, and also when people criticize Tunsil, there's a lot of, I know he's awesome, but
there is that. You're right.
there's none of that with Bobby. None of that with Bobby Slowick.
I saw a couple of tweets yesterday about Bobby Slowick, and these are from national folks, not from local folks. And I was like, damn, that is a beatdown of this man. Greg Rosenthal of NFL.com
Packers versus Texans. One offensive staff has answers and provides advantages for their young quarterback. The other, ... Here's another tweet. Houston's offense is entering fundamentally broken territory despite any CJ Stroud heroics. No real identity with the run game, horrific pass protection issues, and without Nico Collins, they're not threatening on the perimeter. And then one last one that people were mad about this going into the weekend. This is from the Packers Locked On YouTuber or whatever. It's your competition, Joe.
It is now.
Yeah, your rival.
Yeah,
my rival now.
This is your rival. He tweeted this out, and everyone took it as a shot at CJ. The Texans' offense with CJ Stroud for his career are 17th in EPA per play. It's a metric used to determine how efficient an offense is. 26th in success rate. 13th in EPA per dropback. And everyone agrees he's one of the best 5 quarterbacks in the league. So the math isn't mathing. So you could take that as a shot at CJ Stroud. To me, that's Bobby Slowick. That's a reflection of Bobby Slowick.
I mean, no matter what at this point.
Stroud passes the eye test. The numbers, why aren't they passing? Who do you think's involved there? Who do you think it is? Is it the offensive line? Is it Slowick? It very clearly, in my opinion, is Bobby Slowick.
CJ does stuff every single week that, besides this week, really, where it's just you watch him and he's miraculous.
Even this week, I mean, he had the throw to Tank Dell, who dropped it in the end zone. I thought was good, and then the 3rd and 10 on the last drive to Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah,
where you're like, oh my God, wow, what one of his 9 completions or 10 completions of the night was a really good one, and then everything else bad.
Unless a lot changes, Bobby Slowick should not be the offensive coordinator of this team next year, no matter what.
Yeah.
And a lot of change.
Especially with Gerard Johnson in the building. And look, I mean, sometimes you think a guy could be the guy. Remember, we all liked Pep Hamilton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that was a effing disaster.
Almost this exact situation.
Right, where Pep was the quarterback coach, and now you got Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach. And I feel like Gerard Johnson, he is going to be an offensive coordinator in the not too distant future. I would prefer it be here if he's not going to take a head coaching job somewhere else. And I think that might be a little bit down the road for him. But something's up right now. And I don't know how you fix this before the end of the year. Do you think that the Texans would move on from Bobby Slowick in the middle of the year? I don't see that happening.
Not
they're
when
5-2.
Yeah, not when they're 5-2, 5-3, 6-3. Like, they would have to be really bad to do that.
No, they don't have to do that, but you have to at some point just reevaluate what's going on. Why do we fail in the second half every time? That's the question they should be asking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they should be talking to CJ and saying, what is, like, in the passing game, why is this stuff working so well? What's not? Like, what does CJ not like about the offense? What's going on with the offensive line? They have to just coach better. And part of that is coaching yourselves and figuring out what's wrong. I mean, if D'Amico should be crushing Bobby, probably privately,
bullying him
for his game,
crushing him violently.
Yes,
crushing him. Yeah, just with his hand.
He probably could.
You know, here's the thing with D'Amico. I wonder behind closed doors how he lights up people. Very curious about that.
Yeah, because he seems very mild mannered.
He does. And you know, and he talks about being respectful of other men. And hey, you know what? In 2024, yelling in the workplace is generally frowned upon. And I don't know that yelling in the workplace generally makes things better. And also, I take a look at either Bill O'Brien here or currently Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia. And I mean, all-time bad vibes coming out of there. But this is one of those sequences where, I mean, D'Amico's got to have a conversation with Slowick. Sounds like Stroud wants to have it. Sounds like Diggs wants to have it. I bet Tank Dell sure does with his numbers, wants to have it. Catch the ball in the end zone, bro. But I wonder if they actually will change anything the rest of the way.
I mean, if they don't, then they're going to win a playoff game and then go home.
Yeah, they'll lose to the first real playoff team that they face.
Like, we know their story right now.
Will they win that first playoff game?
Okay.
I don't think it's a lock.
I don't think they'll be the 2 seed. So
there are so many things that have yet to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
I mean, Sunday against the Colts. I know you, Joe, are looking at it like it's a lock, and I want to look at it like it's a lock, but I don't think the Colts are that far behind you. And we talk about teams who are coached well. I think that Shane Steichen has shown that he's a more effective coach than D'Amico Ryans is to this point. He has had to make the most out of
bad quarterback situations for back-to-back years, and D'Amico's had C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, and it might just be they might go with Richardson now, but you play in the playoffs, it might be Flacco again. Look, the Cincinnati Bengals are going to make the playoffs, and like they could be the 6th seed at this point in the season. If you're the 3 seed, you're playing Cincinnati in first round of the playoffs. I'm picking the Bengals right now.
Oh,
Like the Texans' offense isn't good enough. Like they don't score in the second half. You cannot be you're not a legitimate Super Bowl contender if your offense is literally incompetent in the second half. That's what they are. Like whatever's going wrong, whether it's Bobby or the offensive line or CJ, whatever it is, like if they want to have real aspirations, right now at best they are a win a playoff game and then go home.
Damn. That makes me sad.
Me too.
It makes me so sad. It makes me more sad than my friends getting mad at me for drunkenly doing a horns down.
When did they stop texting you, by the way?
I don't know. I deleted every single time they sent me a new one. I just deleted the whole.
So, but there wasn't like a follow up like the next day.
No.
Oh,
They didn't text me yesterday. I tried to leave the conversation, but apparently on Apple you can't leave a 3-person conversation. You can't leave it.
Oh wow.
So I just had to keep on deleting it. They're like, oh, here's another text, and I was just responding at a certain point. Yep. All right. Great.
You should have just responded with gifts.
No, there was I was actually, and I'm so mad at myself for this, but like my mood was affected because I was getting yelled at for putting up horns down in the frame of a video, and it wasn't even my face attached to it. Honestly, it could have been somebody else.
Yeah, you should have said it wasn't me.
Yeah, I got very white hands though, so I don't know. I wasn't 100% sure it was me, but I deleted the video. So
well, was it on your phone?
No. They sent it to me.
Oh, okay. You should
it's
text
so
them.
stupid.
You should text them. Just send them a picture of the red challenge flag and just be like, I need to challenge the video here.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look. I need to make sure that's my hand.
Well, I mean, honestly,
Terry McCauley way in.
Yeah.
Terry, what'd you see here?
But I just fell on the sword, honorable like Ned Stark, and maybe I should have fought because well, there's an incident in college where I may have been framed for something and ended up on probation for a full year.
Okay.
And we found out. So basically, I was accused of having like sleptwalked down the hallway and going to the bathroom in a person's room that was next to the actual bathroom. And this person just accused me blindly. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I didn't do it.
You couldn't prove it?
Well, they couldn't either. But the guys who were there, the campus police, they basically talked me into saying like, well, how would I remember? Because I said like, oh, I had like 5 drinks, but I was fine. I played Zelda when I got home that night.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, it happens to everybody. It's no big deal. And I was like, all right, I guess. And then they wrote me up for everything. But here's the problem. We had one of my best friends 5 times the rest of college sleptwalked, peed somewhere.
Oh.
It was 100% him. It was 100% him. And I got accused of something. And I took the fall. So I took the fall on this. It might not have been me.
Paul, good fall guy over here.
Great fall guy. The best fall guy. Anyway, we're all over the place. And the Texans are not in the win column. How about that? That was a terrible transition.
They're 0-1.
I feel more sad than I did when I threw down a accidental horns down on Saturday night.
Accidental.
Yeah.
We know true feelings come out when you're drinking, so.
You really should have
That's
rebelled there. If anything,
I know. Anyway.
Causing a scene. It helps.
It does. All right. It is Gallant and George. Up next, 10-minute drill. Deshaun Watson, done for the year. Oh, boy. And on top of that, who else is in the 5-2 club in the NFL? Stick around.
Let's talk about LeBurge, Lake Charles. Sean, myself, Brian, we'll be out there on the 16th and the 17th. We're doing 2 shows that weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun to be back out there. Look, if you want to go and leave Texas, bet on your Texas teams. You're looking at the Texans, minus 6.5 at this moment versus the Colts. You can play that there coming up this Saturday. So if you want to go this weekend before the Colts game, they got a Halloween party going on over at the taco restaurant that they got on the property as well. So there's always something going on, not just in the sports book, but throughout the entire property. They got the 19 betting kiosks. You got the 24-foot video wall that every game on. And look, if you're betting on a game and you're nice to the guys who are running the book, they'll even put your a Rice football game on the small screen like we did for Mapes the last time we were there. So there are always good people there at LeBurge and Lake Charles. When you leave Texas and bet your Texas teams, do it at ESPN Bet inside the sports book at LeBurge Lake Charles.
just stumbled, and now Watson is hurt. Oh, boy. Immediately clutches at his right ankle. Unbelievable.
The Cleveland quarterback gave himself up and was down before the ball became loose. There's a timeout on the field for the player.
They definitely sound like they were cheering for Deshaun Watson in Cleveland when he ruptured his Achilles in yesterday's loss to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, do you blame him?
It's a good question. The reason that they are cheering is because he's awful. They're not cheering because they all of a sudden now are looking at themselves in the mirror and thinking to themselves, what have we done? We sold our soul to bring this guy in. He stinks. Before the game, this is the reception that Deshaun Watson got as he was getting introduced. This is coming out of the tunnel. They're sick of him being out there. I don't know that I would have cheered aloud because I wouldn't want to get in trouble. But, I mean, I probably would have been like, well, finally, after he goes down, finally, somebody else is going to come in.
Yeah, because part of it's like, they're not just cheering. I mean, he's hurt, but like the fact that Stefanski won't bench him. They all want him benched. No one wants him out there. Like, no one wants to see Deshaun Watson be the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns anymore. They're excited it's not going to happen anymore. You also don't know in the moment he tore his Achilles. No.
It looked bad, though.
It did look bad. And they had to bring the card out for him and everything. Like, I don't blame him. I mean, not all the fans were on board with him coming in. Like, obviously, like, you have guys like, I remember when Jim Tomey, obviously, when they found out him and his wife were like very, very public that they gave up their season tickets because Deshaun Watson was going to be the Browns quarterback. So some of that is a factor. Like, there are a lot of people who didn't want him there in the first place. But I don't blame him. Like, he sucks as a person. He sucks as a football player.
This show, one host is okay with cheering a guy getting injured. The other one's okay with throwing bottles on the field. It's fine. It's fine.
The other one's fine doing horns down. All scumbags.
All the scams. You're right. All scumbag moves there.
Maybe a sleepwalker too.
I'm not a sleepwalker. Can confirm.
You don't know.
I guess we'll never know. That is true. Now, what was even more surprising, I saw this on the Red Zone up on my smaller TV while watching the Texans and Packers, and they immediately cut to Dorian Thompson-Robinson warming up. And that's where my mind was blown, thinking, wait a second, isn't Jameis Winston the backup quarterback? And I guess Jameis Winston was made inactive before the game. A Browns reporter described Jameis Winston's situation as a hostage crisis. And we'll play what Winston said about the fan reaction to Deshaun Watson tomorrow. But I was stunned that it was not Jameis Winston who stepped in for Deshaun Watson. That is fishy. That is so fishy.
Yeah, Schefter tweeted after the game, presumed starter, because he got hurt as well in this game. Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
I was like, what do you mean by that?
This was the first game this season that Jameis Winston was not the backup quarterback, that he was the emergency third string, which they ended up needing because, again, like you said, DTR got hurt. But yeah, this was the first game that they made him inactive or, emergency quarterback only. That is fishy. That's very fishy.
It's weird. Why?
So it's very Cleveland Browns. And when I say that, I mean stupid, that they're like, well, the fans are chanting for Jameis, so we'll make Jameis inactive. It's like, well, they can still just chant for him.
Yeah, but why is Joe Flacco? But Joe Flacco's not there, basically for this reason. Like they knew fans would want Joe Flacco, as their quarterback because he took him to the playoffs last year, and they wouldn't want Deshaun Watson out there. Like, they're protecting this man's fragile ego. What they're doing.
It's so, but I don't even know if it's his ego anymore as much as it's just themselves.
I was gonna say, is it Deshaun Watson's ego or is it Jimmy Haslam's ego?
But I mean, with the way Kevin Stefanski's been so combative about it, and this does feel like it was a Stefanski decision to make him inactive. I'm wondering if there's something else going on behind the scenes, but everyone seems to like Jamison Cleveland in the locker room at the very least. So I'm really baffled by this entire situation, and I will enjoy rubbernecking this car crash.
Yeah.
Though I will not cheer a man getting injured.
No matter, that's very, very,
I'm noble.
very big of you.
Saluting while I did it.
I laughed. So
damn.
I was at brunch.
It was like, yeah, mine was like a, oh,
I was at
really?
brunch.
Like, it was like a, oh, it happened.
There's
And
a chuckle in there.
And then I honestly thought, I was like, oh, well, this kind of resolves the Deshaun Watson era in Cleveland. He's just going to be on IR for the rest of this year. Probably IR for, if not most of next year too, because he's probably going to come back in November of next year. And then they cut him after next year. Boom. They did it. They got through the Deshaun Watson era. They can move on. Really, this offseason, they can move on. He'll still be on the roster. That sucks. But they don't have to keep watching him anymore. They probably have single-digit Watson games left to watch, if any. So congrats, Browns fans. You earned it.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be doing like the Aaron Rodgers back in.
No, you don't think that he's gonna? Oh man, he should say, if the Browns make the playoffs, I have a chance of coming back.
Well, now I kind of want that. I was even just thinking next year, like take a sweet ass.
Oh yeah,
they're just be like, hey, Deshaun, like you're not ready.
Yeah, or do you think? I mean, honestly, do you think Deshaun's gonna be killing himself in rehab, trying to be ready, all in for week 1, like RG3 back in the day?
No.
Like, what are we talking about?
Right. There were more games that took place across the NFL yesterday. The Chiefs still undefeated.
Cheaters.
Cheaters?
I think that Mahomes plays Bush League.
Elaborate.
I mean, he fakes stepping out of bounds. Like, you can't hit the quarterback. If he actually steps out of bounds and you hit him, it's a 15-yard penalty.
Okay, did that happen?
Yeah, he it's like as it was the play before the touchdown.
He
like fakes.
You got to set this up better for me.
Yeah.
So he
running
runs
down
to his left.
Yeah. So he's running down the left sideline, and he does this move where like it looks like he's about to run out of bounds to avoid contact.
He's like running at an angle just to get the first down and go out of bounds, and then he cuts
back
upfield, and he runs to like the 10-yard line.
Yeah, and it's like. I can't do that.
I don't think it's that egregious, honestly.
It's like the Kenny Pickett fake slide.
No, he just made a move.
But then if he goes out of bounds and he gets hit, like it's a 15-yard penalty. You can't fake going out of bounds if you're a quarterback.
Just push him. You don't have to smack him. Just push him. Get your hands on him. It was very bad. It was bad. The defender got turned around pretty bad.
He did
on like a C- move by Pat Mahomes.
And then Mahomes did truck a guy later in the game.
He did truck a guy.
So this is the big story from the Chiefs win. They cheated.
He also played like garbage, but
still won by 10.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud plays like garbage,
Mm-hmm.
and the Texans lose.
No,
by 2.
Kareem Hunt had 2 touchdowns in this game and has been a very nice addition. And they are doing all of the things the Patriots used to do. They're bringing old guys back. They're great right away. They're winning games where their quarterback isn't dominating. Their defense is really good. Yeah, man.
The Kareem Hunt one is just,
yeah,
he's like barely been in the league
right
the last couple of years, and then they just find him and
boom.
This feels even more extreme than like what the Patriots were doing.
Because the Patriots did it a lot on defense, where you're like, oh, well, this makes sense. Only Bill Belichick knows how to get the most out of Jamie Collins or whoever. But this is like especially weird because it's like, no, I've seen McCole Hardman play wide receiver. He's not that good, but he can make 3 plays a game for the Chiefs.
Lions gave the Vikings their first loss of the year, 31-29. Minnesota did have an early lead in this one, but then Detroit just did Detroit things, and they get the game-winning field goal at the very end. This is making that game coming up against the Lions look a little bit more daunting, especially considering the Texans just lost to one of these NFC North teams, the Green Bay Packers, who were in last place in the NFC North going into this game, despite it being 4-2.
Yeah, I will. Sunday Night Football in Houston. Maybe the roof will be open. That'll be cool. But that just feels like this feels like bad vibes coming for that one. I hope Nico's back because that's the first game he would be back for. potentially if he is actually only out 4 weeks.
Patriots would be the first one.
Yeah, so he could be back for the Lions game. So maybe Nico's back and things are better, but Lions are good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Texans gonna get swept by the NFC North. Oh no, not swept.
Well,
they
they
beat the
beat
Bears. Never mind. Swept by the awesome teams in the NFC North.
Sure.
Rest of the 5-2 club: Green Bay Packers, the Bills 5-2. Texans beat them.
Yeah, head-to-head win. Should
Hell
be ahead
yeah.
in the power rankings.
Yep. They beat the Titans 34-10. Amari Cooper caught a touchdown pass. The 5-2 Commanders beat the Panthers 40-7. Jaden Daniels got hurt. Mariota finished it up. The Steelers are 5-2. Man, this was so much better than baseball. Watching Russell Wilson with the Steelers against the New York Jets on Sunday Night Football, it was a lot better.
Apparently, Russell Wilson's less washed than Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know if Rodgers is. Do you think Rodgers is washed?
I know, but my God, he looks old. Just like every time he gets hit, it looks like a chore for him to get off the ground.
I don't think he's worse than Russell Wilson, but from considering the heights that he was, he's fallen more. He is less of a percentage of the quarterback he was.
And like Garrett Wilson catches that pass and doesn't get picked. Like maybe it's a different football game, but like Aaron he looks so old on the field.
I like that he blamed the media after the game. I like it. Keep being you, Aaron Rodgers. Keep being you. Also, the Bucks or Ravens will join the 5-2 club after tonight's Monday Night Football game. There are 2 Monday Night Football games. Again, you got Chargers, Cardinals, and you got Bucks, Ravens.
To be honest with you, until you said that earlier, I had no idea. I thought there was only one game tonight.
Yeah.
I'm also not watching Chargers Cardinals.
I do like that they give you one that's like, you don't have to watch this one. This is one where if it's a close game, you're gonna flip over, but we do 2 just so one can be bad, one can be good. There's one a couple weeks ago, whereas the Commanders Bengals, and then just some awful like Titans Dolphins game.
Hey, Titans Dolphins is better than baseball.
No, it is, but I'm saying that's why they give you 2 options. It's like, oh, you can just watch the good one instead.
Yeah, that's true. Colts are breathing down the Texas neck, by the way, before they play them on Sunday. They beat Miami 16-10. Barn burner of a game. Anthony Richardson, 10 of 24 passing.
Oh,
still better than baseball.
If the Colts or the Texans lose to the Colts.
It just sound like
serious conversations need to be had.
Yeah, they did just say that DeForest Buckner and Jonathan Taylor are trending to return to practice tomorrow for the Colts. So I guess they could be out there on Sunday. But Anthony Richardson's still their quarterback.
They held Taylor in check last time for what it's worth, even though Taylor has historically owned them.
And half the Texans defense should be theoretically getting more healthy. Both linebackers, 2 secondary players, 3 secondary players.
Yeah.
So,
Kamari Lassiter. Oh, he's probably going to miss another
Lassiter's
game.
probably out.
Yeah. So there you go, guys. That is the 10-minute drill. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on our YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, and you can tweet us at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes, behind the glass. Coaching killed the Texans yesterday. Was there any positive, though, in the game? Do we want to put on our sunshine hats and do a little dance and talk about the rainbows that took place in a 24-22 loss at Lambeau Field? We can. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
There's Mixon. Mixon finds his way to the end zone, and another Houston touchdown.
He looked good.
Joe Mixon looked really good.
Yeah.
Nick Casario did something right.
I still have questions about the extension that they gave to him after they made that trade, given that he's a running back. But hey, guys, it's football time in Houston. And even if the Texans are 5-2, there's positives to be taken away from yesterday's L.
I think there's quite a few positives.
There's a lot of positives.
Yeah.
They hung in there.
They're in second place in the AFC still.
It's a moral victory. That's true, though. If Baltimore wins tonight, Baltimore is going to be on the same level as them, and they're tied for second place with a couple of teams that have the same record, even if they maybe have the tiebreaker over at least one of them, the Buffalo Bills.
But they're still in second place.
Mm-hmm.
Positives.
Doesn't matter, Paul. Second place on October 21st, Paul.
Let's get some sunshine music going on. Let's go. I think I'll go for a walk outside. Summertime's calling my name.
I missed you, Paul.
Everybody's smiling. Everybody's laughing. So there were some good things that happened yesterday. Neville Hewitt stepping in for the injured Texans linebacker core. No Aziz Al-Shaair. No Henry To'oTo'o. And even though he seems to be a little bit too much of a wrestling enthusiast, getting penalized for suplexing a guy, he had a good game. I was pleasantly surprised because I thought he struggled in the action that we saw him get in the preseason.
Let's see. Notes here under defensive drive number 3. Neville Hewitt, future WWE champion, is in my notes. One of my positives from this weekend. He's definitely going to the WWE as soon as he's done.
I hope so.
He's fun.
We need to boost his credibility a little bit so people know who he is. But yeah, give him a cool name.
Yeah.
Neville doesn't work. Neville, I think of Neville Longbottom from Harry Potter, who was a baby back bitch until the very end. He did do something at the end, to his credit.
There wasn't Neville in the WWE not that long ago. He sucked. He's actually an awesome wrestler, but his character can't be a Neville.
Gotcha.
But yeah, future WWE superstar, Neville Hewitt. I'm in. He was fun. Kalen Bullock.
He had another interception. He did get beat on a play.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the Romo-gasm, Sean, that I emailed to you. Tony Romo doing Romo-gasms. I like it. I like it when I hear men making sexual noises in the middle of a TV broadcast.
I mean, this is a great route throw. Just the ball's barely on the outside of his finger. Oh, he could have came down with it.
Had it right there for a second.
He did. He just didn't maintain control at the end. And
the impact of the ground falling on his back, knocked it loose.
Jordan Love throws.
I love your description.
Oh, yeah. Almost feel it.
Yeah.
You're right there.
But that was on a play where Kalen Bullock was beat.
Are we sure he's not constipated? Are those sex noises or haven't pooped in 4 days noises? Because I think he sounds constipated.
I have lots of fiber. I don't know what that even means.
When he goes like the ball just touches the tip of his fingers, and that's where
Yeah,
I go against constipation. I vote against constipation. I vote for. It's been a long weekend away from the family for Romo.
Yeah,
I liked having Romo there. People are saying, "Oh, Jim Nantz on the call is the kiss of death for Texans." Whenever he's on the call for a Houston sporting event, things don't go well. Was he on the call for Cougs and Duke?
Probably
in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. His last game, one of his last games was a Cougs loss.
Right.
Is it just that he calls the biggest games, and other than the Astros, these teams don't win?
They usually don't play in big games, and you're right. Exactly.
Because I was thinking about just the Texans, because we talked about it on Friday, the last time Jim Nantz called a game, and I was staggered by how long ago it was. It might have been the
2019.
Yeah, the was it the Kansas City game?
Might have been. Goodness gracious.
No, that was on ESPN.
Oh, that
game?
was? Yeah, the Kansas City.
Whatever it
comeback.
was, yeah, it's 4 to 5 years. It's been a while, but he was good, positive. Joe Mixon, Neville Hewitt,
Jim Nance, Tony Romo,
Jake Hansen as well.
Jake Hansen,
I just think
yeah.
in general, like the linebacker core was pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say the decimated Texans defense, not bad.
Yeah.
Tim Settle, you're right about the Texans' decimated defense.
If you told
Except
me
for D'Angelo Ross, he sucks.
yeah. If you told me 24 points before the game, I'm like, not bad.
Yeah.
Okay, we're thinking it might be a Vikings kind of performance.
They really only gave up one big play, and that was because D'Amico Ryans didn't call a timeout when he should have. It was the one down the left sideline. There's clearly some miscommunication going on when Jordan Love hit Dontavius Wicks for that 6.
Yeah, because the play before was the weird, was it a backwards pass thing, and then they line up fast to run the play.
Right.
At the very least, call a timeout. Like,
yeah.
Even if you're not going to review it, just call the timeout.
Especially if you're jumping up and down. It's
Yeah.
like D'Amico forgot he was head coach there.
Yeah. That was a bad one.
That was bad, but that's negative. Positive.
Texans responded from that.
Looking through my notes to see if I have it.
Stroud didn't get hurt despite the bad offensive line. That's positive.
True. That's true. That's positive.
Very positive.
No one else got hurt.
We'll see the injury report.
Yeah, it's
3 takeaways.
That's very positive.
Texans didn't turn it over.
Won the turnover battle
convincingly, handily against the team that gets the most takeaways in the NFL.
Positive.
Yeah, that's something we talked about before. Yeah.
CJ threw a lot of incompletions, but none of them were turnovers.
It is crazy how the Texans we both, and I don't know what your thoughts were, Joe, going into the game, but we both were pretty low on the Texans' chances. But we thought it would happen in a different way than they keep the ball the entire time, but just can't do anything. We thought it'd be more turnovers and big play. We thought it'd be like the first half, really, but for the entire game, it wasn't that.
They won the time of possession battle.
That's good.
31-47 to 28-43.
So they won turnover and time of possession. Those are big.
That's part of it.
Special teams are better than the Packers special teams.
Just kind of
how'd they lose this game?
Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson both had sacks.
That is good. That is good. I took note of that.
Daniil probably could have had another one or two. But
they almost sacked Jordan Love as many times as CJ Stroud was sacked. And considering it felt like CJ Stroud was running for his life, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
That is true.
Good job by Stroud avoiding those sacks. That's why he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the game.
Danico Autry will be back next. Oh, he played in this game.
Hey, he was.
Where is this dude at?
He gave.
I didn't know his numbers.
Yeah,
so
it took me a while. That's where I was.
That's not positive.
When Daniil Hunter got a sack, though, he did a good job of congratulating Daniil Hunter on his sack.
Nice.
Seems like they're great friends.
Yes, chemistry
Friendship.
off the charts.
Dalton Schultz had a 28-yard game.
Nice. Kate Stover had a nice catch too. And
he had
Texas tight ends, yards per catch. Hey, we're talking about 20. How about that?
Yeah, they had half of the passing yardage did the 2 tight ends.
Xavier Hutchinson's catch on that 3rd and 10. That was a great catch.
Big. Stephon Diggs and CJ Stroud didn't throw Bobby Slowick under the bus directly out in the postgame.
I'm gonna say that's a negative. They should back up the bus.
They should have thrown him under the bus.
Stephon Diggs getting in a fight with the Packers happened before the game and did not cost the Texans any penalty yardage.
I enjoyed that extra element for when the Texans were on offense of where is Jair Alexander? Who is he yelling at
He was
on this
talking
play?
so much trash.
And same thing with I don't know the dude's first name, but Nixon, the other cornerback.
This game, it was a fun.
I like
chippy
the
game.
chippiness.
Yeah, it was a chippy game.
This is the chippiest game I can remember for the Texans in a while.
It's the play that was singled out as why didn't the Texans offensive line go and pick up Stroud? But when he gets the first down on the sideline and kind of gets hit, it's not like really that big of a play. I don't know. And then he gets up and signals the first down.
Yeah.
And then he goes into Jair Alexander's face and then signals the first down again. And then they chirp at each other for another 20 seconds. I like that. Again, the chirpiness.
Lots of controversy around that play right now.
Yeah, no, that's
social media.
That's the play that got highlighted as
bunch of bad teammates.
O line doesn't have CJ's back, and longtime listeners of the Killer Bees will know that's something Jeremy
It's
Brandon
true.
pointed out almost a year ago.
Just Stephon Diggs, I love the quote. I'm never the bigger person.
Oh, I love that.
Love it.
Stephon
We'll play
Diggs
that in the last
post-game
hour, yeah.
Stephon Diggs post-game quotes have 100% delivered this year between I'm emotional and and I never take the high road.
I like that. He's honest. That's all you can ask for.
I love it.
So there you go, guys. That's all the positive in the Texans lost to the Packers yesterday. It's Gallant George, Joe, and Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes behind the glass. Stay put.
Third and 3. Pass a bit forced and picked on the deflection and open lanes, but one player, Love, cuts it off to allow his teammates to catch up on him. Hewitt with the interception. It was tipped by Petrie, and the Texans come up with a gigantic takeaway in the game's first 2 minutes.
It was a good way to start, but the Texans only got 3 points with a short field. They had multiple drives start on the Packers' 11-yard line. And ultimately, they lose yesterday 24-22. I think coaching is most at fault for yesterday. This is a team that has constantly talked about getting better, learning from mistakes. Doesn't feel like they're doing that. The offensive line's not improving. That feels like that's on the offensive line coaches. They have a couple of them. The offense looked completely incapable without Nico Collins. That's on Bobby Slowick. And a couple of weird game management decisions by D'Amico Ryans. All of that adds up, and you lose a game to a Green Bay Packers team that turned the football over 3 times. You win the turnover battle 3-0 against a team like that, no matter how difficult it is for you to throw the football and no matter what else is going on out there. You should win the game. And ultimately, this is one they're going to be kicking themselves about going forward. And it's yet another reason that the people who are not buying into what this team can be are saying, this is why I'm not buying in yet.
Do you think it's justified now? Because I thought after the Vikings game, like it would just seem, I was like, it's a bad game. Like, get over it. I'm not coming around to that side of just like it just is what it is. This is who they are. But I guess I'm starting to understand it more of the lack of buy-in, because this is a disappointing game. To have that many easy opportunities, layups, to score touchdowns, and to just struggle that much, and then to completely fall apart again in the second half like they've done all year. Paul, maybe it's I'm tired of the we're gonna get better stuff. Also from the coaches, I feel like they just say it every week. Like we beat ourselves, we're gonna improve, and you don't see it. So what they're telling us they're gonna do, I don't know if they're incapable of doing it or
it feels like they're incapable of doing it.
Yeah. It just feels like they can't.
If you keep on saying it and you don't change it, then I mean, stop talking about it so that I don't have to hear it and roll my eyes.
Yeah, I just want a little more honesty, I guess. Like it's Sean's
What would
right.
you want? What would you want there?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't even know. But Sean's right. It's like back of the baseball card now. Like you just keep saying like we're gonna improve. Stop beating ourselves. Well, I mean, I guess you're right. They have less penalties on offense, on the offensive line. That's good.
Yeah.
But it's the other stuff that I'm just like,
So we've
one thing at a time.
1 week. Always 1 week. They've nipped the penalties, offensive line penalties in the bud.
Now it's just
when they run stunts, it's like we're at day one or it's like training camp.
This was the preseason. This was the old school preseason. This was an old school 7-game preseason.
Yeah,
which by the way they used to do back
like in the 80s, right?
Right. So now you've cleaned up the penalties, and now it's a matter of whenever anything's slightly complicated at the NFL level, the offensive line just has to be better there. That's all they have to do. They're honestly, for $188 million, maybe you need to put a little more money into that offensive line, because that just isn't enough. There's no price that can be put on protecting CJ Stroud, right? I mean, that is a number that could not possibly be too high. And clearly $188 million is not enough to protect the greatest quarterback in the history of Houston Texans football.
Probably need a nice round 200, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably.
I'm sure we can find a $20 million like left guard out there that's not playing very well right now. Cowboys got anyone these days? What's
Taylor Lewan doing?
He's too skinny now.
Yeah, he's
okay.
You can tell with his interviews, he's one of those guys like Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas lost too much weight.
Jeff Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff Saturday come back to her. I mean, if it's a communication issue,
Yeah,
at center,
hey, we don't need you at center. Just
like
move over to left guard.
Just tell them what's going wrong, what they don't understand. Yeah, that's the one where it's because it's the offensive line. It's definitely like we talk about this all the time. Like we're not gonna sit here and act like we're offensive line aficionados. It is such a glaring issue. You'd think they'd have somewhat better of success.
When there's basically a free rusher,
yeah,
every 2 plays. It doesn't take a rocket science. It doesn't take Dante Scarnecchia to be like, this sucks.
Nice reference. Patriots legendary offensive line coach.
Maybe Nick
It's
Casario
between him and Bill Callahan for the 2 I was going to go.
I mean, maybe that's it. Employ him.
I mean, Nick Casario, like, make the call.
Bill Callahan works for his son, and
Oh no, for Skarnecchia.
Oh yeah,
Skarnecchia, 76 years old.
Just bring him in.
76 years young.
Bring in a consultant.
He was with the Patriots for 34 years, from 1982 to 2019. He does have some Texas ties. He was the Southern Methodist O-line coach in 1980 and 1981. He was a graduate assistant at Southern Methodist as well.
There we go. What better way to start the end where it all started?
Just bring him home.
Like 4 hours south of where it all started.
That's close enough. Same state. It's like relatively home. But yeah, is that the? Do you think they can improve? Actually, they keep saying it.
I think they can.
That's what's frustrating, is they keep saying it, and I don't know where it happens, but it feels like some sort of change needs to be made. And is that change moving on from the offensive coordinator in the middle of the year when you're 5-2? Is that change firing one of the offensive line coaches? I don't know what you can do at this point other than just continue to cross your fingers and hope that eventually it all works out. And I got to say, I don't think it's all going to work out. I feel like Kenyon Green's a liability at left guard, just based off of the metrics. Seems like he's really struggling out there. And it feels like they're just so damn unaware of these defenses that do complicated things. And if you've shown that you have no ability to adjust to this, then every team's going to do it. You're just going to keep running into it.
Honestly, it's shocking that it doesn't happen more. Like that it hasn't cost them a game. I mean, I guess it's only cost them 2 games so far. That it's not something that every team goes into the week saying this is how we can get over on this Texans offensive line.
I bet you it is. I bet you it's something that we see more often. But what we're seeing with the Texans is that between the 2 Baltimore games last year and the Minnesota and Green Bay this year, they just have such a different level of, like, those are pretty damn good defenses. So I guess maybe it's just a threshold of quality of player the Texans can stop. So it's not just the coaching. Like, I would imagine these other teams are trying to do that. DeForest Buckner this weekend, if he's healthy, the Colts will attempt to do what these other teams have done. But the Ravens, the Packers, and the Vikings have the skill set to just stop.
You can hand the Jags and the Patriots like exactly what the Packers did yesterday, and they wouldn't be able to do it.
Exactly.
Stroud's only on pace to get sacked 48 times this year.
Wow. That's only,
it's
a
less,
little bit more than half of David Carr.
It's less than what he was projected to be sacked a couple of weeks ago, where it was 60 plus and 50 plus. And this is where they can actually tell us, oh, but it is getting better. We just got to improve. We're going to learn from our mistakes and keep on moving forward. All right. I hope so.
Well, like, this is a weekend where we'll see. It's very simple to prove it. I mean, CJ was sacked 4 times in the first game versus the Colts. So let's see what it looks like this weekend.
Not only that it's the first team that you're playing for a second time this year. It makes for a good comparison to who you played week 1. But it's also the Colts are a good kind of measuring stick kind of team for, like what you're saying, where yes, they kind of hit their ceiling when they had to play the Ravens or the Packers, obviously yesterday, the Vikings, like these really good teams. The Colts are a team where it's like they can beat you. They definitely can beat you. They got pretty close to doing it the last 2 times you played. They did it the 3rd time you played. And it's a team that has enough talent to where you do actually need to clean things up, and we can learn from it. It's not playing the Patriots or playing the Jags where it's just there's not really a lot you can take from playing these god-awful teams. This is a real team that is second in your division and could possibly tie you for first if they win.
That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There was a fun moment before yesterday's game that we didn't talk about. Stephon Diggs tried to fight all of the Packers. After this performance by Stephon Diggs and the extra theatrics before the game, where are we at on the highest profile acquisition of the Texans this offseason? Gallant and George, stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Here's Love to the end zone. Diving catch. What a catch it is by Kraft for the score.
Not going to lie, I do love the music that they play when the Packers score a touchdown at Lambeau Field. I know that might trigger Joe George a little bit, but I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day.
I almost canceled my flight last night and drove up there.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. It's like a 3-hour drive. My wife said no. But me and my dad were like, should we drive to Lambeau? Go watch the Texans play?
Would you have been able to get in? Can you scalp tickets outside their stadium? It is a communist team, right? Like every single person owns part of it. And
yeah, probably. I mean, like I don't know if it's like the videos, it's always still jarring. I've never been there, but like it's literally like you're driving down the street and it's like house, stadium. Like it's in the middle of
it's like in a neighborhood.
It's very bizarre. No, we were just gonna go on like unnamed scalping website and grab tickets, but the flights changed were too expensive.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it would have been tough to get in there, to get out of there.
Yeah.
Now, the Texans brought in Stephon Diggs this offseason. They traded a second-round pick for him. They're paying him something like $20 million for this season. Has he given the Texans what you were hoping for? He has certainly been delivering on the one-liners. Here he is talking about the little kerfuffle he had with Packers cornerback Jair Alexander, who he has beef with going back to his time with the Minnesota Vikings after yesterday's loss.
I was walking to the locker room in the beginning of the game, and I heard somebody chirping. And I'm never the bigger person, so as I go around myself or with a million, so I'm never the bigger person. I ain't letting it go. You know, obviously they picked it up or whatever, but I ain't with the football talk, guys. It is what it is. You know, I can't all the time, but I ain't getting into all that. It's just I ain't letting it go.
I'm never the bigger person.
I like the honesty. We need more of that.
Do you think?
What a line.
Do you think D'Amico Ryan's like this? Because D'Amico Ryan's actually said after the game, he was asked about Stephon Diggs. And Sean, sorry to throw this at you last second. There is a moment at the end of that press conference that he did where somebody asked about that. And I don't think D'Amico saw the back and forth, but I also don't think D'Amico liked this back and forth that he had with the entire Packers team.
Yeah, I didn't see it. So, I mean, I understand it happened. You know, things like that happen. Those guys have a history. They've been going at it before. You know, we don't encourage that, right? We just want to go play ball the right way and make sure it's settled on the field. So, you know, that's something we can't be about chirping and all the extra stuff. We just got to be about executing when the ball is snapped.
Yeah, this is very like not D'Amico Texans worthy, it seems. Seems to not like that.
I get the same vibe there. And yesterday, I mean, he was the Texans' leading receiver, whatever that means. From this perspective, he had the most catches, but to get 5 catches for 23 yards on 7 targets, with one of those catches being 17 yards and the other 4 going for 6. I'm wondering how we feel about this move. I saw Captain Fish 317 ask, would you rather have Diggs or have traded for Amari Cooper like the Bills just did? He scored a touchdown his first game with Buffalo against the Titans yesterday for a second-round pick and significantly less money for Cooper on what would probably be a 1-year rental.
I mean, it's cheaper, I guess, but I'm good with Diggs. I mean, like, this is not his best game, obviously, but he's still tied for first on the team in first downs on the season. He has 415 receiving yards. He's averaging almost 10 yards a reception. He's got 3 touchdowns, which is tied with Nico Collins. And I know Nico's been out for 2 weeks, but remember, he's third in the NFL still in receiving yards. So Nico's having an incredible season. Diggs, I think, has been good enough. Like, is it if anyone expected Stephon Diggs to come in and be the guy that he was 2 years ago, it's like they just missed all the conversations that we had all offseason about what he did in the second half of the season in Buffalo last year. I think he has been probably to expectation.
But I mean, second half of last year, they went away from him because they started running the football more.
Yeah.
He was great in the first half of last year. There was no reason to think that Diggs is not the same player. And I don't know that you could even make that argument now, but you traded for this guy and you're paying him $20 million for him to play like a number one wide receiver, to give you that kind of difference-making ability. And yesterday, he was unable to do that. And if that's all on the Texans offensive line, then it's all on the Texans offensive line. They can study the tape and tell me. What I do know is, though, you traded for Stephon Diggs for somebody to step in when one of your wide receivers gets hurt, because you were so bad outside of Nico Collins throwing it to anybody once Tank Dell went down last year. And now here you are again, missing one of your key pieces, and things are not looking better despite adding a guy like Stephon Diggs this offseason, which everyone told me, if you add him, this is going to be the difference maker in the offense. He has been good. He has not been great. I think you were expecting great.
I just think the Texans offense has been poor.
Yeah,
most of the season. Like it's Tank Dell's has not been good. The offensive line has been terrible. Stephon Diggs has been good. He has not been great. They are completely incapable of stretching the ball and pushing the ball down the field if it's not Nico Collins doing it. So that's why I'm okay with what Diggs has done. I view this as a larger problem than a Diggs problem.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, I mean, you said he had 5 receptions. That's half of CJ Stroud's completions were to Stephon Diggs. Like that he was the number one receiver or the number one target yesterday. It's just the entire passing game failed. So I don't know how much of that is like Diggs needs to do more when he got, again, half the completions were to him. And the tight ends had more yard, or no, actually only Schultz had more yards. So
all in one catch.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it was a complete failure of passing the ball, and Diggs is on pace for 100 catches, 1,000 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Like that's about what that's actually probably over the expectation. Some of that's with Collins out, his production went up a little bit, but that is like about where we would have said, yeah, that's what we expect from Stephon Diggs.
I'm with you. Like I want more. Like I want more.
I want more now.
I want more now too.
Without Collins, I want more
for sure. But the offense just can't give you more right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
they had 86 passing yards.
Yeah, like the fact that Tank Dell is getting shut out and having a really poor season. That Dalton Schultz, who we all really liked last year, like he would have some drops, but he was very effective even when Tank got hurt, is completely useless in this offense. The entire offense just is not. It's not good enough without Nico out there.
Amazingly, this wasn't Tank Dell's worst game, and he dropped a touchdown pass in this game and was held to 0 catches, because he did have 1 catch for -3 yards against the Bears earlier this year.
I forgot about
and it dropped maybe touchdown.
That's right.
So that was by the numbers a worst game.
Yep.
God.
3 catches for 40 yards against the Colts, 1 catch for -3 against the Bears, 5 catches for 62 against the Vikings, mostly in garbage time, 4 catches for 38 against the Bills, 7 for 57 and a touchdown against the Patriots. I don't know what the hell happened to him, but both of these guys going into the year, we looked at them with Nico Collins as one of the best 3-headed receiving monsters in the league. I believe they even referred to themselves as a 3-headed monster. And they have been rather underwhelming, I would say, with the exception of Collins, in terms of those expectations. If this offense was doing what we all expected it could do, and this could be on the offensive line and it could be on Slowick, all of these guys would be doing a lot more than they're actually doing. But Dell is invisible very often out there. And if 1-yard passes to Stephon Diggs are all you can really muster yesterday, then someone's got to go back to the drawing board. But I am curious about how everybody as a whole feels about Stephon Diggs being brought in and what he has given the Texans thus far. If you want to weigh in on that, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You You can join us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Second possession for them. Drop back throw, and he's got his target at the 40-yard line for the big game. It's Dalton Schultz near midfield. Give him 28 with that grab.
Longest passing play of the day for your Houston Texans, who fell 24-22 to the Green Bay Packers. They're 5-2 on the year after Brandon McManus, fresh off the streets after a settlement payment undisclosed to us, kicks the game-winning field goal for Green Bay. You lost not just to the Green Bay Packers, you lost to a bad dude.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Honestly, when you said it earlier, I forgot what he did until you just said it again. I forgot about the airplane incident.
He was inappropriate on an airliner. Thought it was the 1960s again.
And now he's defeated you to ruin your season. No, I'm just kidding. Your season's fine. You're 5-2.
Season's over.
God, I can't believe, like, everything feels so sad with the Texans. They're 5-2. It's like I feel like we're talking about like a 2-5 football.
Yeah, it's a frustrating loss. I mean,
no, it's definitely a frustrating loss. But
I'll admit it. It's basically whenever I go into our Twitch, there's a bunch of people who would rather hear about the WNBA than football. Like that's what brings me down.
A lot of controversial calls.
Can I tell you something about last night on the flight home?
I don't care. Do not even bring it up. No, I don't. I do not give a rat's ass
Real
about
bad.
the WNBA.
No, this one's for the Twitch.
I got a push notification. I got 3 during the game, whatever the hell it was. I don't care. I don't even know who played. I don't care. This is not me trying to flex or brag about it, by the way, either. I just don't care. No one actually cares when Caitlin Clark's not playing. And guess what? Hey, look, you have a referee scandal to talk about. Honestly, it's good for the WNBA. They need something like this because, I mean, who cares? Okay? That's just me. If you're mad about it, fine. I can't believe I was driving in, may or may not have been flipping around, and I heard multiple shows at the same time talking about the WNBA. Sorry, no. No talking about baseball. No talking about WNBA. It's effing October, okay? The Astros are dead, so baseball doesn't matter. WNBA has never mattered. Are we done? Thank you. My God. Where are we?
Texas.
Who am I?
Sorry,
There we go.
Paul.
From the 409, Tank
Dylan,
Dell.
will be better.
Yeah. Tank Dell has been garbage from the 409. So let's reassess from the 832. What is Tank Dell's best attribute, Speed? Is it being a ragdoll?
I mean, he can find a way to get open, I think. Hey, look, this has been really disappointing for Tank Dell because he's not the fastest guy, he's not the biggest guy, but last year they seemed to have a really good connection to where whenever CJ would, have to do his scramble drill because the offensive line was poor last year, he would find a way to find Tank. And this year that seems to be just not happening. And when they do, we saw the Bears game we referenced earlier. He dropped that one. That could have been a touchdown. The drop in this game, he's not having a great season. This is not because of a broken leg and because he gets shot. Like, he's just having a bad season so far. And to actively get him involved in the offense, I don't even know what it looks like. Because we talk about Diggs, right? And they're doing all these 1-yard screen passes. We're not really doing that with Tank. Like, the way they're trying to get Diggs involved in the offense, Bobby Slowick does not seem to have the same intent to get Tank Dell involved in the offense. When Tank Dell's been getting involved, they've been running reverses most of the season. It's been strange how they've used him, and I think it just goes to like the larger issue is they have a bad offensive coordinator. I think that's very clear.
Yeah, and I don't know what you do about it. You kind of just stuck with it.
They need CJ's got to tell him what's wrong. And like, he doesn't have to go full Aaron Rodgers. But
I don't know, he might have to. I don't see how a change happens without some forcing by the quarterback and calling Daddy-O, the McNairs, and saying, hey, this ain't good enough. Or having that conversation with D'Amico. I am very curious about that. And I think D'Amico is going to talk to the media today. I wonder if there are any players made available after a road game and a game where the Texans lost. I know they made Dameon Pierce available last Monday after D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media. But yeah, I'm curious about what that next step is, because it does feel like we're going to see this again. And what happens when we see it again?
Yeah, well, and that's what's why it is hard to buy into the Texans, because I think they will beat the Colts next week because Anthony Richardson's not good. And then the Jets have been atrocious this season, even after firing Robert Saleh. And it's almost like none of it matters, because it's almost in a lot of way for the fans right now is looking ahead to November 10th, Sunday Night Football against the Detroit Lions. Like, what does that look like? Because it's fun. Like, you can win 10 plus games this year. They're going to cash their over ticket. It was 9.5 in most places for their win total this season. They're going to hit that. They're 5-2 already. But are their 5 losses going to be against the 5 really quality opponents they play this season besides Buffalo? That's what could be alarming about the Texans. Is it feels a little fraudulent right now.
Yeah, this is why everyone's like about them. I do get it today. I did not get it after the Bills win. I do get it today.
Yeah, the Bills win was a joke. Like, that was people.
It was a good win.
Yes.
Had they won, we would have a different vibe. It was a close game, and yeah, there's a lot of things to clean up. That's what's frustrating is the things that need to be cleaned up aren't being cleaned up, and they're saying that they're going to clean it up when they haven't cleaned it up.
Would the vibe be that much different if the exact same game happened, just McManus missed the field goal?
Or the interception at the end? No.
Like, I don't know the vibe would be different because we've done the show 7 times.
Yeah.
We do the show every Monday.
I mean, CJ Stroud threw less for less than 100 yards. Like there's really, besides Joe Mixon, there's not really like a positive spin that you can give on the offense. Like the defense was impressive with the amount of injuries that they, had and what they accomplished this weekend.
They did what they were supposed to. They didn't give up big plays outside of the one to Wicks on the left sideline, and D'Amico should have called a timeout there. The coaching is what did them in yesterday. They could have won that game. They won the turnover battle, and it's crazy because they were so bad throwing the football. They still could have pulled that one out if they wanted to. Interesting text from the 747. Sorry, JoJo. I've been shot 3 times. PTSD is real. Tank could be going through something in his head.
Okay.
Yeah, JoJo.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. First of all,
CJ Stroud's throwing bullets.
Glad you're alive.
Like,
You've been shot 3 times.
Well,
more details, please.
I've been shot more than that. I've played Call of Duty and Hell Let Loose and Halo and Battlefield.
Are we betting on
been
Kyler
shot
Murray
thousands
tonight?
of
Because tonight's the last night before the new Call of Duty comes out. His last game.
Is this? Oh yeah,
The new Call of Duty comes out Friday. So.
Oh really?
This is Kyler Murray's last hurrah.
How many
this season?
How many? They do it every year. Just a new Call of Duty.
Yeah, I think so.
Every year, maybe every other year at one point, but like it's basically every single year.
It was fun during the pandemic, and then everyone got really good.
It became less fun.
Yeah,
I'm with you on
it was fun when everyone was about at the same level playing field, but yeah, Warzone became a little bit crazy.
No, don't think Tank Dell having PTSD is what's causing his lack of production though, Texter.
Okay, so he was asking you.
Yeah, I feel confident saying that.
Yeah, I guess I don't feel like you said anything like, "Hey, Tank Dell, he's fine."
I just have more questions about this Texter, honestly.
I do too.
I have so many questions.
I kind of want to know.
Why'd you call me JoJo? Let's start there.
No, I want to start with what he does for a living.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if it was like I was in the military, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, military or cop.
Yeah.
Is really the only two where.
Well, if he's just in a rough neighborhood. What if he's from the mean streets of the Woodlands?
Yeah.
As one does. Got shot 1, 2, 3 times.
Yeah. Were these BB guns or like real guns?
Oh.
Damn, dude.
Was Andy Dalton shooting you?
Our texters would never lie.
Yeah.
Or steal valor.
You're saying he got PTSD from BB guns? That's what you're alleging right now.
Man, you never know.
Someone
paintball guns.
Oh man, I went paintballing a few times, and man, still keeps me up some nights.
Yeah.
Someone texted in. I think now everyone's just trying to troll me because they realize that I'm a little angry boy today. What about the Dynamo, Paul? They're in the playoffs, and your partner Joe's a soccer coach. Could you talk about the Dynamo's chances of winning the MLS Cup? I also don't know who they're playing at all. No idea.
I'm a really bad soccer coach. I think self-evaluate. I'm unlike Bobby Slowick and the Texans. I can self-evaluate and be honest.
Okay.
My son doesn't listen to me, so I got something's wrong.
You gotta cut him.
Oh, I just benched him.
Oh, benched. Okay. Nice.
I've started just leaving him in the dust.
No favorites.
If we do a drill and he doesn't listen, I just look over at my wife and say, "He's your problem," and I coach the other kids.
Dang. Are you gonna coach next season?
No, I was.
Wow.
Just swore.
Joe.
No.
Joe George just announced his resignation.
Yeah, yes.
Oh wow.
How are they going to handle this?
Do you have a head coach in waiting?
I will coach. I'll coach again when he's 5. He's out next year.
5.
We're skipping 4 soccer.
Wow, but he still has to play out his contract. How do you think this is going to affect his morale and the locker room morale?
Will you be turning to Jameis Winston as the new starter?
Probably. And he's actually my backup.
And you know what? I'm sorry I did that to Joseph. I'm sorry I made him Deshaun Watson.
You know, maybe, Joe, it's about the snacks you're bringing. I mean, maybe less oranges and more Dunkaroos.
Well, see, now you can't. I don't. Snacks are after the game, and I don't bring the snacks every week.
Okay.
I'm only responsible for 1 week of snacks.
Do you?
Doesn't sound like a team player right there.
I'm taking the kids to CC's. Okay, I'm great
CC's.
snack planner.
All you can eat.
Do they know that
Only
they're playing for
$4.99?
CC's and that if they don't win, that they won't get CC's?
No.
See, that's what you should do.
I should tell them that if they don't go, that they can't. CC's won't be the name of Minute Maid Park or whatever. weird bit was going on last week on Twitter.
Yeah, I think Michael Schwab tweeted out that it's getting renamed the same as an air conditioning company, and then everyone started making fun of Michael Schwab. That's what happened last week, for those who didn't pay attention online. All right. Well, this texter says that he got shot in random LA freeway shootings in 2008 and 2009. Damn, dude.
Twice? What are the chances?
Well, it is LA.
But do you know how many cars there are on the freeway? How many people didn't get shot that day?
Yeah. Well, LA makes El Paso and Juarez look like the Woodlands. Everyone knows this, and it's dangerous there.
Well, just for that, Key from LA, I'm now rooting for the Dodgers just for you.
You are?
Now I am.
No, screw him. He thinks Kobe's the best player ever. Just a complete delusional person from LA. Please go throw a battery at somebody. You guys are worse than Philadelphians. Absolutely worse.
Are they worse than UT fans?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
UT fans enacted change.
USC fans never would have done that in the Rose Bowl against Vince Young. Never would have done that.
Because they don't care. That's the thing. It's like everyone wants a fan base to care, and then when they start caring, not like that.
You're doing so much PR for
for
a bunch of hooligans.
All I've heard is how wine and cheese DKR is. How it's not an intimidating place to play. They finally intimidate someone, and you can't put the Georgia Bulldogs in danger. Only the Georgia Bulldogs can put communities in danger. They put the city of Athens in danger every time they get behind a wheel, or they hit their girlfriend, like that.
Whoa!
Kobe Young.
Oh, okay.
He endangered his pregnant girlfriend and the unborn baby.
Offensive.
I'm just saying. Sorry. Some water bottles may have hit near the end zone. Sorry, Kirby Smart, who shoved a player last week. By the way. Talking about player safety.
It's a good counterpoint, Sean. He did do that.
So much misdirection. What are you, the Packers pass rush trying to get to CJ Stroud?
Yeah, and it's working.
It is working. It is Gallant and George. Sean Mace behind the glass. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George, Joe George, Sean Mapes, Paul Gallant. Big news in the NBA. The Rockets have given Jalen Green an extension. This reported just a minute ago by Shams Charania of ESPN. Green has agreed to a 3-year, $106 million rookie contract extension with a player option in the third year, providing ability to increase Green's career earning potential, writes Charania at the end of that tweet.
Interesting. Because my initial reaction is, well, they might regret this. Like, if he's really good, you're going to wish you had him under contract for a lot longer.
Yeah, but you need to see him do this for a full year. I mean, he had a really awesome finish to his rookie season, and he had an awesome March last year. But there's also been a lot of other moments where he hasn't really looked like a good teammate.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean that off the court. I just mean on the court. I felt like he was part of a larger product of Rockets basketball over the past decade, which it really did at times feel like who got past midcourt first.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to score first. They're going to shoot first, you know? So I think he's got to prove it. And I feel like this is appropriate. You're rewarding him. He earned something at the end of last year. Definitely, for me at least, second look. But I'm also not so committed to him going forward that I want to give him a max contract right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because, as Shams pointed out, this is the first ever rookie contract like this to be a 2+1. So it's a totally unique deal. I mean, I like Jalen Green, the player. It's just, it is, when you see the numbers, like 3 years, $106 million. If he doesn't live up to his potential, I would hate to see this, stop you from doing something in the future. Hopefully it can become a tradable asset if he doesn't play to his best ability. But I think I like this deal. It's just, it's so different. It's kind of hard to get a read on.
It is. I mean, as I was looking, I was like, this is a really weird one. And then Shams says it's literally the first one of its kind. I'm like, oh, okay. So my instincts are right that this is weird. What I did notice, though, is that it's about $30 million a year. His cap hold for this offseason was going to be $37 million a year, which basically means if they were to do the plan where they're going to hold off on re-signing him and Şengün to create some cap space, he would be on the books for $37 million. But because that's a little bit less than what the max is for him. And so this deal is actually under what his cap hold would be. So they actually became more flexible this offseason by signing this deal, which is not what I expect. I thought that if they're going to sign any deal, especially with Jalen, that it would be something that makes them less flexible this offseason. So yeah, it means probably won't get he won't get traded this offseason or this regular season. But again, they still maintain some cap space, and it's also a deal because it's so short. It's like it is possible to get off of this. I mean, we see guys bounce around the league all the time,
right?
With giant numbers like this.
Also of note today, in the last couple of minutes, D'Amico Ryans at his Monday press conference had this to say about the Texans' offensive line, which was not good yesterday. Everything is on the table when it comes to changes on the line.
I mean, it should be because it's been so bad. I mean, whether that's Kendrick Green, Jarrett Patterson, a bigger role for Blake Fisher with Titus moving back to left guard. Like, if you think that's a solution, then you should try it.
I'd like to keep Titus Howard playing tackle, but you're right. It's one of those guys who stepped in for you last year, giving them an opportunity. Can any of them be much worse than Kenyon Green's been?
No way.
Green's been the biggest disappointment as far as Nick Caserio picks.
It's a terrible draft pick.
We're at that point now.
Yeah.
It feels like where a lot of the pressure is coming up the middle. when they're doing these complicated stunts. He just isn't able to see it. And it's not to say he doesn't have the physical ability to play in this league. He does, and he has impressed people before. But something is going on where he just doesn't see this stuff coming and he can't pick it up as quickly as he needs to. And I mean, this is a league where you got to give your quarterback 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he played his rookie year, missed all of his second year, and you've seen him for 7 games now. I think it's enough time of let's put him out there to see what he got, or let him develop. I think I've seen enough.
Yeah, I mean, I like Titus Howard better at right tackle too, but the reality is that I don't really like Kendrick Green or Jarrett Patterson, so I'd rather have Titus Howard at left guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle because it's way better than what you have right now. It's not the perfect solution.
Fisher, I'm not sure is ready, but
yeah,
we've seen him play. He hasn't been bad like the last time we saw him, but I don't know if he's ready.
It might be another situation where you're playing someone who, and I'm not saying this because it's his last name, but is green and is, kind of raw and unproven, and you're hoping to develop while he's on the job, and you're swapping one out at left guard and putting one in at right tackle. That's the only worry I have with that. With that idea.
Let's wrap things up with a little garbage time. Tua Tagovailoa is going to be back for the Miami Dolphins very soon. And guess what? He's not wearing a Guardian cap. You know why? Personal choice.
Not a soft boy.
Born in the USA. I was born in the USA. I like it. My body, my choice. My head, my helmet.
He wants to scramble his brains more. Good luck, man.
Everyone wanted him to retire. It's his choice to be out there still playing.
Yep.
And if he's going to keep playing, play like a man.
Honestly, didn't think we'd see him this season, but here we go.
What's more garbage? The way that Texas fans threw bottles on the field after a bad call on the field, or Browns fans cheering Deshaun Watson after he ruptured his Achilles and is now out for the year.
What's worse?
What's trashier?
What's trashier?
As we're in garbage time right now.
I'm gonna say UT fans trashier. It was still the number 1 team in the country.
It is literal trash.
It is actual trash.
Yeah.
And
at least Deshaun Watson's a scumbag. UT will be back.
You think so? Yeah. You think they're gonna do this again they'll be back?
12-team playoff.
Okay.
They're good.
It is a situation of, well, what if they play the best teams in the country? You look at their schedule, you're like, oh, okay.
They play the Aggies, so here it comes.
They have 2 ranked teams on their schedule.
Vanderbilt.
Aggies the last week of the season, Vanderbilt on Saturday.
Man.
But Browns fans. Also Texans fans for when they did that to Matt Schaub. No one mentioned it today on the show, but
I didn't know that.
When I think of quarterback gets hurt and people cheering, I think of Matt Schaub in 2013.
God, that was such a rough year. Because
Matt Schaub had 0 cases on him too.
They benched Schaub for Keenum, and then they benched Keenum for Schaub, and it didn't make any sense. And then I think Schaub got hurt, and they went back to Keenum. It was such a mess down the stretch. 14 losses in a row. They made Ed Reed look right after they cut him for basically being honest. Oof. But hey, we're not in 2013. We're in 2024. And the Texans are 5-2.
Second place.
Positivity tomorrow. We're gonna need to go find some under the bridge or something like that. But hey, this has been Gallant George. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Killer Bees are up next. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. Peace.
The ball's barely on the outside of his finger. Oh, he could have came down with it.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. And on the heels of the Texans' second loss of the year. Busy show. We'll break down this game in every way possible. Twitch loves that. I believe. What do you believe in after this college football weekend? Mailbag Monday, ask the Bees whatever you want. A lot of people are losing their minds about Deshaun Watson tearing his Achilles and certain reactions to Deshaun Watson and some D'Amico criticisms. We got a very busy show. Texans, Packers yesterday, and so many things, so many storylines when it comes to this game. D'Amico's being criticized. Stroud's offensive performance was not very good. The offensive line was bad yet again. So many takeaways. What's your biggest takeaway from yesterday's game, Blinkers?
The offensive line is horrible. Mm-hmm. And it's perplexing in the fact that they were so good running the football, but I think a lot of that goes to the credit of Joe Mixon. But overall, it's hard to believe that a line that's capable and fully capable of playing the way they played when running the football was just so horrible in pass protect and in any kind of passing situations. And regardless of how much you want to be critical of the quarterback, we've said how many times everything efficiency-wise starts and ends with the offensive line's ability to do their job, and they couldn't do their job.
I think everything was bad. Everything was bad on the offensive side. Like, you can point at every single, with the exception of Mixon. Mixon's the only one that I would give a passing grade to. And you could say, well, the run blocking was good if Mixon had some success, which I would agree with, but their negative in pass blocking outweighs their positive in run blocking. Their offensive line was bad yet again. Nothing new. CJ Stroud played the worst game that he's had all season long. By far the worst game that CJ Stroud. And I've seen some people making excuses for Stroud. You know, the offensive line didn't protect. True. He didn't have a ton of time to throw. True. But there was a lot of things that CJ Stroud missed. There were times whenever he had time that he made some pretty uncharacteristic throws, very inaccurate, throwing behind receivers, underthrowing receivers. Wasn't very good. The receivers, they did nothing to help him. Stephon Diggs was whatever, getting in fights before the game, whatever. I don't really care. That's Stephon Diggs for you. Tank Dell dropped the touchdown pass. You got nothing from your tight ends except for that one play on the first series where Schultz got in between the first layer and second layer of the defense. Bobby Slowick was awful. The game management offensively was really bad. The offense all around, with the exception of Joe Mixon, was not very good. The offensive line, I would agree, was the biggest negative among that. And again, you know, let the Killer Bees tell you stuff that you're going to be talking about 3 weeks later. Same thing with the stunts. We've been on the stunts since week 1. Yes, you win and all that stuff, but there's a reason we do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. The Texans have had trouble against the stunts all year long. It was magnified yesterday because they lost. It was magnified yesterday because CJ Stroud had the worst game of the season. It was magnified yesterday because the Packers were getting pressure on CJ Stroud. It seemed like every single drop back, despite not blitzing that much. They didn't blitz that much yesterday, but they were getting pressure. Why? Because they were disguising what they were doing. They were stunning the Houston Texans to death. And this stuff isn't sophisticated, but if you do anything that's above basic against the Texans offensive line, they're going to struggle. You delay a blitz, they're going to struggle. You send a stunt, they're going to struggle. You send numbers from one side, they're going to struggle. This offensive line, and we've talked about it since the start of the year, the governor for this offense, and the reason that this offense could potentially not click on all cylinders, not hit the potential, not be a top 5, top 10 offense in the NFL is why? Because their offensive line is dreadful.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think it was a little over 80% of the time, the Packers only rushed 4 guys, yet they were incapable of stopping those 4 guys. And it was amazing on certain plays where sometimes it would even be 3 guys, but they would shuffle. And at the last minute, the stunts would come, and the pre-snap would be adjustments very, very late. And it looked like the offensive line was totally freaking out. And then they'd all concentrate one direction or the other. And either the edges were getting there really quickly. And Rashawn Gary, who has been so criticized in Green Bay for being underproductive since he signed his contract, suddenly looked like one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, so much so that at times when the stunts were really working, they'd bring him completely off his main position of the edge, line him up behind the nose guard. The Texans offensive line had no freaking clue what was going to happen. He'd delay about a half second and wait for the first contact, see an open lane the size you could drive a truck through, and head right to CJ's backside. And it was ridiculous how incapable this team is of pass blocking. And yes, it should be first and foremost the priority of the offensive line, and they were horrible. The tight ends on the edges were pathetic in the way that they were attempting to try and stop guys on the pass rush. And they looked like they had never seen this stuff before. Yet, by the way they're compensated, where they were drafted, and how this team looked at them at the start of the year, they were supposed to be a top 10, top 15 type offensive line.
And the problem with that is that they've seen it all year. Like, why is Green Bay going? Jeff Hafley got a stinking game ball yesterday. The defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers got a game ball yesterday. So that's what's frustrating about this offensive line is they've seen this. Like, if you get stunned to death against the Colts in week 1, you get stunned to death against Chicago in week 2, whatever. Like, that's first 2 games of the year. You're going to have some issues the first few games of the year. Defenses are going to exploit you, find your weaknesses, and then you have to adjust. You have to adjust to those weaknesses. This is 7 games into the year, and they're falling for the same old stuff. So by week 7, it's something that it shouldn't be an issue anymore. So in week 7, if it continues to be an issue, what's the deal? Is it because their offensive line coach, Chris Strouser, is not coaching them up on it? I can't believe that's it. Because if layman's like you and I are noticing they struggle against the stunt, what do you think Chris Strouser is doing? They're working on the stunt. So what else could it be? Well, it could be personnel. We don't think that the offensive line should be bad. Laramie Tunsil is extremely high paid. Titus Howard was a first-rounder, top 5 paid right tackle at the time of his contract. Shaq Mason, somebody that you coveted, traded for, signed him to an extension. You traded up for Juice Scruggs. You traded down for Kenyon Green. So what is the issue? What is the problem? What is going on? I think it's a combination of all of it, potentially. I think that Strouser might not be a great offensive line coach, although he did a decent job last year with chicken salad, quite frankly. He did a decent job turning chicken into chicken salad. What else could be was it personnel? Are they not united as one? We always hear the old cliches when it comes to offensive linemen. You don't want to be, an open hand. You want to be a closed fist. It's not about, 5 pennies. It's about a nickel working together as one. All of the offensive line cliches. You have to figure something. You have to do something. You have to start looking and searching for other ways to fix this offensive line. Because you tried the coaching thing. You know the errors. You know the mistakes. You've tried to coach them up to fix those mistakes, and it's not working. It's not working. So what is next? I think it's personnel. Like, you're going to have to change personnel to see if you can figure something out. If it's one piece, if it's moving guys over, if it's trying a new configuration. But the reason that you need to do it now is because if that personnel doesn't work, you need to go out and make a move before November when the trade deadline comes up.
I think that's the thing, because you've given them enough time. You mentioned it, 7 weeks. You've given them enough time to try and fully settle in and show they're going to come together and everything's going to work just fine. I mean, some of the things that were absolutely mind-boggling to me were the play where Titus Howard just absolutely got completely blown off the line on a speed rush and basically kind of did the whole quick look like, whoops, was that my guy? That went right by. And then on the other side, that was Tunsil. I'm sorry. Tunsil on one side. On the other side, Howard fell straight on his butt. He got speed rushed. He tried to backpedal. He fell flat on his rear end.
He tripped with Schultz.
It just, but there were more than one time where he looked like he was off balance when he was trying to backpedal and get into the simple offensive backpedal stance. There's just too many mistakes this late in the season for a line that's supposed to be as good as they were supposed to be. And at a certain point, if you're looking for things that get through, that can make a difference, that shake it up, let's go back to last season when you had all those injuries and you had to just do completely musical chairs, which drove me nuts. But they played a Steelers team that was supposed to just pin their ears back and go get your quarterback, and they led the league at that point in giving up sacks. They didn't give up a single sack because they made some changes. They brought in some veterans. They did some things differently. I'm not saying that's going to solve it, but at a certain point, somebody better start to realize there's something else that can be done if you're not going to do your job.
You got to start throwing things at the wall. Like, you absolutely have to start throwing things at the wall. You have to start searching. You have to start trying to, whatever you can to change things up. You got to figure it out, because what you're doing right now is not working. Going with the same offensive 5, going with the same starting line is not working. Chris Strouser is not either he's not coaching it up or the message is not being received. It's an issue. It's an issue beyond just the offensive line. Like, yeah, you can throw in the tight ends. You can throw in the running backs and pass protection. You can throw in Stroud being able to recognize. Stroud saves him a lot. I don't think he saved him yesterday, but he had saved him a lot prior to this game. So yeah, they got to do something else. Just run out a different starting 5. Whether it's very simple, whether it's a very complicated move, whatever. We'll talk about that greater detail a little bit later. Here was D'Amico Ryans. Now, look, D'Amico's not being like I detect no lies with what D'Amico is saying here. I don't think D'Amico is like being, false. What he's saying is fact, but I don't really remember D'Amico Ryans pointing the finger to the offensive line as much as he did after yesterday's game.
Obviously we didn't pass the ball well all day, right? So wasn't good all the way around. We ran the ball well. Thought Joe did a good job of running the ball, and we needed to pass it. It was not good enough, starting with the protection. We can't protect, and that's going to be difficult for the quarterback to make the plays.
Okay, that's fact. It's hard for me to say D'Amico is pointing the finger at the offense whenever he tells us exactly what went down. That is a very accurate assessment of what the offense gave you yesterday. So I don't think D'Amico Ryans is pointing the finger at the offense and be like, oh, yeah, our defense did the job. I think he's just giving you an accurate assessment from his point of view on what went wrong with the offense yesterday. I don't think D'Amico's pointing fingers, but D'Amico is saying that the offense needs to get better. What is holding this team back? The offense, specifically of the offense. What is holding them back? The offensive line. Here was D'Amico a little bit later in his press conference after the game yesterday. More criticism specifically to that offensive line.
For us to play how we play, offensively is just not good enough for us. We have to play better. Guys have to execute better, have to step up.
There you go. Offensive line, not doing what they have to do. So, look, he's telling us what we all know. He's not giving us any news. He's not breaking it down for us and telling us company secrets.
No, you're right. But at the same time, as the head coach, as your leader, if no one else is willing to do it or discuss it or even threaten it or contemplate it, you have to be a guy at a certain point in time that says, look, we've tried everything else. We're trying to do whatever we can to make this thing better so that this line is more cohesive. Our quarterback has saved our bacon so many times by just being so good at being able to move the pocket, to step up, to move, that it was inevitable that at a certain point, a day like this was coming where even he couldn't save your bacon and make you look at least good enough to do the things you need to do offensively. Who would have ever thought that you would have a pedestrian number like 86 yards for a quarterback that has been rolling as good as he's been? It's unacceptable in the NFL.
It's not even pedestrian.
It's brutal.
It's not pedestrian. That's about as bad of a quarterback line that you're going to see. If it wasn't C.J. Stroud, you'd be calling for him to be benched. If that was Bryce Young, that guy's a bum. He's not somebody that should play in the NFL. If Will Levis had that line, that guy's shouldn't play in the NFL. That's one of the worst quarterback lines that you're not only going to see from C.J. Stroud. That's one of the worst quarterback lines you're going to see from a quarterback in a season, in an entire season. And there's a lot of variables that go into that quarterback line. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. We'll talk into detail about how C.J. Stroud faced. We'll hand out some game balls. We'll get into some D'Amico Ryans criticism. We'll take your thoughts as well. Lots to get into from yesterday's game. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, I'm at Jeremy Branham, on Twitter, Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what's coming up on Saturday? Homecoming is coming up on Saturday as the Houston Cougars take on the Utah Utes this Saturday, 6 p.m. at TD ECU Stadium, and they have an unbelievable deal for you. Homecoming offer, 4 tickets and a parking pass for just $70. Head to uhcougars.com/home, uhcougars.com/home, and pick up this homecoming offer today. 4 tickets, parking pass for just $70. Homecoming, so much fun, the pomp and circumstance. You see all your former friends if you're a Cougar. If not, just come out and enjoy some football and some fantastic weather. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd of a college football game. Come early, stop by the Bud Light backyard tailgate area, enjoy food, a beverage, and tailgate games. So much fun to be had at TDEC Stadium Saturday as the Houston Cougars take on the Utah Utes. And again, take advantage of that homecoming offer. 4 tickets and a parking pass for just $70. Family entertainment for very, very cheap. uhcougars.com/home to pick up that homecoming offer. uhcougars.com/home. Come early, be loud, and wear red as we pack the stadium for homecoming. Let's show our Cougar pride and support the team.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You know what else they're saying about the offensive line? They're saying they didn't come to C.J. Stroud's defense. El Presidente, Dave Portnoy.
On the sideline?
Yep. Whenever C.J. Stroud took 2 hits within 3 plays. One of them was on the sideline. It really wasn't that big of a hit, but he stood in front of, I think it was Alexander's face or Nixon, one of the two.
Nixon
and
first.
was pointing, first down. And then that second time, a couple plays later, when he ran over to the sideline, it was 3rd down play. And the guy gave him the little shoulder check to the ground. And CJ kind of embellished and kind of flopped on it. But he was over there kind of face-to-face with a couple of Packers, and then nobody came to his defense. You see a couple moments later, you see Titus Howard or Laramie Tunsil and one of the other offensive linemen, like too cool for school, like slowly walking over there. Yeah.
Honestly, I even as a Texans fans, I'm and CJ Stroud, like you said, embellished it and called for the flag afterwards. I'm glad they didn't call that on the quote unquote shoulder check on the sideline.
No, I'm with you, but beside the point, offensive line not coming over, which I've noticed a particular offensive lineman that has not come to the defense of CJ Stroud once upon a time. So again, you hear with the Killer Bee, something that you're going to hear way later. We see things before anybody else sees things.
The one that was, to me, really stood out, because I agree with you guys. I don't think that should have been a penalty, but there definitely should have been some teammates around him. The double hit, because Nixon got him first, and then after Nixon got him, that's when Alexander tried to, again, because Alexander drove me nuts yesterday, because he was trying to overdo and over talk every single freaking play.
Did a good job of it.
But he was trying to get under their skin all game long. I was surprised he didn't get a penalty, because normally he goes too far. But at the same time, that one was the one where credit to CJ, who just was doing the first down signal and trying to keep it. But even he, because he just kept going. And I was waiting for like any half second now. Some guys are going to surround CJ, and no one did.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I'm an expert on body language, and I don't love the body language I saw on that play. Just something that I noticed. 713-780-ESP. We'll take your thoughts on the game yesterday. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Lamont?
What's the deal, fellas? I have one question, man. And this probably it's going to go back to the offensive line, but it also points at D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans with the lateral, I thought that was inexcusable that he didn't challenge that. But, okay, over that. And for the record, I'm not really mad, but what I am kind of puzzled about, why in the hell is anybody on that offensive line is a captain of this team? Why is that?
Well, they're voted, but I see where you're coming from. I agree with you. I'm just answering the question.
Captain of this team.
He was voted.
The dude doesn't come to work. It would almost be like work every day, and you sitting on your ass, hanging out, and then getting rewarded the best prizes and stuff. I mean, how is everybody going to look at you? It makes no sense to me. I think it's bull. I'm not going to go to the other word. I think it's bull. I think it's bull that he's the captain, man. I think it's bull that he's the captain. And I know you guys said it's a vote, but yeah, he shouldn't be the captain. No one on that line should be the captain. They should be inside of the Astrodome getting beat up like that dude from Full Metal Jacket with the soap. That's all I have, fellas.
Sheesh, Lamont.
Appreciate the call, Lamont. Look, I think this is back of the football card. I think this is, you got a guy that's ranked as one of the
back
top,
of his baseball card.
Yeah, the top of the left tackles in the league. He's he's looked at that way. People are, his job is one of the most important jobs on the football field. So in the locker room, I think that carries some weight. And as Jeremy said, when the players are the ones voting, and he is one of the elder statesmen that has that kind of back of the football card, I think that a lot of players look that way when they're making captains out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a player vote. Players voted for him to be a captain. I'm sure a lot of that is cachet and his resume. I don't look at the offensive line as a Laramie Tunsil issue, though. Now, could you make the case that none of those guys should be captains? Yeah, probably. There's some certain things that Laramie Tunsil has done on the football field the last couple of years that don't make me think captain, whether it's being at the defense of C.J. Stroud, whether it's kind of the too cool for school attitude. That said, of the 5 offensive linemen, which of the 5 do I trust the most to do their job? It would be Laramie Tunsil. Laramie Tunsil would be at the top of the list to be perfectly transparent. 713-780-ESPN 0635. Low IQ starting to show with Stroud's blitz recognition. I haven't noticed that with Stroud this year. I've actually thought the opposite. I thought he's been really good at blitz recognition. There was a play last week, yes, against a far inferior opponent, where the Patriots had 3 free rushers. Stroud was able to buy enough time, find his hot route, and it turned into a 25-yard play. He got an explosive play out of 3 free rushers. You could go back and look at a variety of different plays this season where he's done the same. Yesterday was the first time that I noticed that C.J. Stroud really struggled with blitz recognition. There was 2 plays, and I haven't seen the all 22 yet. My subscription doesn't come out until later tonight, so I'll watch it. Not looking forward to that. But there were 2 plays just on the TV copy where I saw C.J. Stroud have very poor blitz recognitions, and there's probably a lot more. Both of them were on 3rd and long whenever he could have gotten rid of the football quicker. Probably didn't want to because he didn't think it was going to be a first down. Probably trying to do a little bit too much. But I did notice Stroud have trouble with either blitz recognition yesterday or not taking what the defense gave him. It was one of the 2, and you could say maybe it was both.
Yeah, I think it was both because I think before the game we were talking about the shoe being on the other foot. Jordan Love's the one that struggled mightily this year with blitz recognition, and when he gets blitzed, he didn't have the same kind of poise and composure that we were talking about that CJ has shown all season long in his ability to move up, slide, and adjust to wherever the blitz was coming from. But I also think credit to Green Bay in the fact that they showed a lot of different looks that maybe he hadn't seen this season, some of the ones we mentioned in the first segment. But overall, the combination of all of that, and as you said, not just taking what they are giving you, and a lot of times that would be the guy that just the back that slides out in the flat, where they were still able to do when they did go to that play, they were still able to pick up 4, 5, 6 yards and keep yourself in a more manageable next down position. But it was definitely a learning experience for C.J. Stroud and a performance we haven't seen from him so far as a Texan.
Yeah, maybe a little bit last year in his rookie year, whenever they played the Jets or Carolina or Atlanta, but first time this year for sure. Coog Blaze saying Tunsil is good at football. Bad word, teammate. Maybe. He certainly hasn't been there at the defense of his quarterback on a couple of occasions, or was slow getting there on a couple of occasions. My takeaways, the O-line sucks. CJ and the line struggle to read defense before the play. CJ hasn't been as sharp passing. You're being very specific to yesterday because he has been sharp at passing, but not yesterday. Receivers can't get open, didn't have a ton of time. Bengals would have won a Super Bowl if Mixon ran the way he's running with the Texans. He's going to kill the Cowboys. Maybe so. Eric says, a little hard to listen to Blankers knowing he's happy with the Green Bay win. It's a fair point.
It's not a fair point. We talked about it on Friday. I wanted the Texans to win this football game. I've been more dialed into the Texans than the Packers, and was really thinking this was a measuring stick for the Texans to kind of get off of what happened with Minnesota and move forward to get a win against another team from the North when the North is such a good division. And it was right there for the taking. I mean, and they had an opportunity when this game started to really make a statement. And instead, we're still talking about the kinds of mistakes we were talking about in the Minnesota game.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Still a million things to get to with this game. One that will go to break teasing. Did the Texans play it too safe on the final offensive drive? Are they too safe on that final offensive drive? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you want to play it safe and get the best goal on the market, you need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoop. They're the best. They're easily top of the market when it comes to basketball goals. They're the highest quality that you'll see. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, sincere, authentic feel that you find in the pro gyms or college gyms. Breakaway rim, more on that later. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, which is a requirement in Houston. It certainly seems that way. And it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And you can see why I said that it's important that you have that breakaway rim. You can lower it down and throw down some jams. For some, you might have to lower it a little bit lower, but it's fun. It's incredibly fun to do. Lower it down to 5 feet, anywhere in between 10 feet. Throw down some jams or work on the shot if you want to and raise it up to regulation. Also, the extended overhang. You don't have to worry about spraining your ankle in the basketball stanchion that's really close. And their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower goals with a drill. It's easy to do. It's fun to do. It's idiot-proof for guys like me. Lightning adjust feature is what they call it. You can lower it from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories are next level, too. LED light kits for night play. Pretty soon, we're going to have daylight savings. It's going to be getting dark around 5:30. I'm exaggerating a little bit. But get the LED light kits so you can play when the sun goes down. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't install. Let the pros of Pro Dunk do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 or visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Did D'Amico Ryans play it too safe on the final offensive drive? One where they took the lead, chip shot field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn, 713-780-ESPN. Do you think that D'Amico played it too safe?
I mean, I think after they got inside of 2 minutes and the fact that they ran it straight into the offensive line twice, Mixon got tackled basically behind the line of scrimmage and then decided it was a good idea to pass. If you're going to just do the run, kick, get the field goal, then make them burn all their timeouts, because that last timeout turned out to be pretty important for them to stop the clock on that very last play, whether it was a catch or not, but with 3 seconds left, to where if you're going to do it, just go all out. Running the ball 3 times, make them burn all 3 timeouts, take it down as far as you can, then kick it. But don't do that twice and then throw the football on the out route. Don't complete the pass. Stop the clock. Let them save a timeout and still kick the chip shot.
That's
you gotta
almost
commit to
exactly where I'm at. Like, you have to be consistent with what you're going to do. And them running the ball and waiting for the field goal was actually something that I agreed with. Like, the passing game was awful yesterday. You almost ran the ball for 3 times as many yards as you passed the ball. Anytime they dropped back to throw, I was just like, oh, I hope he doesn't get sacked. Oh, I hope he doesn't throw an interception because he's under pressure. I have no problem abandoning the pass after you converted that big third down to Hutchinson. Once you, and you even saw the writing on the wall. Okay, you convert the big play to Hutchinson and you don't hustle to the line. You let it expire to the 2-minute warning. Perfectly okay with that. I'm fine with that. And then running the ball on the first 2 downs. Okay, I don't want him to throw. I'm scared of what the passing attack is doing right now. I'm worried about what the Packers can do to this offensive line and or C.J. Stroud. So they run the ball on 1st and 10 at the 13. Each team had 3 timeouts. You run the ball, like you mentioned, he was hit for a loss of 2 yards. Green Bay with the immediate timeout. So now you're 2nd and 12, 156. I think the first time that you run the ball there, or even taking it down to the 2-minute warning, you've committed to running the ball. You run the ball on 2nd and 12, minute 56. What does Green Bay do immediately? They take a timeout. That was actually a 3-yard loss. So now you're all of a sudden you're at a 3rd and 15, a minute 52 to play. Okay, well, if you've already committed to this, it's 3rd and 15, not a great down in distance. You're behind the chains. Just run the ball again. Yes. Run the ball, force them to take the timeout, kick the go-ahead field goal. What do? They run an 8-yard out on 4th and 15. 15. D'Amico Ryans after the game is saying, well, we thought that it was completed. He doubled down today. Landry Locker asked him, was that the goal? He's like, our goal is to complete the pass. Cool. You complete the pass. You stop the clock and you have a shorter field goal. That's already a short field goal. So I didn't care about them being conservative. I think I would have gotten conservative there because I didn't trust my passing attack there. I didn't trust my offensive line. Stroud certainly was not playing to the point where I trust him. So I'm perfectly okay with them running the football. But then throwing it on 3rd and 15 is stupid.
Yeah, it is, because the chances were you weren't going to get the first down. The chances were you were going to kick the field goal anyway. And the fact is you heard the gasp of the entire crowd when Hutchinson made the catch, because there was a legit thought that by the time we get the ball back, we're not going to have any timeouts, and we're going to have to go the length of or as far as we need to go to get into field goal range, and it's really going to be a tight window to get that done. Instead, you do the defense, you do Green Bay a huge favor and basically help them out. You leave them that security blanket timeout. The fact is they're still going to kick the field goal. You knew what the situation was going to be. He's going to make that pretty much no matter what. And yet you leave Green Bay enough time on the clock and one timeout to only need a field goal and set them up to basically win the game.
Yeah, I thought that was poor game management by D'Amico Ryans. And, well, Bobby Slowick's calling the play. D'Amico has the right to override anything Bobby Slowick is doing. He can jump in the headset before the play and be like, hey, Bob, let's run it here. Call safe run. Get into the middle of the hashes. Get it where Kaimi Fairbairn likes it. I hated the pass on 3rd and 15.
Yeah, the worst possible thing you could do in that situation is to try to play it in the middle and do both. Like you guys have said, if you're going to take it to the 2-minute warning, if you're going to run on 1st and 2nd down, then commit to it. Keep running, because even if you complete that pass, it's short of the line to gain, so you're not picking up the first, you're not running more clock. And if Tank caught it, he caught it falling out of bounds, so you're stopping the clock for him anyway. Like it really reeked of complete lack of situational awareness. There was no benefit to completing an 8 to 10 yard pass to the sideline on 3rd and 15. It didn't add anything to you. Normally I would be against them running in that situation, because you're facing a good offense that you thought could move the ball, especially if you're going to play soft coverage when they do get the ball. But given how poorly they pass protected, I was all for it, because they could sack you and knock you 20 yards back, completely remove you from field goal situation.
Interception.
Yeah, or an interception as poorly as they played up front. So I was all for running the situation, but commit to it. Mm-hmm. None of this in between.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, they looked like they were just kind of in complete prevent mode on the running play. They didn't look like they were really trying to open up a hole or anything on the first 2 plays. But the only thing that could have been beneficial on any kind of pass play on 3rd down was that at least that Hutchinson, whoever it was that was catching the football, Tank, stayed in bounds, so that they would still have to burn the timeout. But he wasn't even close to doing that. That was an out route on the line. As you guys mentioned, it was going to be out of bounds one way or the other, whether the catch was made or not.
I think he caught it. I'm pretty sure he caught the ball, but he was out of bounds. He caught it.
Right, he caught it.
He caught it out of bounds.
Right. But he was out of bounds.
There was no way for him to catch it and stay in bounds.
Right, I'm saying, but the only beneficial thing would have been to run a pass play where if you caught it, you still would have run the clock.
But even then, what does that do?
Just makes you closer for a field goal, but that's it.
That increases your chances of making the field goal by how much?
Right, and everything,
almost none.
And it's the exact same thing as what another running play would have done.
Exactly. Yeah, the reward there for running a pass play that you have no chance of gaining the first down on is incredibly high compared to the reward. That's why it's silly. That's why it is dumb. And if you want to be like, well, they need to be aggressive and go for the touchdown after they converted the Xavier Hutchinson first down, just beyond the 2-minute warning. Okay. I don't agree with that, but I certainly understand where you're coming from, because now a field goal doesn't beat you. So I don't agree, but I respect the opinion. But the half measure, like Brian's saying, to me is foolish.
Yeah, and because, like you said, the risk of an interception too, if you're passing the ball, just run the football, get at least one block. Everybody just hold their block and just run, make them run more, make them use their timeout. You're going to do the exact same thing that any pass route was going to do, unless you're taking a shot in the end zone. Mm-hmm. And yet you're doing it the right way to manage as much clock off as you possibly can.
I think that this is D'Amico's Achilles heel. And we've noticed this for the last couple of years, but last year, as well as his first year, he's going to, get better, which he should. And I think that he will be better in year 7 versus year 2. But the one weakness that I see in D'Amico Ryans is his time management and his game management. I don't think that it's very good. I really don't. I think it's below average in the NFL. Do I want to fire D'Amico? Obviously not. Would I trade D'Amico for another coach in the NFL? No, probably not. There's probably only 2 or 3 coaches that I would trade D'Amico Ryans for. So I'm not, don't get it twisted. I still very much like D'Amico Ryans. Happy that D'Amico Ryans is the head coach, has turned this organization around. But his one weakness, his one bugaboo is clock in game management. He's not very good in that department.
No, he's not. And as much as we rightfully so ripped apart David Culley, and even Lovey to a certain degree, and Lovey at least was more advanced.
I know analytics has
there's reason for people to say there's room for improvement with D'Amico with any of those factors, because we've seen it time and time again. We saw it at the end of the half early in the season. We saw the fact that there is a lack of communication. We'll talk about it, but we saw it on even the fact that on a play that we've talked about with Culley. What was it? It was challenges and clock management and timeouts. Well, we've seen pretty much all of that in a nutshell, in a microcosm, out of D'Amico this year and going back to last year.
Mm-hmm. That brings up how about the final drive, the Green Bay possession. A lot of people wanted D'Amico to take timeouts as soon as Green Bay got into field goal position. Where do you stand on D'Amico not taking timeouts in the final drive? Because they had all three.
Yeah, I think that's the fine line between, do you think that they're going to be in a position? And look, they know that Green Bay's had a massive amount of field goal problems in the last 2 years, and they've gone through multiple kickers this season. But at the same time, that the likelihood as you get inside the 40 and the 35-yard line is there's a pretty good chance you make the kick. So if there is a chance for you to call timeouts, then you have to at least consider that, because otherwise, with the situation they're in with only one timeout, they're taking it down pretty much. They're going to end up taking it down pretty much as far as they can go, and then kicking the field goal. So if he didn't use them, I'm not going to nitpick him on that part of it. Yeah. But if you were thinking at all that once they got close enough to where not that it was a chip shot, but the likelihood was they were going to make the field goal, that's when you got to at least. We've seen what this team has been able to do with about 17, 20 seconds on the clock with CJ at the helm in other games, to where at least you want to leave some time on the clock if you're going to give up a field goal.
The answer is yes. He should have taken the timeouts, but I don't really think it swings the game that much. I look at the offensive possession with a lot more, vigor than I look at the defensive possession, because even if you start calling your timeouts whenever they get into field goal range. Now, the Packers were still throwing the ball a couple of times after they did that because they wanted to get it a little bit closer for McManus, who should have been banned by the NFL, by the way. I'm kind of teasing. But yes, the answer is yes. D'Amico should have taken the timeouts. But even if he starts taking the timeouts, Green Bay could have still gotten it to the end of the game, because you have 3 timeouts. If you take it after the first down conversion, cool, you burn a timeout there. You take one after first down, you take one after second down. They still have they can still do whatever they want to do beyond, between third and fourth down, after that third down play. So the only thing that the timeouts would have done, they would have either made it a longer field goal by about, 10-ish yards, maybe not even that much, might have been under 10 yards, maybe 5 to 10 yards, or you would have gotten the football back with like under 20 seconds to play. So is it the difference in the game? No. Should he have been taking the timeouts to either A, make the field goal longer, or allow your offense to get a few seconds left on the clock? The answer is obviously yes to that. I don't think it was an egregiously bad decision by D'Amico. Or it was egregiously bad. It just didn't cost them a lot on that final defensive possession.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have called it early in that drive, obviously, because you don't want to potentially look back and like, oh crap, we gave them extra time towards the end. But once Dobbs picked up that first down, I think got him to the 37. They had first and 10 at the 37 with about a minute left, and the next play I don't think it snapped until 27 seconds. That was where you could have used your timeouts, thinking, okay, Packers now are in field goal range. They're probably going to try to run 3 plays, get it a tiny bit closer, and then settle for a 40-plus yard field goal. And that's kind of what they did, even though they did throw the ball after that. So I would have liked to see D'Amico use a timeout there, see if they can maybe get the Packers to the situation where they pass, they stop the clock for you, and then you actually have some time on the other end. But like you said, Jeremy, it probably doesn't change the result of the game. So
no, but you know what? They did you a favor a couple times too, because they were really slow between plays in the hurry up to where time was ticking off the clock. And you're like, what are they doing? Like, even in that last drive after the one, I think it was a Dobbs completion, it was like
they were milking the clock.
They were taking their time, right?
Intentionally.
Which is exactly where the Texans should have stepped up and started saying, even if I did it before, that's where I got to do it now.
Yeah, that was the point, was after the first down that got them into field goal range. And look, Green Bay was still throwing the ball there. Like, they kind of helped you out after that because they did stop the clock by throwing the football. Now, if you use your timeout after the first down play, I think it probably changes what they do. And you also had a critical offside by Will Anderson.
Yeah. Really critical.
5 yards in, stopped the clock.
They gained yards on that play, but it turned what would have been a 2nd and 7 that stopped the clock because they went out of bounds into a 1st and 5.
Right.
So like that was like low key critical by Will Anderson. So not great game management there by D'Amico. I don't think it's like egregiously bad to where it cost them the game, but just it's kind of simple. Like, why wouldn't you take the timeouts? What are you going to do with those timeouts?
Well, you think about it too. It was a 58-yarder at the point in time when he got the penalty. So now it's basically 53, and then they completed another pass to where it became a much more easy kick for a guy that hasn't kicked the football in almost a year in the NFL. And that's what you want. I mean, his record throughout his career is he's nails inside of 50. Outside of 50, he struggles, and you did him a huge favor.
Yeah, Texans used 1 timeout in that entire thing. They carried 2 timeouts over
the kicker, no less, which is, and you know what's even worse about it? Because I've long thought icing the kicker is one of the dumbest things that people do in sports. But if you're going to ice the kicker, actually ice them. By waiting until the snap is imminent, they gave McManus a free kick, a practice kick. Like, if you're going to ice the kicker, ice him before he gets to take a practice swing, especially since, as you laid out, Joel, he's a guy who hasn't kicked in these situations in over a year, and you allow him a free practice kick before the one that counts.
Yeah, and I thought he missed it. I thought it was going to work too. I actually thought that he might have slid it, but yeah.
Off the bat, so to speak, to use the baseball term, it looked like it was going to fade to the left, but ultimately stayed in.
Yeah, not great. 3209, how come D'Amico didn't throw the challenge flag at that last play? I think he's referring to the Tank Dell play. It's not challengeable. Under the 2-minute warning, the replay booth takes all challenges. Right. So that's
the clock stops anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
But he's asking about the completion. He thought that the Tank Dell might have been inbounds. Like, it doesn't impact the result of the drive. Like, even if he catches the ball, you have a shorter field goal. Kaimi made it anyways, but he's just asking why D'Amico didn't challenge that play, because D'Amico talked about it after the game. He said, why they were asking him about what he thought, what the referees told him after that play. He always said it was incomplete. Like, what is he going to tell you? Yeah, it's an incomplete pass, but that's not one where a coach can throw the challenge play. Now or the flag. There was one earlier in the game though, where it was borderline whether Jordan Love threw an incomplete pass or a lateral. To me live, it didn't look like a lateral,
Agreed.
but then whenever you slow it down and watch the replay, the camera angle's bad. So it would have been really nice to have the 50-yard line camera. I wonder what that looks like. I'll be able to look at that later. But where Jordan Love threw it live, it looked like it was clearly forward. But when you slow it down, like the ball leaves, I forget the yard line they were on. Let's just call it like the 41 or whatever. It looks like it left at the 41 and then landed at the 42, and they were in the Texan side. Like, I think it could have been a lateral. I'm 50-50 on it now.
But the fact is that's such a big turning point in the game. If you get that call, that's one, especially if you got the red flag still sitting in your back pocket, that's one that's worth the challenge on, because you're right. The angle sucked on the live game footage. When the play happened live, I was like, no, there's about a yard and a half difference. He threw it forward. But when you look at it, just when they came back and Sterator was able to say, hey, look, Jordan's back foot was between the 36 and the 37. And when Jacobs touched the football, it looked like it was right there on the 36 or 37.
Well, it doesn't matter where his feet are at.
No, I'm saying, but it looked like the fact that if you're trying to say it was just it was just a straight line, there's a good chance that it was behind the 36. If that's the case, it's worth at least letting the officials upstairs make the call, as opposed to just throwing, it's not going to.
It's where the ball is released, and it was very close. I think it's 50-50. I really think it's 50-50. But then the second part to this conversation is that I went back and listened to Green Bay post-game sound. Jordan Love was asked about this play. D'Amico Ryans was not asked about this play yesterday. He was asked about it today, but Jordan Love was asked about it after the game yesterday. And Love's like, I think that I threw it forward, but whenever we're in doubt, we're going to go fast. And you notice that they went fast on the very next play. And you noticed D'Amico Ryans, because they were on the opposite sideline of the TV camera, he's jumping up and down. I thought originally that he was like talking to the refs. If you go back and watch that play, he's trying to communicate to his safeties what coverage that they're in. They're late getting in the coverage. They're a half step late, maybe a full step late. And what happens on the very next play?
Touchdown.
Wicks burns D'Angelo Ross for a touchdown. Now, would Bullock have been there if the coverage was sent in on time? I don't know, but maybe. But if you're if you're in that spot where you don't have the right defense in yet, or everybody doesn't know their coverage, you have a play that could have been a lateral. Maybe you don't know that in real time. Maybe throw the challenge flag, and even if you lose it, it just works the timeout, and you can get your defense set up.
Exactly. Either you either signal for the timeout regardless, just to be able to stop the clock so that you have the time to throw the flag, or just get the flag out of your pocket and make sure, hey, look, this one's worth it, whether I lose it or not. This is one that could be a game changer, especially when it turns out to be 7 for them instead of a potential extra turnover for you. you've got to be on it. And it looked like, and I'm not John Boy with my lip reading skills, but it looked like after that there was a sideline shot of D'Amico where he was on the headset and just said something to the effect of, we got to be better or we got to be faster, because it looked like they were still trying to figure out from their replay guys whether they should challenge that or not. You just got to be quick on that play. That's one that's too critical to let go. And now we're talking about it in retrospect, going, that could have been a game changer.
And even if you lose the challenge there and you're wrong, they don't score the touchdown on a long deep play because they're going fast and you don't have your defense in.
And no one's killing you for doing that because everybody's thinking the same thing.
It's worth it.
It's too critical to not at least take the chance.
Yeah, that was a tough one. D'Amico Ryans did admit today that if he had to do it over again, that he would have challenged it, which is a rare thing for D'Amico Ryans to admit fault. Like, he usually kind of like is pretty adamant that the decision that he made in real time was the right decision at the time. He did say today, if he had the ability to do it all over again, hindsight 2020, he would have challenged that one. All right, 713-780-ESPN. 3 plays from this game that no one's talking about that were paramount, that were critical in yesterday's outcome. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Windows and Siding. If you're looking to give your home a facelift, forget about painting or staining. You need to consider siding from Allstate Windows and Siding. Allstate Windows and Siding has a huge selection of colors, and their siding products are energy efficient, impact resistant from wind, hurricanes, weather, cold, all of that. And the people at Allstate are the best in the business at getting you set up, getting you fitted with the exact right product that'll be the exact perfect solution to your house. Our houses are basically, for most of us, our biggest investment. The people at Allstate Siding and Windows, they've been in business for almost 50 years. They're dedicated to making sure that you make the right decisions to keep that home as protected as possible so that it lasts. That's the biggest thing. And they're doing it in a variety of ways. Right now, you can get a free estimate from the people at Allstate just by picking up the phone. All you do is call them. They're going to come out. They're going to explain to you, hey, look, with your house, with the type of structure that you have, this is the best siding to consider. Same thing with windows. I had new windows put in my house. They were phenomenal. They came out and said, hey, you're looking for this specific type of window, whether it's a double pane or the type of, because of where the wind and the elements might be coming in, the fact that you might look at different kinds of products that they can recommend to you, and they can explain and walk you through all of it. You can check out everything that they have to offer at allstatesidingandwindows.com, but I'd encourage you to give them a call because it costs you nothing to have a free estimate. Have them come out, explain everything to you, siding, windows, even front doors. 832-204-1936. 832-204-1936 gets them to your house. Right now, 30% off of windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. You mentioned me and ESPN 97.5. They're going to take care of you and give you discounts because they love our ESPN listeners. They also have discounts for senior citizens, military, and first responders. Get the process started today. Give Mary and her team a call. Call 832-204-1936, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
0974, that potential challenge in the second half was a tough call in real time. I don't like the risk of losing timeouts in the second half. It happened late in the first half. There was not when Wick scored the touchdown on the play after the potential challenge. That was late first half. That didn't happen in the second half. And the Texans took timeouts into the locker room with them. 4102. Sorry if y'all touched on it earlier, but what do you think about going for two at the end of the first half? Hindsight is 2020. I posed the question on Twitter at Jeremy Branham in real time. It was 19-14, second quarter. Whenever you had the opportunity to make it a 7-point game or you kick it and you got a 6-point game, would you have went for two there?
I would not have. I think that normally when you think about people that are always looking at the analytics of what the right call is to do there, they normally let the game be a lot later in the contest to start figuring out when you might need to worry about that extra point, getting that point back, or utilizing the chance to get that extra point. I would not have done that. I'd have kicked it and said, let's see how the rest of it plays out as we get closer down the line. There might be a different scenario for us later.
Things are a little different now. Like coaches are a little bit more modern. Like when they go for it, they're a little different too. Like I think those charts are a little bit different because the extra points are longer now. Now they are making them at a very high rate still. I would have went for it. I don't have a strong stance either way. I wouldn't have died on the hill either way. If they would have kicked it there, cool. If they went for two for it there and didn't get it, well, I would have went for two there. I was on the fence about it, leaning towards the go for it side because I do like taking the 7-point lead. Having that full touchdown lead is something that I like, even though it's still in the first half. I personally would have went for two, but I'm not dying on that hill. If you would have kicked the extra point, I'm not really putting up a huge fight.
And the big thing is you were in the lead too. So at that point in time, I'll take 6 or 7, and then as opposed to 7, and just later on in the game, I'll adjust.
Yeah, with it being the first half, it's not something that I'm really willing to die on a hill about. But to me, I always just follow the math. Like in that situation, you're up 5. Whether you fail the 2-point conversion or you make the extra point as touchdown, assuming they make the extra point, still takes the lead for the other team. So if your downside is either way the same, a touchdown and you lose the lead, then I'm willing to go ahead and take the risk to go for 2 and put my team in a situation where the touchdown doesn't take the lead.
Yeah, I really don't think it influenced the game either. Like it's easy to say, well, if they would have scored there, they had the 2-point conversion. Well, then, you're looking at a 3-point game. But at the same time, Green Bay had an opportunity in the second half where they could have kicked an extra point or went for 2, and they actually kicked an extra point. Would have given them a 3-point lead, I believe.
Yeah,
is that situation.
I didn't like that decision
I didn't really either. So, like, it would have influenced the way that the rest of the game was played. Now, let's say you kick the extra point, well, then it wouldn't have had any influence in the game anyways. Like if you would have had the one extra point, well, now it's 23-21 and Green Bay's driving down the field with a chance to kick the field goal. So I could have went either way there, but I have a slight lean to go in for it. So I wouldn't be too critical for D'Amico Ryans there. The 3 plays that no one's talking about that were critical in yesterday's game, I guess they are talking a little bit about the first play. Opening drive, Tank Dell, opportunity to catch the ball back of the end zone, does not. Would have been a good catch if he made it. It's a play that he should make. He would be the first one to tell you that he should make it. Wasn't a very good throw, by the way. Low, he could. CJ Stroud could have put that in a much better spot, but it was Tank Dell's fault. Tank Dell makes that play. Maybe it's a much different game. This texter says him dropping the ball was a huge momentum killer. I wouldn't call that a momentum killer. Like it gave him the lead. Texans still had a lead for a majority of the first half. They took a lead late in the second half. I wouldn't call that play a momentum killer, but it could have changed the way that game was, the outcome of that game. I will give you that. And it was one of the 3 underrated plays that I had that were huge influences in that game yesterday.
Top of my notepad, Tank dropped the TD. And regardless of where the throw was, and those are throws that a lot of those that we've seen him make before, we've seen Nico make them a lot before. Even Diggs goes down and gets those. That was a catchable football. And then when you look at the replay and realize he had both hands underneath it, he had the ability to get it to his torso, and then it just slipped away. That's exactly what it was. That was a momentum builder that slipped away.
Yeah, I don't know if I could call it momentum killer though. Like they had the lead, they had a lead for a majority, like not a majority of the game, but a good percentage of the game. They had the lead at the half. They had a lead in the fourth quarter. That was the opening series of the game.
That's just an opportunity then.
Sure.
That completely got away from you where you could have had a lot more.
Yeah, it could have been 7-0. It should have been. Yes, Tank Dell should have made the play. It should have been 7-0. I like the way that Neville Hewitt played. I thought he played really good. The drop off between To'o and Hewitt isn't that severe to me. I didn't think that going into the game, but he potentially gave Green Bay 4 points. He turned a 3rd and 7 into a 1st and 10 at the 20 with his little suplex city penalty.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee you would have got off the field on a 3rd and 7, but Green Bay would have had a 3rd and 7, probably has to kick a field goal if they don't convert on 3rd down. On the other hand, you gave him a 1st and 20 because of the penalty, and then Green Bay scored later on that series. Unacceptable.
Yeah, no, and he next to Joe Mixon was the next most positive guy that I could point to from the Texans. He did so many things well. He got the pick. He got the tip on the ball when Love tried to feather it in over the first line of defense late in the game. And he was all over the football field making hits. But that was one that I also notated when watching it. Like, you just gave them a first down. You just gave them an opportunity to move the chains and reset the deck when they were really kind of reeling, and that one really hurt.
Pretty good chance that cost you 4 points. Like Tank Dell's drop cost you 4 points. DeVell Hewitt's penalty, good chance that cost you 4 points. And then the last play, this one that I thought was completely overlooked, Eric Murray missing a tackle on 3rd down in Green Bay territory that would have forced a punt, doesn't make the tackle. Green Bay later, same series, scores a touchdown. That was a 7-point swing. So the Tank Dell drop, 4-point swing. DeVell Hewitt, potential 4-point swing. Eric Murray missing that tackle, 7-point swing.
That's the backup running back in the flat, right, with a one-on-one tackle on 3rd down to basically stifle
Wilson.
a drive.
Right.
Yeah, it was. It was the backup running back. It wasn't even Josh Jacobs. And I went back and looked at it again this morning, and Eric Murray missed several tackles. Eric Murray was a guy that, look, he flies all over the football field. There are times that he can really step up for you but we were talking about this a week ago, where he suffers in coverage. He's like a little a different version of Jalen Petrie. They're capable of hitting. They're capable of going and making tackles. And then in open space, when it's critical, you just go and wrap up the legs and just keep that from getting to the first down. He got juked by a very simple head and shoulder fake, and they got the first down.
Yeah, that was critical. Those 3 plays, the first 2, 3 point, or cost you 4 points on the Tank drop, play that he should have made, no doubt about it. The DeVell Hewitt play probably cost you 4 points, and then Eric Murray cost you 7.
Yeah.
I mean, those are little things when you're playing a good team, especially on the road. Like this, your offense was atrocious yesterday. The offense was absurd. They were incredibly bad. They were so bad yesterday. And despite that, you could have easily won this game. How bad you played, you could have easily won this game. It's kind of, I don't know if I'm taking solace in it. I don't know how to I don't know how it hits me that you played so poor offensively, and you're one play away from winning this game on the road at Green Bay against a playoff caliber team. It's weird.
I was going to say, those were 2 good teams that didn't play anywhere near what they're capable of playing.
See, I thought the Green Bay defense played really well.
Well, I've never seen their defense play like that, literally in the last decade or more, just simply because everybody always blames the defensive coordinators for all the picks that they've spent on defense. Their defense has been less than for over a decade. That was impressive, what I saw out of that defense yesterday, especially against the caliber of offense that I thought was a step up from a lot of the ones that they've faced, because they haven't played Detroit yet. They've played Minnesota once. But overall, when you look at what was there on the table for you, that was a game right for the picking. You could have taken that game, especially because everybody knew that coming into the game, you're 5 starters down on the defense. You're going to be in a position where you're not at full strength, and that people are going to look at it and go, and on the road and against a decent team, you're not supposed to win that game. You probably could have, and maybe you I dare I say you should have won that.
I'll say you're a play away from winning. Away from winning. There is some thought on the internet. Texans Cap pointed this out, that he thinks that Green Bay might have had the Texans plays. Not so much that they were like giving away their play, but their tendencies are so obvious that they had a good idea of what plays the Texans were about to run multiple times, which, hey, man, like your self-scouting needs to get better if that's the case. If Green Bay knows your tendencies so well that they're predicting your plays before you run them, your advanced scouting is poor, and then your counter plays are poor. That's terrifying.
Plus, it goes back to what we said in the opening segment. If you, on the other hand, when you're doing your game planning, if you can't look and understand that he throws a ton of exotic looks at you, much like what Brian Flores does, and be prepared for the fact the stunts are coming, and they're going to be coming from all over the place, and you have to be prepared for it as an offensive line, because they looked like they were absolutely stunned and shocked when anything came up the gut, and everything was coming right at CJ.
Yeah, it was that offensive performance was awful yesterday. All right, were there any positives from yesterday's game? Any positives? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right. Were there any positives to yesterday's game? 713-780-ESPN. Cole said Murray also had that pass interference called on him in the same series where he missed a tackle on 3rd and 7. That's true. He did. He had a pass interference.
Like, was the back shoulder kind of pulling where he leaned over with the right shoulder?
Yeah, that's about right. Before the ball got there, I think it's about right. Yeah. Not Eric Murray's best series there. Cost you 7 points. No problem at all. 713-780-ESPN. One more that I wanted to touch on before we get to the positives. D'Angelo Ross, another thing that you'll hear from the Killer Bees before you actually heard it. Watching the film last week, everybody, Ross did a great job. Going back and watching the film, it's like, I don't know if that great job narrative is very accurate. Well, today, the Ross's numbers yesterday, he allowed a passer rating of 158.3 when targeted for 95 yards and a touchdown. DJ Bieniemy had that stat. You know what 1583 passer rating is? It's perfection. That's a perfect passer rating. So when D'Angelo Ross was targeted yesterday, Jordan Love was perfection. That's how bad D'Angelo Ross was. D'Angelo Ross was so bad that they went away from the middle of the field. They went away from the mismatch of Jaden Reed on Jalen Petrie, and they thought it was a better mismatch against D'Angelo Ross. And they were right.
Yeah, I jotted down several. Just he gave everything he did was wrong. I mean, he was giving pads, way too cushy pads to receivers most of the game. He was, every time there was a crossing route, it looked like he was crossing up in terms of his understanding. And as much as I heard Nick Caserio sing his praises over and over, and they believed that this was a guy that could just step in and do some things. He did some things, and they weren't very positive.
No, he was pretty poor. So that narrative that he was good last week, it was rubbish. He was not very good. All right, what positives did you have for the Texans yesterday? Because, look, we have to be fair. Whenever the Texans win, we do not ignore in victory what we wouldn't in defeat. So when the Texans lose, we do not ignore in defeat what you wouldn't in loss. Did I get that right? Don't ignore in victory. Yeah, don't ignore in defeat what you wouldn't in victory.
Just reverse it.
Yeah, there we go.
Right.
Don't ignore in defeat what you wouldn't in victory. So what do we not ignore in defeat that we wouldn't in victory?
Well, I think that, you saw that Joe Mixon is still a massive piece of this team.
He was amazing.
He was their entire offense in a lot of stretches of the game, including late. They just handed him the ball and watched him go to work. His jump cuts, the ability to create something, even delays, his timing, his speed, his ability to carry guys along the way. Joe Mixon was phenomenal. So I mean, we kind of mentioned at the start of the show. My positives were Joe Mixon, Hewitt, except for the penalty, and then the one kick return that Dameon Pierce did have, where he really was effective in the return game to show you that there's another way you can utilize him. So that maybe you need a roster spot, you can get one somewhere else.
He probably put enough on film that kickers, if they're able, will not kick to him. Like, they'll probably just kick it out of the back of the end zone now because, Dameon Pierce, he's capable of doing that. Now, they should have known that because Dameon Pierce had a kickoff return last year, but it was a different set of rules than they had a year ago. It would surprise me if Dameon Pierce has another opportunity to do that. Look, yes, you're right about Mixon, 100%. Mixon was very good. He was the only bright spot of the offense, which is kind of frustrating because, look, the offensive line has to be able to block whenever a running back has 125 yards. You're not going to have a poor rush blocking day and your running back run for 115 yards, not 125. So that's what's frustrating about the O-line. It's like, hey, you can run block like that, but you can't pass block to save your lives. So that's super frustrating. But I thought the running game was good in general. Defense played better than I thought. Like, they were better. They were much better than I thought they were going to play. I thought Green Bay was going to score 30 against the Texans. I thought they were going to put up well over 300 yards against this Houston Texans team. 277. They scored 24 points. If you would have told me that before the game, that Green Bay would have scored 24, the defense allowed 277 yards, I would have taken that, and I would say the Texans would win. Throw in the caveat that they also turned Green Bay over 3 times. I would have thought the Texans blew the Packers out. 24 points, 277 yards. You win the turnover battle by 3. I would have thought the Texans won by double figures.
That's the bigger thing. It's one thing to say you got 3 turnovers. We got 3 turnovers and didn't turn over the football.
No,
so
you're plus
that
3.
was huge. Plus 3 and 24 points on the board. That's a scenario to win home or road in most cases. So, yeah, that was a travesty. And the fact is when you want to kind of in a microcosm get into, aside Joe Mixon, how bad the offense was, I mean, the main reason that they were scoring points at all and giving Mixon the opportunity was they got 16 points off those 3 turnovers. Should have been 17, but they went for 2.
They capitalized.
Yeah, they did.
Field goal, 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
You would think that in a game that you turn over the other team 3 times, like you said, it's all 3 were Green Bay. You're +3. You scored 2 touchdowns and a field goal off of those 3 turnovers. You would think they would have won the game. If you told me before the game that the Texans lose, no matter what, it's a fixed result. Texans will lose. Do you want to be +3 in turnovers? Absolutely not. No.
Oh, I'm talking about
you told me for sure the Texans lost, would I want the Texans
not if
to
they
turn them
lost.
over? No, because you know why I wouldn't want that? Because it tells me that this was probably a far greater win for Green Bay than it really was. Why did the Texans only lose this game by 2? Because they were gifted 3 turnovers by Green Bay, and they scored almost all of their points off of those turnovers. So this really wasn't a 2-point game. If the turnovers were even, Green Bay probably wins by 20.
I was going to say, I was thinking, if you tell me you're going to go to Green Bay, which is still a tough place to play, and you're going to get 3 turnovers, you're going to get 16 points off that, and you're going to score 24 points and not give up a turnover, I would think you won by 10 plus.
Absolutely. But if you told me before the game that you lost, do you want to be +3 in turnovers? Nope.
Yeah,
Nope, because that means I'm going to feel better about my team than I actually should.
Right.
I'm going to feel like I was 1 play away from victory when I was probably 1 play and then 3 mistakes away from victory.
Yeah, I mean, if without the turnovers, I mean, like you said, it creates 3 scores for the Texans. Are we really talking about this Green Bay game much differently than we talked about the Minnesota game? I mean, with the type of pressure Minnesota consistently got on them, with C.J. Stroud only having 80-something passing yards, if they don't get the points off of turnovers that they did, the 3 scores, and we're talking about a single-digit scoring outcome and really a game that looks not that dissimilar to what we saw in Minnesota.
You're probably right. It probably does look very similar to the Minnesota game. The one thing which I would say the defense played better in this game.
Mixon was different, obviously.
Yeah, but still, I think it would look a lot more like that game than a narrow loss. I would concede that. 713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Terry from Conroe, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Terry?
Hey guys, really enjoy the show. Yeah, just armchair quarterback, and I was concerned about how we didn't make any adjustments at halftime, and I don't know how late in the game it came, but I kept thinking, screen pass. Do we have anybody that can maybe just take a two-step drop, hit somebody where the linebackers normally are? Because it looked like most of the time that area was vacant. And we never had anybody crossing in that area. And I just, I was not surprised by the pass defense because CJ, he's just a magician back there. And, he can kind of make things look better than they are. But, I think people are going to realize that's our Achilles heel. But I think with the plain vanilla offense, we've got to do something to mix it up, because those guys just can't keep anybody out. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate the call. Look. I mean, I think Bobby Slowick's going to catch a lot too, but I just think overall, CJ the magician, like I said earlier, this is one of those games where he continued. He's been so phenomenal that you just didn't expect that he was capable of having a game like this, but it was bound to happen at a certain point. And a lot of this I was thinking about as it was going on too. A lot of the times when he got off script, when he had to run, those were the plays where he always got the big chunk plays to Nico. Those are the plays where Nico was able to find those pockets in the middle of the field. But whether they went to more of a hurry up or they tried to do what you suggested in terms of going a little bit more over the middle, they really couldn't go and play much faster because they needed Mixon and they needed to line up to set up the runs as well. It was just one of those games where Green Bay had the perfect recipe for how to slow down this defense. And they kept bringing things, and maybe there is something to be said about the fact that once again we're talking about at halftime there wasn't a whole lot of adjustments made.
Yeah, I saw something on Twitter. I tried to search for it. I couldn't find it recently, but the output for the Texans offensively in the second half, if you eliminate the Patriots game, is not pretty. Not pretty. So I think Terry could be onto something about the adjustments of the offense. It seems like Slowick kind of goes into a game like, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to. Usually he's pretty good at it. Like going into a game, I think he has a good game plan against the defense. Then the defense kind of switches something up, and then the Texans offense in the second half is not as good as they are in the first.
To your point, we've talked about that multiple times early in the season. Like even in the Bears game, remember, as good as they were offensively in the first half, they didn't make any adjustments. They tried to keep doing the same things the Bears did. and then they were just basically a different team offensively in the second half. Multiple times we've brought up on the show the fact that they don't make in-game adjustments very well.
I don't think that they do, especially on the offensive side. Texans, I thought defensively in the second half were much better. Especially if you get rid of that first series. The first series, Green Bay kind of marched on them and ultimately scored a touchdown. But then after that, the Texans were really good in the second half. The only other positive that I have, I thought the special teams was good. You got a fumble return or a muff punt return by the special teams that helped you. You mentioned the Damian Pierce kickoff. Frank Ross also had a very high Q special teams coordinator play. After that first quarter personal foul, after the Texans scored, it puts the football, you kick it off from the 50-yard line. Under the new rule, you don't move the coverage team, which I think is a flaw in the rule.
Mm-hmm.
So like the coverage team stays at the 40 despite the penalty happening at the previous play. So I think that that's a flaw in the rule, but whenever you kick it out of bounds, it's a 25-yard penalty from the spot of the kick. So it makes more sense to kick it out of bounds than it does through the end zone because you net 5 yards. So I noticed that. I was like, I think they did it on purpose. And then somebody sent me an article. Apparently somebody wrote about it, that they told Fairbairn. I didn't know this part of the new kickoff rule, that if you kick it in the landing zone, not in the end zone, in the landing zone, and it skips into the end zone and it stays there and it's down there, the other team gets the ball at the 20. I did not know that until reading this article.
I would never have guessed.
So
that.
I whenever I saw this when I was watching the game this morning, I was like, oh, I bet you Frank Ross told Kaimi just kick it out of bounds because now Green Bay gets to the 25, not the 30.
Yep.
But apparently, if you kick it in the landing zone first and it lands in the landing zone and then skips into the end zone and then it's down there, they get it at the 20. So apparently, what Frank Ross told Kaimi was kind of kick it towards the pylon, try to get it to skip into the end zone, be super aggressive because it goes out of bounds. It's going to be at the 25. So that was the philosophy, which is that's high IQ coaching there. I want Frank Ross to be in charge of game management and clock management after this.
The only thing special teams that you can be critical of is Desmond King coming in and letting
let
that ball go way over his head.
And the bobble at the end of the first half.
Yep.
How about the play on the sideline where it looked like he might have hit it? He might have touched it, then it was Stewart that ran over to the ball. He was not sure if he touched it or not, and he was trying to box out the coverage team to let the ball go out of bounds, which looked really awkward, but it was clearly what he was trying to do. Yeah, he got benched, too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tank
Dell returned the last two
ball
punts.
on return, too, where he was holding
the ball.
I
hated seeing Tank out there, but
I was okay with it yesterday because of the situation. You were doing nothing offensively. Tank Dell is not as like a primary piece of this offense as much as he was last year. I think you can get away doing it more now than last year, especially in that spot where you have two of your top guys. Sims wasn't active. Robert Woods was not active. He was, a fumble waiting to happen. You're getting nothing going offensively. I thought it was a good time to actually use Tank Dell there, which I'm usually not in favor of. I thought it was a good time to do it.
I didn't like it, but I understand what you're saying. And then my only other positive was Tim Settle. Tim Settle was really, really good, especially when you're down Mario Edwards. And we were talking about during the week, what are they going to do and how they're going to rotate defensive linemen. Autry was basically a no-show. They mentioned him, I think, one time on the telecast.
Yeah, I heard a couple of times. Hey, Danico Autry's in the game, but that was really it that he was mentioned.
But the fact that Settle was all over the place, he was wreaking havoc in the backfield. He was making tackles. He was impressive.
Yeah, he had the sack, and probably the more impressive play than the sack was there was a screen pass at one point to Jacobs, and you could see Settle immediately notice, okay, I'm not being blocked. And he fanned out. He got right in Jacobs' lap, and he brought it down for a loss.
Hammered him as soon as he touched the ball,
8711 says the Joe Mixon running game. The only positive I saw was Mixon in the running game. Another texter saying defense was a positive considering all of the injuries. I agree with that. Ocho, one positive is there were no serious injuries, especially to Stroud, who took a beating. Stroud needs to be careful running the football.
Oh, boy.
The one he took with the head in the second scramble of those three plays, did not like that.
And the sideline, the double hit from the secondary guys that we were talking about earlier. Those were two hits that are unnecessary for him to take. I understand he got the first down. I'll live with it if he didn't, if he just got his butt out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm positive the O-line coach should have made his way home already. That's pretty funny.
I think it's in Green Bay.
I think it's a positive that as bad as we played overall, we almost beat a good Packers team at Lambeau Field. And then this guy's saying, great take as far as the +3 turnover and still losing. I was happy with the outcome with the L. Now I'm crushed. That's the thing. Like if you're +3 in turnovers and you only lose by 2, it's like, that could have easily been, to Brian's point, like the Minnesota game. On the other hand, you played awful offensively and you lost by 2 against a team that's probably a playoff team on the road. It was a weird game. All right, 713-780-ESPN, a fun weekend of college football. What do you believe now after this weekend of college football? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at helping you to get your hair back. Everybody always says they have a solution. A lot of times they're just gimmicks. But with Doc Linville, it's the real deal. It's your hair. It's going to be the same color. It's going to grow in the same direction. It's going to get stronger and longer after the procedure happens. But the NeoGraft procedure is a game changer. I know because I had it, and I speak for him because of it, because I could not be happier with the results that I got from it. He does PRP treatments as well, and you've heard it with athletes, PRP treatments for your elbows and your knees and your joints. Well, it also works with your hair. If you have hair on your head, but the follicles just aren't as thick and the blades aren't like lawn treatment. If the blades of grass aren't as thick and strong as they used to be, your lawn's going to look like it's suffering. Well, with the PRP treatments, same thing with your hair. You have hair there, and the PRP treatments get the hair back to that thick, strong, healthy hair that you had when you were in your heyday. It's phenomenal. They do both procedures here in the Med Center in Houston, and because you listen to us and you're interested in them, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff like I had just by going to 975hair.com. People off the street pay $150 for the consult. You get it for free because you're listening to me right now. All you got to do is go to 975hair and sign up. Nothing out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no cash to be had, just you understanding what they do, them explaining the procedures, and you deciding if somewhere down the line you might consider it. It's phenomenal. They take care of you. Granado's had the procedures. I've had the procedures. We both rave about the fact that they get results. And the great thing is because they take the hair from a place that you're never going to lose it, the sides and the back of your head. Genetically, you're never going to lose your hair, no matter how bald you go in other spots, that it's going to stay and grow and be with you for the rest of your life. It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. And I urge you to at least get the consultation so that you don't miss the opportunity. 975hair.com. Tell them Joel Blank sent you by.
Thank you, Prime Time. What do you believe now in college football, Blankers?
Boy, I mean, First of all, I believe the Georgia defense is still for real. As much as the people were soft selling them this year.
That is an understatement.
Yeah, to say that there was
game wreckers.
There were people going into that game saying Georgia's defense and Kirby Smart and everybody. It's not the same defense and the same players that they've had in the past.
Well, they were also unhealthy going into that.
Their defense was
they're healthy now.
Extremely impressive. And that defense is going to travel and it is going to play. And that is why I think that is the game that you will see for the SEC championship game. Without a question, we'll see a rematch.
Get into that a little bit later because we have a couple of texts that are alluding to that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't believe Texas was ready for that moment. I don't believe that that Manning was ready for that moment. Benching Ewers, and I get the idea behind benching Ewers. I thought it was a really bad spot to put Arch Manning in. Was it a 20-0 game whenever they brought Arch in? That was a terrible spot. Terrible spot. I believe that was a terrible spot by Sark to bring Arch Manning into the game.
Arch certainly wasn't ready for it. His passes were all wobbling ducks when they put him in there. He missed a couple throws that would have been big plays, but I do think the team needed a little bit of a boost. They needed a little bit of a shot in the arm. That game was completely dead at that point. Quinn was shell-shocked. So I didn't mind it, especially since they then regrouped at halftime and put the veteran back in. I will push back a little bit on Texas not being ready. Texas offense was completely not ready. They were an embarrassment on Saturday, but the defense was fine. I mean, the defense, you look at the game, if you just see the box score and go, okay, well, 30 points, the Texas defense didn't play that well. But you look at the Georgia scoring drives, they were 13 yards, 34 yards, 25 yards, 4 yards, and then Georgia put together a big drive in the second half that went for a decent amount of time. They just kept turning the ball over on their own side of the field and setting up Georgia with short fields. So Texas offense was an embarrassment, but I thought the defense looks fine. And overall, I believe Georgia is the only team on the Texas schedule that can do that to Texas.
We'll see about that with Texas A&M.
We will.
Hey,
we will.
You just forgot about the defense attorney for Texas.
I know. I feel like I was being gaslit through that entire answer, but I'm just going to look by. I'm going to look past it. I believe the pass interference overturn was the first time that I've ever seen a pass interference overturned like that in my entire life. Now, you could go back to the play and be like, was that pass interference? I thought it was a coin flip. I thought it could have been called. I thought it could have been let go. I think it was a coin flip call. But to see it overturned after you threw the flag was unbelievable.
I was talking about it with some of my buddies.
How you got it overturned.
The amount of time from the time the play actually occurred to when they actually reversed the call.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm Kirby Smart, I'm losing it too, and I'm going nuts because I agree with you. And all my buddies we were talking about were the same thing. I've never, ever seen that happen, especially that late after the initial play.
I went back to see if it was tipped to the line because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Now, I was in the plane when this happened, so I watched all of this later. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kirby Smart was told by the official that the referee threw the flag and pointed the wrong direction. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all read
I
that?
did not hear that
part of it. No,
I did not hear that.
That does make some sense because when you see what happens, because the receiver for Georgia runs up to the Texas defensive back and basically acts like he's blocking him. He puts two hands out, extends his arms, and almost acts like he's blocking. He's initiating the contact.
Yeah, I thought Texas initiated the contact. Now the question,
I agree. I think Texas was the initial contact.
I thought so too. Now the question here would be if they gave Texas the yardage, that would determine if the official had pass interference, but called it the wrong way.
But then why at the end of the day do you not stick with that or try and enforce that instead of saying there's no call on the play?
Exactly. So like that, you would think that you would have to mark off the yardage. Like if an official throws the flag for interference and says, we pointed the wrong way, then fix it and then point the other way and mark off the distance for Georgia. Against Georgia.
And what made it worse is after Sark lost his mind and all the bottles and everything came flying out, everybody was going to say, well, that's why they changed it, because there was just this anarchy going on.
Well, they wouldn't have had time to discuss it.
It just took way too long. Way too long. I think it was 2 commercial breaks, too, when they were still trying to figure out.
Well, think about it. If that play, if the bottles aren't thrown, I mean, they go to the next play, 30 seconds? They don't have time to sit there and huddle and talk about it.
No, you're right.
I mean, I'm obviously not an endorsement for throwing bottles onto the field, but that 3-5 minute, whatever that break was, allowed the referees time to go, hey, you know what? Or who? Because that was kind of the point they made in the broadcast. If someone stepped up, it's like, hey, look, we saw this the wrong way. Let's go ahead and reverse this. If the bottles aren't thrown into the field and that break doesn't happen, they don't have the chance to discuss it. It's on to the next play.
I believe Indiana's a football school. 7-0. The Hoosiers are 7-0. You know who's hosting game day this Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Hoosiers.
Bloomington, Indiana.
Keep going. You know what I believe? I believe they're not going to be they're not going to have their starting quarterback for the foreseeable future. And the run
is
of
he
being
hurt?
a football school is over.
He's hurt?
Yeah.
That stinks.
Yeah, something with it's his thumb, and it's out indefinitely.
That sucks.
A143, I believe Texas will not make the college football playoffs after they lose to A&M in the final game of the year. That's going to have a lot of intrigue. 2851, I believe it's a good thing. It's a 12-team playoff. It would be difficult to pick 4 teams. Yeah, the resume is 4 teams, although I believe that there are currently only 5 teams who can win it all. Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, and then, of course, Iowa State and BYU. Those are the 5 teams that I believe can win it all. Those are the only 5 teams that I think can win it all. I believe it's going to be a year of full first, maybe no unbeatens. Okay, that would be interesting if there's no unbeatens. Although Oregon's pretty tough. Oregon's pretty tough. Now, the rematch game, though.
Yeah, I see, because that's going to be I think Oregon walks right back into the Big Ten championship game. Their biggest test is going to be Illinois. Illinois has overachieved this year with Brett Bielema. They're pretty good, but they're not Oregon good. Yeah. So I think Oregon is going to be a shoe-in for the playoff, and they'll be in the Big Ten championship game. And much like the Texas-Georgia Part 2, I think Oregon-Ohio State Part 2 is going to be great because I think all 4 of those teams have a chance to win it. So it's going to be very interesting how that plays out because Oregon looks to be very dominant.
I don't think that it's going to be a rematch of Texas and Georgia.
You don't?
Like LSU's undefeated, A&M's undefeated. You got a couple of you have a lot of one-loss teams. I understand.
Tennessee's still in play.
Tennessee has 1 loss.
They've got a loss.
So, yeah.
But, I mean,
it's going to be tough it's going to be tough to have a rematch there.
Texas
Georgia has 1 loss too. Like if Georgia loses another game,
I think Texas and Georgia could both get in with 2 losses, though. I mean,
but I'm saying I think those teams are going to be in the SEC title game.
Yeah, but we're talking the SEC championship.
Yeah, we're talking the SEC championship game.
Yeah, it's a coin flip. I could see one or even both of those teams not making it.
Yeah.
They both have losable games on their schedule left. I mean, obviously you mentioned A&M, but going to Arkansas is not going to be a cakewalk for Texas. So, but either way, I think big picture, I think they both still make it to the playoff.
I would agree with that. Ocho, I think the Georgia Bulldogs or the Minnesota Vikings of college football starring Carson Beck as Sam Darnold. Carson Beck's got a first-round grade.
He's got a punchable face. And
he really does.
He did not play well in that game.
I didn't realize he was so tatted up. 9506 says, I believe that I'm a Horns fan, and no way we get to the SEC championship, so he's not feeling very good.
Nice.
Tyler and Conroe, I believe whoever wins the A&M LSU game will have the honor of getting beat by Georgia in the SEC championship. So he's going no Texas in the SEC championship. And then 5916, I believe that there's no Penn State love. Why not? Question mark.
Because I still don't think they're that good. Their quarterback, I know he's played well lately. I'd like to see them when they start playing some of the big dogs in the Big Ten, and they're going to get their chance. But yeah, they could be there. They legitimately have a perfect shot to be there. I just don't believe in them.
What is their rest of their schedule look like? They got Wisconsin this week.
They'll win that.
Any luck there?
No,
Easy W.
Wisconsin's playing better, but they're not going to win that game.
They host Ohio State the week after that.
Oof.
So they're at Wisconsin this week?
They're at Wisconsin this week, host Ohio State the next week.
Yeah, they can't. Wisconsin.
They're not going to beat Ohio State.
Offensively,
home versus Washington, at Purdue, at Minnesota versus Maryland. That's only 1 loss, though. I could see them getting through the regular season with only 1 loss.
And Big Ten's going to get probably at least 3 teams into the playoff.
Those might be the 3.
I think 11-1 regular season with the loss at home to Ohio State still gets you in.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that'll get them in. All right, one more I believes from each of us. What do you got, Blinkers?
You go first because I got to see. I used
Brian.
I believe Hugh Freeze will not survive this season. I mean, he loses another game in embarrassing fashion this week, and it's actually now 2 seasons in a row where Auburn has lost their first 4 SEC games of the year. I don't see how Hugh Freeze survives this year at Auburn.
Yeah, there's a lot of openings that could become available. You think Venables could get got? He just signed an extension this past offseason.
I think he should because, speaking of embarrassments, they lost at home this week to South Carolina in an absolute blowout fashion. But like you said, Jeremy, he just signed an extension.
But
so
he's worried about being got because he fired his OC.
I saw that he resigned.
He fired his OC.
His first year there is Luttrell from North Texas.
Yeah, so I think that he definitely it's on his own radar that he could be in trouble.
I know.
They switched quarterbacks in the middle of the game, didn't make a damn bit of difference.
They're in trouble.
I think one thing I believe is I think the Canes are more dangerous than people thought. Yeah, they got away with some
schedule's
games.
so soft.
It is, but he is so dynamic at quarterback. They got a chance, and their defense ain't bad. They got a shot against them.
I don't like
they
their
just
defense.
gave up 45 to Louisville.
I think they're not. I think they can compete, but I think he can keep you in every game.
He definitely can keep you in every game.
That part's true.
I think they get exposed at some point.
Maybe.
But
I don't really
on their
play
schedule,
anybody.
though?
That's the thing. I don't think that they get exposed until the playoffs.
I mean, their remaining schedules: Florida State, Duke, Georgia Tech, Wake Forest, Syracuse.
Yeah, they're basically they're there.
Yeah, they're in the playoff.
I mean, they beat Louisville by 7. They beat a bad Cal team by 1. They beat Virginia Tech by 4. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody upsets them.
It's possible.
I think somebody could upset them.
Clemson actually turned it around, too, after as bad as they look. Clemson looks better, but they don't play anybody.
ACC title game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's when Miami goes down as the East. They just don't look like a national championship team to me.
No, I agree with that.
No, but I think
they're
that
in
they
the
can
playoff.
compete. I don't think I don't think they could get in. They could scare some teams. They might be able to knock a big name up. I don't think they're going to compete for a title, but he's capable of.
If they lose to one of these teams and then lose the SEC title game, are they a playoff team?
Yeah. No.
No, if they lose to a remaining game in their regular season and lose the ACC title game, they're out.
You know who's sneaky to keep an eye on? SMU, undefeated in the ACC.
They're ranked now.
All right, final one. I believe that the Big 12 is severely underrated. 3 teams in the top 20. 3 teams in the top 20, and U of H is number 4 in the AP poll. Big 12, underrated. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Killer Bees? Mailbag Monday next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, well, before we go to the break, guys, Brian McDonald here, and I got a question for you. Where do you play your fantasy sports? There are tons of options out there, of course, but the place I've been playing at for years is by far the best, and that's Underdog Sports. So I'm pumped to be talking for them right now. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win big money, real money, while watching sports. So what am I playing tonight on Underdog? I am all over this Cardinals-Chargers game. The Chargers love to establish the run, so give me higher on 82.5 rushing yards for J.K. Dobbins, plus I'll take lower on 65.5 rushing yards for James Conner against that stingy Chargers defense. And thanks to Underdog, they're giving us a free play. I'm adding on a Kyler Murray higher than 0.5 total yards. That's right, just half a yard higher for Kyler Murray. So you add that on to all your pick'em games. Speaking of their pick'em games, you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by dropping higher or lower on player stats like strikeouts or home runs or Major League Baseball, or passing yards and touchdowns and more in the NFL. Underdog also gives you, the player, more power and control of your action than any other platform with the Underdog Double Flex option, where you can take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win. Plus, right now, it's currently Boostober right now until October 27th, where you can boost your profit on all NBA entries by 20%. Underdog is literally giving you unlimited profit boost to make basketball picks. So download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, that's BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, BMAC. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
All right, what's your question for the Killer Bee? 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Bee? 713-780-3776. Jalen Green, contract extension. What are y'all's thoughts?
Well, I got a lot of thoughts. Why now? Starts with why now? And the fact that you decided that you and told everybody who was anywhere near interested in what was going on that there's no need, you weren't in any kind of time crunch, there was anything imminent about signing him or Alpy. Now you've signed him to the 3-year extension. Now on top of that, Alpy's going to be going, where's mine? Now you're kind of force feeding what we had talked about was the right smart play by the Rockets to say, let it play out. You can always get them for another year if they keep playing and they keep the trajectory going a certain direction. But now you're kind of forcing your own hand. You've given one. Are you going to give the other? We saw this with Jordan and then Kyle Tucker in the fact that you're going to be in a situation now where the other guy's going to want it too, and neither guy has proven or shown to you that they have erased the concerns of a year ago where can they play together? Is Jalen going to be a guy that is finally able to take the step up to be the kind of player you drafted him where you drafted him to be? And now you're in a situation where you kind of forced your own hand, and I don't think that the timing was good, and I don't like it.
I'm on the other side of this as you. I think it makes perfect sense. I think the timing of it is good. The only way that Jalen Green or Alpi Şengün were going to sign extensions this offseason prior to the start of the season was if it was below max, and this is below the max. So I think that the Rockets negotiate with both Jalen Green, with both Alpi Şengün, but there's no way that they were going to sign either guy unless it was below the maximum, because there's no risk of then doing it next offseason. You continue to have some salary cap flexibility if you don't give them the max. So the reason that Jalen Green got done today was because it was below the max. 3 years, $106 million. It's about $6 million below the max per year, and it's upwards of like $20 million below the max if he's here for the final 3 years. Plus that third year is a player option, and you still keep the bird rights. I think you got a max player for below the max. I think it's a good signing.
Ooh, I don't think he's a max player. I think
it's not the max contract.
Yeah, which is good because, I mean, that's one thing that I will say that I'll acknowledge is a positive, but I'm not sure that he's even close enough to a max player, even if it's $6 million less than what a max deal is. And I was really looking forward to him having a breakout season to show me he could be that kind of player. And right now we haven't seen it yet, and he's already on the dotted line. What do you think happens with Alpi?
I think that he has a really good year. Then the Rockets sign him to the maximum next offseason.
You don't think it's coming now? You don't think they try and wrap him up too?
Well, they're not. I think they
for the
do.
Same kind of deal.
No, I think they have tried. I think there's a reason that he hasn't done it. I think Alpi will not sign for below the max, and the Rockets are not going to sign him this offseason for the max. It makes no sense. If you can get him guaranteed for the max next offseason, why are you going to sign him for the max a year prior and then also giving away your salary cap flexibility? Now, if either player signs for below the max, Jalen Green just did, that's where there is incentive for the team to do so. So that's why it makes sense that Jalen Green signs. That's why it makes sense that Alpi Şengün has not yet. I think they'll both be Rockets for the foreseeable future. Plus, Jalen Green for the 3 years, it also matches up with some of the younger players that you have whenever their contracts are coming up. So actually, I think that Rafael Stone did a really good job here.
Yeah, I actually like this because they don't lose their flexibility to me for the long term. Like you said, when this deal runs out, it kind of times up. And whenever you can get a guy, look, this is kind of an apples and oranges thing, but in some ways you can compare it to Nico. Whenever you could get an ascending star for below the max, or I mean, obviously the NFL doesn't have a max, then go ahead and take it. I mean, that max by the time you get to the end of the 3 year deal is going to be higher than it is now. So I think you save money by acting ahead. Like if you know you're going to resign Jalen Green anyway, and I think the Rockets probably do, then I think it makes sense to get out ahead of it, save yourself some money over the long term.
Yeah, I think you come out ahead financially. Now the risk is what you brought up, is if he just kind of is, this is just kind of who he is, and he's not a $32 million a year player. That's the risk of it. But I also kind of feel that the Rockets knew that they were going to match any contract given to Jalen Green in the offseason anyways next year, because he would be a restricted free agent.
Yeah, because you don't want him to walk away for nothing. And so even if you're thinking about trading him, you give yourself the flexibility of that extra year. My biggest concern is right now I haven't seen enough to think that he's close enough to a max player to be talking about that kind of money.
But didn't sign for the max.
Right. But still close enough. Still a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. Ocho asked, in reference to running backs, why do people say run north and south? Why south? Isn't that backwards? Well, that's because most football fields have an orientation of north and south because they don't want the sun to be in the end zones whenever they set or rise, mostly when they set. So most fields have an orientation of north and south. So when they say north and south, run forward or backwards, whichever way, and then not east to west because it means sideways.
Except for Energy Stadium.
Yeah, it's dome though.
I know.
It's dome though, so it
But
doesn't
still,
really matter.
when they were
where
back
it's
in the
at.
days of keeping the roof open, it was a
When
problem.
they leave the roof open, it's a problem.
The engineers didn't think about it, and then the Texans didn't think about what sideline they wanted when they did open it up in the sunshine.
No, they didn't.
I didn't realize that.
Well, that 1 year, because
That's funny.
there was the Pittsburgh game and the Kansas City game, and their suite holders were so ticked off that the sun was blaring into their suite. They had to build awnings and do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, they had to really kind of act on the fly.
I don't remember that at all. That's hilarious. But yeah, that's
never quit.
There you go. There might be a reason behind that. Eric, the driver, do the Browns now just eat Watson's contract? If so, does he ever play again?
I think he'll play again. I think, and he's going to collect the checks again. Do you see the dead cap numbers for the next 2 years?
Yep.
Like upwards of $70 million per. Like, yeah, I mean, look, I think the fire sale is coming for the Browns now more so than ever. But at the same time, the owner wasn't going to let you bench him. This might be a blessing in disguise for them. But yeah, that's a bad contract going worse. He's going to try and play again. He's never going to be close to what he was even here.
Yeah. I'm going to hold my Deshaun thoughts for a moment. 2011, Jeremy and the All-22, who on the interior is getting killed on these stunts. Can we call Kenyon Green a bust finally? I haven't watched this All-22 yet. I'll watch it tonight, early morning. But yeah, Kenyon Green, I think, has been the worst offensive lineman for the Houston Texans.
Wasn't he the lowest PFF graded player for the Texans coming out of yesterday?
For that specific game?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that, but it makes sense.
I think so. He was in the 20s.
He's also the lowest offensive lineman on the year. He is by far the worst offensive lineman. So yeah, I mean it adds up. It's been the interior offensive line, mainly left guard center, mostly.
Yep.
Usually it's the left middle, but sometimes you get Shaq Mason mixed in there too. Can we call him a bust finally? I'm gonna wait until his contract is up, but he's certainly trending that way.
Run blocking was still decent, and Mixon showed you that because he ran left a lot, at least from the jump. But I thought Shaq also played very, very well, especially in the run game yesterday.
Yeah, and you still see Kenyon Green with the power to move people from time to time in the run game, and get up to the next level. We've seen that on multiple occasions, but yeah, the pass blocking ain't there.
King of Twitch, why is Iowa State ahead of Texas A&M in the latest poll? Because they're a better football team than Texas A&M. That's why. 3426 says a woman definitely asked that north-south question. 3426, don't bring that sexist stuff to the Killer Bees. Save that for the morning show.
Wasn't that Ocho?
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
4958, lo mein or fried rice?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Both.
I don't want to choose. Yeah, I'll
I'd
take both
probably
as
leave
well.
fried rice, but I'm not upset if you give me lo mein.
Both.
Both are awesome.
Man. Alpi Shingun of the Rockets have agreed to a 5-year, $185 million extension.
Well, there you go. But wow, I mean, those numbers seem like if I'm Jalen Green, am I not a little upset?
This is almost $40 million less than Alpi Shingun's possible max, says Salman Ali. Rafael Stone is putting on a masterclass right now. He gets Jalen Green for far below the maximum contract when there's a 50-50 shot he would have got the maximum contract if he enters free agency next year. Alpi Shingun gets a 5-year, $185 million deal. It's $40 million less than Shingun's possible max, which he would have gotten the max if he gets to next offseason. Rafael Stone this is a masterclass by Rafael Stone.
Dana Brown distant last in the GM rankings right now?
I would, probably.
For sure. What's the AAV on that? It's about 33.
You have a calculator on that phone? Why are you putting that on me, man? Because I was a math major.
You were a math major.
I was a math major.
That's
Let me pull up
36
the
a year, isn't it?
calculator. 185 divided by 5 is 37 million a year.
Okay, I thought it was 180. Okay,
185. Yeah, that's good work by Alpi Shingun or by Rafael Stone.
Great work by
so Rafael
Rafael.
Stone gets Alpi Shingun for $40 million less than his possible max. He gets Jalen Green for about $20 million less than his possible max. When both guys, Alpi Shingun more than Jalen Green, had a real shot at getting the maximum contract, and he locks up the core 7 for the foreseeable future. I tip my cap to you, Rafael Stone.
Well, see, I mean, if they live up to it from the way they play, then there's no doubt that he deserves that. I just have some serious doubts about Green more so than Alpi, but to see them if they actually live up to being worth it. But to their credit, if they didn't make out max deals, then kudos to them.
I also don't think that they're players that are hard to trade should they not be good. Like
yeah,
you see
less than max contracts for sure.
Like you see max players that don't deserve the max anymore that still get traded.
Sure, but I think a lot of times they're like from the standpoint of I don't want to pay a 6-man $30-some million a year.
Sure.
So you just got to determine, like I said, they got to keep ascending.
No doubt.
But that plays into it.
Ultimately, how do they win this contract? Both players play good under the contract that they signed. If they both turn into duds, then we're going to look back and say they're bad deals. Lance McCullers and Christian Javier, when they signed their team-friendly extensions, we said, oh, what a deal by the Houston Astros. Both of those players have not given the return on investment, even on team-friendly deals. So I agree with you. Like, they have to go out and then prove that they're worth this.
Yep.
But I think if they were free agents this offseason, I think that they both get far more than that. I think they get the max, both of them, if they enter free agency. So the fact that Rafael Stone gets both of them for sub-maximum contracts, I think is a really good job by Stone. 6860, best weird topping for pizza.
Is chicken weird?
No, depending on the place, I like a little bacon chicken pizza on actually on Alfredo sauce.
I don't want the Alfredo sauce. I could do the bacon chicken on a pizza because the weird topping I can't stand is I can't stand pineapple.
Yeah, Branham Kid likes Hawaiian.
I don't like the Hawaiian pizza, but I could do
anti-pineapple,
like the bacon and some chicken on there as well. I don't know anything weird, but people put broccoli on pizza. I don't like
it's a little
that.
weird.
Yeah.
I don't
should be arrested.
All I really do is I don't really do anything weird. I'm pretty basic when it comes to my pizza. I like a good old-fashioned meat lover. Give me all the meat you got. Every single meat that you have in your little pizza parlor, put them all on the pizza.
I can take off the Canadian bacon, but otherwise
give me a little Canadian bacon.
Mushrooms and onions are a must on my pizza.
See, I don't like the vegetables on the pizza. Also, a hot take when it comes to warm fruit, unacceptable. I'm not sure there's a warm fruit that I like unless it's dessert.
Tomato?
A warm fruit.
Not really.
Technically.
Yeah, but not
Tomato
really.
is a fruit.
Like unless it's like
Avocado's
in
a
a
fruit.
spaghetti or something. You ever eat warm avocado?
No.
Then why did you bring it up?
The point stands. I'm thinking out loud. I don't know.
713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Bees? Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Pena, you're in the hive. What's your question for the Bees?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So a hypothetical question. With Halloween coming up, I just got my first house. I'm hosting a family Halloween party. I'm going to be matching with my daughter. If y'all were having a family Halloween party, what would y'all dress up as? Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, Pena. Congratulations on the house. Whenever you sell it, my wife's a realtor. Holler. I don't know. My kids already know their Halloween costumes.
I would go with probably because they got their costumes this year. We already had that fall festival on Friday where they had to dress up and do all this stuff, and I already know what they are. But I would say something like maybe the Minions, where they would be Minions, and I could be the Steve Carell character.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I won a costume contest in college. I won as a half white guy, half Mexican.
So you just went as yourself?
Yeah.
And I'm Mexican.
Half of me was dressed as a Mexican. Half of me was dressed as a white guy.
If this was the morning show, I would ask you what made you look Mexican.
It was probably my most creative move that I've ever had in my entire life. It was really well done. I think pictures exist.
I won
Only
a
of that
Halloween
costume
costume
though.
college too.
Why are you trying to one up me right now, Blankers?
Because I'm just saying I won one too, but I don't know. Well,
say it. You already let the cat out of the bag.
I had an old man mask that looked like a real old man mask with a hat with a trench coat on stilts, and when you opened up the stilts, he was a flasher. Won a lot of prizes that night.
From
Got
who?
a lot of pictures too. Just saying.
You get put it on any list that night?
Who did you win prizes from?
Well, it just depends on where we were at the time.
You said you were in college?
Uh-huh.
I would ask you if any pictures ended up on social media, but I know the answer to that question.
No. Yeah.
No. I don't even. Was the Polaroid even around then?
Yeah. MySpace was 30 years away.
My mom called it Face Place.
It's like sounds like Belichick. Key from LA. Who are you guys rooting for in the World Series?
Neither team.
Baseball season.
Oh
ended
wait,
for
Dodgers!
Me.
Go Dodgers! Yay!
Baseball season ended for me after the wild card round. 6856. Start, sit, cut. Paul Gallant, Joe George, John Granado.
Start, sit, cut. John Granado, Joe George,
Granado, right?
And Paul Gallant. Did you say is the third one?
Yeah. Mine's easy. I'll rip it off. I'm starting Granado. He's an OG. He's a Hall of Famer. I'm going to sit Paul Gallant, up and comer. I think the world of Paul Gallant. Joe George, I'm cutting because he doesn't pay up his bets. Easy call.
I'm going to reverse the last two, but start Granado, bench Joe George, and then cut Paul Gallant. Which hurts because he's a fellow cat.
I'm with Jeremy. You start Granado, you sit Gallant, and you cut Joe.
Jason from New Orleans, BMAC, 3Bs had the sound on for the game yesterday. He must not have been in New Orleans. Deep fried avocado is served hot. I've never had a deep fried avocado. I wonder if that's any good.
I don't think it sounds good.
9961 says, can y'all talk about the Ewers rumor to sit the rest of the year? I don't believe that would be
No
true.
way.
No, I don't believe that
He's
at
already
all.
played more than 4 games, too. Well,
Yeah, he wouldn't gain an extra year of
oh, this isn't.
eligibility by
It would be
sitting.
for the NFL draft. It'd be for the draft, so he doesn't get hurt for the draft. Yeah, I haven't heard about the rumor.
After the game that he just had, how would that help his draft stock to sit the rest of the year? Doesn't he need to bounce back and have big games against A&M and some of these other high profile schools?
It's got to be a rumor.
Yeah, I don't see that as a
I don't
possibility.
believe the rumor. All right, should we feel upset that Deshaun Watson tore his Achilles? A lot of his teammates think so. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment for Vanderford Air. Vanderford Air, best in the business at backing up everything they do while they do a great job for you. It could be your air conditioning in your HVAC units. Could be putting a dehumidifying system in your AC units. Could be something with your heating system or repiping your house. They have a ton of ways that they can help you, but the best thing I can tell you is keep their number in your phone because you never know when you're going to need them. Maybe you're going to do some preventative stuff before it gets too late and have your system checked, or maybe you know and have been through what a disaster it can be when you need someone to fix your AC units in the middle of the dog days of summer or at any time. And you know that when you call somebody, you're going to be back on a list where it could take days to a week to get someone to your house, and then you're going to be at their mercy. And then a lot of times they give you verbals, and then you never get it in writing. And after the fact, if the job wasn't done right, you're left holding the bag literally while giving them a bag of money. That's not the case with Vanderford Air. That's why I speak for them, because they do everything and they back it up in writing. They give you a potential estimate for both what it would cost to fix it with a part or put in a new system. And then once the job begins, they do everything the exact right way for you because it's all 100% money back guaranteed. That means from the work that their workers are going to do to the parts or systems that they install to the fact that the climate is going to be exactly what they promise it will be in your house. They are going to take care of all of it, and they put it in writing. They back it up, and if you're not happy, it's 100% money back guarantee or your 100% satisfaction or your money back. That's why I speak for them, because when you're dealing with any kind of business that deals in services, that's all you can ask for. That's what you can hope to expect. Most people don't do it. Vanderford does. Check them out today. Go to vanderfordair.com and see all the services they offer, but consider it and go to them whenever you need anything to do with your AC units or more. vanderfordair.com and give them a call, 281-557-COOL.
First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. They are the very best. Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there. Great people at HR&P. You're going to love the people at HR&P. Business owners, let them help you. Whether it's in HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HR&P can help in one of those areas. They can help in all of those areas. And they want to help you. That way you can spend your time and your resources back into the areas you like in your business, whether you like the payroll aspect, whether you like the compliance aspect, whatever you like, keep doing that, and then bring in HR&P to do all the stuff you don't like. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P is going to take care of you and completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, you want to take a lot off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help you. Also, they're going to do it in a way that's unique. Technology meeting service. They have the best tech. You'll love their tech. No one's as good as them. Their tech, but their service is what you're really going to fall in love with. Guaranteed fulfillment. We mentioned the customer service. We mentioned the people over there. They are fantastic. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. I'm talking from experience. We use HR&P here at Gal Media, of course. Give them a call, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Should we feel upset that Deshaun Watson tore his Achilles? So a lot of people, sorry, this text just threw me off. It rattled me. It says Alpy just signed 5-year, $185 million deal. He signed it Jeremy's neighbor in spring. It's a little terrifying.
Oh.
I'm a little worried.
Someone knows where you
Should I be
live.
worried?
But there was someone that's mentioned in the
Campbell had to
past
move for
that you guys are neighbors.
Should I be worried by this? I'm a little worried by this.
I mean, believe me, there's a lot of psychos out there that are rabid.
But are there any stalkers out there? I think I have one. I think I have a stalker. Actually,
yes.
You know what? I'm a little honored. I'm a little honored to have a stalker. I've always wanted one. I've made it.
Is there any chance this is honey glazed Branham?
There's always a chance. There's always a 10% chance for everything.
Yeah.
There's always a 10% chance for everything. All right. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. I got rattled there. I was like CJ Stroud against the blitz. Deshaun Watson tore his Achilles yesterday.
Too soon.
He tore his Achilles yesterday, Deshaun Watson. And the Cleveland fans were thrilled. A lot of the teammates, and we'll listen to a couple of the teammates, they were not too pleased with Deshaun Watson, being cheered that he tore his Achilles as he was being carted off the field. Should we be upset that Deshaun Watson tore his Achilles? 713-780-ESPN. If you did not hear the fans in Cleveland, how, like people say Philadelphia fans are ruthless, listen to how ruthless the Cleveland fans are.
Just an unbelievable scene. Deshaun Watson carted off the field. This was seconds ago. Just from both teams giving him words of encouragement.
If you can't make it out, they're saying you deserved it. Can you believe that?
Deshaun Watson, unbelievable.
You deserved it, says the Cleveland fans to Deshaun Watson as he was being carted off.
Yeah, that's too much. I don't think you ever cheer someone's injury. You know what? You can be ticked off he hasn't lived up to the contract. You can hate him for the way he's acted off the field. But it's pretty tacky to cheer someone's injury.
Okay, so the you deserved it part was not real. That was dubbed.
That's
but a
WWE.
lot of people on the Twitter were falling for this. They were falling for it.
Yeah,
left and
I
right.
had heard the cheering. I did not hear that.
You didn't hear
Including
the you
some
deserved
people
it?
at the flagship fell for it.
You gave a very serious take, so I didn't know if we got you. Or not.
No, yeah, that's the first that I had heard of
couldn't
that.
tell.
I had heard the cheering. I had not heard that, but I didn't want to be wrong. Like, if I missed it, I missed it.
I was trying to prank you with the you deserved it part, but then you went right into your real take, which is a very good one. So I don't know if we got blankers or not.
Yeah.
Do you think we got them?
I don't think we did. I think he was unsure. Like I think I should have heard this by now.
Yeah.
But he wasn't.
He didn't
wasn't
go into
selling it.
He didn't go into like the Cleveland fans are the
Yeah,
worst.
exactly.
I
I don't think we really got him.
I was hoping that he would just go into this diatribe about how
Right.
the Cleveland fans are awful and they shouldn't yell that you deserved it. But he didn't give us that. So I don't think we got him.
No, I
don't
think
think we got him.
point blankers on this one.
Yeah, I think so. I think Blankers got us. He didn't fall for our silly childish tricks. But yeah, there was a lot of people on the internet that thought that was real. That
How
you
long
deserved it part.
was Jameis Winston's quote on it? Or when they asked him?
Yeah.
It was
He
quite
just
long.
kept
I
going
was,
and going
I had to
and
cut
going.
it down.
It was
Man.
about a minute and a half. We'll get to 30 seconds of it here in a second. But no, I'm look, the booing part of it, and like I understand where the Browns are coming from. Like you defend your teammate, like that. To me, it's being a good teammate, even if you don't necessarily agree with Deshaun Watson or believe Deshaun Watson, or maybe you do believe Deshaun Watson. Like part of it's being a good teammate. I never root for people to be injured. Although half of me does like justice, but I don't know what's true. I don't know what's not true. I'm not rooting for Deshaun Watson to get hurt. Now, do I feel bad that Deshaun Watson's hurt? Nah, I mean, he just tore his Achilles. He didn't die. He didn't die. He tore his Achilles. He's going to be just fine. He's got tons of money. Deshaun Watson's going to be just fine. Do I feel bad or sorry for Deshaun Watson? No, I don't do that. If I was at the game, would I be booing for him? Probably not. I don't think I would have booed that. I think I would have just sat there in silence. Maybe I would have chuckled and laughed a little bit at the crowd booing him, because that did happen. They were booing Deshaun as he was leaving the field. I wouldn't have booed him, but at the same time, I don't feel bad.
What has more integrity right now, the structural integrity of Deshaun Watson's Achilles or Deshaun Watson himself?
Probably I don't know. It's a 0 on both. It's a 0 from both of them.
Yeah,
Remember the Barstool take at the beginning of the year that he's a better person than he is a quarterback?
He's such a bad football player that he's becoming a better person than he is a football player. That's kind of what I was going for there.
Everybody's telling us that it was fake audio, and then we got like we didn't know that.
Yeah, it's WWE. We know.
Yeah. Here's the thought on, like, I don't feel sorry for Deshaun Watson. Sorry. I'm sorry. Whatever. Sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't feel sorry for Deshaun Watson. I wouldn't have booed him if I'm in the stands or if I were a Browns fan. I wasn't booing him yesterday, but I'm not sorry that, he's hurt. Deshaun Watson's going to be just fine. He didn't die. He just tore his Achilles. He's going to have some rehabilitation. He's going to be just fine. He's a multimillionaire, and at best, he's a very questionable human being. So I'm not sorry about it. Now, here were his teammates, because the Browns fan did boo. They didn't yell, "You deserve it." That was dubbed. But here are a couple of his teammates, about the fans booing him. Here was Jameis Winston with Deshaun being booed.
Raised, I was taught to love no matter the circumstances, especially for people who do right by you. I'm grateful that I had a chance to serve Deshaun, but I am very upset with the reaction to a man that has had the world against him for the past 4 years, and he put his body and life on the line for this city.
He talks like a wrestler. Jameis Winston always talks like he's cutting a promo.
That was so Jameis.
I know.
Overly emotional, put emphasis into his
It was
speech.
like a preacher.
Yeah,
it was like a preacher.
Yeah.
Like, do you believe in the man that gave everything to you?
Yeah, a little bit of that for sure. There is a lot of, I don't want to quite call it sensationalism, but there's a lot of dramatic pauses and like a dramatic cadence. And I really feel like Jameis Winston's cutting a promo, getting ready for his wrestling match, like against the fans of Cleveland. Like, I feel like he is calling out the fans of Cleveland, and he wants to take them all on in a match later tonight. But that was Jameis. I do want to see Jameis Winston play. He did play yesterday, but he was like the emergency third quarterback.
Yeah, that was weird. That I thought that he'd still be the number 2.
This was the first game.
Yeah.
This was the first game. He got demoted to the third string. DRT got promoted to the second string, but then he like messed up his thumb. So Jameis Winston came on and actually played a little bit. I hope that Jameis Winston plays because it'll be entertaining. And then here was Myles Garrett talking about how Deshaun Watson doesn't deserve to be booed.
Man does pretty much everything right. He's been a model citizen through college and most of the pros.
Whoops.
He called him a model citizen.
How is he? Where has he ever been?
He says, even beyond the model citizen, he says
parts.
like he does almost everything right. Well, there's kind of a big but in there.
He does almost like,
and he cannot lie.
Yeah, well,
how was the play, President Lincoln? Like it was
Very much so.
almost a great play. For most of the play, it was really good for Abraham Lincoln. He's been a model citizen for most of his pro career, says Myles Garrett.
I think it would be better to say he snookered a lot of people for a lot of period of time, especially in Houston and a little bit at Clemson, and the fact that he was a model citizen, or at least he acted like it when he really wasn't. But yeah, that's a stretch.
Yeah. So I mean, I understand the element of there being good teammates. Are they out of touch with reality?
You can
Maybe
be a good
potentially.
teammate though without saying he's a model citizen.
Yeah, he probably.
You can
got
say,
carried
"Hey,
away.
man, it's not like we put it like James, like obviously put aside Jameis's preacher voice, but you can say like, hey man, we put our body on the line. We care about this. We want to win. It's not right to boo us when we get hurt. You could say that and that's fine. But for Miles to say, well, he's been a model citizen. I mean, that's obviously
wasn't Titus a big defender of his?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at a certain point, you can't defend him anymore when the allegations keep coming and the things keep coming up. But, maybe he's a great buddy of yours. But
what would you say if you're a player? Like you were a Brown. I don't care really how you feel about Deshaun, but you were asked after the game, what did you make of the fans booing for Deshaun Watson? This has happened in Houston, by the way. The Texans fans at NRG when Schaub was hurt, I don't think it was the Liz Frank. I think it was the next year or 2 years later. It might have been the shoulder injury. They were booing him whenever he got injured.
I just think from a fan base perspective, I would say, hey, look, that's not who we are. We're classier than that. You may hate the guy. You may have your own personal feelings about the guy, but I just think you got to look deeper to say, I'm not going to cheer for someone's injury. You can be completely against and you can boo him every time, for what he did when he walks on the field and does those kind of things. I just think that as a fan base, you can be above that to say, I'm not going to cheer because a guy got hurt because it's an awful look.
Yeah, that's too long of an answer for me. I would be like, fans can do whatever they want. They buy the ticket. We hope that Deshaun's going to be okay. Like, I would be so short, give the media absolutely nothing. Nothing. And hopefully they wouldn't use my soundbite and recycle it whenever you see people that are defending Deshaun Watson. I think that would be my play, but different strokes for different folks. A texter saying, no way that was Myles Garrett defending Deshaun. Actually, it was.
It was.
We tried to
There's
get
video.
you once.
There's video.
We tried to get you once, but that was actually a real one. Okay, no politics here. I'm very sad about Deshaun's injury, says 2180. I was enjoying laughing how each week he sucked and was one of the worst quarterbacks. There is a lot of entertainment lost here. But you can add entertainment if you go with Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston can fill the void of entertainment that was coming from the Cleveland Browns' tragic offense in 2024. They are tragic. They're dead last.
There has to be a decently high chance that Jameis is better than what Deshaun was, because Deshaun was literally the worst. Like his 2 seasons at Cleveland were literally the worst Cleveland Browns quarterback performances since they returned to football in 99.
Mm-hmm.
There's a greater than 0% chance that Jameis is way better than Deshaun.
Probably DRT too.
I think that's probably right. I think that as much as we thought it was a lost season because we knew Jimmy Haslam wasn't going to allow anybody to bench him, that they might be actually capable of playing some more respectable football now because they probably have 2 better options at quarterback than they had until Deshaun went down. So it's absolutely fair to think from a football perspective, they might be better off.
DTR, by the way, not DRT. 6323, any chance Watson faked the injury? You can literally see his Achilles rupture.
No.
I heard somebody else say that too.
He went down like a gunshot.
The NFL, the players, everybody, the physicians, no one's going to allow that to happen to where you can just sweep that under the rug. Let's just pretend like you got an injury and you can walk away.
If you're going to fake an injury, there are other injuries you can fake. Oh, my ankle doesn't feel good, or my wrist, or he had the issue with the shoulder.
I was going to say,
he could go back to the shoulder.
Do like arthritis, or because it's really hard you can say, hey, it hurts every time I throw the football. Then they can look at it, they can do MRIs, but there's still a possibility you're still feeling pain from what you had done.
Yeah, if you're going to fake an injury, you can't go with Achilles tear. Like, that's not the injury that you can fake. And again, there's video from the backside, where you can see it rubber band like snap, because you can see those things. 6381, Browns players are so out of touch. Miles G has the nerve to say Watson has been upstanding citizen, laughable. I get being a good teammate, but come on. Yeah, he probably went too far there. 4631, Jameis sounded cringy. I thought Jameis sounded awesome. He sounded like, I want to hear more Jameis Winston wisdom. Get him to the podium each and every week. 8736, ain't no way Miles was describing Watson. He was. There's video. Was that Jameis Winston or William Shatner, says Josh from Seabrook. Did that sound like Shatner?
No, I took that as like a 1980s wrestling promo.
It was almost Ultimate Warrior-y.
Well, Warrior yelled too much for it to be Jameis.
It's like the one where the pilot one, like he went up in an airplane. But there was a lot of
yeah, I could see that.
Gargling with the Warrior. 6381, if I was a player, I'd say it's unfortunate he got hurt and hope for a good recovery and we were to move forward. That's probably the best way to do it.
Is there any chance, obviously he would never say this publicly because he couldn't, but is there any chance Kevin Stefanski is in private rooms a little happy? Because I think he's probably wanted to bench Deshaun but couldn't. And obviously he doesn't want Deshaun to get hurt. He doesn't want it to happen that way, clearly. But he gets to play a different quarterback and maybe save his job.
Yes.
There's no question about it. In the piece of his own mind, and not saying anything publicly, or maybe saying very little even to his coaches. I think he absolutely feels a huge sense of relief that he can do what he wants to do now, even though he didn't do it himself.
Yeah, he might only tell his dog that, but yeah, the answer is yes. 8576. All I can say is that karma is a 0837. If I was one of Deshaun's teammates, I'd probably say something along the lines of that's blanked up. You don't cheer injuries. And I'm like, y'all, I don't feel sorry for him at all. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in the hive of the bees. What's up?
Hey guys, I appreciate you letting me call in. Look, as a former Watson, we were all in the Watson camp when he was our quarterback. But the strange part for the Browns still is they still, I think, owe him like $180 million after this season. I mean, that's a lot of dead money to write off, right? I mean, that's like 2.5 times, well, not quite 2.5 times the amount of dead money that the Broncos wrote off to send Russell Wilson packing. But on a more serious note, considering how poor our offensive line play was, do you think Casario or Texans will be looking for some trade, at least on the interior offensive line, before the trade deadline? And what is plaguing Tank Dell here? I mean, he seems to have been a ghost for a better part of the season. Wanted to kind of get your thoughts on it, guys.
Yeah, I think to the first part, Vera, if he's not, then he's not doing his job. I think that what we're talking about, with everything being on the table, as D'Amico said, and the fact that you knew how bad, how putrid your offensive line was, especially in pass protect yesterday, that we talked about this last week. We talked about the fact that Browns are one of those teams. Jacksonville could be one of those teams. There are going to be teams out there that are already folding up their tents, planning for the draft, and basically saying we got no chance this year, that you should be monitoring closely before the trade deadline. And if the Browns have a decent offensive line and they've got some guys that are on your radar, go see if they're available. Go check out and kick the tires on what it would take to get at least one of those guys, because you know that you got less than an offensive line in certain areas, and you could improve them between now and the trade deadline.
Yeah, I want to see what a couple of configurations look like before I get to that point. So you better hurry up and do that, because you're just a few weeks away from the trade deadline. I'm not there yet with this offensive line because of that. Tank Dell, look, Tank Dell's about opportunity. I still think Tank Dell's a very good receiver. I think he's going to be just fine. I think that a lot of it's opportunity. Stephon Diggs is taking away a lot of his opportunity, rightfully so. Diggs is better than Tank Dell right now at this stage of their career. And then you look at the two games where Nico Collins has not been around because he's been on the IR. Tank Dell was really good last week. He wasn't good yesterday. Was Tank Dell the reason he wasn't good yesterday? The touchdown pass, you could say absolutely. But other than that, the entire passing game was poor. And why? Why was the passing game poor yesterday? Was it because of Tank Dell, or was it because of the offensive line?
Yeah, it was because he had no time to throw, and the fact that and they even mentioned it. You got your guy that created so much versatility in so many ways, and Nico Collins being out as well. This was just like one of those situations Romo was spot on about. This is the least ideal game for the Texans in their current receiver situation, with the defense that was played and the amount of pressure they put on him.
5045 Jameis Wisdom is a great name for his future podcast. It really is. I love Jameis Winston. Just listening to him is awesome. It is so good. Pretty sure Alpi and Jalen Green have been extended. Yep, we talked about it a little bit ago. Masterclass by Rafael Stone. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's grade C.J. Stroud's worst performance of this year. How low are you willing to go? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Damn right.
University of Houston takes on the Utah Utes. Homecoming Saturday, October 26, 6 p.m. TD-ECU Stadium. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments, and the most underrated conference in the nation. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets. That's uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO Cougs. Come early, be loud, wear red as we pack the stadium for homecoming. Right now, we're giving away a pair of tickets. First caller to 713-780-3776 that tells us who the Houston Cougar Heisman Trophy winner is. They've had one Heisman Trophy in program history. Who is that Cougar? 713-780-3776. First correct answer, a pair of tickets is yours to Utah and Houston homecoming this Saturday, TD-ECU Stadium. And head over to uhcougars.com/tickets to pick up those $15 tickets ahead of homecoming. All right, let's grade C.J. Stroud. What did you make of C.J. Stroud's performance? Compare him to Jordan Love, the boxing grade there, and then just the letter grade when it comes to C.J. Stroud's performance a day ago.
Yeah, I think he lost the fight. I guess you guys with your boxing term, 10-8. I don't think it was close.
Knocked him down twice.
Yeah, I thought that, Love made a couple of mistakes, but Love still was able to generate yards and points and touchdowns. And I thought that CJ overall is one of those weeks where I can't give him a passing grade. I'm going to give him a D. I know he was running for his life, but I mean, the turnovers were there. The yards were completely unacceptable. Yes, he was running for his life, but it's just one of those situations where you're going to have days like that. And I'm going to give him C- D+.
I give him a big giant F. Worst game he's had this season. Is he responsible for all of his poor play? No, but even when he had opportunities to make some throws, he didn't succeed. He was throwing behind receivers. He was throwing behind receivers. He was underthrowing receivers. He looked really poor. Jordan Love had the 2 interceptions. You're right about Love. Love can give you the football if you wait. I think he's really good whenever he has time. Like if he has a clean pocket, I think he's going to pick you apart. You make it a little bit muddy for him, I think he'll give it to you. And that happened twice yesterday. He made a couple of errant throws.
But the other one we talked about was I told you all he was going to be on his back foot. And there are times when he gets on his back foot. That's that last play that he tried to make where he got on his back foot and he just threw it so high that Murray couldn't make a play on it either because there was 2 that he overthrew Watson off his back foot that could have been picked.
Yeah, I mean, the Bullock pick was overthrown.
That was 2.
It was one of the overthrows. He had others, sure. But still, Jordan Love easily won this battle. 10-8, I think, is a good one. But I give C.J. Stroud a big, giant F. He wasn't very good. The offense obviously was atrocious. If you get held under 100 yards passing, is it all your fault? No. Is it any of it your fault? Some of it. The offensive line, biggest reason for blame. You can say scheme. I'm here for that. But Stroud has outshined that stuff a lot this season, and he didn't in this game. I thought he lost his composure a bit as well. You had him running the ball a couple of times, taking some big shots. You had him jawing with an opponent. He's like flopping on the sideline. I think that he lost his composure a bit because of his competitiveness, which I like that. Like, I'd rather him err on the side of being competitive versus being cool, calm, and collected all the time. But from a quarterback, you can't really lose your composure. There's a couple of 3rd and longs where I thought he made the wrong read, whether it was not reading the blitz before the snap and then seeing it at the snap. There was a couple of times where I think he was trying to do too much instead of just taking the short intermediate route that, yes, was below the chains, but maybe you give your receiver an opportunity for a catch and run first down. Stroud, because the offense was so bad and because Stroud played nowhere to his standards, I give C.J. Stroud a big, giant F.
Sound like John McClane over here. Pathetic F-. I'm probably going to be a little soft here on his grading. But yeah, I know. You can go ahead and say it multiple times. That's fair. But I am going to grade him a little bit of a curve just because of how bad that offensive line was. Now, obviously, not all of it is on the offensive line. CJ shares some of that blame. So I'm certainly not going to give him a good grade. I'm not going to go as far, though, as giving him an F. Especially like that play to Hutch where he one of the few times he was able to avoid the pressure, get outside the pocket, and make a great throw. It was still there when he had a chance to show it. So I'll go ahead and give him a D, which I guess in some places would be a passing grade, that is about as low as it can get. But I'm not quite willing to give him an F.
F for me. What is your greatest, Stroud? 713-780-3776. 5608. I think Green Bay took a page out of Minnesota's playbook by crowding the line and to confuse CJ, but the line as well. Listening back to LaFleur, whether it was after the game or even today at his Monday press conference, he said that it was their priority defensively to create havoc on CJ Stroud and make him uncomfortable from the word jump. They did. They made him incredibly uncomfortable. They attacked the offensive line, and that's a big reason why C.J. Stroud played so poorly. 8022, C.J. gets an F for this week, only had 5 points on my fantasy team. No one cares about your fantasy team, 8022. Yeah, but I mean, Stroud was 10 of 21, 86 yards. 10 of 21 for 86 yards. Like, how is that not an F, guys? You're right. Brian, you're being soft. Blankers, you're being soft. He was 10 for 21 with 86 yards. He got sacked 4 times. He only completed 6 more passes than sacks he took.
But you're in part quoting an offensive line
He is the orchestrator of the offense. He is the orchestrator of the offense. He's the leader. He's the maestro of said offense.
Yeah, it feels like the same argument that would say wins are a quarterback stat, which I vehemently disagree with.
What do you mean?
Yeah, well, because you're
have
crediting an offensive line statistic to the quarterback.
The sack part of it, sure, although holding on to a football can certainly be a quarterback thing. But if an offense has a bad day, if an offense has a good day, a big weight of that belongs to the quarterback.
Yeah, but just listen to the earlier conversations we had talking about how we got to find different combinations of offensive linemen to see if we got to make a trade. We're not talking about, that's to me the answer. If we're talking about shuffling up the offensive line, trying different combinations, maybe making a trade is because the offensive line performance was arguably the worst we've seen under DeMeco Ryans.
Sure.
And that obviously that's going to directly affect the quarterback standing behind them.
Sure. C.J. Stroud wasn't the biggest reason that the offense was so bad yesterday. But was he a reason that the offense was so bad yesterday? Yes. 2 people in the class can have an F. The offensive line could have had a 32 on the test, and C.J. Stroud could have had a 58. He outperformed the offensive line, but I don't think he gets a passing grade.
I gave him a D. It wasn't like I gave him a great grade.
Nothing. Anything above failure here is a bad grade. Is a poor grade. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRMP listener line. Keith in downtown. What's up?
Hey guys, love the show.
Thanks.
I will grade C.J. Stroud a C. Texans had a chance to win it at the end. Stunning that Dalton Schultz continues to not be involved.
Get him, Jeremy.
C, Keith. Keith, why are you so soft? Why are you so soft with CJ? A C?
I'm going to give him a C because they had a chance to win. Mixon was over 100.
Mixon, he was handing the ball off to Mixon. I could have handed the ball off to Mixon, and Mixon would have had 115. How are you giving CJ Stroud points for handing the football off?
They had a chance to win. McManus snuck it in.
They had 3 turnovers, the Packers did. C.J. Stroud was 10 for 21. He completed less than half of his passes. He threw for 86 yards. That's a C? That's a C?
I'm going to give him a C. I'm going to give him a C also because if you look at the passing yards for all the NFL quarterbacks yesterday, nobody was over 200. Mariota.
Jordan Love was 220.
There was only one over 300.
Jordan Love was 220.
Jeremy's best friend.
Nobody
was
over 200
there was one player in that game that was over 200. There was one player in that game that was over 200. How are you giving C.J. Stroud a C? He was 10 for 20. That's enough of Keith. All right, Keith. Thank you for the call. Thank you for listening. Thanks for the compliments, although we don't like those a whole lot. 10 for 21, and he's giving him a C. He threw for 86 yards. He's giving him a C.
Yeah, that's...
What are we doing here?
C is obviously way too friendly.
We're babying C.J.
Joe
Stroud
Mixon
when it comes to the grading
had
system.
More rushing yards in the first half than C.J. had passing in the game.
Blankers, you were within 100 passing yards of C.J. Stroud yesterday. That's not a C.
Combined,
it's not a C.
Combined, Joel, Jeremy, myself, and C.J. Stroud had 80-something passing yards yesterday.
I threw as many touchdowns as C.J. Stroud did yesterday. Man, C for 10 for 21 and 80. A C? Is this what we're doing to C.J. Stroud now in Houston? I still believe in C.J. Stroud.
Giving him a D, but C is way soft.
I still believe in C.J. Stroud. King of Twitch has been giving us grief all day. Oh, y'all said he was top 5. I still think he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Josh Allen was 9 for 30 against the Houston Texans a few weeks ago. He's still a top 5-ish quarterback. Stroud still protected the ball. Didn't throw an interception in this game. That's why Keith really loves guys who take care of the football. That's why I got a C, because he didn't turn it over in this football game. I still believe in C.J. Stroud. I still think C.J. Stroud's a top 5 quarterback. I think if you have C.J. Stroud, you are capable of being a Super Bowl contender. But we're giving C.J. Stroud a C for 10 for 21 and 86 yards. We got to stop babying C.J. Stroud, all right? We got to stop babying this guy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's give out some game balls. Let's get into a little bit of a better mood. Game balls around the NFL. Who deserves one? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys got a doubleheader tonight on Monday Night Football. You don't want to drink too much, but you want to maybe have a couple cocktails as you're watching the game. May I suggest that there are alternatives to just beer and liquor. Stella Rosa wines are absolutely fantastic, and they're the perfect add-on to your menu no matter what you're serving when you have friends over to watch games. The fact is, no matter what you're serving, they make a wine that's going to go perfectly with it, and it's going to have just the right amount of alcohol, not too much, not too little. You don't have to pace yourself as much because it'll pace for you, but it's all natural fruits and excellent spices, and everything goes with what you're serving, from the wings and the pizza to everything else that might be on the menu. All available at your local retailer, whether it be your grocery store or your liquor store. It's all right there, and they are fantastic to go with whatever you're serving. They're also going to try and help you because of the fact that we're talking about them on ESPN. They want to remind you that they are going to offer you an experience to win tickets to the biggest college football game of the season by going to ESPNLADreamTicket.com. You can enter for your chance to win a couple of tickets to that big college football season ender that everybody wants to be at. All you got to do is go to ESPNLADreamTicket.com and go to your local retailer to get you some Stella Rosa wines, because they are there. They are going to be delicious. They're going to go with anything and everything that you serve from a food perspective, and they are going to make sure that they are refreshing and you are going to enjoy them. Remember to enjoy them chilled and always celebrate responsibly.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Game balls in 2 minutes. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Kenny from Kingwood. You're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, guys. Man, I think y'all just hit it on the head. I don't know if it was Joel or Jeremy, but
probably me.
That guy that gave them CJ a C, that's ridiculous. And we got to start holding CJ accountable. And I know our offensive line sucks right now. It is what it is. But he was running for his life that whole time. And, yeah, Tank Dell dropped that touchdown pass. But, man, he's got to figure out a way to overcome it. I'm sorry. We got to hold him accountable when he plays that bad. He threw for 86 yards or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. We got to do something with that.
Appreciate the compliments, Kenny, even though you didn't know who they were directed at the time.
It's all for one and one for all around here.
Stroud is overcompensated for his offensive line and his scheme in the past. He didn't do that yesterday. Is that unfair to ask of CJ Stroud? I don't know. Not if you want to be an MVP type quarterback, top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Like, you're going to have to do that. Yesterday he didn't. One of the Twitchers, which were just full of, very intelligent and sophisticated Twitchers, they said, look, if you're not giving CJ Stroud an F for this game, you never will. You never will. So, and I think that he has an F game in his bag every now and then. He did as a rookie, and he did yesterday.
Yeah, I think the main, aside from like a massive amount or multiple turnovers, the fact is that no quarterback in this league, you can see a run-happy offense in college football where a guy might throw for, close to 100 yards. But 86 yards on an NFL quarterback, no matter what you want to say about defenses in the league this year, that's just not acceptable.
Let's get to our game balls. Learn to take it. All right, who are we giving our game balls to? Blankers?
Saquon Barkley gets the first one. Goes against his old team. He didn't think he was going to get booed. Didn't really matter. He got revenge on them, 176 yards and 2 touchdowns in an Eagles victory.
That jabroni, Nick Sirianni, asked him if he wanted to go back in the game to get his personal career high. What an idiot. It's a blowout game. You're going to get Saquon hurt in a blowout game because you're looking for individual accolade. Luckily, Saquon Barkley is the adult in the room and told his jabroni head coach, no thanks. Let the other guys get some run. Very, very adult in the room behavior by Saquon Barkley. What an idiot head coach. I'm going to nominate Mr. Unlimited Russell Wilson himself. What a genius move by Mike Tomlin. Going with Russell Wilson, hanging 37 points against a good defense. Russell Wilson hasn't played in, almost 10 months, and he goes for 264, 2 touchdowns, doesn't throw an interception. What a game by Mr. Unlimited. Steelers, let's ride.
What would be the Steelers equivalent of let's ride?
Yins ride.
We'll have to workshop that one. I'm gonna give my first game ball to someone in the Texans division. No Trevor Etienne, didn't matter because Tank Bigsby went off in the Jaguars' dominant win over the Patriots, doubled them up 32-16, and Bigsby ran for 118 and 2 touchdowns. Definitely deserves a game ball for the performance out there in London.
Because you're a big advocate for singular RBI, you going singular touchdown now?
Did I say touchdown?
You said 2 touchdowns.
Oh, I don't advocate for that. That was a misspeak.
Sound like an elitist, idiotic baseball guy.
Touchdowns.
All right, who you got?
Next one for me, your boy.
Goff?
Josh Allen, 323 yards passing, the only quarterback in the NFL to throw for 300 this weekend. 323 and 2 touches for the Bills in a victory.
Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard this in the game. I caught the very end of it. The commentators at the end of the game were making out like Josh Allen
making it out.
Oh. To like Josh Allen wanted to stay in the game and keep throwing the ball because they were trying to get Keon Coleman some work and some stats.
Coleman had a big game.
I know.
Coleman had a big game. Amari Cooper caught a touchdown.
He did.
He did.
How about that from Amari? Nice thought of a cash or trash. Jared Goff. Goff continues to orchestrate the best offense in the NFL.
Right now, they're playing like it. Well, let's see what happens tonight.
I'm Ron Burgundy. 22 for 25, 280 yards, 2 touchdowns. The guy's a maestro. He is a maestro. Didn't you have Goff top 5 MVP at the start of the year?
I did.
He did.
Excellent decision.
Thank you.
Excellent decision.
Season's not over yet.
He looks good.
He does look
good.
That
offense looks good. That defense looks good. They look like a Super Bowl contender.
You guys pretty much covered all my game balls because under Goff, you got Gibbs at 116 yards and 2 touchdowns and St. Brown at 112 yards and 1 touchdown.
Yeah.
The offense, you can say run, pass, whatever. They are on top of it.
Sometimes you got to get a little creative.
David Montgomery, I don't remember how early in the game. And they still didn't matter. They kept cruising.
But before he went out, even he was running all over the place.
Right. My next game ball goes to someone I didn't think I'd be talking about in this segment this year, but Geno Smith.
Oh.
I don't know if you know this, leading the league right now in passing yards, and he had another good game. Didn't need to put up a ton of volume because the Seahawks control that game easily and early against the Falcons. Missed that one last week in Beasy Money. But Geno went for over 200, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers. Geno Smith has been really good this year.
Yeah. The passing yards, not necessarily a winning stat, though. What do you got?
I got a sleeper for you. How about Marcus Mariota? How about a Washington team loses their star young Jaden Daniels starting quarterback? Yeah, and all of a sudden here comes Marcus Mariota, who a coach finally gave one more chance to, and he does his job, and he leads them to victory in a blowout fashion.
Cliff Kingsbury can call an offense, can he? I'll just leave it at that. Mariota was on my list, too. Good call on that one. Kareem Hunt, 22 carries, 78 yards, 1 touchdown. It was a great weekend for running backs who have had some history in the past. We'll leave it at that. Kareem Hunt, game ball. What do you got, Brian?
I'm going to give one to T. Higgins. He actually outshined his
2 weeks in a row. He's got more targets than
Chase. Jamar Chase wasn't bad in this game. He also caught a touchdown, but T. Higgins outshined him 4 for 82 and a touchdown in the win against the Browns for the Bengals, who quietly 3-4. They're sneaking back into this thing in the way too early playoff race.
What they do. Another game ball blankers. Okay.
I don't have another one.
Kenneth Walker, 93 all-purpose yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Grant Stewart, go Cougs, the most tackles of anybody this season. He had 19 tackles.
Oh, my goodness.
19 tackles
19
for Grant Stewart. 19.
Say it again.
The most tackles by an individual in the NFL this year. Do y'all know who Grant Stewart plays for?
No idea.
You should be ashamed as Houstonians for the great university we have in our city. Grant Stewart, former Cougar, also went to Oak Ridge, by the way. 19 tackles for the team the Houston Texans will be facing on Sunday for first place in the AFC South. Grant Stewart, 19 tackles, more than anybody's had in the NFL this year. I got 2 more, Brian.
Kyron Williams. He's been a workhorse this year. His efficiency.
Yeah, but he's returning punts this year.
So, I mean, he's still having a great season. But Kyron Williams, the efficiency wasn't there this week. A little bit under 4 yards per carry. But he did the work, carried the ball 21 times, ended up with 2 touchdowns in the Rams win over the Raiders. Got to give a game ball to Kyron.
All right, Trey Hendrickson's my game ball for Cincinnati. He had 2 sacks, 5 quarterback hits. We got to give some love for some defensive players every now and then.
Good.
And then my final game ball goes to Jalen McCullough. He's the real game ball recipient for the LA Rams. He had 2 interceptions in that win for LA. We could have been like LaFleur and given our game ball to Jeff Hafley.
Hey, man,
Texans made him
if you've
famous.
had to live with Joe Barry as your DC for the last several years, he deserves a game ball.
Texans made him famous. Tamara wants to nominate Russell Wilson for a game ball.
Noted Steelers fan.
She's our resident Steelers girl. Congratulations on finally having a quarterback in Pittsburgh, Tamara. I'm kidding. A couple of others on the text line, 8082. Echoes yours, Brian, says Geno Smith for a game ball. And then 3338 gives his game ball to the Browns fans for booing Deshaun Watson.
Wouldn't the outspoken George Pickens get one?
You can give it to him. Yeah, it's your game ball.
Been really,
Najee Harris was great last night,
both of them were, but Pickens has been really outspoken and really criticizing everything.
Yes.
And he
was also the one that kind of broke the news that Russell was going to be starting.
Are the Jets done?
It feels like it.
Oh, yeah, now they are.
Feels like they're
It feels like. I mean, Devontae had 30 yards last night. He wasn't. I mean, you would expect it to get better in week 2. But, yeah, it feels like they're done.
Feels like they're done, so. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from mybookie.ag. It's the place you want to be if you're going to put money down on the doubleheader tonight. There's still 2 football games to be played. And if you want to put some money down, it's the place I always suggest you go because they take care of you who are putting money down on sports all the time. They're doing it again right now with a double your first deposit bonus. Right now, when you go to mybookie.ag, use our promo code BET975, you literally are going to cash in whatever you put in up to $1,000 because whatever you put in, they're going to put the same amount in on top of it almost immediately. And you're going to have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances that you can win. And now they've got a loyalty program as well called MyBookie Plus. Once you get enrolled in that, when you sign up and make your first deposit, the more you play, the more you're going to get up to the different tiers and the different levels of the MyBookie Plus program. When you get higher on the tier list, better promotions, better deals, and even better chances you can win because they're always trying to take care of you. But you always got to remember our promo code BET975, even when there's not games going on. And there's always games going on between soccer and now hockey getting started and college and pro basketball on the horizon, as well as the World Series and all the college and pro football. If there's a chance you just want to play casino games, you don't feel like flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana, mybookie.ag, live dealers standing by for casino games as well. Check them out today, mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, and use our promo code BET975.
Buzz Williams Show, first one of the year. Friends with Jack Easterby. Starts at 8 o'clock tonight. Prior to that, it'll be the Boss and the Gloss from 6 until 8. They're having a Hall of Fame quarterback on today at 6:30. Warren Moon will join Boss and Gloss at 6:30. Greatest professional Houston quarterback of all time? Question mark.
Oh, he has to be at this point.
Hired Jim Kelly.
Oh.
Yeah, because I know he played for the Gamblers, but I'm not going to call
I don't know
him.
what kind of numbers he put up with the Gamblers.
Yeah, Warren
say on
Moon's
that.
still
I know
ahead of him
Warren Moon
easily.
was pretty damn good.
You're
People say he
tennis
threw the
fanning us
prettiest
right now,
pass
looking back and
viral
forth.
ever.
No, it's definitely Warren Moon. Well,
What's
you
your
got a hot
opinion on
take?
it, Jeremy?
Yeah, you got your...
Kelly was probably the better quarterback, but within this time frame of being in Houston, I'd probably go Moon.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like, he was. It'd be like saying Randy Johnson, greatest Astros pitcher ever. He was here for such a short amount of time that you can't do that.
At his peak.
Sure.
How many years did Gamblers play here?
Like 2 or 3. He was however long the USFL was in existence. It's like 2 or 3 years.
Trump got $1 in that lawsuit from the NFL, by the way. He won the lawsuit against
Yeah.
the NFL. Got rewarded at his $1 a whole doll hair. But yeah, check out Boston Gloss. Warren Moon joining them at 6:30. They'll be on from 6 until 8. All right, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day, Blankers?
I'm gonna. You just mentioned it. I'm gonna nominate
Warren Moon.
I'm gonna nominate Donald Trump, regardless of what political party you are with or support or anything like that. He went off script in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, the home of one Arnold Palmer this weekend, and decided to mention in his way of defining Arnold Palmer, the man, quote, when he took the showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable. He went on to say, I had to say we have women that are highly sophisticated here, but they used to look at Arnold as a man.
Why do you think they called him the king?
It's a car wreck, Jeremy.
Why do you think they called him the king? I'm going to nominate Texas Longhorn fans. $250,000 fine. Students have been stripped of their student passes to go to games. Texas fan, act like you've been there before. Act like you've been there before. It's a big game. Act like it.
It
Texas
was bad.
fan.
It was embarrassing. I'll co-sign that. I'll give my car wreck of the day to 2 NFL teams. One, the Jets. How are you going to give up what you did to Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson's been mid since, 2020 was the last time he was great, and you get crushed by him. And then to the Panthers, look, I know you're the worst defense in the NFL, but Jaden Daniels throws 2 passes, and you give up 40 points to Marcus Mariota? Awful.
It's nice of you to call them NFL teams.
Yeah, barely. Yeah, they're kind of the single A's right now.
I got another one if you don't.
Go ahead.
Gerard Mayo calling his team soft. Bill Belichick went back at him, too. He's like, they led the league last year in the rushing yards allowed. There's nothing soft about them. And usually teams take on the attitude of their head coach. Teams are usually a reflection of their head coach. I'm not really comfortable with Gerard Mayo as the head coach of the New England Patriots. What did he ever do? He rode the coattails of Bill Belichick. He made friends with the owner, Robert Kraft. He never did anything outside of New England. He gets handed the job, and this is back-to-back weeks now where he is blasting his players. This isn't good.
And then it finally did come out what we all kind of had guessed on, that it was actually in writing that he was promised to be the heir apparent to Bill Belichick. They put it in his contract. It was
in writing?
That it was in writing. They put it in his contract when whatever he was, associate head coach or whatever, when Belichick was still there. Kraft said to make sure he didn't lose him, he put it in writing that he would be the next coach of the Patriots. He was that sure.
I mean, it was all like, we knew that, right? I didn't know it was in writing.
Right. That's crazy, though, that an owner would put it in writing.
They should, like, here's what Brian Barrett said the other day when he joined us. They should have hired Vrabel.
I was just about to
Should have hired Vrabel.
I think we're close to a flame out and Vrabel being their head coach pretty soon.
It depends on how tight Kraft is with Mayo, if he loves Mayo. Dre wants to nominate Stephon Diggs' pregame antics and then no-showed in the game. And then Alex wants to nominate the Texans' offensive line for their inability to protect against blitzes or just simply stunts. They're sending 4 and getting pressure on C.J. Stroud. 1984 says C.J. Stroud, car wreck of the day. 6967, got to be the Green Bay Jets, trusting Rodgers to run the organization.
Amen to that.
All right, so what's winning here? We got a lot of good ones.
Yeah, we got a lot of good ones.
A lot of good ones. I'm going to go Texas fan. I think they're all – I'm just kidding. I'm giving Mike a little bit of grief. I kind of liked it. It was kind of fun. Although you shouldn't do that. Do not condone that. Do not condone throwing trash onto the field. Yeah, Kirby Smart. What a precedent we're setting.
Who's worse than?
I mean, I think the Texans offensive line should win.
Oh, that's a good call. I'll go with that.
I'll co-sign that.
Yep.
Congratulations, Alex, for nominating the winner of the car wreck of the day, the Texans offensive line. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to B-Mac for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Keep it here. Boston Gloss coming up from 6 until 8.
I'm hungry.
Same.